Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfic guy, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Could Borrow Quirks. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He had been in the dark room for a long time. It wasn't the first time he'd been put in the dark room, but he thought it might have been the longest. His dad was really mad when he saw him last, when he had disappointed him again. Sometimes, there would be the sliver of light coming from the door to his room. It was nothing more than a thin, weak beam from the slot where his family passed him food. The moment he adjusted to it, his eyes squinting at the appealing light slicing through the darkness, it would be gone. The light would disappear with a clatter as the metal slot slammed shut and his meal was dropped onto the floor. Once, a while ago, he had waited next to that slot, waited for the light to shine in, and the moment it did, he reached with his covered hands, eyes shut tight against the sharp, wonderful light. He fit a tiny hand into that small sliver of an opening out of his room, and reached, and the harsh metal of the grate slammed down on him. Even now, his wrist still ached from where it had been caught in the slot of his door, only slightly cushioned by the fabric of his mitts. He decided then that the light wasn't worth reaching for and resigned himself to darkness. It wasn't pitch black after all. There was enough light diffusing from somewhere that he could see the vague outlines of his meals and his bed. If he squinted really strong, he could just about see the shapes he drew with his crayons onto the floor below him. And at least the dark room wasn't like the white room. He hated the white room. The white room meant tests and training, and it always ended with his dad getting disappointed and then getting angry. Then, after the white room and after the shouting, he was thrown in the dark room. His dad was always angry when he didn't use his quirk like he was supposed to. His quirk was bad. He didn't want to use it, he didn't like using it, and he knew if he told his dad what it could actually do then he'd make him use it. And then things would get so much worse. So instead, he pretended, and he waited in the dark room. One day, he would be able to leave. He knew there were heroes out there. He heard his dad and the others talk about them sometimes. They were afraid of the heroes because the heroes stopped the bad people like his dad. He just had to wait until the bad person they stopped was his dad. Then he could leave. For now, though, he'd wait in the dark and eat his food and draw happy pictures on the stone beneath him. He would ignore the aching, awful pain in his hands and the ache in his belly. He could wait. Soon the door would open, and his dad would be waiting there for him, and it would all repeat itself over again. But one day he'll be able to leave, and he won't have to be afraid of his dad anymore. So Izuku waited, and the door did open. And this time it wasn't his dad standing there. The last thing Aizawa Shoyuda expected to find in the villain hideout was a goddamn child. A small, malnourished, injured child with haunted green eyes that stared blankly at the pro-hero illuminated by the light pouring from the open door behind him. The room, the cell, housing the child was absurdly small. No windows. The only door was the locked, steel-reinforced behemoth Shoyuda had just charged through. A bare mattress laid in the corner, covered with a single threadbare sheet and a pile of musty rags, clothes. Folded at the foot of it. A metal toilet was embedded in the far wall. The center of the concrete floor was scribbled with nonsensical shapes, likely caused by the crayons strewn haphazardly across the room. The child himself was huddled fearfully in a corner. He was so small, just a kid. Maybe 5. But strong to tell with how little meat there was on his bones. Too young to be faced with the horrors Shoyuda was sure he had seen here. His curly hair was dark and matted, covering the tops of those wide, green eyes that stared at Shoyuda without seeming to actually see him. When the door first burst open, those eyes had blinked harshly, as if unused to anything other than perpetual darkness. His hands, covered entirely by some kind of thick fabric, pulled tightly on his knobby knees as the child hunched further into himself, attempting to disappear into the shadows of the room entirely. Silently wishing that it had been Hisashi who had found the kid instead, loud, vibrant, cheerful Hisashi who could make just about anyone smile, Shoyuda resigned himself to dealing with the problem at hand. He sat down in the room's entryway, knowing that crowding a scared child could have similar repercussions as cornering an injured animal. The child watched him steadily, waiting for a strike that will never come, never from Shoyuta, at least. Slowly, so that every movement was telegraphed, Shoyuta reached for the comm nestled into his ear and pulled it out, extinguishing the annoying shouts of triumph from the other heroes in the raid and the stringent orders of policemen concerned about protocol. This room concluded his sweep of the building's basement, confirming that no other villains were hiding away in the lair. The chatter would only distract him, after all. The others could figure out semantics without his input for the moment, while he focused on a child who has likely experienced too much too young. "You can relax, kid," Shoyuta stated bluntly, only barely remembering to soften his voice from his typical stern cadence. Even then, it came out more gruff than soothing, but it was about as good as Shoyuta could do at the end of a year-long recon mission and on just 3 cups of coffee today, one of them decaf, thanks to Hisashi's worried mother henning. "You're safe now." Doubtfully, the kid's eyes flickered quickly over Shuta's shoulder. "Look kid, we don't have all day." Shoyuta felt his comms buzzing incessantly from where it dangled by its wire near his arm. Soon, his radio silence wouldn't be chalked up to his charming, antisocial personality and would instead lead to cause for concern. He needed to get the kid and get out. "I'm a pro hero, you can trust me." Suddenly, a light flicked on across the kid's face, and something like excitement passed over his eyes as he scanned Shoyuta, from unkempt hair falling across his face to capture weapon wrapped loosely around his neck to the bulky black boots on his feet. The boy's body uncurled as if released from a spring. "Eraserhead," he whispered gleefully. At first, Shoyuta was impressed that the child recognized him, before realizing that it was likely not a good thing that a child held prisoner by villains knew who you were. Shoyuta was good at staying under the radar, so someone must have been actively looking for him. But that problem would have to be dealt with later. "I am Eraserhead," he confirmed. "Aizawa Shoyuta. Do you have a name I can call you?" The kid fidgeted, grasping his hands together and wringing them the best he could with the thick fabric encasing them. Now that he was more relaxed, Shoyuta could get a closer look at the ensemble the kid was fitted with. Whoever dressed him was likely hoping to cover as much skin as possible, with a dirty hoodie and jeans. The socks on his feet and what looked like oven mitts on his hands were tightly duct taped to the cuffs of the pants and hoodie respectively, ensuring that they couldn't be pulled off. Likely a volatile, touch-based quirk they were hoping to avoid, Shoyuta catalogued to himself. The kid shuffled, drawing Shuta's attention back to that pale, young face. "I can leave." "Yes," Shoyuta agreed, and the child immediately began to stand on wobbly legs. "We can leave together. It would be faster for me to carry you." "You can't touch me," he said, surer than any other words that had left his mouth so far, only for him to immediately backtrack with a wince. "Please, don't touch me." Watching as the child steadied himself against the wall, legs threatening to give out under his own weight, Shoyuta scoffed. "As if I'd let you walk out of here like that on your own, kid. What about over your clothes? As soon as we're out, I'll put you down." And the kid stared at him again, scanning him top to bottom, and Shoyuta knew that this was a child who had been hurt over and over again and didn't know what it was to be helped, but he'd be damned if he let this kid walk out of here with no one to steady him. So as soon as the kid nodded, albeit hesitantly, Shoyuta got to his feet and slowly, gently, lifted the boy into his arms. His thin legs wrapped around Shuta's waist as Shoyuta hefted him so they were C-T to T, and the kid could wrap his own arms around Shuta's shoulders. "Close your eyes, kid," Shoyuta commanded softly as they made their way down the hallway, past the limp bodies of villains and lower lackeys that had resided at the base. Idly, he wondered if the kid had seen things objectively worse than the deceased bodies of those that had tortured him, but he hoped that he closed his eyes anyway. No need to add on to trauma unnecessarily. As he reached the stairs leading back to the ground floor, he remembered the ignored earpiece still hanging over his shoulder and popped it back into his ear. "Eraser." He checked in, heedless of the likely unnecessary conversation he was interrupting. Basement cleared out. All targets incapacitated. Coming out now with civilian. He ignored the confusion brought upon by the mention of a civilian, since he was already reaching the door leading back to the street, where he knew a slew of cops, medics, and pro-heroes would be waiting. The kid, who had been completely still and silent for their walk away from his cell, suddenly twisted in Shuta's grip, eyes widening as they neared the exit. Without straying his gaze from the door, he murmured, "Izuku." "What?" Shoyuta asked, surprised that the kid said anything without prompting. "My name's Izuku." Then, as they pushed through the doors into the bright lights of police and ambulance sirens, he said, "Thank you." Izuku was taken from his grip almost immediately by the medics waiting on the street. He grasped tightly to Shuta's capture weapon, though, during the transfer, so Shoyuta begrudgingly let him hold onto it as he reassured him everything would be fine so long as he let the doctors look him over. "I'll be back for it later, kid," he promised, waiting until Izuku relaxed in the back seat of the ambulance before he trudged toward Detective Tsukachi. Shoyuta found both Hizashi and Tsukachi in the center of the chaos, in a heated discussion next to a cop car. Surprisingly, Hizashi managed to keep his voice down, and it wasn't until Shoyuta approached that he was able to overhear their conversation. Unsurprisingly, it was centered on the unexpected miner found in the middle of a high-priority villain hideout. "Eraser," Hizashi greeted. "Mike. Always hero names on the field. Never let anyone sniff out personal connections to be used as weaknesses." Tsukachi simply nodded his head. "While I'm sure you'd love nothing more than to go home after a long night, Eraser, the presence of an unidentified miner complicates things a bit. If you wouldn't mind coming to the station with me, I can take your statement and we can figure out where to go from here." The detective was always straight to business when it mattered, no time wasted on empty pleasantries. Shoyuta appreciated it. Ignoring Hizashi's wailing lament of a late night, Shoyuta agreed easily to Tsukachi's request. "I assume you'll be questioning the kid as well?" "We'll have to." Tsukachi at least sounded reluctant to ask a likely traumatized child to rehash the circumstances of his trauma, but it couldn't be avoided. "I'll go to the station with him then, assuming his medieval checks out, of course. He has my capture weapon." He ignored Hizashi's quirked eyebrow. The capture weapon was a weapon after all and wasn't something he trusted with just anybody, and moved on. "Problem children aside, did you at least get what you needed from tonight?" The detective sighed. Not a good sign. The higher-ups disappeared at the first sign of trouble, which was largely expected, but still disappointing that our countermeasures were insufficient. They disappeared in a dark mist. Some kind of warping quirk, obviously, although we don't know who was responsible for it. They could have been off-site for all we know. We did manage to capture some persons of interest, however, and the discovery of the child at least provides the potential for information, although it might be redundant with what we already know. Hizashi frowned. "Please tell me you aren't planning to use a traumatized child as an informant for an extremely dangerous ring of villains." "I don't much like the idea myself," Tsukachi admitted, "but if that is the best option to get what we need then it must be done." Sensing that Hizashi wouldn't let this go down easily, Shoyuta nudged their shoulders together. "Your job is done for the night, Mike. Go home, get some rest. I can send you an update after the briefing. Let me know how the kiddo's doing too." Shoyuta nodded, and with a final push to get him moving, Hizashi disappeared into the crowd of emergency vehicles with an exhausted, yet somehow still over-enthusiastic, wave. Once he was gone, Shoyuta and Tsukachi headed to the ambulances. Izuku lay across a gurney, drowning in the length of the capture weapon before Shoyuta reached to gently untangle it from him. His eyes were closed and his breathing steady, prompting an explanation from one of the two medics cutting through the fabric taped around his wrists. He grew quite agitated when we attempted to check him over. Kayako-san was able to subdue him with her quirk. "If an individual is tired enough, I can lull them to sleep with a lullaby of sorts. So we can remove his bindings." The indication of an unknown, touch-based quirk does make things more difficult, however, since the majority of our healing quirks rely on touch as well, and using them now could pose a potential risk. We can still provide any necessary treatment through other means. It is just more complicated. "How long will he be asleep?" "Indeterminate," the medic with the sleep quirk answered. "My quirk forces the target to sleep until they can be considered well-rested, which unfortunately is too subjective of a measure to accurately predict. Judging by the state he is in though, it will be at least 12 hours, likely longer. We can inform you when the patient wakes so you can take his statement, Detective." "He'll be taken to Mizudafu General, correct?" Shoyuta confirmed. At the medic's nods, he pulled a card and a pen from one of the many pockets in his jumpsuit and flipped it over to write on the back. His name is Izuku. That is all the information I was able to ascertain from him, so for now, please list me as his medical contact until we find someone more suitable. This is the information you will need to reach me. He passed the card to the first medic. I will come by during visiting hours tomorrow. Understood. The medics bustled around the gurney. They finally freed Izuku's hands from the thick mitts, and Shoyuta only barely caught a glimpse of gnarled, crooked fingers before they finished strapping the child safely to the gurney and loaded him into the ambulance. I can provide my statement now, detective. Quicker I do this, the quicker I get home to rest, and it seems like it'll be a long day tomorrow too, Shoyuta grunted as they watched the ambulance drive away. If you'll come with me to the station, I'll even make you a coffee for the trouble. Please do. I cannot believe you just let me sleep on the couch. Show my back's gonna be out of whack for ages. Shoyuta hid his smile behind the rim of his coffee cup. I wouldn't dare disturb you. You looked like you needed the rest. When Shoyuta had finally shuffled into his apartment earlier that morning, his husband had been splayed uncomfortably across the living room's short love seat. Hisashi often attempted to stay up for Shuta's return from late-night patrols and missions, although he usually succumbed to his own sleep cycl quickly. Last night, he hadn't even washed the hair gel from his tall updo, and despite all attempts to wrangle it into a high bun this morning, blonde strands still shot out at odd angles across his scalp. It was quite comical, in Shuta's opinion, even if it did lead to Hisashi half-heartedly grumbling about his poor decisions in life partners as they walked through the hallways of the hospital. Izuku was in the victim's ward, a highly secure wing of the hospital meant for patients involved in villain attacks who still may be potential targets. Even after a year of long nights of recon and meeting with sketchy informants for this mission, Shoyuta still wasn't entirely sure of the details surrounding the true intentions of the group of villains he had helped raid last night, with most of that information being classified from everyone aside for All Might and likely Tsukachi as the lead detective. Yet even he knew that the group would be unhappy to find their prisoner in the hands of heroes and might decide to do something about it. Hence the need for security guards dutifully lining the hospital hallways, eyes lingering on the out-of-costume pros walking past. When they reached Izuku's room, Shoyuta was required to scan both his hero ID and fingerprint for the door to unlock, Hisashi doing the same behind him. A small, prone, pale body rested on the hospital bed before them. In just a thin hospital gown, Shoyuta could see the full extent of the child's physical trauma. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to be relieved by the lack of open wounds and fresh injuries, before focusing himself to look at the harm that has healed over. Izuku's limbs were thin and frail, the bones of his wrists visible through his skin. Neat thin scars lined every inch of visible skin, too methodical in length and placement to be anything but purposeful, maybe even medical in purpose. And his hands. The joints bent at odd, unnatural angles. Even in sleep, his fingers curled stiffly toward his palms, reminiscent of the talons of a bird of prey. Hisashi hissed from beside him, pulling up a set of chairs to sit a comfortable distance from the bed. Oh, poor kiddo. What did they do to you? Shoyuta almost didn't want to know. They didn't wait long beside Izuku's hospital bed before a gray-haired doctor bustled in holding a clipboard stacked with papers. After a brief minute wasted on pleasantries, the doctor recited what could be learned from Izuku's medical analysis. The patient was 6 years old. No noticeable physical mutations indicating what his quirk might be. Touching the patient with gloves, or any other barrier, did not produce any noticeable quirk effect. Direct skin contact had not been attempted. The patient was malnourished and dehydrated. An IV and special diet would be implemented to curb any lasting effects, but future issues caused by this were still a possibility. All present injuries had long since healed, likely naturally rather than aided by quirk. The scars were caused by incisions and were of varying age. Some appear to have been healed for years, while others as recently as weeks ago. No wounds seem to have caused anything more serious than artificial damage, and even seem to largely avoid the areas of major arteries and organs. The damage done to his hands is probably the most concerning, the doctor continued, eyes only glancing up briefly from his clipboard as he talked. There is evidence of several fractures to his metacarpals and phalanges, largely focused across his first and second fingers, which never healed properly. This is the same for both hands. He also has green stick fractures on both the ulna and radius of his left wrist, more recent than the breaks in his fingers. It is likely that he currently has extremely limited movement and dexterity in his hands. We do have staff on site with a quirk which can realign his fingers into proper position, but it requires skin contact and will have to wait until we know the risks involved with his quirk. This also doesn't even begin to mention the possibility of psychological issues these circumstances might cause in a child so young. The mind of a child is incredibly malleable after all, but that also means that there is the possibility for healing, even if it takes serious effort from those in his life from this point forward. A child psychologist will be offered through the hospital once he is awake and stable to better understand his mental state and the best methods of healing from this point forward. I understand you are not the patient's legal guardian, but rather the pro-hero that found him after his ordeal. When it is determined whose care he'll be entering, I will discuss his future needs for care with them. For now, I am happy to answer any questions you might have. Shoyuta had plenty of questions, particularly concerning what kind of twisted individuals could cause such misery on a vulnerable child, but that was illogical to ask a doctor who wouldn't know any more than Shoyuta did. Beside him, Hizashi was just gazing forlornly at Izuku, looking as if he wanted to grasp at those clawed hands and only just refraining from invading the child's personal space. That's all we need for now. Thank you, Doctor. Of course. Finally looking up from his clipboard, which he hooked to the foot of Izuku's bed, he frowned at the child sleeping before him. There are terrible injustices in this world. I'm very glad that you got to him when you did, Eraserhead. I just hope that it was soon enough to reverse any damage that has been done. It's my job, Shoyuta said simply, because it was, regardless of whether he shared the doctor's grateful sentiments. Hizashi scoffed fondly. Well, I'm glad just the same, the doctor continued as he moved to the door. He's expected to wake up by this evening, and if you two happen to be here when he does, please press the call button to let us know. A few nurses will likely be in and out, just to check in on him throughout the day, but there's not much else we can do except keep him comfortable until we know the details of his quirk. Thank you, Hizashi called as the door shut behind him, volume just a little too loud to be appropriate for a hospital setting. He didn't use his quirk, though, so perhaps he was attempting to dampen it. They sat in silence for a few minutes, shoulders pressed together in some semblance of comfort as they simply watched the child breathe. At some point, Hizashi yanked out his hearing aids and rested his head on Shuta's shoulder, but his gaze still never wavered. Does he have ID? He signed after a moment, a little sloppily from his angle. Grumbling, because his idiot husband knew Shoyuta couldn't visibly respond when Hizashi wasn't looking at him, Shoyuta jostled him until they were both sitting straight. Still, their knees slotted together, neither of them refusing the comfort of physical contact. Tsukachi is looking, Shoyuta responded, using the sign for true to denote Tsukachi's name. They've worked with the detective enough times to warrant the sign name. He has nothing now. Hizashi grimaced. Where will the kid go? If he has no one? At this, Shoyuta shrugged. It wasn't particularly uncommon for children to be orphaned as the result of villain attacks, usually being placed in orphanages or foster homes. In Izuku's case, however, he would likely need to be put in some form of protective custody, although Shoyuta isn't sure what exactly that would entail for the child. Maybe WP. But he might have family, people looking for him. We don't know. He's so small, Hizashi murmured out loud. Shoyuta could only nod. They both saw a lot of despicable SHT as heroes, Shoyuta arguably more so if only because underground heroics often entailed breaking up the seedier aspects of crime. But cases involving children were always strong to come to terms with. He'd come across a few trafficking rings, the occasional serial killer that targeted children, and those cases still sometimes caused him to lose sleep at night. But for all these cases he'd worked before, the ringleaders were nothing more than lowly, disgusting criminals. Their work was sloppy and their overall impact on society at large was small. In comparison, Izuku's case was odd. Shoyuta had never heard of actual, bona fide villains taking interest in a singular child, especially not for extended periods of time. While he still needed to pester Tsukachi for the full story on why this group of villains is such a concern, he knew enough to conclude that whatever it was serious. Involving a child in what was undoubtedly a methodical organization of serious villains was extremely illogical. Unless he was somehow of use to them. Shoyuta rubbed his temples tiredly, ignoring Hisashi's gentle, "You're thinking too strong, darling," as he pulled out his phone. He was going to get his answers one way or another, and since Tsukachi would be the simplest way, it would only be polite to warn the detective beforehand. When he woke, he saw White. He thought, "I didn't get out." He was back in the White Room. That wasn't fair. A hero came for him, promised that he could leave, so why was he back here? Deep in his he felt his frustration bubbling, threatening to crawl up his throat and spill from his lips. He had to push it back down. He had to be quiet. They didn't know he was awake yet, and he was too good at being quiet to let himself break that silence. So instead, he took stock of his body. He felt the familiar pinch of a needle in his arm, and he briefly wondered what they were putting into him this time. Whatever it was, it didn't hurt, so he decided that he minded it less than what they usually used on him. He was surprised that he didn't feel any other new pains, though, just the familiar ache in his hands, but he slowly realized even that felt oddly distant. That at least explained what the needle was for, anyway. It had been a while since they had given him the hazy feeling chemicals like this. They must be going for something big today. He was probably in trouble. Of course, his dad would be angry that he had accepted the hero's help. Of course, he would be in trouble after that. He stared up at that awful, white ceiling. He could close his eyes, pretend he was asleep like they probably wanted him to be, but he needed to see them, to get ready, when the doctors came for him. And they would come for him, with their sharp knives and their needles. So, he stared at the ceiling and waited. At some point in the 4 hours Shoyuta and Hisashi had been waiting at the hospital, the kid woke up. The problem was that neither of them were quite sure when exactly it happened. At around the 2-hour mark, Shoyuta had bundled himself in his sleeping bag and plopped onto the cold linoleum tile of the hospital. Not to sleep, of course, but to think. Tsukachi had responded to his request for answers quickly enough and had agreed to talk to All Might about cluing Shoyuta in on the finer details of who and what exactly they were dealing with. Which was frustrating in and of itself, of course, since All Might was a fool on the best of days and should hardly be dictating what Shoyuta did and didn't know. Hisashi, meanwhile, busied himself with mindless games on his cell phone, allowing Shoyuta to have the space he preferred when he was stewing on something. While neither of them were strictly watching Izuku, there should have been some kind of outward indication that he had woken from his unconsciousness, but there wasn't, and Shoyuta was only brought out of his grumbling thoughts by his husband's startled yelp, followed by him stumbling out of his chair and tripping over the shouter-shaped lump on the floor. Wrestling himself out from under Hisashi, Shoyuta freed himself from the mess of limbs and fabric and hoisted himself to his feet, only to briefly stumble back and shock himself at the sight of dull green eyes. He only barely managed to not step on Hisashi still sprawled below him. "Hi, kid," he murmured, remembering to press the nurse's call button as he shuffled closer to the bed, taking care to not get too close. "How are you feeling?" Izuku didn't respond. His body remained completely still aside from his slow, measured breaths, as his eyes blankly looked up at the ceiling. "Can he hear?" Hisashi wondered as he moved closer to Izuku as well. A quick glance to the side confirmed that he had replaced his hearing aids. Shoyuta shook his head, circling around the foot of the bed to stand on the other side. "There hasn't been any indication that he can't. He responded verbally to my questions when I found him. Maybe he's still asleep." "Oh, he's certainly not asleep," a nurse said as she hustled into the room. Frowning at the scene in front of her, she pulled a penlight from her BRC pocket and shined it into Izuku's eyes. Still no reaction. "My quirk, e.g., allows me to sense brainwaves, and if I were to go off of that alone, I'd say he was in the middle of an anxiety attack, but he's not displaying any other signs of that." "Okay, dear, I'm going to raise your bed up a bit, should make you a bit more comfortable," she said to Izuku and pressed a button on the bed frame to incline him into a sitting position. "My name is Ishikawa Yachi, but you can just call me Yachi, okay? I'm a nurse, and I'm here to help you out." When Izuku still showed no indication of awareness, She took a step back from the bed and rubbed at her temples. Wow, there's certainly a lot going on in there. I can add some sedatives to the foredrip, calming him down enough to snap him out of it. I just need the doctor to sign off on it. Are sedatives the only option? Hizashi asked, frowning in concern. He's just so little. Leaving the nurse to fend for herself against Hizashi's mama bear tendencies, Shoyuta slowly circled back around to stand at the foot of the bed, stepping directly in Izuku's line of sight. Immediately, those green eyes locked onto him, slowly scanning him up and down. Then, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Wh," the hoarse voice broke off into sudden coughs, causing the nurse to gasp and Hizashi to jump dramatically in shock. When the fit subsides, Izuku peered curiously around the room, gaze lingering on the nurse still standing near the doorway. He hunched in on himself, his small body becoming impossibly tinier. "Where am I?" You're the hero. Erase her head." "I am," Shoyuta confirmed. "You're in a hospital." "We got out." "Yeah, kid, we did." A choked sob burst from Izuku's, and he belatedly clasped both hands haphazardly over his mouth as tears began to stream down his cheeks. Immediately, Hizashi, appealing, wonderful Hizashi, stepped nearer to comfort him in hushed, gentle words. Shoyuta and the nurse waited silently on the outer edges of the room, listening to Hizashi assure the child he was safe now. He had two pro-heroes here to look after him, after all. Even as Izuku cried, no noise followed that first, unbidden sob. His breaths remained steady, if a little deeper, and his hands stayed pressed over his mouth. Every now and then he nodded or shook his head when Hizashi prompted him with a question. When the tears finally dried, Ishikawa approached the bed to reintroduce herself. "I'm just going to take some of your vitals, dear. Nothing too bad, I promise." Izuku's arms crossed tightly over his iti. He looked at her hands. "You have gloves?" "I do," smiling softly, Ishikawa wiggled nitro-covered fingers. "Okay." As the nurse secured a blood pressure cuff around Izuku's arm, Shoyuta decided that enough time had already been wasted. "Hey kid, why don't you like being touched?" He ignored Hizashi's horrified reprimand for being too blunt. The easiest way to get answers is to ask questions. "My quirk. People get mad when I use it." "And it activates through touch?" Izuku nodded, watching blankly as Ishikawa removed the cuff. "And what exactly is your quirk?" Hizashi hissed. "Shoyuta, stop it. If you want to ask questions, then you wait until Tsukachi gets here." Grumbling, Shoyuta reached for his phone to call Tsukachi and demand he get to the hospital ASAP, while the nurse, evidently done with her tests, disappeared out the door with a promise to bring the doctor by soon. Before he could get very far, though, Izuku cleared his throat timidly. People can't use their quirks when they touch me," he whispered shyly. For a moment, both heroes stared at him blankly. Then Hizashi shrieked, "Show he's a mini Eraserhead," wincing at the volume. For a pro-hero, Hizashi casually used his quirk way too often. Izuku chewed at his thumbnail. "Yeah. My dad told me about you. He said your quirk was like mine." His dad? Who was his dad? Why must the answers just lead to more questions? Shoyuta needed Tsukachi to get here now, because if he asked the kid anything about that right now, his husband would likely burst his eardrums. Hizashi, admittedly the one with more tact in their relationship, ignored that new rabbit hole of information and followed the other clear line of questioning. "Izuku, do people get upset when you erase their quirks? I bet that's very scary." Izuku hesitated, then nodded. "I can't control it, so I don't like when people touch me. I don't want to use my quirk on them." "I can understand that, kiddo. But your quirk shouldn't be something you're afraid of, okay? Lots of people rely a little too much on their quirks, and it can make them feel vulnerable if they're taken away. It's not your fault if they get a little freaked out without them." Izuku casted his eyes to the side. "I still don't like it." Hizashi looked like he wanted to press the issue a little more but was interrupted by a knock on the room's door as Detective Tsukachi stepped in. "Hello, Aizawa, Yamada." Hizashi waved while Shoyuta simply nodded in acknowledgement. "And you must be Izuku. How are you feeling?" Izuku shifted uncomfortably. "I'm okay," he whispered. "Glad to hear it. I'm Tsukachi Naomasa, a detective with the Mizudafu Police Department. I've been working on a very important case, and I think you could really help me out. Do you think you'd be okay to answer some questions for me? Izuku certainly appeared hesitant, looking at the detective uncertainly as he fidgeted with his hands. After a moment, he glanced at Shoyuta. Is he good? He asked softly. Shoyuta sighed. Not out of any kind of frustration at the kid, of course. It just felt like there was an ache in his ST, building and building every time the kid's trauma showed itself, and he needed to release that hurt somehow. Yeah, good. He's a good guy. You can trust him, Hisashi added. Izuku nodded slowly. But I can help you. That's very kind of you, Izuku. Thank you. Tsukachi pulled a chair beside the bed, opposite of Hisashi. Shoyuta took a seat next to the detective. I'm going to record our conversation, okay? Just so I can listen to it again later and make sure I didn't miss anything important. There's no rush here. If a question is strong to answer and you need a minute, then you can take as long as you need, and I'll wait until you're ready. Do you understand? Izuku nodded. Great. Tsukachi pulled a small recording device from his coat and set it on the bed between them. One last thing. My quirk is called lie detector. That means I know when someone isn't being truthful, and if you tell a lie, I'll be able to tell, okay. I'm sure that you would have been honest anyway, Izuku. You're a good kid. But I need you to confirm that you understand that my quirk will be active during our conversation. Izuku nodded again, and Tsukachi's smile softened. He tapped the tape recorder. Verbal confirmation, please. I understand. Great. Let's get down to business then. Recording Detective Tsukachi Naomesa, interviewing unidentified minor found by Pro Hero Eraserhead during the AFO raid Saturday, August 19th, 20XX. The raid was intended to apprehend individuals involved in an organization of villains, self-titled the League of Villains. Recording taken Sunday, August 20th, 20XX. Interview begins. Okay, we'll start easy. What is your name? Izuku. True. Your family name? Izuku's eyebrows furrowed, and he chewed on his lip. They only called me Izuku? That's okay. Tsukachi reassured, even though all the adults knew that just made the kid's history harder to track down. How old are you? I don't know. Shoyuta sighed again. The doctor said he was 6. True. Thank you, Eraserhead, Tsukachi said, mostly for the recording's sake. Izuku, can you describe your quirk for me? Those gnarled hands curled tightly under Izuku's chin. I take people's quirks away when they touch me. Tsukachi hesitated. True. What do you mean by take them away? Izuku flinched, eyes glancing away from Tsukachi for the first time since he'd started asking questions. When people touch me, they can't use their quirks anymore. True. So, it acts similarly to Eraserhead's erasure. That's what my dad told me, Izuku murmured. Your dad? Was this before you were taken by the League? I wasn't taken. Tsukachi visibly startled. True. How long were you with them, Izuku? Always. True. Izuku, was your dad one of the villains? Yes, Izuku whimpered. True. Do you know his name? No. They called him. Suddenly, tears began to stream from his eyes. He's bad, and he's scary. He wants me to be like him, but he's bad. I don't want to be bad. He steals people's quirks from them, and I can't do that. Despite his clear descent into hysterics, Izuku's volume didn't rise, and his breaths remained steady. On the outside, he was completely calm, but his words and the sheen in his eyes revealed his panic. He wants me to, but I can't, because they're so scared, and I don't want to be scary like he is. He hurts people. I see. Izuku, Hisashi interrupted firmly, angling his body to intercept his eye line. Hey there, kiddo, can you look at me for a second? Izuku obliged, turning his full attention to Hisashi. With him distracted, Tsukachi released a long breath, face ghostly white as he seemed to process. Watching him, Shoyuta wondered what caused the extent of that reaction. While his own sigiked and his hands had fisted tight enough that his nails were surely leaving imprints in his palms, the detective's reaction seemed to go deeper than the horror of hearing a child's trauma firsthand. The bit about stealing quirks was the most probable cause of the extreme distress, which was understandably alarming, But such a thing should logically be impossible. With no evidence of it actually happening aside from the convoluted testimony of a child, the story would be difficult to believe. Unless Tsukachi knew something Shoyuta didn't. Yamada Hisashi wasn't an idiot, and if his ADHD was good for something, it was noticing multiple things at once. He absolutely noticed the detective's strange reaction to Izuku's words, and he knew Shoyuta noticed it too. Hisashi also knew his husband well enough to be certain that Shoyuta was already formulating a plan to get his answers. A single glance and responding nod only confirmed it. Giving the detective a moment to recollect himself, Hisashi demanded his dumb ADHD brain to focus entirely on comforting the upset child in front of him. When the tears finally ceased, Hisashi beamed, and to his complete surprise, Izuku shakily smiled back. A closed-lipped, tiny smile, but a smile all the same. You know something, little listener? When I'm feeling sad, it makes me feel a whole lot better to hold someone's hand. Hisashi knew this was a total long shot, confirmed when the child instinctively pulled his body away from where Hisashi's hand rested, palm up, on the bed. But, it's absolutely your decision, kiddo, Hisashi reassured. But I think it was real mean of all those people to be so afraid to touch you, 'cause nothing makes me feel better than someone holding my hand, or even giving me a nice hug, and you've really been missing out. I promise I'm not totally lame like those other guys. I won't be mad if my quirk goes away for a bit. Izuku stared into Hisashi's eyes critically. You promise? Cross my heart. Hisashi even did the motion with his free hand. Sides, I can be plenty loud even without my quirk. Who needs it then? He's right, Shoyuta grumbled irritably, but Hisashi just grinned good-naturedly. He loved him. Then, his attention was taken by a gentle touch falling into his hand. Immediately upon contact, a faint tingle spread from the point of origin, and Hisashi had to suppress the instinctual gasp rising in his throat. Where Izuku's misshapen hand rested on his, 3 concentric circles, glowing green, pulsed outward and faded in and out in a steady rhythm. Watching Izuku's face closely to make sure he wasn't overwhelmed, Hisashi cupped his own hand so it cradled the pinched claw shape of the child's. The circles grew larger as the skin contact increased, but maintained the same, steady pulse. Hey, now that's pretty snazzy, kiddo. Izuku just stared at their connected hands. Peering curiously at them, Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. Well, Hisashi cleared his throat dramatically, hoping it would ease some of the tension in Izuku's shoulders. Then he screamed, Yee-hiawaha. Well, it was loud, but definitely not quirk amplified. Yep, it's gone all right. It'll come back, Izuku told him. Course it will, little listener, I trust you on this. Hisashi was proud to see another small smile lift the corner of Izuku's lips. For the record, Tsukachi said into his tape recorder, Izuku's quirk has been demonstrated to work as described, erasing pro-hero present mix quirk, voice. Hisashi, an expert of voices himself, noted that the detective's was now much fainter than it had been at the start of the interview. Definitely something going on, then. Izuku, would you be alright to answer some questions about your dad? That tiny hand pressed down into Hisashi's more firmly. Yes. Can you describe your father's quirk for us? He can take someone's quirk away when he touches them. He has a lot of other quirks. Hisashi frowned. That couldn't be right. He'd never heard of a quirk like that before. Copying quirks? Sure, but never one that completely stole another quirk. For a brief moment, he thought that maybe Izuku was just confused, scared and traumatized, not remembering things correctly. One look at Tsukachi's face told him differently. True. He sounded so tired, so resigned. And your father was hoping you'd have a similar quirk as him? He made me test it a lot, and I never did what he wanted me to. He's mad at me all the time. True. Did he hurt you when he got mad? Sometimes, Izuku admitted. Or he put me in the dark room. Hisashi looked at those small, damaged hands again and dared to tighten his grip around Izuku, mindful of squeezing too strong. Do your hands hurt, kiddo? Izuku stared. Hisashi wondered if he'd ever taken the time to actually consider the pain he'd experienced before. When Izuku didn't answer, Shoyuta spoke instead. Does your quirk cancel out any other touch-based quirk being used on you? Hizashi remembered the doctor mentioning a nurse that could realign bones with her quirk, so he was incredibly disappointed when Izuku nodded his head. Shoyuta just hummed, considering. I think I have just one more question for you today, Izuku, Tsukachi interrupted, shifting uneasily in his chair. He looked like he wanted to bolt. Everything else I can get from you at a later time. Do you recognize the title All for One? As soon as the last words leave Tsukachi's mouth, Izuku's entire body spasmed. He wrenched his hand back from Hizashi and curled tightly into himself. Yes, he whimpered. That's what the others called my dad. Immediately, Tsukachi stood from his chair and grabbed the tape recorder to shove back into his coat. I have to go now, he said even as he left. You've been a huge help, Izuku. You gave me lots of valuable information to look into, thank you. Hizashi whipped his head to Shoyuta, narrowing his eyes, because something was happening, but his wonderfully attentive husband was already on his feet and following closely after Tsukachi. Allow me to walk you out, detective? If possible, Tsukachi's face seemed to grow even paler. Oh, that won't be necessary, Aizawa. No, I insist. After all, I think we have much to discuss. And the door closed behind them. Shoyuta waited until they were a decent distance from the room before he moved to stand in front of Tsukachi, blocking his escape. Would you care to inform me what exactly that was in there, detective? I told you, I need to clear it with all might, Tsukachi huffed, sidestepping in an attempt to circumvent him. Can we at least walk and talk, Aizawa? I really do need to go. Shoyuta allowed him to continue forward, falling easily into step beside him. There's no way that kid has any remaining family unrelated to the villains, and that father of his will want him back. Government care won't be safe enough for him. You saw Hizashi. In there with him. If he doesn't sign the brat's foster paperwork by the end of the day, I'll eat my DMN capture weapon. It's inevitable. And it's illogical to expect us to protect him to the best of our abilities without knowing what exactly we're protecting him from. I need the information you have. Tsukachi smiled thinly. We both know Yamato wouldn't bring home a whole child without you approving it. You've gone soft, Eraserhead. Shut up, Shoyuta growled, although even he could admit it was half-hearted at best. He just found it intriguing that the child had such a similar quirk to his own, nothing more. Are you going to give me the information, or will I have to find another way? Sighing, Tsukachi shifted on the ball of his feet. Fine. You're right. I won't let lack of information put that kid in any more danger than he's already in. But, and Shoyuta almost groaned, All Might really does need to be involved in this. You'll understand why once everything's explained. I'm going back to the precinct to meet with him now. Actually, if you're fine leaving your husband and new son here alone for a couple hours. Shoyuta rolled his eyes at the jab but pulled out his phone to text Hizashi. He had seen the suspicious looks cast toward the detective during the questioning, so he knew Hizashi wouldn't mind his disappearance as long as Shoyuta clued him in afterwards. One other thing. If you're serious about watching over the kid, I don't think it would be wise to tell All Might that he'll be in your care. Shoyuta side-eyed the detective skeptically. I just don't know what he'd do if he and Izuku ever met. The talk with All Might was exhausting. At first, the hero was reluctant to even share the details with Shoyuta and only agreed at Tsukachi's persistent urging. Then, when he deemed Shoyuta worthy of knowing such an important government secret, he gave the information in storybook format, reciting the history of One for All and All for One like a soliloquy performed for a captive audience. It was so absurdly inefficient that Shoyuta almost decided the information wasn't worth it. Still, he did understand why this was all so tightly classified. If the public knew of a villain that could rival All Might, one that could give and take quirks freely, the information was alarming to say the least. It was particularly alarming that such a small, innocent boy like Izuku had been roped into this whole mess. Izuku, who had been so traumatized and so hurt but still retained a hopeful glint to his eyes, who must have been so very afraid in his new, strange environment, but still bravely answered all of Tsukachi's questions, who refused to outwardly express his panic and vulnerability, but still attempted to offer Hizashi a smile. Shoyuta also understood why Tsukachi was purposefully vague discussing Izuku's future when All Might had asked. When the symbol of peace talked about All for One, There was an admittedly justifiable level of contempt and rage concealed behind that grin of his, but when he had been informed of a child born and raised to act as the all-for-one's successor, well, Shoyuta agreed with Tsukachi that All Might's knowledge of Izuku's whereabouts should be limited. He didn't want to think Japan's #1 hero would ever hurt a child, but that amount of fear and anger could cloud anyone's better judgment. The trip to the precinct's record office also served to knock off another item on his ever-growing list of errands, and he now had a hefty stack of paperwork tucked away in a messenger bag. Shoyuta had already resigned himself to his inevitable, indefinite guardianship of the child, and he had filled out most of the information in the time spent waiting for All Might at the precinct. Now, the papers only required 2 signatures for it to become official. Returning to the hospital, he stopped by the reception desk to inquire about the specialist with a bone manipulation quirk. Then, on the walk back to Izuku's room, Shoyuta quizzed the older gentleman on some of the details of his quirk. It did require skin contact, and based on the current state of Izuku's hands, would likely take several minutes to realign each hand. The process didn't need to be continuous, however, and can be paused and resumed as needed. Perfect. When they get back to the room, Hisashi's tablet was sat on Izuku's lap, and whatever they were looking at had Izuku completely mesmerized. Shoyuta thought he could see the slight movement of his lips as his eyes tracked movement on the screen, almost as if he was talking to himself. Hisashi was the only one of the two to notice Shuta's return and beamed from where he was watching over Izuku's shoulder. Then, registering the doctor in the room as well, he reached to pull away the tablet. "Sorry, little listener, looks like someone's here to see you. I promise I'll show you more videos later, okay?" Izuku pouted, staring forlornly at his lap. For Shuta's eyes only, and probably the doctor's, Hisashi clutched at his ear dramatically at the sight, then signed "too cute" to himself. Shoyuta honestly had to agree. The doctor took a seat next to the bed and introduced himself and his quirk. When he mentioned the touch requirement for it though, Izuku frowned and Hisashi hissed under his breath, "That's gonna be a no-go then, won't it?" Shoyuta rolled his eyes. "You think I'd bring him all the way here without a plan for that? Izuku, look at me." Izuku complied, and Shoyuta activated his quirk. "Feel that?" Eyes wide, Izuku nodded. Then hesitantly, he reached out for Hisashi, who happily reached back. When their hands made contact, nothing happened, and Izuku's face lightened. "It's gone." Shoyuta released his quirk. The green glow immediately appeared, and Izuku pulled away, but his eyes still gleamed. "It'll be slow, but if I cancel your quirk, the doctor should be able to fix your hands up for you. I'll warn him every time my eyes need a rest, and he won't touch you with your quirk active. That sound good to you, kid?" "Yes, please." Shoyuta was correct in his assumption that it would be a long process, especially toward the end when his eyes were dried out and he needed to blink more often. While the doctor said that the realignment wouldn't necessarily be painful, it still looked to be uncomfortable for Izuku, although whether it was due to the quirk itself or just the concept of skin contact, Shoyuta wasn't sure. Hisashi, for his part, attempted to keep all of them distracted with his inane chatter, and while Shoyuta didn't care much for the amusing anecdotes about their home life, Izuku seemed to appreciate it, so he let it continue without comment. When the doctor finally pulled away from Izuku's hands, Hisashi was in the middle of his camera roll's Little Bastards album, all pictures of their cats, of course, and Shoyuta had used up about half of his bottle of eye drops. Izuku's hands, when they looked at them, were no longer twisted into that rigid, painful claw shape. Instead, they rested flat on his lap, each finger laying neatly next to its neighbor as if their bones had never been broken in the first place. The only remaining evidence of their previous state were the thin, pale lines that striped across his skin. The doctor instructed Izuku to perform some simple motions, and Izuku stared in wonder as he curled and uncurled his fingers, circled his wrists, pressed his thumb and pinky together. Distantly, Shoyuta wondered just how long he'd gone without full dexterity in his hands. As they did that, Hisashi stepped away from the bed, assuring Izuku he'd be back in a moment. Then he grabbed Shoyuta by the wrist and hauled him out the door into the hallway. He knew where this is going. "Shoyuta, darling, love of my life," Hisashi began, and Shoyuta lifted an eyebrow. He was going to make his husband work for this. You know how we've talked about having a kid one day? Well, he drew out, and then exaggeratedly pointed back to the hospital room. There's a kid right there, Hisashi, Shoyuta said, forcing his tone to remain neutral. We're only 22. That is a 6-year-old child. That makes it better. Oh, now Hisashi was determined. An expressive man by nature, Hisashi's body was always emoting for him, his movements impossibly animated like a living cartoon. But when he was set on something, he went rigid. His expressions forewent that easy fluidity for sharp, harsh gestures, like he thought he could punch his point across. We skipped right past the fussy baby stage. Shoyuta, we're both pro heroes. Fairly new ones, sure, but I'm already ranked in the top 50, and you would be too if you tolerate a little more attention. Plus, the radio station is doing really well too, for it just opening and all, so we got the money. And we have wildly different patrol schedules, so the kid would hardly be alone. It'd be nice to have the company while you're patrolling at night anyway. I know we're young, but that just means we have the energy for a kid, or at least I do. You might need a couple more cups of coffee in the morning, but hey, you can handle it. Come on, show you to just look deep into that small, shriveled heart of yours and think about it, Kay. We can totally do this. Shoyuta simply watched and waited for Hisashi to tire himself out from his little speech, surreptitiously pulling the papers from his messenger bag as he did so. When his husband finally finished, Shoyuta grinned. Suddenly suspicious, Hisashi narrowed his eyes. What? I agree. We just need to sign. Hisashi outright shrieked in glee, quirk activated, when he finally got a look at the papers, simply titled, Custody of a Minor, across the top. Only Shuta's own quirk kept the hospital's windows from shattering. Hisashi, this is only fostering, at least for now. I am not stupid enough to allow both of us to officially adopt a child we've known for less than 24 hours. And I still need to fill you in on the details, but Izuku is still in a lot of danger, and the safest option for him is to be in the care of pro heroes who can protect him. Shoyuta. I love you so much, my appealing husband. Show me where I need to sign. He had always pretended that his quirk wasn't evil. He could keep pretending. Before, he did it so his dad wouldn't make him use his quirk to hurt people like he did. Now, he didn't want to make the heroes angry at him. Eraserhead had saved him. And the blonde man told him he was a hero too, with a quirk that could make him really loud. They were heroes. They wouldn't like his quirk, like they didn't like his dad's. He could pretend it was just an erasing quirk, like Eraserhead's. That was a hero's quirk, a good quirk. He could pretend. If Izuku's return to consciousness earlier that day was any indication, the hospital was not healthy for his fragile mental state. It also would be a logical location for the child to be after his rescue, meaning that the villains could come looking for him there. So, after assuring the doctors that they'd return for additional appointments with psychologists and physical therapy for his hands, they swept Izuku back to their apartment that same evening. Unfortunately, this also meant that Shoyuta and Hisashi were extremely unprepared for the arrival and subsequent care of a child. While he had the foresight to urge Namuri to take their 2 cats for the night, that was about all that could be done on such short notice. The apartment's second bedroom was only occupied by a plain desk and storage boxes, and they didn't have so much as a spare futon. They didn't even have clothes for him. Shoyuta could only offer the length of his capture weapon to wrap the kid in over his hospital gown, and only that was at Izuku's insistence that as much skin be covered when Hisashi insisted on holding him for their whole way home. Knowing his husband, Hisashi would be working strong to acclimate Izuku to human touch again, but Shoyuta was relieved that he seemed to at least tolerate clothed contact. The fact that the kid even allowed that much was a miracle, in Shuta's opinion, and was a good sign that Izuku wasn't completely closed off psychologically and could heal with enough time and resources. Izuku is even trusting enough in Hisashi's grip that he dozed off in his arms, snuffling quietly as Shoyuta unlocked the door to their apartment and the 2 men towed their shoes off in the entryway. Cooing, Hisashi whispered, I'm gonna let the baby sleep in the bed tonight. We can manage on the couch. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. Baby. Hisashi, he's 6. Glaring, Hisashi awkwardly rebalanced Izuku in his arms so he could sign an exasperated baby as he took Izuku into the bedroom. Shoyuta, meanwhile, grabbed a juice pouch from the kitchen, a notepad and pen, and sat at the couch to think of what all a 6-year-old child needed to survive. He reasonably knew that if it weren't for their credentials as pro-heroes, giving them the legality to emergency foster at-risk children, the two of them would not have passed any kind of inspection to let them care for a child. He didn't like to be unprepared, and while this situation was certainly unexpected and taking Izuku home with them tonight was the most logical course of action, he refused to still be lacking by this time tomorrow. So, he started on a list. The kid would need clothes, obviously, since a capture weapon and hospital gown don't make for a viable outfit outside of an emergency. And furniture for his room too, like a bed and dresser to start. Damn it, what do children eat? The doctor had suggested keeping Izuku on a diet of simple, nutritional foods before introducing him to more adventurous meals. Are jelly pouches nutritional for a growing boy? Suddenly, a weight plopped down onto the couch next to Shoyuta, a head of blonde hair leaning onto his shoulder. Reading over the pathetic list in front of him, Hisashi sighed and took the pen from his hands, crossing out the jelly pouches under Shuta's foods bullet point. This is bad, Shoyuta signed, knowing Hisashi would have already taken his hearing aids out. We don't know what we're doing. Hisashi hummed and opened a search engine tab on the laptop. We can learn. They quickly decide that taking Izuku to a mall or any kind of shopping center would be a bad idea, since shoving an isolated child into a busy crowd could only end poorly. Hisashi eagerly pulled up multiple tabs for stores specializing in kids' clothing, while Shoyuta started a grocery list on his phone. Every few minutes, they would confer with one another, usually Hisashi showing Shoyuta the cutest little outfits for the little listener, before going back to their individual tasks. Several times Shoyuta had to remind Hisashi not to go overboard with the clothes, at least not until they could figure out what Izuku actually liked wearing. As for furniture, Hisashi happily volunteered to go out the next morning to at least find the essentials. Shoyuta argued to go instead, knowing Hisashi would come back with more than necessary, but he'd been banned from picking decor for their apartment since they'd moved in. And he'd attempted to use his sleeping bag as bed sheets, so Hisashi won that battle easily enough. Besides, Shoyuta figured it wouldn't hurt for the kid to have a couple lava lamps or whatever childish nonsense Hisashi would bring him. By 3 a.m., they had a fair amount of the logistics figured out. Some clothes were due to arrive by the end of the next day, and Shoyuta had a lengthy grocery list of food items that the internet said would be suitable for picky eaters. Earlier, Hisashi had started to preemptively scan what the closest furniture store had in stock but had nodded off against Shuta's shoulder while scrolling through the section on beanbag chairs. Shoyuta, meanwhile, had fallen into his own tangent of research, starting with articles on childhood trauma and recovery, then just clicking on whatever articles those led him to. It wasn't until the familiar ping notifying him of an incoming email that he realized he had ended up on some kind of parenting blog suggesting activities for father-son bonding. Glad that Hisashi wasn't awake to notice that particular detail, he closed the tab hurriedly and switched to his emails. Sender, Detsukachi at MPD. Chmail. Com subject, good luck Eraserhead, the kid doesn't exist. I couldn't find any child matching his quirk and general description in the database. Unsurprising, but he'll need an actual identity now. This does mean more paperwork for you. Enjoy. Attached were a couple dozen PDF files and a JPEG. Curious, Shoyuta downloaded the JPEG. Opening it revealed a cheesy, photoshopped graphic constructed to resemble a greeting card, with the words, "Congrats, it's a boinge," typed across the top in blue Comic Sans. Shoyuta printed it off with the paperwork. Hisashi would enjoy the laugh, at least. Slipping off the couch to collect the paperwork, he rearranged Hisashi so that he was laying across the couch with his head resting on a throw pillow. Then, he sat up at the kitchen table with a fresh pot of coffee and got to work. He was used to all-nighters, and the sooner he got this done, the sooner he could offer the kids some kind of stability. About an hour in, he ran into an issue when the form certifying his own capability of assigning an identity to a minor asked for his Hero Commission ID, which was a long series of numbers and letters that Shoyuta had never bothered to memorize in his 4 years of being a pro. All of his HC paperwork was stored in a safe in the bedroom where Izuku was currently sleeping. He could wait until the morning, but a sentimental part of him wanted a logical excuse to check in on Izuku anyway, so he took the opportunity. Creeping past Hisashi snoring on the couch, Thankfully not quirk activated tonight. Shoyuta listened for a moment just outside the bedroom door. After hearing no sounds of activity, he twisted the knob slowly and edged the door open as quietly as possible. It took a moment to adjust to the darkness of the room, but Shoyuta could just see the small shape of Izuku laying on the bed. Then, he could see the glossy eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Immediately, Shoyuta moved to hover over the side of the bed. Izuku! Those eyes snapped toward him, and after a moment, Izuku's whole body relaxed. Eraserhead. If you're staying here with us, it would make the most sense for you to call me Shoyuta. And Hizashi too. No hero names in this house. May I sit? Izuku nodded, and Shoyuta sat at the edge of the bed. Now, tell me what's wrong. Nothing. Kid, you had the same look in your eyes when you first woke up in the hospital and panicked. Something was clearly wrong. Izuku genuinely looked confused. Nothing is wrong. Sighing, Shoyuta scrubbed a hand over his face. What were you thinking about before I came in? It was dark. It was scary, but I know where I am now. I'm okay. Okay. Shoyuta stood and opened the bedroom door farther. The light from the kitchen washed over the room. When you woke up, you thought you were still with the villains because it reminded you of that room I found you in. That's natural. You panicked because the darkness triggered you, so we'll make sure you're not left in the dark anymore. Staring with wide eyes, Izuku curled into himself. I'm sorry I was scared. Don't apologize. You don't ever need to apologize for being scared or any other way you're feeling. You have experienced a great deal of trauma. Of course there would be consequences of that. Shoyuta returned to his seat on the bed, next to Izuku but not quite touching. If you ever feel like that again and you want comfort, please let me or Hizashi know. You don't have to suffer alone. They sat in silence together for several minutes, Shuta's back resting against the headboard, and Izuku still curled tightly under the blankets. His gaze was trained firmly on Shuta's hands, but no expression was visible on his young face to indicate what he wanted. You should tell me what you're thinking about. Izuku startled, then blushed faintly, averting his eyes. Hizashi, he held my hand in the hospital. I like that. Shoyuta waited, but when nothing else was added, he said patiently, if you want something, Izuku, you can ask. Can you hold my hand? Of course, and Shoyuta let his open hand fall into the space between them, allowing Izuku to meet him halfway. A moment of hesitation, and then Izuku latched on with both hands. I mean that, kid. Anytime you want something, you can ask us. Even if the answer is no, we'd always be glad you asked. It was the first time the two of them had touched, and Shoyuta was admittedly curious how it felt to be on the other end of an erasure quirk. A strange sense of numbness had briefly flared in his body, synchronized with the appearance of the concentric glowing circles, but it wasn't painful. Predictably, when he attempted to activate his quirk, nothing happened. Shoyuta grinned, momentarily forgetting that the expression on his bland face was typically off-putting until Izuku flinched minutely. Sorry, kid, Shoyuta told him gently, still unable to wipe the smile away. I'm just impressed. Zashi says my smile's a little scary, but you'll get used to it. Not mad. Not mad, he confirmed, slowly placing his free hand over both of Izuku's. You can touch me or Hizashi anytime you want to, regardless of whether it erases our quirks. Actually, I bet Hizashi would love it if you held his hand or gave him a hug. As for us, we'll always ask for your permission before we touch you, but only because we don't want to make you uncomfortable, understood? It won't ever be because we're afraid of you negating our quirks. Izuku stared at him for an uncomfortably long amount of time. Sighing, he prompted, What are you thinking about now, Izuku? You use a lot of really big words. Damn it, he forgot he was talking to a child. What kind of vocabulary is appropriate for a 6-year-old, anyway? He needed to do more research, clearly. The point is, he groaned, trying to keep his voice gentle despite his despair, we are here to help you. You can ask us for things. You should ask us for things. If you get sad, or scared, or anything else, you can tell us, and we will try to fix it. Izuku chewed on his lip but nodded cautiously. Good. Now go to sleep. I'll sit with you if you want me to. For tonight, the subtle tightening of Izuku's hands around Shura's was answer enough. Hizashi made sure to take plenty of pictures of his husband and Izuku curled around each other on the bed, glowing rings indicating each point of contact between them, before hurrying out the door early that morning. He left a note on the counter in case Shoyuta woke up before he got back from furniture shopping, even though Hizashi knew he wouldn't. Thankfully, Hizashi had found everything he wanted while they were browsing online last night, so he went through the store quickly, returning home in just under an hour with a gaggle of DLVRY men following behind him like lost ducklings. They dropped everything in the living room at Hizashi's request, and after checking in on his boys in the bedroom, still asleep as expected, he put some headphones over his hearing aids, cracked his knuckles, and got to work in the spare room. Turns out, building a bed wasn't as easy as Hizashi expected, even with the instructions, and he spent most of the morning screwing on the headboard backwards, but he got most of it done before noon. When he was done, the previously storage room/office had transformed into the coolest little bedroom Hizashi could manage in just a morning. The bed was topped with the most comfortable mattress he could find and covered with an assortment of pillows and a few stuffed animals, one of which being a 3-foot-tall teddy bear covered with the softest fur Hizashi had ever felt. A lava lamp, Shura's suggestion, was on the nightstand next to a present Mike figurine from his first line of merch. The simple wooden dresser, low to the ground and secured to the wall after reading several articles about them falling on children, what the hell, would soon be filled with small clothes that should arrive later that afternoon, and the bookshelf only held a few picture books and empty basket cubbies but will be filled soon as well if Hizashi had any say in it. Next to it were 2 plush, dark green beanbag chairs. Satisfied with himself, Hizashi retreated into the kitchen to start a pot of coffee and a simple breakfast of miso soup and rice. Then he poured a mug of the coffee and slipped into his and Shura's bedroom. Their positions had shifted slightly in the last couple hours. Shoyuta, who usually slept on his back with Hizashi clinging to him like a spindly koala, was curled on his side facing Izuku with one arm fisted under his head and the other grasped by small hands. Izuku was on his back, tiny face soft and open as he slept. Both of his arms were secured tightly to Shura's, holding it tightly to his CD like a human stuffed animal, and his cheek rested on the bicep. Obviously, Hizashi took a few more pictures. Shoyuta, he crooned in his husband's ear, waving the coffee tantalizingly near his face. Shoyuta only grumbled disinterestedly, but Izuku's eyes snapped open at the noise. Hizashi shot him a wink as he hurriedly tried to extract himself from Shura's arm, only for Shoyuta to fist a hand in Izuku's oversized sleep shirt and tug him closer. Hizashi watched the startled blush creep over Izuku's face and took pity. "It's time for you and the baby to wake up. I made breakfast and coffee too." At the word, Shoyuta snapped to attention, releasing Izuku and taking the mug from Hizashi's hand in the same motion. Then, he chugged the entirety of the hot coffee in one gulp and stood from the bed. "Breakfast? Yeah, I mean it's pretty much lunchtime by now, but there's nothing wrong with eating breakfast in the afternoon. Just some rice and miso soup this morning, but we can get groceries later. You got any foods you like, kiddo?" Izuku scooted off the bed. Anything is fine. Remember, kid," Shoyuta called, already in the hallway and likely heading to the kitchen for more coffee. "If you want something, let us know." Izuku's blush grew stronger. "I like pork," he said, looking up at Hizashi shyly. "Pork sounds great, little listener. I can make katsudon for dinner. Anything else?" For a moment, Izuku looked like he was thinking, glancing toward the doorway Shoyuta disappeared through. Then he raised his arms. "Up please." The tiny version of Hizashi that lived in his brain wailed, clutched his CC dramatically, and fell to his knees at the debilitating cuteness of that sweet little face. The real Hizashi only let himself beam, crouching down to Izuku's level to scoop him into his arms and taking care to avoid skin contact in case it was unwanted. Giving into temptation, he even tossed him slightly into the air, just high enough to go above Hizashi's shoulders. Izuku released a huff of breath in brief shock and returned Hizashi's grin with a timid smile of his own. So cute. Then, as if Hizashi's heart hadn't already overloaded from all the adorable, Izuku tentatively raised his bare arms so they were nearly wrapping around Hizashi's neck and quietly asked, Can I touch you?" Sure thing, kiddo, as those thin arms, way too thin, wrapped around his neck, that quirk-erasing tingle accompanied them, but years of exposure to Shura's erasure made him unbothered. He tucked Izuku's head under his, so Hisashi's chin rested on those dark curls. They entered the kitchen this way, Hisashi signing an enthusiastic baby at Shura's raised eyebrow. Maybe 6 years old was a little too old to be carried, but what would he know? He could lift the kid no problem, so it was fine in his book. Besides, the poor kid was obviously touch-starved, so hesitant to ask for the contact that he clearly craved, but Hisashi could absolutely do his DMN best to help him overcome that. The first few weeks of Izuku's stay with them was an endless stream of paperwork for Shoyuta. Turned out that fostering a child that didn't technically exist came with an assortment of complicated legal issues. Half of the struggle came with keeping the information vague enough that Izuku couldn't easily be identified if the League somehow accessed the database. It didn't include photos of minors, luckily, so his appearance wasn't particularly an issue, but his name and quirk could still potentially be identifiable by the villains if they went looking. Shoyuta refused to change Izuku's legal name, since he assumed stripping away the child's meager sense of identity might do more harm than good, and the name wasn't too uncommon anyway, but he could invent a family name. Hisashi and he had debated on that for 2 days non-stop before Shoyuta had, only somewhat jokingly, written Midori on the form because he had already written it about 500 million times whenever the paperwork asked about Izuku's eye and hair color. Hisashi had predictably shouted that he couldn't name a child green, so Shoyuta simply revised it to Midoriya and submitted the form despite his husband's protests. Besides, he doubted the kid wouldn't be an Aizawa or Yamada for long, so it hardly mattered. The other issue was Izuku's quirk registration. Until now, Shoyuta had been the only person he knew of in Japan with anything like his erasure, so the League would almost certainly follow up on a child with a registered quirk like that. It was obvious that Shoyuta couldn't register his quirk as erasure, then, but he wasn't exactly sure what his other options were. He didn't want Izuku to have to lie about his quirk. He clearly had an unhealthy amount of resentment for it already, but what else could he do? For now, that particular form was left blank. At least the paperwork gave Shoyuta something to do during the day, when Hisashi was at the radio station and he was left alone with Izuku. The internet had warned him that 6-year-olds were rambunctious, but it was likely that the years of prolonged isolation had left Izuku a quiet kid, so he didn't get up to much of anything. Although, Shoyuta was surprised to admit to himself that he did wish the kid would cause a little bit of trouble, if only because it would mean he was comfortable enough to do so. They had found early on that Izuku loved heroes. He could watch videos on HeroNet for hours on end without ever moving his gaze from the TV. He had already watched as many videos of present mic battles that he could find, along with an annoying amount of All Might, and was particularly upset upon discovering that there were no accessible videos of Eraserhead. The pout after learning this almost made Shoyuta consider participating in a single Limelight battle. Instead, he logged into the HC database and pulled up some of his training videos, which was enough to appease the kid. They settled into an easy, quiet routine during the day. Shoyuta would fill out his paperwork, some hero-related, some kid-related, on the couch with the cats dozing beside him while Izuku sat on the floor in front of the TV, enraptured. That probably wasn't healthy. Maybe he should take the kid to the park or something one day. Shoyuta blamed his position so far behind the kid for the fact that it took almost 3 weeks to notice what exactly Izuku was doing while he watched the fights. He only realized when he made the kid lunch and couldn't divert his attention from a riveting battle between Present Mike and some lowly criminal with his usual call to come eat. When he approached Izuku, ready to shut the TV off if it meant getting the kid to eat something, he noticed the quick movement of his mouth and repetitive clenching of his fists as he watched. When Shoyuta finally called Izuku's attention away, the motion ceased. Interesting. Curious, Shoyuta gently maneuvered Izuku to the couch when they were done with their lunch, telling him that he'd damage his eyes sitting close to the TV. Which was likely true in all honesty, but he had other motives for this. When Shoyuta turned the video back on, Izuku's strange mannerisms started up again almost immediately, and Shoyuta just watched. After a minute or two, it became clear that he was mouthing something, but the movements were too subtle for Shoyuta to distinguish exact words. His hands, however, took longer to figure out. The clenching and unclenching made it look like he wanted to hold something, but it wasn't until he saw the jerky, aborted movements of his fists that Shoyuta realized he was miming writing. Or, more likely, drawing. Hadn't he found crayons in that cell with him? And scribbles on the concrete floor, like the art of a child. "What are you thinking about, Izuku?" Startled, Izuku whipped his eyes to Shoyuta, but this game was familiar by now. Every day, Shoyuta had to remind Izuku that he didn't have to hold himself back anymore. For so long, this kid had lived inside his own head and stuffed all his desires deep down so he wouldn't act on them, and the habit had become ingrained. Izuku was safe here with him and Hisashi, but Shoyuta knew it would take a while for him to understand that, so whenever he noticed his problem child suppressing something, Shoyuta made a point to prompt him about it. He hoped it would help Izuku realize that he was truly able to just exist freely here. Like present mix quirk, he murmured. This was another issue too. The kid was just so quiet. While Shoyuta certainly appreciated quiet, and he didn't necessarily need two loudmouths sharing his space, Izuku's silence was unnatural. It felt like there was an energy, buzzing just underneath his skin, that he desperately kept tempered down. Even his panic attacks, which often left him wide-eyed and crying in the middle of the night, made no noise at all, and Shoyuta had concluded that Izuku had trained himself into silence. So, he encouraged Izuku to break the silence. "What do you like about it?" "Well, it's an emitter type that makes his voice really loud," he started hesitantly, then when Shoyuta gestured for him to go on, ramped up. And then continued to ramp up for the longer he went without a sign to stop. And he can stop bad guys just by yelling at them, which is super cool. He could have something different with his throat that makes him so loud. Maybe there's a mutation there. Do you think I could ask him about it? It's kinda weird though that his quirk hurt him so bad and now he needs those hearing things to help him. Most people have mutations so their quirks don't hurt them like that. But maybe his voice is just so strong that it happened anyway. One time, in a video, he screamed at a really strong wall that the villain was behind, and it shattered, so his voice must be super strong, and it just kept going. Watching in disbelief, because Shoyuta had never seen Izuku so animated and expressive, he vaguely had the forethought to pull his phone out of his pocket to discreetly record this moment for Hisashi's enjoyment later. He let Izuku continue until he began to follow a tangent on All Might, and Shoyuta decided that he'd rather risk interrupting the kid than listen to him rave about that oaf. "Your hands are moving like you want to write. Do you want to do that?" Izuku stared at his hands, still clenched around air, as if they had betrayed them. "Remember, kid, if you want something you should let me know." Nodding, he finally asked, "Can I have crayons, please?" "No." Shoyuta winced at the look on Izuku's face and was quick to add, "We don't have any. But I'm sure Hisashi has some markers lying around. I'll get those for you for today, and I'll make sure to get you crayons later. Be right back." He managed to find a few colored permanent markers in the kitchen's junk drawer and returned to sit on the floor by the coffee table, patting the carpet for Izuku to join him. Then, Shoyuta spread out several sheets of printer paper in front of them, helped Izuku grip his chosen marker like the physical therapist had shown him, and watched. A moment of hesitation, and then Izuku's hand was blurring across the page in that easy confidence that only a child could truly possess. His attention flickered between the paper and the fight still playing on the TV screen, murmuring under his breath in a voice just too quiet for Shoyuta to hear. His art was certainly unrefined and childish, as was expected, but Shoyuta was still able to make out what it was meant to depict. The tall, yellow triangle on top of the shape's head made it obvious in context. "Is that present Mike?" "Yes," Izuku beamed. Shoyuta honestly had to blink in response, surprised by the sudden, unabashed happiness on the boy's face. Then he smiled back. "You depicted the hair very accurately. I like it." He watched as Izuku happily added more details to the present mic. A black rectangle was drawn beneath the head to denote the speaker, and black scribbles over the arm-shaped blobs to represent his jacket. He also added in a large smiley face with yellow triangles over the eyes like Hisashi's glasses. Then, Izuku drew a large, spiked speech bubble from present mix smile, filled with upward-pointing arrows. Then, a line from the speaker to another, even larger speech bubble, filled with even larger arrows. "Oh," Shoyuta realized, he's drawing how voice works. When Izuku was done with present mic, he reached for another blank piece of paper after briefly glancing at Shoyuta for permission, which was obviously given. This time, he drew the body with black marker, with long lines of dark hair sticking up from the head. Shoyuta immediately knew where this was going, but the red circles for eyes confirmed it. Yellow, Izuku drew another speech bubble like present mix on the side of the paper, only to cross it out with angry red marker. An arrow was drawn from Eraserhead's eyes to the X. Honestly, Shoyuta was impressed. After drawing a curly swirl of Eraserhead's capture weapon wrapped around a stick figure with X's for eyes, Izuku seemed to stall, as if suddenly unsure of what to draw next. To Shoyuta, it should be obvious. If you draw yourself, he suggested, I can put all 3 drawings up on the fridge, and there will be one of each of us. And Izuku nodded and got to work. He wasn't as determined with this drawing, every line hesitant like he wasn't entirely sure what he was doing. In the end, he ended with a vaguely child-shaped blob with curly green ringlets for hair. Interestingly, there was no attempt at drawing his quirk like he had for Eraserhead and present mic. There was something else missing too. May I? Shoyuta asked, holding his hand out for the green marker. Confused, Izuku passed it over, and Shoyuta drew a large, beaming smile on drawing Izuku's face. Real Izuku's own face smiled to match it. These are very nice, Izuku, good job. Let's go hang them on the fridge. He stood up and went into the kitchen to do exactly like Izuku, right on his heels and the cats following behind like a small train. Glancing at the clock, he realized that Hisashi would probably be on his way home soon, and it was time to start on dinner. Sit here at the table while I make us some dinner. Is there anything else you want to draw? Izuku thought for a moment, then bent down to pick up one of the cats, Joe, the smaller, nicer one, because the others still kept a wary distance from Izuku. I can draw Kappa and Joe, can they go on the fridge too? Shoyuta hummed, turning on the stove while Kappa screamed at his feet for a piece of chicken. Only if it's really good, so you'll have to do your best, kid. The next few minutes pass with an easy sense of domesticity that Shoyuta had never realized he wanted until he was right in the middle of it. Izuku sat at the kitchen table, drawing and complimenting Joe on her pretty colored fur, while Shoyuta stood at the stove, knowing Hisashi would be home soon to share in the warmth. If this was what a family felt like, they'd be signing the adoption papers even sooner than he thought. Hisashi slipped in through the front door just as Shoyuta was pulling the chicken off the skillet, calling, I'm home. Took my hearing aids out already, 'cause I got a ragin' headache. Izuku slipped from his seat, darting into the entryway and signing, touch, okay, when he got there. He hadn't had the time to learn many signs yet, but Hisashi and Shoyuta tried to speak and sign simultaneously whenever possible, hoping the exposure might help, and Hisashi spoke out loud even with his hearing aids out so Izuku could still be included. The sign for touch had been added to the kid's vocabulary early on. You know what, kiddo? I would love a hug from my favorite little listener if that's cool with you. And Izuku dove forward with arms outstretched. Shoyuta waited until Hisashi had straightened up, hand clasped with Izuku's, to ask, strong day. After signing the words, he pulled his husband into a firm hug, careful not to pull him from Izuku's grip, placed a gentle embrace on his lips, and nuzzled into his hair. Long day, Hisashi replied, tiredly. Too many meetings, I hated it. Snorting, Shoyuta drew him toward the kitchen. He walked backwards to sign, come. You will smile. When Hisashi saw the pictures hanging on the fridge, now including Kappa and Joe's portraits too, he squealed gleefully. Izuku, one day, Shoyuta will tell Izuku that his sign name was just the sign for baby, but more enthusiastic. Did you draw these? They're totally awesome, kiddo. Izuku's eyes gleamed. You like them? He asked, Shoyuta translating for Hisashi over his shoulder. Duh, they're rockin'. I'm turning mine into my lock screen, Hisashi said, pulling out his phone to take a picture of the present mic drawing. When he was done, he swept Izuku into his arms and swung them both into the living room. Shoyuta, alone in the kitchen while the two spun in circles and made fools of themselves, went back to plating their dinner and listened to Izuku's quiet breaths of laughter. When he heard an ear-splitting shriek of laughter from the living room, undeniably amplified by voice, Shoyuta instinctively leaned out of the kitchen doorway to cancel the quirk with his own. It took a second longer for his brain to catch up with his body and realize that the yell hadn't come from Hisashi. The laugh was far too high-pitched and childish. And Hisashi looked just as confused as Shoyuta did, staring at the wide-eyed boy still held tightly in his arms, bare skin forming those familiar glowing rings between them. Hisashi hadn't used his quirk. Izuku did. He had never felt like this. Before, with his dad, he was so afraid and everything hurt, and it was so strong to pretend that his quirk was different, but he had to. His dad couldn't know that he was just like him. He had an evil quirk, but if everyone thought it was a good quirk then he could be good too. The heroes were so nice to him, so he would be good for them. They weren't afraid of him like the others had been. He'd never had a hug before. He liked hugs. But he wouldn't get hugs if they found out that his quirk was bad, so he pretended it was good like Eraserheads. Even when they touched him and he couldn't resist that pull, as he stole their quirks as his, he could still pretend he had a good quirk. His dad had never found out that his quirk was bad like his, so he could hide it from the heroes too. But they touched him so much, and he felt so happy, and every time they touched him he pulled at that warmth inside them and took it like it was his own. It wasn't his though, so he had to give it back, and they would never know that he was a thief, that he was bad like his dad was. But then the loud hero, present Mike, Hisashi, was laughing and SWing him around and touching him, and he was so happy. He'd never felt like that before. And he took Hisashi's quirk, like he always did, but this time he couldn't keep it tucked away in his tea like a secret. The warmth bubbled up, the quirk, the stolen quirk, activated, and he just couldn't help it. Izuku let himself laugh. Hisashi heard Izuku laugh. He wasn't wearing his hearing aids. He shouldn't even be able to hear a motorcycle engine from this distance, but he heard Izuku laugh. He also recognized that artificial, auto-tuned quality of it. He had grown used to hearing that since it happened every time he used his quirk. Izuku had used Hisashi's quirk. It was clear that all three of them reached the same conclusion at the same time. From his spot in the kitchen doorway, Shoyuta released erasure and simply stared as the glowing rings of Izuku's quirk returned. Still in Hisashi's arms, Izuku froze. Then he cried. Hisashi panicked, because there was a lot happening right now. He could feel the tingle of his missing quirk again, and the baby was crying. Izuku was wiggling, desperately trying to wrench himself from Hisashi's arms, and Hisashi didn't know what he was even saying, could just see his mouth moving as he sobbed. Shoyuta, he called, because he didn't know what to do, and he couldn't hear anything. The baby, Shoyuta, was already there, trying to wrap Izuku in a blanket to take him safely from Hisashi's arms, but Izuku's sobs grew, his heaving, and suddenly Hisashi can hear his wailing, because he was using voice again as he begged Hisashi not to leave. Fighting to keep the fear out of his tone, Hisashi tried to placate him. Izuku, baby, go with Sho for a moment. Just for a second. I promise I'll be right back. Finally, Shoyuta managed to separate them, Izuku's voice cutting out with the broken contact, and Hisashi darted to his bag in the entry, digging for his hearing aids. As soon as he had them, he ran back to Izuku. Shoyuta sat on the floor, in front of where he had placed Izuku on the couch, trying to calm him down but not touching him. Not when they didn't know what that actually did. Izuku was wailing, the loudest Hisashi had ever heard him before 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'll never do it again, never ever, I'm sorry, I gave it back, I didn't steal it, I'm not like him, I'm not bad, I don't want to be bad, please, Hisashi. Shoyuta said sharply, eyes not straying from Izuku. Is your quirk still gone? No, Hisashi answered, because he could feel that it wasn't. After separating from Izuku, it had settled tightly in his tea like it hadn't ever left. He remembered what Izuku said about his biological father's quirk, what Shoyuta told him after the talk with All Might. If Izuku had taken Hisashi's quirk like he suspected, it was back now. No? He gave it back, I think. Immediately, Shoyuta placed his hands on Izuku's cheeks and pressed their foreheads together, uncaring of Izuku's quirk activating under his touch. Izuku, listen to me. What? You didn't do anything that couldn't be undone, so take a breath before you pass out. Hisashi and I aren't mad, so relax. Izuku's eyes flitted to Hisashi doubtfully, and yeah, Hisashi was a little spooked, but he wasn't mad. Not at Izuku. Never at Izuku, not for this. So, he smiled at the baby, his baby if he was being honest with himself, and finally Izuku breathed. The three of them sat for a moment, waiting for Izuku to match Shura's deliberately steady breaths. Part of Hisashi was proud, actually, and a little bit relieved that Izuku was reacting so strongly to this. Obviously, he was upset that the baby was upset, but Izuku was always so quiet about his pain, and Hisashi was glad that he was acting so vulnerably in front of them, like he subconsciously knew he was safe here. Once Izuku was a little more settled, Hisashi held out his hands. Izuku reached back, then hesitated, so Hisashi closed the distance. "We're not mad, baby." Izuku's breath hitched and he hiccuped, "I'm sorry I stole your quirk. It was an accident." "It's okay, Izuku," Hisashi said softly. "I believe you. We all have accidents with our quirks sometimes. That's why I get so loud when I'm happy. I just can't contain my quirk anymore." He squeezed Izuku's hands. "Were you really happy, Izuku? And you just couldn't help it?" He nodded shyly, and Hisashi grinned. "That makes me happy. I'm happy that you were so happy, so let's all be happy again." Shakily, Izuku smiled. "Izuku," Shoyuta murmured, and Hisashi was so proud that his husband, who was all sharp edges, was attempting to soften his voice. "Was that your quirk?" Izuku nodded. "Did you take Hisashi's quirk, Izuku?" Izuku whimpered, his smile slipping. "I gave it back. I didn't mean to. I won't do it ever again." Hisashi hushed him. "It's okay, baby. Kid, we just want to help you. We can't do that if we don't have all the information, so we need to understand what's going on here. Did you know your quirk could do that?" I don't like doing it though," he sniffled. "Okay, that's okay. Do you have any control over it?" Not really, but you gave Hisashi's back. Did you do that on purpose?" "I don't like keeping them. It's strong and it hurts sometimes." Shoyuta tapped his fingers against Izuku's cheeks gently. "I can't use my quirk right now. Are you able to?" In answer, Izuku's eyes glowed red. "Wow," Hisashi whispered, unable to keep it to himself. He'd seen copying quirks before, sure, but this was something else. Thank goodness Shoyuta was so cool-headed and could approach the situation so methodically, because Hisashi was internally losing his SHT, and if I pull away, Shoyuta said, taking his hands from Izuku's cheeks, my quirk comes back. You can't hold on to it. Izuku chewed his lip and shook his head. I can hold it if I try really strong. I don't do that. Why not? That's stealing. My dad steals. I don't want to. It's not stealing, Hisashi chirped. Not if you give it back, and you've given both of our quirks back, so that's just borrowing. Izuku's tiny nose wrinkled, like an adorable rabbit. Borrowing? Yeah, borrowing, Shoyuta agreed. Why don't you try holding onto my quirk for as long as you can? If it starts to hurt, let go of it. This time, when Shoyuta pulled away, Izuku's teary eyes stayed red for a couple seconds. Then the glow petered out. Good job, kiddo. Izuku sniffed and used his sleeve to wipe at the snot on his face, to Shura's clear disgust. You're really not mad? Of course not, kiddo, Hisashi reassured, while Shoyuta disappeared into the kitchen for tissues. We're a little disappointed that you didn't tell us, but we understand. Why did you think we'd be mad? My quirk is bad and you guys are good. Shoyuta returned and sat on the couch, using the acquired tissues to wipe the snot off of Izuku's face. Quirks can't be bad, kid, only people. And you, he poked Izuku strong in the forehead, are not bad. You are good. Now, let me clean you up so I can ask more questions, problem child. This time, when Izuku cried, he was smiling. Later, after Izuku had cried himself to sleep and Shoyuta had finished an exhausting phone call with Tsukachi, Hisashi tugged Shoyuta into their bedroom. We're adopting the baby, right? And no mind games with me tonight, mister. I want a simple yes or no answer from you. Shoyuta sighed, resigned. Yes, we are adopting Izuku. Hisashi actually fist-pumped, causing Shoyuta to sigh again. Oh, don't be such a sourpuss, Shoyuta. I know you like the baby and wanna adopt him just as much as I do. I can see your little smile. Don't even bother hiding it. We're gonna be dads. Let's sign the papers right now. Where are they? Slow down, Zashi. Shoyuta grabbed his husband by the upper arms and guided him to sit on the bed. We have to figure out the logistics first. For one, we should probably talk to Izuku about this before we do anything permanent. Hisashi frowned. You think he wouldn't want to be adopted by us? But we're great, we love him. I'm not saying that. We should just have a conversation with all involved parties before we jump the gun. His quirk does complicate some things as well. The kiddo just doesn't know how to control it, yet we can't blame him for that. I know, and I am not blaming him. The fact remains that his quirk is dangerous if it cannot be controlled, so the obvious solution is quirk counseling. I'm the only person I trust with that. Even then, there will be people unwilling to look past the implications of his quirk who will assume the worst of him. I refuse to advocate that he hide his quirk, since that will only cause more issues in the future, especially psychologically, but we have to be careful about what people know. There is a positive to all this, though, in that it seems like he hid the true nature of his quirk from his father, so the League will likely be looking for a kid with an erasure quirk, which we won't register. MS. We can't register it as all for one, even if that is what this is, Hisashi pointed out. That'll bring some serious attention, and probably not only from the villains. So, we call it something else, Shoyuta said easily. The quirk registry is open access, but only an individual's name and the name of their quirk is visible publicly. Quirk descriptions are hidden without valid HC or police ID, and even that requires certain clearances. We call it something nondescript, and we keep its description vague, just in case someone manages to access that, and he won't draw attention. Oh, I know. Hisashi raised his hand, like they were high schoolers again, and Shoyuta rolled his eyes but gestured for him to speak. Call it borrow, that could mean anything. Borrow works, Shoyuta agreed, mostly because he wasn't very creative when it came to names himself and couldn't think of anything better. The paperwork is in the kitchen. The sooner we do this, the sooner it's done. They slipped quietly into the kitchen, sparing a quick glance to Izuku sleeping blissfully on the couch with Joe purring on his stomach. Digging through the piles of paperwork on the counter, Shoyuta uncovered the quirk registration and the adoption papers, the latter of which Hisashi snatched from his hands. I call dibs on him being a Yamada. Shoyuta shushed him. Then kicked him in the shin and shushed him again when he squawked. He's obviously going to be an Aizawa. We're trying to keep the attention away from him. Your name is too well known, and Present Mike was recognized at the villain raid. Eraserhead was at the raid too. No one saw him there, Shoyuta said smugly. Besides, my civilian name and identity is not common knowledge like yours is. It's only logical for his name to be Aizawa Izuku. Logical, yes, but he couldn't ignore the light feeling that rushed through his as he sang his kid's name out loud. Not fair, Hisashi pouted. You're only doing your whole logic thing, 'cause you want him to be an Aizawa. If we were being logical, we would just keep his name as Midoriya, since that has no ties to us whatsoever. Shoyuta flushed. No need to get riled up about it right now. We'll still discuss the adoption with him first anyway, and it might be a good idea to wait on that until he's more settled. But Hisashi immediately shook his head. He was so scared, Sho. He thought we hated him just 'cause his quirk's a little scary. He probably thinks we're gonna up and leave him. We should tell him we want to adopt him as soon as he wakes up. Make sure he knows we're not leaving and we want him. Well, that was certainly logical. So, they waited for Izuku to wake from his impromptu nap, sitting with him and petting his hair as he snuffled slowly back into awareness. Shuta's fingers carding through his hair, absolutely ignoring Hisashi's lovesick, smug look at the affectionate action, seemed to reassure Izuku, and he cuddled deeper into Shuta's thigh, using it like a pillow. Heart feeling much too full, Shoyuta tugged gently at the strands under his hands. Wake up for us, kiddo. We want to talk to you about something important. Wa? Izuku blinked sleepily, sitting up under Hisashi's guiding touch. Shoyuta would feel bad about waking him up, especially after the fit he had earlier, but his nap had already stretched well into the evening, and Shoyuta wanted the kid to sleep through the night. Hiya there, kiddo, Hisashi cheered, semi-quietly, when Izuku finally managed to rub the haze from his eyes. Both he and Shoyuta had agreed that he be the one to take the lead on this. Shoyuta would be the first to admit to considering himself emotionally stunted, and this conversation would likely require a more delicate emotional touch than he could provide. He would let Hisashi take the reins and offer Izuku support through presence and touch, which, according to Hisashi, was the best way to do it. Izuku, we love having you here, living with us. We care a lot about you, both Sho and I do, and we'd love to have you stay with us. We want to adopt you, if that's something you want too. Adopt? It means we'd officially be your dads, and you'd be our son. Izuku frowned, burrowing deeper into Shura's side. But I already have a dad. He was mean. He shouldn't been, Shoyuta growled, unable to hide his resentment toward Izuku's sperm donor. Sho's right, baby, Hisashi said, much more gently, because he's just better at this stuff. Dads shouldn't be mean to their kids. No parent should be. They're supposed to love you and protect you. Your father didn't do a very good job at that, but we do our best every day and make sure you feel safe and happy. When Izuku hesitated, Shoyuta, surprised at his own need to contribute, decided to add, Kid, to put it simply, we love you, and we want you to be our son, but that's gotta be your decision. Are you happy here with us? Do you feel safe? Do you like it here? Nodding, Izuku reached for Hisashi's hands. Yeah, you're so nice to me, and I'm really happy I can stay here. Of course, you can, I want to stay, Izuku said decisively. You're my new dads. Shoyuta nudged his shoulder against him affectionately. If you want to call us that. You said that dads make kids feel safe and happy. You make me feel safe and happy, so you're my dads. But what do I call my other dad? Biasu. No, do not say that word, Izu, oh my god. And Shoyuta grinned alongside his family. Izuku settled into their life so cleanly, Shoyuta was amazed that he hadn't been there from the start. They decided to legally keep the Midoriya surname for the time being, since Hisashi was technically correct that it was the most logical and safe course of action, but they couldn't be blamed for introducing him as Aizawa or Yamada Izuku to their trusted friends. And Shoyuta would absolutely be legally changing his name to Aizawa once All for One was dealt with, and Hisashi could fight him on that. The paperwork was eventually dealt with, and Shoyuta was sure to keep Izuku's details as vague as possible, particularly when describing his quirk. They only told Tsukachi, and likely All Might by extension, the truth of it. According to the registry, Baro was nothing more than an interesting mix of a copy and erasure quirk, which was sufficiently accurate even if it left some details out. Shoyuta even asked Nizu, our principal? He hasn't been our principal in years, Zashites. To add his own security measures to Izuku's files. If it meant keeping his kids safe, he'd gladly owe the rat a favor. Unfortunately, the favor happened to be him meeting Izuku, which could lead to nothing good. Shoyuta knew his kid had potential, and Nizu would logically see that and undoubtedly take him on as a personal student. From there, who knew what trouble the two of them could get into together? So Shoyuta told Nizu he would have to wait until Izuku was a little older, when he had a better sense of his own autonomy. Hopefully, by then Izuku's own common sense could curb Nizu's scarier tendencies. Other than that sense of impending doom, their lives settled into relative normalcy. During the day, Hisashi went to work, either the station, patrols, or both, and Shoyuta stayed with Izuku. They trained his quirk in the mornings, since that was when Izuku had the most energy, and homeschooled in the afternoons. Despite his clear hesitance to steal quirks, even for the purpose of training, Shura's constant reassurances slowly allowed Izuku to trust himself and, by extension, his quirk. It grew more comfortable with his abilities, increasing the time he could hold a quirk after contact and even managing to hold both Hisashi's and Shura's quirks at once and use them simultaneously. Shoyuta was disgustingly proud of him. In the evenings when Hisashi returned from work, they ate dinner, and then Shoyuta patrolled from the late evening until the early morning. Over time, their fridge became covered with Izuku's drawings and, once he learned, his writing, until they migrated into a constantly expanding collection of notebooks. Even then, his first drawings of Present Mic and Eraserhead were never removed from the fridge. It was all sickeningly domestic, and Shoyuta loved every second of it. All for One was defeated when Izuku was 9. When Tsukachi delivered the news, with no additional details, the small family celebrated with ice cream and another, final legal name change. After heavy debate, which involved Hisashi threatening to sing pre-Quirk-era pop songs to Shoyuta every night if Izuku's name wasn't changed to Yamada, and Shoyuta promising to delete the recordings of Hisashi's favorite reality show if it wasn't changed to Aizawa. Izuku had interrupted by sliding the paperwork, already completed by a shaky hand, between them. In the space of family name, he had combined the first kanji of both of his dad's names, Ayama. And when he looked at them from across the table, the two men he had decided were worthy to be called dad when the last holder of that title had done nothing but hurt him, who he childishly distinguished between as Sho-dad and Zashi-dad because he thought neither of them were more deserving of the title than the other, whose sign names of coffee and loud he combined with the sign for father every time he used them. When he looked at them and said he wanted a piece of both of them in his last name. Well, they couldn't deny him that. That night, Aizawa Shoyuta, Yamada Hisashi, and Ayama Izuku curled together on the couch. Izuku snuggled firmly between his dads and watched movies. It was something they had done 1,000 times before in the 3 years of being a family, but tonight there was an undeniable sense of peace settled deep in their bones. Izuku's biological father, who had snapped his fingers and crushed his heart with his own hands, whose torture lingered in Izuku's mannerisms when he slept with his vulnerable hands tucked to his iti, when his stiff fingers ached on bad days, when he silently panicked every time he woke up in a dark room. That man had been defeated. Izuku was safe, and his dads, could finally breathe a sigh of relief knowing their son, was safe. That effervescent feeling of security lasted for the next few days as their movie night extended into a week-long movie marathon. The only interruption to their quiet celebration came at the end of that week, the day before Hisashi and Shoyuta would return to work, by the sharp ping of Shuta's phone, the one reserved solely for hero work. Heart-heavy before even glancing at the screen, he knew whatever he read on there would threaten the tranquil bubble he and his family had existed in since All for One's defeat. As always, he was correct. All Might to Eraserhead, Tsukachi says you have taken responsibility for All for One's child. Tsukachi Naomasa to Eraserhead, I'm sorry. He wouldn't rest until he knew AFO's successor would not be an issue. Eraserhead to All Might, we have adopted Izuku, yes All Might to Eraserhead, keep an eye on him, a quirk like that is a dangerous weapon. Who knows what All for One's child might do with it if proper measures are not taken. Eraserhead to All Might, he is not All for One's. He is mine. Any quirk is dangerous without proper training. We will not treat our son any differently, and neither will you. Thank you for dealing with All for One. Now stay away from our son. All Might never replied, but Shoyuta was done with the conversation anyway. Objectively, he understood All Might's trepidations. All for One had killed many people, some of which were personal connections of All Might's. But Izuku was not his biological father. He was too good to ever be that, with his hero analysis for the future notebooks, and the goofy doodles he left on the kitchen counter for his dads to find after patrol, and the painstakingly written Ayama on the paper taped to the fridge. There was no doubt in Shuta's mind that Izuku would grow up to be a spectacular hero rather than the villain he was once groomed to be. Pulling his son close, Shoyuta knew it was only a matter of time before everyone else realized it too. Even when he was young, when he still lived in agonizing fear of the villain he once called his father, Izuku knew All Might was a hero. Not just a hero, the hero. The hero that stoked fear in his father's heart like his father stoked fear in Izuku's. His father spoke of All Might often, spitting his name with such vitriol and frustration that, even as a child, Izuku knew that All Might would be the one to eventually defeat All for One. He would be the one to set Izuku free. In the end, it was Eraserhead who had found him in that dark cell and carried him away from his father's lair. It was Present Mike who had held him close and coaxed Izuku's first laugh from his throat. It was Aizawa Shoyuta and Yamada Hisashi who cared for him, despite his upbringing and despite his quirk, and who loved him all the same. But it was All Might that finally defeated All for One, and for that, All Might was special. Seeing his hero come crashing from the sky to smash that sludge villain into smithereens, saving Izuku's life again, but this time in person, Izuku was a little starstruck. Which was why, even while choking on the last remnants of slime still sitting in his lungs, he managed to cough out, "Autograph, please," and held his school notebook out to the hero hopefully. All Might smiled. He was always smiling, it was amazing, and took Izuku's notebook, signing the page in the very back. He seemed a little hesitant handing it back though, recognition flaring in his bright eyes when he finally glanced up to really look at the boy in front of him, but Izuku snatched it happily, staring at the large signature in awe. "Well, I better be going then," All Might shouted suddenly. His voice sounded a little odd, a little strained. "I have villains to stop and all that's." Snapping out of his stupor, Izuku panicked and grabbed at his costume. "Wait, I wanted to talk to you, young boy. I really must go. I'm a very busy hero, you know." "Of course you are, All Might, you're the best, but I just wanted to." Without any more warning, All Might jumped, feet cracking the cement below him, and it was all Izuku could do to cling desperately to his jumpsuit. Realizing that he hadn't managed a clean escape, All Might landed on the roof of the neighboring building and looked down at Izuku. His stare was so cold, and Izuku felt like he was a pesky bug that All Might couldn't quite manage to swat away. Izuku flinched at the look, hastily stepping backwards to put distance between himself and his hero. Sorry, well, you know who I am, right? It seemed like you recognized me. Which means I don't have to explain, but, kid, I have places to be." Shoyuta called Izuku kid a lot, usually with fond exasperation and an affectionate smile, ruffling his hair whenever Izuku got up to the kind of trouble he secretly approved of. When All Might said it, the words sounded detached and angry, as if it was merely a substitute for something much worse. Sensing that All Might was about to take off again, Izuku frantically dropped into a low bow. "I'm sorry for bothering you. I just wanted to thank you for everything you have done for me, especially with All for One. I hope to one day be a hero that can save people with a smile." Just like then, All Might disappeared. In his place was an emaciated, sickly man with blood dripping from his mouth, but the hair was the same hue of gold, with the same bangs falling down the sides of his face, and his eyes were that same frosty blue. All Might. Coughing, the shadow of All Might spit out more blood and wiped it from his jaw with an ill-fitting sleeve. "You better not go telling anyone about this, kid." "Of course not, but what happened to you?" "Your father happened." The pieces snapped together in Izuku's head quickly. Of course, the battle against All for One hadn't been won easily. His biological father was too smart, too strong, too persistent to go down without a fight, but Izuku had always just assumed that All Might was better. The heroes always won against the villains, after all, and All Might was the best of them. But the reality of the situation was standing before him now, victorious in battle but not without consequence. Gaping, Izuku could only stare as All Might continued, "This is the extent of what you and your father can do with a quirk like All for One. I barely escaped with my life, and everyone else who has faced All for One weren't so lucky. If you truly want to help people, boy, then I urge you to reconsider your dreams of becoming a hero. Otherwise, you might just get someone hurt, or worse. What? All for One is dangerous. I cannot, in good faith, encourage you to become a hero with the quirk and background of a villain." And then, Izuku was left alone on the rooftop with nothing but the burden of those words to accompany him. Well, he should probably go home. He had met his idol, the hero who had defeated All for One, saving Izuku from the possibility of ever being hurt by him again. 2 minutes later, the same hero crushed his dreams without hesitation. He expected Izuku to be no better than All for One. Dazedly, he left the rooftop. His whole life, Izuku had worked so strong to be good, to never use his quirk as a destructive weapon like All for One did, and All Might still decided he wasn't even worth taking a chance on. He walked onto the street. All Might hadn't even seen that effort for himself. Izuku had worked too strong for too long, learning how to hone borrow to do only as its name implied. Shoyuta had spent years helping him understand that All for One stole quirks because he was greedy for their power. Izuku could borrow them to save others. It was the intention that made the difference. As long as Izuku used his quirk for good, familiar explosions popped in the distance. Izuku took off without a thought. Kaken was hot-headed on the best of days and often used his quirk to express his general annoyance with the world at large, but these were too loud and too constant to be solely his temper at work. Something was wrong. Finally reaching the source of the noise, Izuku was met with the controlled chaos of a herd of bystanders watching a fight. He pushed through the crowd, only to be met with the sight of Kaken choking in the grasp of the same slime villain that had attacked him earlier. Hadn't All Might captured him? Did he escape during that conversation on the rooftop? How did he get to Kaken? And why wasn't anyone doing anything? A group of heroes clustered at the front of the crowd, watching as a child died in front of them, complaining about poor quirk matchups as if that was any excuse. They weren't even trying. Kaken was right there, hands popping uselessly against the monster restraining him. His mouth was covered entirely, the sludge forcing itself down his throat. Izuku had felt that same slime in his lungs just minutes ago. He knew the terrified, helpless feeling that accompanied it as your body was invaded by the viscous, foreign substance. Looking at what was visible of Kaken's face, those bright red eyes wide and desperate, Izuku knew one thing. Kaken was scared. Without another thought, Izuku broke through the flimsy barrier separating the crowd from Kaken. Several people shouted, flimsy arms reaching forward to stop him from saving his friend, but Izuku hardly registered them as he ran forward. Kaken needed help. If no one else would try, then Izuku would. Panicked eyes nearly buried under a pile of gray slime found Izuku. Kaken's explosions sizzled futilely, the sludge receding lazily from the heat and back into the dark mass of its body unharmed. The only visible parts of the villain that weren't formed of that strange consistency were its mouth and teeth, currently latched over Kaken's face to suffocate him, and its eyes above Kaken's head. Kaken's hands and their explosions were trapped and angled away from those vulnerabilities. Izuku surged forward, allowing the sludge villain to latch greedily onto his body. It wouldn't matter. He just needed to get close. He reached for Kaken, brushed his fingers against the clammy skin of his forehead, and yanked. Borrowing a quirk was a lot like tugging on a RBB band. With skin contact, when those familiar concentric glowing rings appeared around his touch, the RBB band connecting the quirk and its original host was lax, making it easy for Izuku to latch onto and pull into himself. Like this, he could use the quirk for a prolonged PRD of time. As soon as he broke contact, though, that RBB band connection of the borrowed quirk turned taut, and its tension increased with distance and time as it became increasingly desperate to return to its natural user. When Izuku held a quirk for too long, or moved too far away, the tension would overwhelm him, and the quirk would snap back to its rightful owner. Izuku had trained for many years to overpower the rigid connection between a quirk and the person it naturally belonged to. Now, he could usually hold any quirk for over 5 minutes as long as he stayed within 20 feet of his target. He'd learned over time that the more often he borrowed a quirk, the easier it was to hold onto during subsequent attempts, almost like the metaphorical RBB band increases in size and durability every time a quirk is borrowed. Izuku could hold his dad's quirks for close to 15 minutes each, and Kaken's for 11. The explosion quirk was familiar to him. He borrowed it often for training exercises and even sparred with it on occasion, so when he felt the quirk's recognizable heat in Kaken's, he easily transferred it into himself. In the same second, he shoved his other palm into the villain's eyes and fired. The monster immediately recoiled, dropping Kaken and Izuku in his pained stupor. They clattered to the ground, and when Kaken immediately began spewing the sludge from his lungs, Izuku hunched in front of him protectively, his hands still curled into claws ready to shoot off another explosion if necessary. Then, All Might crashed from the sky for the second time that day, distracting the villain from the children in front of him. Izuku hurriedly dragged Kaken toward the medics, unwilling to face his hero again, so soon after their earlier one-sided conversation. He really hoped All Might hadn't noticed him standing there, but with the attention focused on him and Kaken, it seemed unlikely. Kaken hacked, ignoring the medics attempting to fuss over him. Had to upstage me. With my own F-quirk, No one else was doing anything. All Might had finished with the villain. Hopefully he'd actually managed to properly contain him this time around, and Izuku ducked his face away from him subtly, hoping to go unnoticed. What the F was up with that? Bunch old Hironobodies standin' around doin' nothing. Calling themselves heroes while they let 2 kids take care of the villain by themselves. Thieves, pathetic. Kaken, be quiet, Izuku hissed, because those Hironobodies were in hearing range and were coming closer. Hey, we would have had the situation handled, But your friend suddenly rushed in there by himself before we had the chance, Kamui Woods argued. Pretty foolish of you, kid. You should have left it to the pros. Mortified by the reprimand, Izuku blushed and looked away, only to make eye contact with All Might across the crowd. Oh no. Kaken, pulling himself away from the resigned medic, Kaken surged toward Kamui Woods, stopped only by Izuku's hand latching onto his wrist. Really? You gonna reprimand him for saving my life while you did nothing? Do you even know who his effin' parents are? 'Cause they'll… Kaken, we have to go. Now, All Might was coming toward them, and they needed to leave. Sorry for the hassle, Mr. Kamui Woods will just be going now. Bye. He tugged Kaken out of the crowd, turning the corner to a side street before All Might could follow. Hopefully, he wouldn't make the effort to seek Izuku out. Oi oi, Deku, why are we leaving? Don't you want to talk to All Might? The others are all F-in extras, but All Might we shoulda at least gotten his autograph, nerd. I have his autograph. Ha. Sign, Izuku tugged Kaken to the side of the pathway and reached into his back to retrieve his notebook, flipping it to the last page. That same villain attacked me about 20 minutes before you. All Might saved me. Kaken gaped at the autograph in awe, but tore his gaze away when Izuku sniffled. Oi nerd, you crying over a signature? Get it together, dumbass. Wiping at his face, Izuku shook his head. He knew who I was, and he told me I shouldn't be a hero. He said that my quirk was a villain's quirk and that I'm dangerous like All for One was. For a minute, Kaken just stared while Izuku struggled to hold back his tears. Then he grabbed Izuku's notebook from his hands and exploded it. Blackened remnants fell to their feet, which were then aggressively stomped on beneath Kaken's boots. Kakenwa, that effer was wrong. You're gonna be the best hero, second to me only. You got that, Deku. I don't make friends with F-in nobodies, and I don't make friends with villains. Kaken. Izuku sobbed and grabbed his friend, pulling him into a hug. Cursing, Kaken fired an explosion behind his back, but after a decade of friendship, Izuku knew when he was only putting on a show. Kaken was right. All Might was wrong. He didn't know Izuku. He only knew All for One, someone Izuku hadn't considered a father since he'd been found by his actual family. Izuku had saved Kaken's life today, even if he'd never admit he had needed the help, while the real heroes hesitated. Better yet, Izuku had used the same quirk All Might had been so afraid of to pull his friend out of death's grasp. That wasn't the work of a villain. It was the work of a hero. Thanks, Kaken, he murmured against his friend's shoulder, finally allowing him to wiggle out of the hug. Don't effin' mention it, nerd. Go home before your dads throw a fit. My ears are still ringing from the last time I heard Present Mike whine. Flinching, because how was he going to explain today to his two overprotective pro-hero fathers? Izuku followed behind Kaken dutifully. Wait, Kaken, you destroyed my notes. It was symbolic UFO. Turned out, video of Kaken's capture by the sludge villain and following rescue by Izuku had been broadcasted live on the news, meaning that Izuku had two very concerned, very upset parents waiting for him when he got home if the series of unanswered phone calls he'd received were any indication. He sent a text saying he was fine to the family chat, but left Hisashi's slew of frantic messages unanswered, deciding to just explain once he got home. The minute he walked through the door, calling out his usual greeting, he was swept into Hisashi's arms and vigorously patted down for any injuries while Shoyuta glared over his husband's shoulder. Once Izuku was cleared of physical wounds and trauma, he was tugged against Hisashi's ear. Izuku, oh my god, I was so worried. Don't ever do that to me again, young man. I'm not old enough for a heart attack like that or the gray hairs. Shoyuta rolled his eyes, stepping forward to extract Izuku from Hisashi's clutches and direct him to the couch, disturbing their poor cat Joe's well-deserved nap with their activity. He's going to get into much worse trouble than that when he becomes a hero, Zashi. Get used to the heart attacks. Despite the jest, Izuku could tell from his dad's stiff posture that he was also unhappy by the day's events. I know, Hisashi shrieked, causing Shoyuta to activate Erasure and Izuku to reach out with Baro instinctively. You can't do that, Izuku. You're not trained yet. You could have gotten hurt. He's right. Shoyuta joined Hisashi on the couch opposite Izuku. They were ganging up on him, then 2 against 1. Just what were you thinking, problem child? The other heroes weren't doing anything, and Kaken needed help, Izuku argued. Shoyuta just gave him an unimpressed look, and Hizashi's lip wobbled. I'm okay, I promise, he assured, mostly because he was concerned Hizashi would burst into tears, but I couldn't just do nothing when Kakin needed help. Both of his dads stared, assessing him. Eventually, Hizashi deflated with a sigh and reached out to ruffle Izuku's hair affectionately. Then he took Izuku's hands. I'm just glad you're okay, kiddo. The news didn't say anything about you and Katsuki after the incident, so we were worried. They were worried. Sometimes, when Izuku woke up in a room that was too dark and didn't know where he was, he forgot that people cared for him. He would think that these years of hugs and laughter and love had been nothing more than a pathetic hallucination, and he was still trapped in that awful dark room, subject to all for one's whims. But in this moment, with Hizashi grasping his hands that still ached, grounding him, he wondered how he could ever question this. He was so thankful that this was reality. He squeezed his dad's hands back. I'm really sorry that I worried you. Shoyuta continued to stare, with one eyebrow raised, before finally huffing, think before you act next time. We'll be putting you a tracker on you though, in case this happens again. Hizashi nods emphatically, tugging Izuku's head against him like he could shield it from the world. Yeah, a tracker, you can wear it around your neck like a collar, and we'll never lose you. Hey, I'm not a pet that needs to be tracked. Quiet, problem child. It's more like a panic button, pretty standard procedure for family of pro heroes. Count yourself lucky that we aren't just putting a microchip under your skin, because that's an option, too. The collar will work fine for now, and if you're good, I'll even ask that it be made a bracelet or ring, but you'll need something if you insist on getting into trouble like this. Then, after a moment of consideration, I'm glad you get into trouble. You'll be a good hero, kid. Izuku smiled, leaning his cheek against Hizashi's and feeling his dad's chin dig into his hair as he nods in agreement. Those words were a wonderful balm after Izuku's painful exchange with All Might earlier that day, and Shoyuta didn't even know it. Thanks, Dad. I'll do my best to prove you right. Izuku face-planted into the gym floor, a length of capture weapon looped tightly around both ankles. From his spot on the sidelines, Shoyuta snorted and took a picture, probably to send to Hizashi. How did you ever get the hang of this? Izuku groaned, sitting up to unwrap his right-hand capture weapon from his legs. With very little mental direction, the other one happily returned to its neutral resting position around Izuku's left arm. Lefty always was more obedient than its twin. When Izuku first asked his dad at the beginning of middle school if he would teach him how to use a capture weapon, he almost thought that Shoyuta would cry from joy. Obviously, his response was an enthusiastic yes, or at least as enthusiastic as Shoyuta allowed himself to visibly be, and he immediately contacted the support company that had engineered the DNA-infused nanotech for his own capture weapon. Then, Hizashi had jokingly commented that Izuku should outdo his dad and use 2 capture weapons. Well, Izuku was always up for a challenge. Now, nearly 3 years later, he wished he hadn't been so idealistic about his own capabilities. Controlling one capture weapon was difficult, but he was pretty good at it after the first year of practice and had a handle on using lefty in both combat and maneuverability situations. Handling the other at the same time. Well, it was why he was currently sprawled across the floor, face flushed from the embarrassment of tripping over his own weapon. Chuckling, Shoyuta sat on the floor next to him to help untangle the fabric. You'll trip yourself many more times than this, kid, but you'll get the hang of it eventually. You already sent that picture to other dad, didn't you? Naturally. The group chat. That meant every teacher at UA had seen it by now. Finally freeing himself from the weapon, Izuku attempted to shoot it threateningly toward Shuta's neck. It lacked speed, though, and was easily blocked by a half-hearted wave of a hand. That was weak. You can do better than that. Yeah, with the other one. To prove his point, Izuku maneuvered lefty, as he had mentally dubbed both weapons by their resting positions wrapped snugly around his arms, into a complex looping configuration, watching as it knotted and unknotted itself in increasingly complicated ways. The new one, though, his control over righty was sluggish at best, not as fine-tuned and dexterous as his control over his original capture weapon. That's what the practice is for, problem child. You'll get there eventually. You can't use them tomorrow anyway, so you have the time to learn and get used to them. There's no rush just yet. Sighing, Izuku recalled Righty to loosely loop around his arm. Both of his capture weapons were shorter than Shura's, but even that was still considerably longer than his arms. Per his dad's suggestions, he'd fallen into the habit of only wrapping them once around his hands and forearms, with the ends of them stopping on the meat of his palms. This made it easy for him to release the end of his weapons and quickly free up more skin for his quirk if necessary. His upper arms were wrapped more thickly with a few layers, stopping just under his armpit, and the leftover fabric of each capture weapon looped over his shoulders, pooling across his collarbone in a mimicry of Eraserhead's own costume. Shoyuta glanced at Izuku critically, noting his son's restless fidgeting. He was picking at the ends of each capture weapon, then would switch to twisting the tracker ring, thankfully not a collar like Hisashi had suggested, around his index finger before moving back to the capture weapons. Nervous for the entrance exam. Yeah. I know I'll be fine on the written portion. Nizu's been tutoring me for years now, after all, so I'm pretty confident with that. But the hero exam. I just want to make you guys proud. Izuku, you're going to do fine tomorrow. I've been training you personally. Don't doubt my abilities as a teacher. In truth, it wasn't really his physical capabilities that Izuku was worried about. He was more concerned that UA would decide he wasn't a good fit for the hero course for other reasons outside of his control. He'd never told his dads about his conversation with All Might, too anxious of their reactions, and how that had fed into his fears that, when it came to his future as a hero, his past and the history of his quirk would be insurmountable obstacles to overcome. What if there was some hidden component in the test to determine whether the examinees had the true merits of a hero? That was the part he was afraid to fail. Understanding that Izuku was trapped in a whirlwind of his own insecurities, Shoyuta took him by the shoulders and forced eye contact between them. Even if you don't make it into the hero course, which won't happen, because I'm too good at what I do, there is no possible circumstance where Zashi and I wouldn't be proud of you. We've seen the effort you've put into yourself, and you're our kid. We legally have to be proud of you. Izuku nodded, blushing red at the attention. Say it out loud. I understand. Thanks. Of course, kid. I'm your dad. Telling you when you're being anxious for no good reason is in the job description. Now, let's put these away for now and work on some hand-to-hand. If you can last 3 minutes against me, you get ice cream for dinner. Don't tell Zashi. Izuku was correct in his assumption that the written portion of the exam wouldn't be a problem. He'd been taught by Nizu long enough to be able to tell when a question was trying to trip him up, and when it wanted a more simple answer. He even recognized some of the free response questions as topics he'd discussed with Nizu over the course of his tutoring, like the one about his perspective on quirk discrimination in society. That one he had plenty to say on. His familiarity with this kind of exam meant he was one of the first to finish, even after checking his answers over. After passing his completed test to Midnight, who winked encouragingly in response, he headed to the auditorium when he was done, not needing to follow the arrows stuck to the floor as guides for new visitors. Hisashi, dressed in his all-present Mike regalia, was just finishing setting up as Izuku came in through the doors behind the many rows of empty seats. A couple other examinees were already there, too, so Izuku just waved shyly at his dad as he sat a few rows in front of the last. Present Mike, as subtly as he could manage, which admittedly wasn't much, cocked his head to the side questioningly and returned Izuku's anxious thumbs-up with a couple of enthusiastic finger guns. Kaken joined him not too long after, falling into the seat beside Izuku with a huff. The rat give ya all the answers or something, Deku? How the F did you finish so fast? Laughing, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't cheat or anything, Kaken, although being tutored by Principal Nizu was definitely a huge help. That's probably why I finished so quickly. Tisich figures. You're too much of a nerd to cheat anyway. Probably. You must have some way to make sure no one cheats, though. They're always one step ahead, right? Grinning, Kaken leaned his elbows on his knees as the auditorium lights dim. The 3 hours for the written exam must have been coming to an end. The presentation to explain the hero course's practical exam would begin soon. Dim and right they are. But we're a couple steps ahead ourselves, ain't we? We got a plan. You ready to kick butt, Deck? Let's do our best, of course. They then promptly learned that examinees were separated from their middle school peers, meaning the two of them would be in different arenas, unable to work together like they had been practicing for this whole time. Why didn't your dad say anything? I practiced all that teamwork for nothing. Honestly, Izuku felt a little betrayed himself. He would be fighting robots, too, which wasn't good. He couldn't borrow quirks from robots, and he couldn't take them from the other kids around him without leaving them defenseless, so that was out of the question as well. His dads must have known that this was the setup though, and while he would have appreciated some warning, they had still told Izuku they had faith in him. So, despite how the odds might look, he would just have to do his best. After all, lots of kids didn't have quirks that would be useful against robots, so there had to be some other way for them to pass the practical. Maybe another point system. He probably couldn't rely on that, though, not when he didn't even know what those points would be. His best bet would be to find a way to take down the robots despite his lack of quirk. Judging by the schematics, the 1-pointer and 2-pointer both seemed to have jointed appendages, and they were likely weaker than the bulk of their body. If he targeted those spots, then excuse me, a voice called out. A boy stood a couple rows away, illuminated by a spotlight. He asked something about the mysterious fourth robot shown on the screen, but Izuku was only snapped out of his thoughts when the heavy weight of the auditorium's attention abruptly shifted to him as the boy pointed accusingly in his direction. And you there, your muttering is very distracting and unbecoming of a hero. Perhaps you should reconsider your longing to be here. Izuku sunk low in his seat, hoping his dad would defuse the situation before he could spontaneously combust. Kaken looked ready to interject himself, but Izuku managed to cover his mouth with a hand, borrowing his quirk at the contact, just in case. While Present Mike redirected the attention back to himself to explain the 0-pointers, which would serve as obstacles in the exam rather than opponents. Izuku was only barely listening to this explanation, though, too busy blushing furiously and anxiously picking at the thin band of his emergency tracker. The mumbling was one habit from the time before meeting his dad's that he'd never been able to drop. If anything, it had only gotten worse in recent years, now that he knew he wouldn't be punished for verbally expressing his thoughts as he once had been. His brain was just too wired for analysis, it being ingrained in him by all for one since he was old enough to even think, and now his thoughts often subconsciously manifested themselves as an incoherent jumble as he attempted to make sense of them. His own attempt at comfort, Kaken knocked his knee harshly against Izuku's. F in 4 eyes. Will P&D him into dust. After Present Mix's presentation, all of his call sand response went unanswered, which Izuku felt a little bad about, but he was much too anxious to commit social suicide and respond himself. The students all went to their respective arenas. Kaken wished him luck with a simple, "Don't lose, Deku," which was actually pretty encouraging coming from him. At the gates to the mock cityscape, he forced himself to practice the breathing exercises Hisashi taught him, trying to calm the frantic racing of his heart. His dads believed in him, he tried to assure himself. He could do this. Then, the stiff boy from the auditorium was suddenly in front of him, and Izuku's heart lost its rhythm once again. "I see you did not heed my advice," he says, gesturing stiffly with one flat hand. Izuku abruptly realized that this is Ida Tensei's brother, and his heart rate increases exponentially. He'd only met the younger Ida once, in the first year he lived with his dads, but the other boy's intensity set Izuku so on edge that he'd fallen into a panic attack during their playdate. Their families hadn't forced any other meetings between them since then. Judging by Ida's current demeanor, Izuku doubted that he even remembered him. "I sincerely hope that you are not making a mistake," Ida continued. "Perhaps UA will teach you the true temperament of a hero, though, if you are even accepted, of course." Trying not to let his nerves show, Izuku smiled shakily. "Let's both do our best." He wished he could sound more confident. "I certainly shall," Ida declared, stepping away so he wasn't looming over him, and Izuku could finally breathe again. The exam started with no countdown, which Izuku fully expected. If it weren't for Hisashi playing this exact joke on him during their spars several times before, Izuku would have been just as startled as the other examinees, but as it was, he was able to dart ahead of the others. Didn't matter much, though, when Ida apparently had a quirk similar to his brother's and rapidly zipped past Izuku anyway. Searching out robots turned out to be much more difficult than Izuku had hoped for. He had planned to take them down with simple combat techniques, since he knew that their joints should be structurally weak, and they could probably be broken with raw strength alone, since not everyone would have a strength quirk to utilize. Yet, it seemed like every time he managed to get close to one, another examinee would come out of nowhere and destroy it with some flashy, destructive quirk. The fact that Izuku had no flashy, destructive quirk of his own to use was extremely disheartening. He was also distracted by the sheer number of people unaware of the collateral damage their quirks caused. By the time present Mike, geez, his dad was watching him fail, that was embarrassing, announced the halfway point. Izuku had pushed at least 6 students out from under falling rubble and 2 from being ambushed by robots just outside of their line of sight. Awareness of your surroundings was the first lesson taught by Shoyuta in Izuku's training, and nearly all of these students would evidently fail the first test. Not that it really mattered, since they were the ones getting points, while Izuku had nothing. Shoyuta would teach them awareness eventually, while Izuku would be left in general education at this rate. When present Mike called for the final few minutes of the practical, Izuku wanted to cry tears of frustration. Then, the ground rumbled and a robot the size of a building crashed into view, and Izuku really wanted to cry. That was the 0-pointer. He was about ready to join the mob of fleeing students, especially because he still needed at least some points to prove he belonged at UA, and he was running out of time, when he heard a voice calling for help. Instinctively, Izuku turned on his heel, running toward the giant robot and the brunette girl he could see trapped under a slab of concrete. "Are you okay?" he asked, desperately trying to ignore the fact that the robot was getting closer and keep his voice calm. "I don't think I'm hurt," she said, attempting to tug herself out from the rubble, "but my leg is stuck." Logically, Izuku knew that UA would have some sort of failsafe to prevent injury during the exam, and they probably weren't in any real danger, but he also knew that accidents happened. With the robot steadily moving forward, he decided he wouldn't take that risk. "What's your quirk? Please let it be helpful in this situation. I can negate gravity on anything I touch, making it weightless, but I can't reach." Izuku interrupted her. "That's okay. I think I can." Reaching out, he pressed his palm against hers, allowing himself to pull at the light, unfamiliar quirk. Immediately, he felt a tingling in the pads of his fingers and made sure to keep them away from the girl. He'd learned long ago to inactivate borrow on contact, allowing himself to not only touch others without automatically removing their quirk, but so that he can use touch-based quirks without borrow superseding them, but it was always simpler to distance himself if possible. "Sorry, I usually ask before I do that," but the ground shook as the robot took another thundering step. 5-point activation from your fingers, he confirmed, noticing the new, different texture of skin on his fingertips. Stunned, she nodded. Izuku stretched his arm into the space under the rubble, touching as much of the debris as he could and rifling through it as it rose to hover above the girl. "Keep trying to pull yourself out, okay? I can't see what's pinning you, so I'm just touching anything that I can. Right?" She wiggled for a moment. Then, "Oh, I think that was it." Izuku returned her quirk so he could safely grab her by the forearms and tug her out from the rubble. The robot was close enough now that Izuku could hear its gears grinding as it stomped toward them. It didn't have to be defeated, he remembered. Avoiding it would be enough in this situation, since they would be more likely to get out safely. "Let's go." As they darted away from the behemoth behind them, present Mike called the end of the exam. At the same moment, a heavy metal foot crashed down onto the rubble the girl had just escaped from. "Thank you so much," she panted as they skidded to a stop a fair distance away. "My name is Ochako Uraraka. I hope we can be in the hero course together. Ayama Izuku," he introduced. He didn't have the heart to mention that he hadn't gotten a single point. His dads were optimistic in the week between the exam and the reveal of his results, but Izuku knew he failed. How could he not have? He hadn't destroyed any robots. There was no way he would be admitted into the hero course. Naturally, Kaken was pissed, but Izuku thought that after a week of stewing on it, he wasn't as mad at him as he tried to seem, just upset by the situation in general. His opinion was that Izuku should have borrowed the other kids' quirks to destroy the robots, since he would have gotten plenty of points that way. When Izuku argued that, as a hero, he couldn't conscientiously take his allies' quirks away in a dangerous situation like that, Kaken had no rebuttal, so Izuku knew he wouldn't stay mad forever. Just for a while. He spent a good portion of his time waiting for the UA letter at UA, since his parents both worked there, and he didn't want to be alone in the apartment all day. He didn't really have any close friends aside from Kaken, who was the only one from his middle school that wasn't threatened by Izuku possibly taking their quirk, and he was still cooling off, so there wasn't much else Izuku could do anyway. In the mornings, he went to his analysis lessons with Nizu. After, he usually just hung out in one of the school gyms, dejectedly trying to get better control over his right-hand capture weapon and trying not to think about how much of a disappointment he was. At the end of the week, when Izuku grew bored of SW and Jinji his capture weapons at the same dummies for the 5th day in a row, he texted his dads to let them know he was going home early and left UA. When he got to their door, he found a crisp, large envelope waiting for him. Oh, his rejection letter. He set it down on the kitchen table, his addressed name facing upward in bold, blocky font. He stared at it for a while, realized he didn't want to cope with his official failure right then, and left it unopened while he went to make lunch. 5 minutes later, his phone pinged in his pocket. There was one text from Hisashi, who was always on his phone even when he shouldn't be, telling him to get home safely with an absurd amount of emojis. Sent just a few seconds ago was a text from Kaken, then 2 more. Kaken to F. Deku, I got in, obviously get your rejection letter yet. Frowning, Izuku responded with shaky fingers. F. Deku to Kaken, it's here, I haven't opened it though, waiting for my dad so they can be here for my breakdown, sad face. Kaken to F. Deku, that exam was dumb as F, you deserve to be in the hero course way more than any of the shitty extras I saw. We'll be heroes together, Deku, you'll FC. F. Deku to Kaken, that's actually encouraging Titex Kaken, I'll do my best, and we'll be hero partners Kaken to F. Deku, Dimon right. See you at the top, nerd. After that conversation, Izuku felt marginally better about his imminent rejection. He had people supporting him, after all. This setback would hurt, but he could get through it. He would get through it. When Hisashi and Shoyuta finally got home, Izuku was waiting for them in the kitchen with the letter still sealed on the table in front of him. Hisashi came in first, commenting about dinner, but he shrieked when he saw the letter, Izuku too far away to cancel voice. Your acceptance letter show, he got his letter, get in here, we don't know it's an acceptance letter, Izuku warned weakly. It'll be an acceptance letter, I know these things. Kiddo. Izuku wasn't sure whether Hisashi actually knew these things, but Izuku was pretty certain he hadn't made it into the hero course, so unless his parents knew something he didn't, are you done screaming in here? Shoyuta wearily stepped into the kitchen, allowing himself to be dragged against Hisashi's side and embraced in an eager hug and affectionate nuzzle. I'm screaming, because I'm excited the baby's gonna be a little hero. I'm so jealous you get to teach him, Sho. It's not fair, pushing Hisashi's face away and placating him with an embrace on the cheek when he pouted, Shoyuta sighed. Let the kid actually open his letter first, Zashi. He could be in Vlad King's class. Right. Izuku open it. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm so glad you waited for us to get home. Obligingly, Izuku opened the envelope. He pulled out a thin set of papers. Wait, that's it? Both of his parents were looking at the envelope with furrowed brows. Hisashi reached out and snagged the envelope, flipping it upside down and shaking it. Where's the little disc thingy? Hisashi, Shoyuta scolded. His lips were set in a strong line. He'd also realized Izuku failed then. Aloud, Izuku read the letter on top of the other papers, skimming it for the important parts. Izuku, thank you for your interest in UA. Passed the written with an exceptional score. Oh, there it was. Unfortunately, he recited, trying to keep his voice steady despite the utter heartbreak ravaging him, you have not been accepted into UA's hero program, but we wholeheartedly welcome you into our general education courses. We hope you continue your path at UA. Plus Ultra. Silence. Even Hisashi had nothing to say. At least, not until Izuku sobbed. He'd seen this coming. He knew he hadn't done well enough in the entrance exam, it was so obvious, but it hurt. That can't be right, Hisashi murmured to Shoyuta, but he was gently pushed away as Shoyuta crouched in front of Izuku's chair and rested his hands on his knees. Deep breaths, kid. You're okay, he soothed. Shoyuta didn't flinch as Izuku desperately latched onto his hands, even when he was unable to temper his quirk in his emotional state. He let Izuku grab onto him, let him steal his quirk, as he continued to murmur soft words of comfort. Hizashi eventually came to stand behind Izuku to run his hands through his hair, humming softly. "I'm sorry," Izuku gasped, once he was able to get any words out. "I wanted to do well, so you'd be proud of me, but oh, baby," Hizashi said. He tugged gently on the strands of Izuku's hair. "We love you so much, of course we're proud. That won't change." "Izuku, listen to me." Shoyuta squeezed at the hands clutched in his grip. "Do you think I could have passed that exam? At your age? Without my capture weapons? Because I didn't. That exam is so biased toward physical quirks, I've been trying to get the rat to change it for years. I'm proud of you for even trying, even when you knew robots were a tough matchup for you. That's enough for me." Izuku just sobbed. "There's always the sports festival, take it. That's how I got in the hero program. You can do the same thing, I know it. It's not over for you, baby. You can still be a hero." They sat like that, despite the aching in Shuta's knees on the cool tile, until Izuku's tears finally died down. I'm okay now. It's okay to be upset," Hizashi murmured, and Izuku shook his head. "No, you're right. It's not over. I just need to see this as a reason to keep trying, right?" Slowly pulling his hands from Izuku's, Shoyuta nodded. "Keep doing your best. You'll get there." Izuku stood. He glanced briefly at the papers dropped haphazardly onto the table, wrinkled from his harsh grip while he was reading. Had All Might been right about him? Had his parents been wrong? He didn't want to think that way, but the rejection letter was right there, mocking him. "I'm gonna head to bed early tonight, I think. You sure, little listener? Yeah. Good night." "Night, baby, love you." Once he was gone, disappearing down the hallway into the kitchen, Hizashi glanced at Shoyuta. I know. You saw his score. He was in the top 5 with all those crazy rescue points. How could he have not gotten in?" Shoyuta shushed him. He didn't want Izuku to overhear. "I know. Something obviously went wrong, and we're going to figure out what it was." "It's been a while since I've seen you so riled up," Hizashi commented as he followed Shoyuta through the hallways of UA. "Been a while since I've had a reason to be so riled up." Humming, Hizashi snagged Shuta's hand to squeeze it once. "It's cute. You're cute. Focus. You wanted to come, so take it seriously." "Oh, I'm deathly serious." Glancing behind himself, Shoyuta could see that Hizashi's easy smile didn't quite reach his eyes, and his rigid shoulders betrayed his true fury. "But that doesn't mean I can't compliment my darling husband, though. Well, wait to do it after our meeting with Nizu. Don't distract me beforehand." The doors to Nizu's office swung open before they could knock, as usual. The principal sat behind his desk, pouring 3 cups of tea. "Hello, Yamada. Aizawa, please sit and have some tea. I think we'd rather stand." "No need for the hostility, Aizawa. I'm just as disappointed by these events as you are, after all. So sit, drink your tea, and we can discuss how we will overcome such unfortunate circumstances." When pushed by Hizashi, Shoyuta begrudgingly sat in an armchair. He didn't accept the offered tea, though. Hizashi did. "So, it wasn't your decision to reject Izuku from the hero course. It most certainly was not. You both well know that I see great potential in your son. I wouldn't have offered my time to him if that wasn't the case. He truly has the spirit to be a great hero." Shoyuta rubbed at the bridge of his nose. "Then why is he not in the hero course?" "My hand was forced, unfortunately." Nizu set down his tea and clasped his paws together. "I was going to announce this at the staff meeting tomorrow morning, but I suppose it doesn't hurt to inform you now. All Might has been hired as a Fundamentals of Heroics instructor here at UA." "What?" Shoyuta growled while Hizashi choked on his tea. "He has the qualifications to be a teacher." "He does not," Nizu admitted. "Then why?" Nizu raised a paw, halting Shuta's protests. "You both are aware of All Might's current condition, yes? Due to his injuries, he can now only maintain his recognizable form for no more than 4 hours a day, meaning his ability to perform hero work has severely diminished. The public is not aware of this and will begin to question why the nation's symbol of peace is no longer as active as he has been previously. Hiring him to teach at UA provides an adequate excuse for his reduced time as a hero, not to mention how it can boost the reputation for the school, which the HPSC particularly sees the value in. Shoyuta dropped his head into his hands, and Hizashi rubbed his shoulders sympathetically. This year is going to be such a headache. Is All Might why Izuku didn't get in? 'Cause he scored crazy high on the exams, and it was all with rescue points. Nodding, Nizu sipped at his tea. All Might was the one to record the acceptance videos for the students. He seemed quite shocked when he reached Izuku's name on the list and made his discomfort of teaching him very clear, going so far as refusing to accept the job if Izuku would be in his classes. The HPSC might not know the details of why All Might was so distrustful of Izuku, but it hardly mattered. In essence, they forced me to agree to removing Izuku from the hero course by threatening to withhold their funding if All Might was no longer a teacher here. The simplest option was to agree to their demands, although I do wish Izuku hadn't been caught in the crossfire like that. Well, we know who to blame for this mess. Now do you happen to know where dear All Might is right now, Nizu? I might pay him a little visit. Hizashi stood, and Shoyuta could tell from the smile plastered on his face that he was about to do something drastic, so he grabbed him by the wrist and forced him back to his seat. No need for dramatics, Yamada. Nizu ignored Hizashi's rebuttal that there was always a need for dramatics. After all, this matter can be corrected easily enough. You mean through the sports festival, Shoyuta confirmed. Exactly right. Izuku is a very gifted child, after all, and there's no question that he should perform well in the sports festival if he puts his mind to it, which he assuredly will. If Izuku places on the podium, on national television no less, it would be very difficult for anyone to deny his right to be enrolled in the hero program. If All Might were to protest his admission after that, it would most likely damage his reputation, so he likely would accept the situation without any public fuss and therefore wouldn't involve the HPSC. As such, I agreed to All Might's demands, but I fully intend for this situation to be resolved after the sports festival. It's logical, Shoyuta admitted. Hizashi grimaced. Poor baby thinks he failed the exam, though. He's heartbroken. You could choose to reveal the true nature of this situation to Izuku if you so wish, although that would entail explaining that All Might himself sabotaged his admittance to the heroics program, which could be just as painful to hear. We can't do that to him, Hizashi murmured reluctantly, and Shoyuta nodded in agreement. Hissed, knowing he would keep something like this from his son and allow him to continue thinking that he just wasn't good enough. But Shoyuta also knew just how much Izuku looked up to All Might. As much as it pained him to admit it, he was his kid's idol. It's been that way since he was a kid. Telling him that All Might didn't think he was good enough, it would crush him. Sighing, Shoyuta got to his feet. Thank you for your time, Nizu. We'll be going now. Anytime. I look forward to seeing Izuku prosper here at UA. Goodbye. Out the door and down the hallway, Hizashi chuckled without humor. I think I'd really like to punch All Might in the face. It's been a while since I've seen you so riled up, Shoyuta mocked. He was only partly kidding. Smirking, Hizashi draped an arm over Shuta's shoulders. Do you think it's cute? Yes, your bloodlust for All Might is absolutely alluring. Again, he was only partly kidding. Hizashi pressed a smiling embrace into Shuta's hair, not faltering in their stride out of UA. We'll get him into the hero course, Sho. Don't be so tense. Everything will work out. I know we will. It's All Might that worries me. He clearly holds illogical resentment toward Izuku, and it seems unwise to let them even in the same room together, let alone let All Might be his teacher. Stopping, Shoyuta pulled Hizashi tightly against himself to press his face into his neck. I don't know how to protect him, he whispered. Oh, honey. Hizashi ran long, deft fingers through Shuta's hair, untangling the ever-present knots achingly gently. We can't protect him forever. We especially can't protect him from other people's awful opinions and biases, even if they're absolutely wrong. All we can do is support him and be there for him. Izuku's strong. He'll be okay. Shoyuta hugged Hizashi tighter for a moment, trying to collect himself. He was standing in the middle of the UA hallway. He needed to get a better hold on himself. Finally, he reset his expression to its typical neutral appearance and pulled away. "You're right." "Oh." Hisashi held a hand up to his ear, and realizing his mistake, Shoyuta speedily walked away. "What was that?" "I think my hearing aid shorted out for a second. Can you repeat yourself, dear?" Shoyuta just ignored his idiot husband. Of course, Izuku had been to UA before. He'd been there often enough that it almost served as a second home for his family at this point. But standing outside the gates, surrounded by bustling students and dressed in that iconic uniform, it was different. He could have stood there, shaking from nerves, all day if Kaken didn't grab him by the shoulder and yank him through the gates. "Stop pussyfooting around, nerd. I'm not gonna be late on my first day because of you." "Aren't you excited, Kaken? You're in the hero course." Kaken only scoffed and stomped into you. Oh, he was heading in the wrong direction. Izuku nudged their shoulders together, surreptitiously redirecting him down the correct hallway, and Kaken begrudgingly let himself be guided. "I'd be more excited if there were some real competition in that class, not a bunch of DMN extras. Even All Might's a worthless piece of tea, and he's supposed to be teaching us." Kaken had told him that All Might had personally recorded the acceptance announcements of the hero course students. He said that when he saw his face, claiming that he'd be teaching the hero classes at UA, he had almost blown up the video device right then, which made Izuku feel a little warm inside when he thought about it. It was nice to have someone who cared. "Just don't attack him on sight, Kaken. I appreciate you caring." He ignored Kaken's denial of that. "But my dad will tell me if you blow anything up or injure anyone, so behave." "I'll do whatever the F I want," he grumbled. Seeing the looming door of Class 1A just down the hallway, Izuku pulled Kaken to a stop. "I'm serious, Kaken. Be nice. I'm not friends with bullies." Rolling his eyes, Kaken pulled away, but Izuku saw the minute flinch at the word bully. Yeah, whatever, Deku. I'm not having any FT parties or anything with them, though." Izuku knew that, before they met, the chemically imbalanced components of Kaken's quirk were left ignored, nitroglycerin permeating his brain and causing fatigue, dizziness, and nausea. Those confusing symptoms combined with his hearing loss gave Kaken enough reason to scream and hit and lash out in his elementary years, frustrated by how wrong he constantly felt in his own body. It wasn't until middle school, when they met, that Izuku researched his quirk and the effect of nitroglycerin on the human body, that he began to receive any kind of treatment, both medical and therapeutic, to mitigate the physical symptoms and behavioral issues that had been plaguing him since childhood. Even now, Kaken was still boorish and impatient, but he was better, and he knew when he was beginning to lose control of himself. Izuku was there to support him either way. "Good enough for me. Just remember that your biology doesn't dictate your attitude by, Kaken. Have fun, and remember your breathing exercises if you need them." Izuku waved and continued to the other wing of the school to Class 1C. Walking past 1A hurt when he wanted to be there so badly, when he'd worked so strong and only been cruelly shot down, but he'd just have to wait for his chance. Despite Kaken's insistence that they were running late, Izuku arrived at his own classroom well before the start of school, even with his detour to 1A. Only a couple other students were already there, some chatting with each other in friendly conversation, but Izuku kept to himself and quietly took his seat near the back. He pulled out 2 notebooks and placed them on his desk, one for lessons and one for his hobby of recording and analyzing quirks, and doodled in the first one to pass the time. He knew Hisashi would arrive a minute or two late, since it always took him longer than he expected to style his hair with all its products, so Izuku had time to waste. Just as he thought, Hisashi hadn't yet arrived by the time the bell rang, to most of the class's apparent confusion. Another student strolled in seconds after the bell, seeming unhurried despite the tardiness, and plopped gracelessly into the seat beside Izuku. Hisashi crashed through the door 45 seconds later. As much as Izuku desired to be in 1A, he was glad that he'd still have one of his dads as his teacher. Although he would guess that Hisashi's discombobulated, energetic tone for homeroom announcements was very different from Shuta's own way of teaching. After the general welcome to UA, Hisashi asked that they greet their seat buddy beside them, so they would all at least know one person at their new school. Izuku was just thankful they didn't do the typical icebreaker of introducing themselves to the entire room with a fun fact. His seat buddy was the student that came in right after the tardy bell, pale and lanky with dark circles under his eyes that could rival Shuta's on a bad day. His hair, a shock of purple, stuck up in every direction like it had been electrocuted. Shinso Hitoshi, he introduced plainly. Ama Izuku, it's nice to meet you. Izuku was a little disappointed when Shinso only nodded in acknowledgement and rested his head on his desk, ending the conversation before it had really even begun. He'd been hoping to make a friend, but he wouldn't hold it against him. Shinso only lifted his head again when Hizashi called the class's attention back to himself, directing them all to stand and make their way to Yue's welcome ceremony. Izuku noticed that 1A didn't attend the ceremony and wondered, a little jealously, what they were doing instead. Too good to be here with the rest of us, then? Izuku glanced to his side, noticing Shinso glaring at the empty space meant for 1A. What do you mean, he asked. Shinso startled, but Izuku couldn't tell if he was surprised he'd been overheard or that he'd even spoken that out loud. When Izuku just watched, waiting for an explanation, Shinsu's abashed expression shifted into something resembling a tired sneer. The hero kids think they're better than us, just 'cause the gened kids didn't make it into their prestigious program. It's only the first day, Izuku tried, albeit a little feebly. How do you know their opinion of you already? It's always like that. They think they're the best just 'cause they have cool physical quirks that work well for their little hero exams. Pompous, elitist jerks. Well, admittedly that did sound a bit like Kaken. It's all so biased. Yeah, did you try for the hero exam, then? Sure did. Quirk was kinda useless against robots, though. Mine too. On stage, Nizu closed his speech and hopped down from the podium as the homeroom teachers started to guide their students back to their respective classrooms. Izuku and Shinso trailed at the back of their class's pack. You know, Shinso said as they neared their classroom. Most kids here won't shut up about their quirks, but you haven't even mentioned yours. Izuku shrugged. Neither have you. Okay, fair, but now I'm curious. Tell you mine if you tell me yours. Izuku nodded. Mine's brainwash. Robots don't really have brains to wash, so I'm stuck in gened. Oh, that's cool. Can you tell people what to do and they do it, then? That would be really useful for a hero. Shinso looked a little surprised. Yeah. They have to respond to a question I ask first, but that's basically it. That could actually be really effective in certain situations. Like hostage negotiations, for example. You'd be most effective as an underground hero, though, because if you need a response for your quirk to work, it'd be easy enough for criminals to just not, respond to you, so it'd be best if your quirk wasn't really publicized. It's such an efficient, non-violent quirk though, how amazing if you use it effectively, no one would. Embarrassed, Izuku clasped his hands over his mouth. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a tangent like that. Bad habit. Hitoshi stared at him, but his small smile seemed genuine this time around. Alright then. What's your quirk, Ama? Izuku reached out a hand, stopping just short of Shinso. Easier to show you. Can I, realizing what he meant, Shinso held out his arm for Izuku to touch his wrist. He activated his quirk, watching the familiar sight of glowing, concentric rings appear briefly as he did so. He pulled away once he felt the quirk settle at the base of his throat, the rubber band connection tightening minutely, and asked, Do you feel anything? Yeah, give me a high five. Glassy-eyed, Hitoshi robotically slapped his palm into Izuku's. He returned his quirk immediately after, releasing Hitoshi from the brainwashing as he did so. Hitoshi blinked. Whoa, so that's what that feels like. Did you copy my quirk? Not quite. It's called borrow. I just momentarily, took your quirk from you, then gave it back. They'd reached the classroom by now, a minute or so behind their classmates. Hizashi shot Izuku a worried look as they finally trailed in, but Izuku discreetly waved him off. Okay, that's pretty cool. Doesn't work against robots. Doesn't work against robots? Frankly, Izuku had to agree. Simply put, there are others in this school that are just as deserving as you to be in this course, if not more so, and are not here today. Looking at his students, Shoyuta couldn't help the bitter twinge in his issy knowing that they were standing in the position his son deserved to be in at this moment. Unfortunately for them, This translated to a rigorous assessment of their current capabilities and their potential. You all better impress me right now. If I decide that you don't show the capabilities to actually earn your position in the heroics department, I will expel you. Bakugo Katsuki, you scored the highest on the entrance exam, so you'll go first. He knew Bakugo would serve as a good example of what he's expecting from his students, in everything except for manners, at least, which Shoyuta would certainly be working on. Since he and Izuku had shockingly become friends in middle school, Shoyuta had seen Bakugo's determination to succeed and excel in everything he did firsthand. If the rest of the students wanted to impress him, they'd need to show the same desperation to improve. As sadistic as Shoyuta desired to be, by the end of the assessment there was only one student who failed to impress him, more interested in watching the girls than in his own scores. Though he was glad to finally have a decent batch of students, he did wish that he could have expelled more, if only to have a target for his anger. The only other expellable offense had been committed by Bakugo who, after having his quirk copied by Monoma Nito for the ball throw, had attempted to attack the other student. Shoyuta was willing to forgive the transgression though, knowing how the concentration of nitroglycerin floating around in Bakugo's brain often caused behavioral issues like this, which Yue and Hound Dog would likely be adjusting his treatment for if his temper continued to get out of hand. Bakugo calmed himself down quickly enough, once he was restrained by Shuta's capture weapon and was forced to pause and assess his own behavior. When Shoyuta recognized the familiar pattern of his breathing exercises, he released Bakugo, who muttered a weak, "At least Deku asks before taking my quirk." Somewhat sympathetic, Shoyuta let the event go without further spectacle. As such, he sent only that awful pervert to Nizu's office and told the remaining 19 students to go home for the day. Most of the students shuffled out the door, picking up their syllabus on the way out, but a few lingered to chat or sit quietly in the back of the room. Shoyuta was about to kick them out so he could be alone to brood, but one of them stopped in front of his desk, kicking her toe against the linoleum nervously. "Can I help you?" Uraraka Ochako squeaked, blushing vividly. "Sorry, sensei, I was just wondering, there was a boy at the entrance exam. He was kind of plain looking but really nice. I don't remember his name though." "Oh, yes. She was the one Izuku rescued from the zero-pointer and the reason that he got 65 rescue points, more rescue points than any other student in the exam. Izuku's interference and her allowance for him to borrow her quirk for the rescue gave Uraraka just enough rescue points of her own to be admitted into the hero course." "I know who you're talking about," Shoyuta admitted, fighting to keep his tone indifferent. "Ayama Izuku." There was a sudden clatter from the desks, and Shoyuta raised a hand to Uraraka to wait a moment as he leaned around her, looking for the cause of the ruckus. "Kirishima? If you're clumsy enough to trip over desks, then I'll be forced to implement some agility exercises into your training regime. You will not enjoy it, so I suggest you watch where you step from now on." Kirishima nodded and hurriedly began to reorganize the notebooks now strewn across the floor. Shoyuta turned back to Uraraka. "What about Ayama? He really helped me out during the exam. I was hoping we would be in the same class together, but I guess that didn't happen. I was just wondering if he was in 1B. I wanted to thank him for helping me." Shoyuta sighed. He was not admitted into the hero course. He is currently in Gened. Apparently shocked, Uraraka gaped. "What? But he basically saved my life. That must have gotten him enough points to pass the exam. Did something happen? Is he okay?" "He did get enough points to pass the exam. He was in the top 5 of the examinees, in fact. However, he was rejected due to the biased decision of a single powerful individual." "That's not fair," she murmured. Shoyuta couldn't help the corner of his lip raising in the remnant of a smile. "It's not," he agreed, finally allowing a modicum of spite to leak into his voice. "Don't concern yourself with it for now, though. The rest of the faculty and I will ensure that Ayama is admitted into the hero course by the time internships are conducted. It's a hero's obligation to correct the injustices of the world, so we will rectify the situation once we have the opportunity to do so. Which will be soon," he assured her when she still didn't look appeased. Finally, she nodded, her eyes cold and contemplative. "Sensei," she asked, and Shoyuta noticed that her tone had dropped to a more menacing pitch. "Who was this powerful individual who rejected Ayama from the hero course?" Instinctively, Shoyuta itched to tell her the truth and watch his student's image of Japan's greatest hero crumble into ruins. However, he also saw the cruelty of this truth. All Might was more than just a hero. He was an icon, especially to the kids of Uraraka's generation. To expose All Might's biases could do more than damage her respect for a single hero. It could destroy her perception of all heroes. So, Shoyuta hesitated. As he did so, Bakugo finally rose from his own seat, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he stalked to the door. "The old man. Tell Deku that he needs to come to my house later. I got the new game he's been frozen at the mouth to play." Should his eye ticked. "You are very lucky that you are his closest friend, and he would cry if I expelled you." Bakugo sneered haughtily, believing that his relationship with Izuku made him nearly untouchable. It was partially true, but Shoyuta also knew that if he mentioned the disrespect to Izuku, his son would chew Bakugo out for it. The fight for Dems between the two of them was a constant tug-of-war that would seemingly never cease. Just before he slipped through the doorway, Bakugo turned his head to glance at Uraraka from over his shoulder. "It was All Might, by the way. Be sure to give him hell in class, 'cause I know I will." Then he was gone. Horrified, Uraraka looked back to Shoyuta, who nodded, deciding he wouldn't lie. He loved his logical ruses, but only when they were logical. Now that Bakugo had told her the truth, there was no point in keeping that information to himself. With Shuta's confirmation, Uraraka's face quickly morphed through several unidentifiable emotions, before settling on what Shoyuta could only perceive as determination. "Okay then. Thanks, since." She hefted her bag higher onto her shoulder. "Make sure you get Ayama into this class, so I can thank him for his assistance in person. I'm counting on you. I don't make empty promises." With a final nod, she left. Her footsteps sounded heavier than they had earlier on her way out. Secretly, Shoyuta looked forward to how All Might would handle his students. Once he'd shooed the remaining kids from the room, Kirishima, who was still crouched on the floor, and Ashido, who was laughing at him, Shoyuta tried to sleep until the end of the day but only ended up fuming silently in his sleeping bag for the next hour. When the bell finally rang, earlier than what was usual due to it being the first day, he got up to track down his family. He found them alone in 1C, as he had expected, Izuku lying flat on his back across Hizashi's desk and covering his face as Hizashi attempted to poke his blushing cheeks. "What are you teasing him about?" Shot's Hizashi spun in his chair, gesturing to Izuku dramatically. "The baby made a friend today." Squeaking, Izuku rolled off the desk and landed face down on the floor. "Dad, please don't ever refer to me as baby at school. I will ask other dad to burn your vinyl records. You know he'll do it. And that includes the sign named." Hizashi waved him off. "No one will understand ASL anyway. I can call you baby in sign as much as I want." Pulling Izuku off the ground by the back of his shirt, Shoyuta rolled his eyes. His son had been petitioning to change his sign name since middle school, but both Shoyuta and Hizashi refused to give in to his demands. Unfortunately for Izuku, the embarrassing sign name was stuck. Although American Sign Language was less commonly known in their area than Japanese Sign, the cradling motion for baby used in ASL made its meaning too obvious for his comfort, but Hizashi, and admittedly Shoyuta as well, adored it. "Zashi, just don't use the sign name at school. The other students don't know he's our kid, anyway, and it would just make the connection more obvious, so keep it to yourself." "Now, what's this about a friend? Please tell me he's not like Katsuki. I can't handle another loud blonde." Izuku waved his hands in front of his face. "Please stop, don't you guys have somewhere to be?" "Yep, staff meeting, but we can chat for a minute. You're okay getting home by yourself, right?" "Shoyuta, Shinsu's nothing like Katsuki, nothing to worry about there. He seems really sweet." "Oh, I'm so proud of the baby for making a effort." Still embarrassed, Izuku darted from the room without a goodbye, Hizashi sniggering behind him. "Alright, Sho, let's go." As they walked to the conference room, the tension in their shoulders grew increasingly obvious. "All Might will be there," Shoyuta finally commented, his tone belying the true animosity behind the neutral statement. "Don't let me punch him." Hizashi pouted. "I would love to see that, but if that's what you want then I'll hold you back." What Shoyuta wanted was to break All Might's nose, but that would be a highly illogical course of action. Causing injury to Japan's symbol of peace would not change his bias of Izuku and would most likely only cause problems that they'd have to deal with in the near future. It wouldn't be worth the effort. It was rather tempting. It was especially tempting when they reached the conference room and came face to face with a skeletal All Might, and Shoyuta realized just how easy it would be to hit him right now. It was the perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, though, Hizashi settled a hand on the elbow of his diamante arm and led him to their seats across the table from him. At the sight of them, All Might gaped. "Oh, hello, Aizawa Yamada. I was, not aware you both were employed here." Shoyuta sneered, but Hizashi replied before he could. "Didn't do your research before ripping our son's dreams right from his fingertips and rejecting him from the hero course." Kayama, last to arrive as always and sauntering to her own seat beside Hizashi, stopped mid-step. She leaned her settee against the table, encroaching on All Might's space. "He did what to Izuku?" Shoyuta was more than happy to explain. "He threw a tantrum when our son, who exceeded Yue's expectations during the entrance exam with over 70 rescue points, was enrolled in the hero course, so he complained to the HPSC until Izuku was put in gened." "Izuku? In gened?" Kayama gasped. By this point, the rest of the staff were watching the exchange with a range of expressions, all some form of empathetic. Most of them were very familiar with Izuku, who spent his free time wandering the halls of UA, and considered themselves to be part of his extended family. "Oh no, that must have crushed the poor babe." Coughing, All Might rubbed at the back of his neck. "I did not intend to disappoint the boy. Admittedly, I had hoped he would reconsider his aspirations of heroics after our conversation last year, but wait, Shoyuta interrupted. He was aware of their audience, and he was aware that this was about to spiral into something deeper than the passive-aggressive exchange he had originally been planning for. But what conversation with Izuku? Evidently, All Might was unaware that he had made a severe mistake. "Surely he told you that I rescued him from a villain last year. We were informed that you defeated a villain that had taken Bakugo Katsuki hostage. Quite strange that the boy would not mention to you that the same villain had apprehended him earlier the same day, and I resolved the issue." In the background, Snipe murmured, "If you resolved the issue, how was another kid snagged by the same guy?" Shoyuta, though, had his own priorities right now. "That doesn't answer my question about your conversation, Toshinori." At the sound of his given name, All Might shrunk further into his seat. Kayama whistled under her breath, reveling in the drama. In hindsight, Shoyuta wished this conversation could have been done in private, but he'd deal with the fallout from his friends and colleagues later. "Answer," he commanded. "I must admit that I didn't recognize the child at first, but I knew who he was once I got a good look. When I tried to leave, he grabbed onto me and cornered me on the roof of a building, demanding to speak with me. At this point, I ran out of time and reverted to, well," he gestured to his feeble form. "He's known this whole time." Hizashi squawked. After All Might's defeat of All for One, Shoyuta and Hizashi were hesitant to tell Izuku just what the victory had cost. His biological connection to the villains still brought him an illogical amount of guilt, though Shoyuta understood that trauma followed only its own logic, and they knew that he would inevitably find a way to blame himself for All Might's grievous injuries. "Do you not find it odd that the child didn't mention this to you? That he kept his knowledge of my condition a secret?" "What exactly do you mean by that, All Might?" Hizashi snarled. Genuinely snarled. If they weren't in the middle of this, Shoyuta would be outright impressed. "Because I know you're not implying we should distrust our son." All Might held up his hands placatingly, but it did nothing to soothe the tension Shoyuta could feel rolling from Hizashi. "I know that you are both attached to the boy after being responsible for his care, but surely he is our son, Hizashi." Seething himself, because he did not like All Might's implication that Izuku was hiding this from them maliciously, Shoyuta had to actively force himself to interrupt his husband. He needed more information. There was more to that conversation, All Might. What was it? He informed me of his longing to pursue heroics, which I attempted to dissuade him from. That was why I was so surprised to see he had evidently done so despite my warnings. For the first time, as if sensing the imminent pause from Shoyuta and Hizashi, Nizu spoke up. Do you mean to say that you discouraged a potential student from aspiring to be a hero? I just do not believe that someone of his background should be trusted in such a powerful role. It's much too dangerous to trust in all for one's son in such a way. We don't know his intentions. Shoyuta went to rip his arm from Hisashi's grip, only for him to realize he had already been released. In the next moment, Hisashi punched All Might right between the eyes. Shoyuta was only disappointed Hisashi wasn't as practiced of a close combatant. All Might had deserved a harder hit. After, Hisashi fell back into his seat, and the room fell into heavy silence. Stunned, All Might looked at the others for support, but received no clear sympathies as far as Shoyuta could tell. His colleagues were good people. Nizu cleared his throat. Sadly, All Might, we are all quite fond of Izuku. While understandable in theory, it is incredibly disappointing to hear you speak ill of him. I agreed with your demands to remove him from the hero course simply due to the HPSC's involvement, but I will not make additional accommodations for your biases toward him. Although I will dissuade Hisashi and anyone else from engaging in further violence toward you, I also ask that you refrain from provoking them again. Am I understood? Shoyuta reached across Hisashi's lap to grasp the hand that had struck All Might. He squeezed it affectionately. Fantastic, Nizu clapped his paws. With that out of the way, let's begin the meeting, shall we? Something was wrong. Maybe not wrong, necessarily, but something wasn't right, and it put Izuku on edge. After his dad's relentlessly teasing him about making a friend, Izuku had darted from UA and gone straight to Kaken's house. If he couldn't be in the hero course himself, he would just have to live vicariously through his best friend for now, and he knew Kaken would be more than happy to tell him about his day, since it likely meant bragging about his accomplishments in class. He sent a text to the family group chat, letting his parents know that he won't be home until later that night, and didn't expect a response until after their staff meeting ended in a couple hours. When he did get a response, it was a only shockingly lackluster confirmation from Hisashi. Usually, Hisashi would comment that they know where he is, since they can track his location with the ring like the nosy parents they are. Then, Shoyuta would give him some kind of curfew to be home by, and Hisashi would tease him about being the strict parent, and it would devolve into a fond and familiar argument from there. Izuku didn't like this break from pattern. Izuku forced himself not to think about it, though, and listened raptly to Kaken tell him about the quirk assessment test, furiously scribbling notes and pestering Kaken on the details of the other kids' quirks. Then, he spent a good amount of time whining when he realized Kaken was too self-absorbed to actually pay attention to anyone else aside from some surface-level observations. That spiraled into playful wrestling, which turned less playful when their quirks inevitably became involved, and was ended when Aunt Mitsuki yelled at them to keep it down, and they switched to video games to settle the disagreement. Izuku really knew something was up with his parents, though, when he sent Shoyuta a cat meme he himself had received from Shinso and didn't get a response. His dad loved cats and loved cat memes. It was one of the only ways Izuku could get him to reply to a text that wasn't a direct question, even if it was with a simple yes, cats are. Now, when Izuku got the read receipt but no reply, he was concerned. Kaken, I think my dads are mad at me. Pounding furiously on the buttons of his controller, Kaken knocked Izuku's character out of the screen, winning the fight. What did you do this time? Nothing, at least I don't think so. But, they went to a staff meeting today and I think All Might was probably there. What if he said something to them? Stupid Deku. If he said something, why would they be mad at you? What if you think they'd actually listen to anything he'd have to say when it comes to you? Kaken snorted derisively. As if. Still, Izuku wasn't so sure. What if All Might convince them that he wasn't worth the effort after all? He was the #1 hero, the symbol of peace. Why wouldn't they listen to him if he said Izuku only had the potential to be a villain? That his quirk only had the power to hurt? He didn't want to think his parents' opinion of him, their faith in him, could change so easily. Not when it was Shoyuta that had trained him in combat and how to use a capture weapon. Not when it was Hisashi that had always let him practice his quirk by borrowing his own. But if All Might told them differently, you're overthinking this, nerd. Again, Kaken's character beat Izuku's handily. If you're just gonna keep worrying about it instead of playing the F game, then just go home. See for yourself. There's no way in hell your parents would believe All Might over you. Maybe, snarling, Kakin threw his controller to the ground. All Might is obviously the reason that you didn't get into the hero course. You're not dumb enough to miss that. Izuku grimaced. He had considered this possibility, especially after watching Kakin's acceptance video for himself. He knew about the rescue points, and if his calculations were right, he should have been one of the highest scorers on the exam for freeing that girl from the rubble alone. With his additional assistance with other students that were struggling for the exam, he would have thought that he had more than enough points to pass. Also, All Might must have known the students admitted to the hero course before the acceptance letters were announced, if he was the one recording the videos, meaning that he could have seen Izuku's name and done something to change his score. It was a distinct possibility. However, it was also a possibility that Izuku hadn't done well enough in the entrance exam, and it was as simple as that. Maybe admittance wasn't guaranteed from rescue points alone. From the scores he saw on Kakin's video, none of the other students had been admitted from solely rescue points, and Izuku hadn't managed a single villain point. Or there could have been another reason entirely. Maybe his original worries were correct, and there was some kind of secret evaluation of his merits as a hero. Maybe he just wasn't good enough. We don't know for sure, Izuku murmured, and ignored Kakin's scoff at his hesitation. I do. Heard your dad talking about it. Well, okay, maybe he had something to do with it. But we don't know why. Maybe he had a good reason. Again, he ignored Kakin's snort of disbelief. Besides, does it really matter? I didn't get in, and the reason behind it doesn't change that fact. All I can do is do my best in the sports festival and hope that it's good enough for a transfer. Kakin side-eyed him, unhappy, but picked up the controller again. I'm not gonna hold back against you, just 'cause you want to do well. I'll kick your butt if I have the chance, so give me a challenge, Deku. They attempted only one more round of their game, but when Izuku was still lost in his thoughts and Kakin won in 10 seconds flat, he unceremoniously shoved Izuku from his bedroom and slammed the door behind him. Go the F home and talk about your feelings there, nerd. I've had enough of you. Izuku took the advice and headed home. The apartment was unnervingly silent when he entered, announcing his return hesitantly and receiving no response. Peeking into the living room, though, Izuku could see Hisashi sitting on the couch. Staring at his hands, he was utterly and unnaturally silent, not a good sign. Even without his hearing aids, Hisashi was always making some kind of noise, usually humming, a subconscious habit manifested from the nature of his quirk. Unwilling to startle his dad when he was clearly already on edge, Izuku flicked the living room's lights on and off to warn him of his presence, rather than his usual greeting of approaching him spontaneously. Even still, Hisashi startled. His eyes settled on Izuku, lingering in the doorway, and he grinned, oddly strained, and held out his arms to tempt Izuku into a hug. Recognizing the tension in Hisashi's body, Izuku fell into his arms easily. Physical affection was always the solution to any of his dad's problems, after all, and Izuku was happy to comply, even if it meant being suffocated affectionately against his sadist. Once Hisashi's shoulders finally relaxed, he untucked Izuku's head from under his chin to sign, "Sorry, baby. Didn't realize you were home. I can cook dinner." Izuku pulled away and asked, "Where's Shoyuta?" Shuta's sign name, to his dad's chagrin, was the ASL sign for coffee, but Izuku always added dad after it as well. Hisashi was loud dad, and Izuku, embarrassingly, had been baby since the day he was adopted, and he still couldn't shake the name. Patrol, Hisashi told him. Izuku glanced at the clock. Shoyuta shouldn't be on duty until later that evening, a few hours from now, and he would usually be napping if he had the time to spare. Sensing Izuku's confusion, Hisashi added, he had a lot of energy. He went early. Okay, so something was definitely wrong then. Did something happen? At the meeting? Hisashi's smile slipped, only marginally, but enough for Izuku to tense. We'll talk later, baby. Nothing is wrong. Don't worry. Izuku worried anyway. By the time Shoyuta returned home, Hisashi was really regretting their decision to wait until he got back to confront Izuku. Maybe it wouldn't have been so bad if Shuta's anxiety hadn't manifested into a desperate need to patrol so he could feel in control of something. So when Izuku did get home, Hisashi then had to wait for his husband to do the same. Hisashi would not describe himself as a patient man, and all he wanted to do was pull Izuku into a big hug, comfort him, and tell him that All Might was a stupid JRK who didn't know what he was talking about. He was able to get his hug, at least, and he tried to convey the second part through his vibes alone, even if he had to wait to actually say it out loud. What was worse was that Izuku obviously knew something was up and was clearly nervous, his leg jostling under the table during the dinner and scarred fingers picking at his ring in a familiar tic. But Hisashi had promised to wait, so he could only offer vague reassurances that everything was fine, which didn't even seem to really ease his son's anxiety. Which then contributed to Hisashi's own nerves, and that only made Izuku more anxious, and it quickly turned into a feedback loop of anxiety from there. When Shoyuta finally shuffled through the doorway, interrupting Hisashi's nervous pacing in the kitchen, Hisashi grabbed him by the wrist and dragged him to the living room where Izuku was trying and failing to distract himself with one of his analysis notebooks. Then, he left them alone just long enough to dart into his bedroom for his hearing aids, shaving them into his ears as he ran back. Shoyuta had collapsed to sit on the table, so that his knees pressed against Izuku's. They were juxtaposed images of tension, Shuta's tightly controlled in the line of his stiff shoulders and Izuku's unrestrained in the anxious twisting of his hands. "Okay, we're talking now," Hisashi announced. Izuku flinched bodily, and Hisashi frowned. He hadn't seen that frightened look in his son's eyes in years, a visible emotion of primal fear and certainty of abandonment that he and Shoyuta had spent so long trying to break him of, through their unwavering support and affection. Concerned, Hisashi dropped onto the couch next to him and drew him into another hug, tight enough that Izuku wheezed against him. With Izuku trapped in Hisashi's grip, Shoyuta leaned forward to comfortingly run his fingers through his hair, and at last Hisashi could tell him, "All might isn't but," and I punched him in the face. Izuku stilled in his grip as Shoyuta chuckled darkly. "I wish I had a video of it. I betcha that Nizu has cameras all over that meeting room. You should text him and see if you can get a copy of the tape. Or a photo and then we can frame it. Put it on the wall." Finally, Izuku snapped himself out of his daze, leaning out of Hisashi's grasp to stare at him incredulously. "Wait, you what?" "I punched All Might right in the face. He deserved it," Shoyuta added helpfully, and Hisashi nodded energetically in agreement. "Although there was something we should talk about. He mentioned something interesting about encountering you the day of the sludge villain, and a conversation you two had, which you never mentioned to us. Have anything to share, Izuku?" Izuku ducked his head, hiding his face from them under the rambunctious curls of his hair, which Hisashi thought was frankly disappointing. He wanted to see his son's face always. "I didn't think it was important." Hisashi balked. "You didn't think that being attacked by a villain was worth mentioning to your parents who care very much about your safety and well-being?" Izuku tugged nervously at his fingers, prompting Hisashi to drop his arms from around Izuku's tense shoulders and reach instead for his hands. He knew they still ached on bad days, and this habit of fidgeting with them would only cause him pain tomorrow morning if he continued. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you." "Problem child," Shoyuta coaxed, waiting for Izuku to look up before he continued. "Did All Might tell you that you couldn't be a hero?" Flinching, Izuku nodded. "He said shouldn't, I think, but yeah." "Oh baby, I'm so sorry. You know that dumb idiot was totally, 100% wrong, right?" Izuku only shrugged. Hisashi kinda wanted to punch All Might in the face again. The expression on Shuta's face made Hisashi think that he felt the same way. Knowing his husband, he probably did. "What else did he tell you, Izuku? I know you remember because this had to have bothered you, and we need to correct any doubts All Might wrongfully instilled in you. Because I can guarantee that everything he said to undermine you is absolutely illogical and incorrect." Shaking his head, Izuku whispered, "It was mostly just that. That my quirk is too dangerous and could hurt people and shouldn't be used by a hero. Why didn't you tell us about this when it happened?" "I was scared." Izuku tried to duck his head again, and unwilling to lose sight of those sad eyes, Hisashi pressed his forehead against his. Apparently, in his state of emotional imbalance, Izuku was unable to nullify his quirk, and Hisashi could see those soft rings of light and sense that his own quirk was being borrowed, but he really didn't care. He never cared. "Scared?" Izuku, did All Might threaten you? Because I swear to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame No, of course not, Izuku, Shoyuta prompted, tugging lightly on Izuku's hair to get his attention. When Izuku turned his head, Hisashi stayed pressed against him, so their cheeks were smushed together rather than their foreheads. What were you scared of? Hisashi could feel Izuku's wobbly frown shift against his jawbone. I was scared that you'd agree with him, he whispered. Baby, no, Hisashi cried, pulling away only to squish Izuku's cheeks between his hands. We would never think that, sighing, Shoyuta freed Izuku from the discomfort of Hisashi's grip, and undeterred, Hisashi moved back to grasping at his son's hands. Think logically. Have we ever given any indication that we would agree with that? Do you think that if I truly believed that you did not have the right, or the potential, to become a hero, I would have told you any differently? That I would have wasted my time training you for no reason? No good. Here is what will happen. Any interactions between you and All Might will be avoided in the future, and in situations where it is inevitable, you will at least be monitored by someone we trust. You will not be left alone with him again. If anything else concerning happens, ever, you will tell us, Izuku. I cannot think of any possible circumstance in which we would side with All Might over our son, so trust us next time. Tears rolling down his cheeks, Izuku nodded. Hisashi decided that enough was enough and pulled him back into his ST for another crushing hug, reaching out to snag Shoyuta by the wrist and drag him into the pile too. We love you, baby, so much. All Might was wrong. You'll be a great hero, and we'll personally make sure that it happens. The second day of school brought the first day of actual classes. After excitably running through the day's announcements, Hisashi skipped out the door with a jaunty wave for his English lessons with the other classes, and ectoplasm replaced him to teach math in 1C. Izuku fell into the rhythm of school easily. Despite being homeschooled by Shoyuta for his primary school years, he'd been a good student in middle school and planned to remain that way at UA. His private lessons with Nizu prepared him well for what to expect, and his familiar relationship with most of the teachers here, having spent a good portion of his childhood roaming the halls of the school, would likely be beneficial as well. By the time lunch had rolled around, Izuku's right hand was cramped from the note-taking, and he realized that he might have been a little unprepared for the actual onslaught of information in his morning lectures. Cementas's introductory class for literature wasn't too bad, but Midnight spoke very quickly, and ectoplasm moved through math problems at a speed Izuku could barely keep up with. At least the other students also seemed a little startled by the amount of content, even if they probably didn't have the same ache in their fingers as Izuku did. Once Midnight disappeared from their class with a dramatic flourish, waving her fingers to Hisashi as he returned for their lunch PRD, Shinsu's head fell to the desk with a loud crack, and Izuku winced in sympathy. Why is this so much work? Is it worth it? I don't think so. I'm dropping out. Izuku chuckled as he reached into his backpack for a compression sleeve, slipping it over his wrist and flexing his fingers experimentally. You can't be in the hero course if you drop out. Stop it with your logic, Ayama. Let me suffer. Curiously, he watched Izuku massage his hand. You okay? Izuku nodded. Old injury. Writing a lot can make it hurt sometimes, but it's nothing too bad. Oh, speaking of, he grabbed his Quirk notebook, the new one he bought specifically for UA, and flipped it over to the first page. On one side was last night's attempt of drawing Shinso, from the bust up, from memory. Beside it were the words, Shinso Hitoshi, and under that, brainwashing. Looking at the real subject now, Izuku thought he might need to darken the circles around the drawing's eyes. I wanted to ask you some questions about your quirk, if that's okay. Of course, you take notes on people? Sheepishly, Izuku blushed. Dude, that is so creepy. I love it. Go ahead, hit me with your stalker questions. That was enough encouragement for Izuku. Lunch forgotten in the wake of his enthusiasm, he grabbed his pen and ignored the ache in his hand as he wrote Shinsu's responses to the slew of questions he asked. There were quite a few Shinso didn't even know the answers to himself, but that just meant the possibility of experimentation in the future, which was exciting. Eventually, once Izuku had filled most of the page with his stream of consciousness, Shinso placed Izuku's bento over the notebook, effectively interrupting his flow with the reminder of the food. You know, Shinso commented as Izuku chewed his onigiri, no one's ever been interested in my quirk like this before. Barely bothering to swallow his mouthful of rice, Izuku asked, why not? Brainwashing is a villain's quirk. People have said that about my quirk too, but I had a lot of people I trust tell me that they're wrong, since a quirk can't be villainous. Only people can. Shinso hummed. He was listening then, but Izuku wasn't quite sure if he really believed him. If someone he knew for only a day told him this, when everyone else had only shot him down, well, Izuku wasn't sure he would believe himself in this situation either. But maybe, if Shinso didn't believe Izuku, he would believe someone else. You want to be a hero, right? And get into the hero course. Shinso sighed. Duh. You can get in through the sports festival if you do well enough. Did you know that? Based off of Shinsu's confused stare, he hadn't known that. Izuku smiled. It's happened before with Eraserhead. Oh, he's an I know Eraserhead, Shinso interrupted. He didn't start in the hero course. No, he failed the entrance exam too, since his quirk doesn't work against robots. Shinso jokingly raised a fist skyward in sympathy, and Izuku laughed. Sounds familiar, right? We can do the same thing, but we'll have to train strong and do really well in the festival. Okay, Owizion, do you have a plan? Because those privileged hero course kids are being trained by actual pros, and I don't know how we can beat that. I know someone that can help us out. Are you doing anything after school today? Later, standing in Gym Gamma across from Eraserhead, Shinso turned to Izuku. Hey, you didn't want to mention that your personal trainer was a Eraserhead? Izuku laughed giddily and stole Shuta's coffee cup to take a long sip. Not just my trainer, he's my dad. Shinso stared at the energy drink in his hand like it had personally betrayed him. Then he poured it out on the gym floor. I should have listened to my mom when she said this stuff would make me hallucinate. Starting the third day of school, Izuku resumed his private lessons with Nizu. At the end of the day, when Hisashi returned to 1C for the class's English lessons, a subject he was already proficient in, he ignored Shinsu's pleading to not be left alone and went to the principal's office to work on his analysis. Nizu provided him video of the hero course students, and he quickly had a full page of notes on each of their quirks, their strengths and weakness, and upon Nizu's insistence, how Izuku might be able to utilize them for himself. Izuku's first assignment was to view yesterday's footage of All Might's first training session with the hero students. He was expecting some spars to start, maybe some basic hand-to-hand training too, but something light enough for the teachers to get accustomed to the kids' quirks and assess their skill levels. He was not expecting the violent combat trials. Deku to Kaken, you didn't want to tell me that you blew up a whole building on your second day of school. Kaken to Deku, it wasn't any of your business, nerd. Sensei already talked to me about it. It won't happen again. But to be honest, I just wanted to make things difficult for that All Might, and that is one thing your dad and I can agree on. Resigned to his friend's violent support, Izuku continued to take notes on the rest of the students. If anything, it wasn't entirely Kaken's fault that he blew up a building, although his decision to counter Monoma's taunts with a massive explosion was definitely not the correct course of action, and apparently it was guided by his fury at All Might, which was also unreasonably excessive. However, the fact was that Kaken and everyone else was put in a high-stakes situation without the proper training. Heroes needed to be taught how to make drastic decisions under pressure, and none of the students would have had those kinds of lessons by their second day of school. Critically, Izuku thought that All Might should have done more active teaching during his first lesson with his students, but he didn't comment on it as he watched and analyzed the rest of the battle trials, taking copious notes as he did so. Part of him wondered how All Might would react to this stalker notebook, as Shinso had affectionately dubbed it. What would All Might think, seeing a list of his students' weakness listed so neatly in Izuku's hands? Izuku decided he'd rather not find out. There was an impressive diversity of quirks in the hero course kids this year, surprisingly. Izuku had done analysis of the hero students of the last few years for Nizu and his dad, and there was usually an extreme bias toward offensive-based quirks. This year, while there might still be an uneven ratio of them, Izuku was excited by the interesting quirks he did see. The girl he rescued during the entrance exam, Uraraka Ochako, was in 1A with her gravity manipulation. Izuku noticed that she also seemed uncharacteristically violent and destructive during her battle, but he didn't know her well enough to criticize. There was another girl with invisibility, and Izuku was curious how she managed to pass the entrance exam with such a passive quirk. Maybe rescue points. He wondered the same thing about Kuwaro Shirhai from 1B, since Izuku wasn't sure how a quirk like Black could directly damage robots. They both must have been creative during the entrance exams to have made it into the hero course. Tokoyami Fumikage had a sentient quirk, and Izuku already had plenty of questions to ask him when they met, because that was so cool. The kid with the dupli arms quirk, Shoji Mizo, piqued his interest too. He was impressed by its versatility, even if Izuku personally refused to borrow mutation-type quirks, since it tended to be painful for both him and the target. Then, there was Minoma Nito with Copy in 1A, who Izuku was a little desperate to meet. The applications of Copy were astoundingly similar to Borrow. Maybe they could help each other become stronger and find training exercises to suit their quirks. It would be nice to have a friend with such a similar quirk. Unfortunately, his dad's and Nizu's reluctance to allow him near All Might meant that he'd have to wait to meet them in all person. Izuku personally didn't see the big deal. He didn't think All Might would hurt him, since he hadn't really done anything aside from be hesitant of Izuku, and he really wanted to do quirk analysis in person, but the adults were adamant. Izuku would just have to wait for the sports festival, then. After his time with Nizu, when school had been over for about an hour, Izuku usually just went back to 1C to meet with his dads. By that time, hardly any students remained at the school, so he was safe to sprawl across Hisashi's desk and wait for Shoyuta. The Friday of UA's second week of classes, they waited a little longer than usual before both of their phones pinged. Not bothering to reach for his own phone, Izuku let Hisashi read the message. Sho got a little held up after the field trip. He'll be here in a bit. Oh, was today the rescue training? At the USJ. Did he say how it went? Hisashi laughed. Just some complaining about his idiot students, which translates to him having a rocking time. Apparently, Bakugo blew some things up, but that was expected, wasn't it? Definitely expected, Izuku agreed. Nizu would probably have him review footage of the training exercises. I wish I could have been there. Hisashi patted Izuku's head comfortingly. Don't worry, kiddo. The sports festival is coming up, and there'll be plenty more fun field trips for you to go on with your new class. Chin up, Izuku knew Hisashi was right. He'd be on the next field trip with 1A. He just needed to prove he belonged there first. Hey, come with me. Before Izuku could respond, Shinso grabbed him by the sleeve of his shirt, yanking him out of class 1C and down the hallway. Where? Just stand there and, I don't know, look intimidating or something, Shinso directed him. Confused, Izuku looked down at himself. Intimidating. They stopped outside of 1A, where a crowd was already gathered, blocking the classroom's doorway. Hey, hey, a student shouted. Tetsu from 1B, Izuku recalled. Quirk, steal. You 1A hotshots better watch out, we're coming for you in the festival. Minoma Nito, Quirk, copy, laughed from just inside the classroom, only barely visible to Izuku over the heads of the crowd. Please, there's a reason we're in 1A, and it's because we're the best. Out of my way, extras. Oh, that was unmistakably Kaken's voice. You're not even worth my time. Shinso dragged Izuku through the crowd, ignoring his stammered protests, and the both of them emerged at the front, face to face with a leering Kaken. When he saw Izuku, he lifted an eyebrow, and Izuku shrugged helplessly, trying to relay that this was definitely not his idea. Unaware of their silent communication, Shinso sighed. I wanted to see what the great 1A was like, but you seem pretty arrogant to me. Is this what all the hero course kids are like? Most of the visible 1A students, just inside the doorway, blanched at the accusation, but Kaken and Minoma both sneered, as if Shinsu's words were a challenge for them to live up to. Behind them, Izuku could see the recognizable yellow of Shuta's sleeping bag, tucked in the corner of a classroom, but he couldn't quite make out his dad's face to read his opinion of the situation. Knowing him, he was listening in and fully supported this apparent rivalry between the classes. You know, Shinso continued, there are a lot of kids in the general education courses because they didn't make it into the hero courses. Did you know that? Kaken glanced at Izuku but said nothing. But we still have a chance. Depending on how we do in the sports festival, they might transfer us into the hero course. And they might transfer some of you out too. So, don't get too cocky. This is a declaration of war. Shinso, Izuku hissed. The 1A kids looked mostly concerned now, some downright scared. Probably hearing Izuku's voice, the sleeping bag rolled over, revealing Shura's carefully schooled disinterested expression as he turned to watch the altercation. He wouldn't be of any help, then. Monoma cackled. You'll see you guys don't stand a chance against. Shut up, Kaken growled, startling Monoma into silence. You don't scare me. None of you do. The only real competition here, he pointed at Izuku, is Ayama Izuku. No. Now all eyes were on Izuku, some curious, others murderous. Even Shoyuda was grinning proudly in his sleeping bag, although a normal person wouldn't be able to read the expression accurately. Izuku curled his shoulders, wishing he could vanish entirely. Maybe he should borrow Hagakure Toru's quirk, just long enough to escape. Kaken, don't say that, it's the truth, Kaken declared. None of you shitty extras can even come close to me or Deku. Now out of my way. He lurched forward, and when the crowd started to close in around him, preventing his exit, he rose a palm skyward to fire a warning shot. Instinctively, Izuku grabbed Kaken by the wrist, borrowing his quirk, so only a brief puff of smoke escaped his hands. With the crowd a little stunned, Kaken yanked his hand out of Izuku's grip to push his way through. You coming, Deku? He could hear the confused murmurs of 1A behind him, and he wanted to leave, but he didn't want the inevitable attention that would come with eating lunch with Kaken. Oh. I'll see you after school. Later then, nerd. Wait, Bakugu, I'll join you. A redhead from 1A, Kirishima Aijuru, quirk, hardening, ran through the crowd after him. As he passed, he shot Izuku a curious, almost suspicious glance, murmuring to Bakugu, so you know that dude, as they disappeared to the cafeteria. Now, Izuku was alone, in the center of a crowd focused solely on him. Even Shinso was staring, bewildered. Behind him, confused mutters of, did he just erase Bakugu's quirk? And Bakugu didn't kill him, and who is this kid? Rose from 1A. Izuku made desperate eye contact with Shoyuda, still lying on the floor in his sleeping bag, and surreptitiously signed a desperate help. Shoyuda begrudgingly stood. Okay, that's enough. If you're not in my class, then leave. I don't care where you go, but just don't be here. Under his gaze, everyone obediently scattered, Izuku stumbling after Hitoshi with a quickly signed, thanks. You're friends with the hero kids? Shinso whispered as they walked back to 1C. Izuku nodded. Just Kaken really. We went to middle school together, and he's my best friend, but I don't know the others personally or anything. Any other relations I should know about? Entering 1C, Izuku smiled briefly at Hisashi, who waved at both of his students in response. Yeah, I guess. Present mix my dad. Shinso chuckled under his breath, but it petered out when he saw the expression on Izuku's face. What? He hissed, and Izuku motioned for him to keep his voice down. There were other students in the classroom, and he didn't want them to overhear this information. You said Eraserhead was your dad, Izuku blinked, waiting for him to understand. Finally, they're married? Yeah, everyone's always kind of shocked about that. Oh my god, Shinso whispered. The conspiracy theories were right. So, you're the kid Present Mix always talking about on his show. You're the baby. Groaning, Izuku buried his blushing face into his arms. Don't say it out loud. I know so many stories about you, the whole country does, probably. There's so much blackmail that Present Mix told the whole world about, and I know who it applies to. This is golden. Shinso, please don't say anything. Only, like, 2 people outside of my family know. Fine, I won't tell anyone. Shinso grinned, and a chill ran down Izuku's spine at the eerie similarity to Shura's own conniving smile. I'm never letting this go, though. Resigned, Izuku pulled his lunch from his backpack, ignoring Shinso's snickering. Once he recollected himself, Shinso nudged him in the shoulder. Hey, really, thanks for trusting me with this. Only 2 people know. For the most part. I've only told you and Kakin, but I'm sure his parents know too by now, he admitted. I didn't have a lot of friends in middle school, and was homeschooled before that, so there wasn't really anyone to tell. Really? Shinso gestured to the entirety of Izuku's body. How could you not have friends? Tentatively, Izuku touched his fingertips to Shinso's arm, watching the glowing rings of his activated quirk against his skin. Shinso nodded in understanding. Big bad spooky quirk, right? Ugh. You're the first friend I've had in forever. People aren't very nice to the kids with the villain quirks? Huh. Izuku remembered All Might, telling him he couldn't be a hero with a quirk like All for One's. Yeah, he agreed. We'll just have to prove them wrong. Diamen right we will? The night before the sports festival, Izuku woke up in darkness. That wasn't right. Why was it dark? All for One did it. He'd put him in the dark room again, after he was done in the white room. What had they done to him there? He couldn't remember. His eyes stared at the ceiling above him, unblinking and unseeing. It was so dark. His hands ached, twisted into their deformed, broken configuration. His fingers knotted together unnaturally. They had crushed them with a hammer so long ago. How long ago? Since they learned his quirk was completely useless. His hands, his tools, were shattered beyond repair, wrapped and hidden from sight. Because he was worthless, pathetic, disappointing. He wasn't hungry. They must have fed him very recently, if his stomach wasn't clawing at his abdomen, desperate for a meal. Why couldn't he remember the last time he ate? When would he be fed again? When would that slot open, bringing him food and letting the light in with it? It was so dark. When would he see the light again? Distantly he heard a door creak. Who was that? Were they coming for him? Was it his father, coming to free him from this darkness? Tamura, coming to tease him through the slot in the door. Maybe a doctor, coming to make sure he hadn't died after the procedure. He wanted to be in the light again, even if it meant returning to that awful white room. He'd take whatever pills they fed him. He'd let them pump him full of those strange fluids. He'd allow them to cut into his flesh and rip the DNA from his bones, run whatever tests they like with his BLD, as long as he could leave the dark room. Outside his door, there was a crash followed by a muttered curse. Light footsteps to... Oh, that was Shoyuta. Shoyuta. Who was Shoyuta? Shoyuta was the smell of coffee. Shoyuta was rough fabric wrapped comfortingly around his neck. Shoyuta was ruffled hair under calloused hands and warm naps in the evening. Shoyuta was his dad. His dad. Hizashi was his dad too. Hizashi was boisterous laughter too early in the morning. Hizashi was pop songs played on the radio. Hizashi was spontaneous hugs after school and the stubborn sign name of baby. He wasn't with All for One. All for One was dead. Izuku would never be with All for One again. Hands fisted tightly in the sheets of his bed. His bed, a mattress covered with a comforter, not rags strewn over a stone floor. Izuku counted his breaths. He wasn't in the dark room. He was home with his family, and it just happened to be dark. It was okay. He had Shoyuta. He had Hizashi. He had Kakin. Kakin whose sweat smelled like sweet candy but would sooner die than admit it out loud. Kakin who didn't hold back in their spars but was never afraid when Izuku borrowed his quirk. Who else did Izuku have? He had Shinso. Shinso, who was a new friend, but understood aspects of Izuku's life that Kakin had never personally experienced. Shinso who had a villain's quirk of his own, but was just as determined as Izuku to prove that it could be a hero's quirk instead. He had friends and a family who loved him. Izuku wasn't All for One's anymore. Slowly, his hands loosened from the bedspread and the tension bled from his body. His eyes finally adjusted to the lack of light, and he could just make out his doorway across the room. Outside, he could hear shuffling. He stood from his bed and crossed the room, pushing his door open slowly. The hallway was better lit from the streetlights leaking through the uncovered windows, and Izuku slipped quietly into the living room. Kid. Shoyuta was sitting on the floor, still dressed from his patrol, with his laptop open on the coffee table. Probably grading papers. Then, what are you doing up? Experimentally, Izuku flipped the light SWCH to the living room. Nothing turned on. I think the power went out. You okay? Izuku nodded, even though he clearly wasn't okay considering he was awake at, according to the time on Shuta's laptop, 4 o'clock in the morning. The power outage must have taken his night light out with it, meaning that his room had been plunged into that awful darkness. Wordlessly, he collapsed onto the floor next to his dad and leaned into his side. Shoyuta ruffled his hair, just once, then went back to grading his papers while Izuku sat silently, dozing in the quiet company. Just rest, problem child, Shoyuta murmured. He at least wasn't forcing Izuku to return to bed, too aware of the likelihood that he'd be awake for the remainder of the night anyway. Big day today. You gotta show those assholes just what you can do. Izuku hummed sleepily. Don't worry, Dad. I had a good teacher. And that's exactly why I'm not worried. Now close your eyes for a bit. We have about 20 minutes before your other dad wakes up, and then neither of us will be getting any rest. Laughing, Izuku allowed himself to relax against Shuta's shoulder, with only the light from the laptop to accompany them. As promised, Hisashi woke him not even 15 minutes later by rifling loudly through a drawer in the kitchen. He at least made an apologetic expression when he saw Shoyuta and Izuku watching him blearily from the living room, but carried on as usual. Izuku reluctantly returned to his bedroom to get ready for the day, glad to find that the power had returned, so he didn't need to put on his uniform in the dark. Hisashi had left a plate of breakfast for him in the kitchen before leaving for his morning radio show, so Izuku could forgive him for being too loud too early in the morning. Shoyuta would too, once he had a couple cups of coffee. They ate together in silence, or at least Izuku ate while Shoyuta chugged his coffee, with Izuku too tense about the festival to make idle conversation. Shoyuta could clearly sense Izuku's nerves, because he flipped the TV to play some old Crimson Riot cartoon from years ago, even though the colors and noise obviously irritated him, and Izuku settled in front of the TV with his breakfast and his dad beside him. Hisashi returned just in time for them to leave for school, like always, and they grabbed their bags and walked to UA. Izuku was silent for the walk there. Maybe he was mumbling under his breath, formulating strategies for the day's festival, but he wasn't intentionally participating in the conversation. But Hisashi was more than willing to fill the silence, dragging a reluctant Shoyuta into a debate about the practicality of capes in a hero costume. For now, Izuku was content to let their bickering surround him. Instead of arriving at UA's main building, they walked deeper into campus, following the already thick crowd of people flooding into the stadiums. Izuku didn't particularly like crowds, too nervous of brushing up against people and borrowing their quirks before he could stop himself, but his dad surrounded him on either side, blocking him from the others. The crowd thinned out too, once they passed the third and second-year stadiums. The first-year festival was usually less exciting and garnered a smaller audience than the upperclassmen. Hisashi veered away at the entrance, still needing to dress in his present mic costume since he always left it to the last possible minute. Shoyuta stuck with Izuku until they reached the hallway of locker rooms, departing with a firm, reassuring pat to Izuku's shoulders before he left for wherever the teachers watched the events from. The other students in the hallway seemed too focused on themselves to notice the affectionate gesture between Eraserhead and a student, so Izuku slipped into 1CS locker room relatively unnoticed. His classmates that were already there changing into their gym uniforms, only about half of the class, smiled or nodded amicably at his arrival but otherwise kept to themselves. Izuku didn't mind. Everyone in his class was at least friendly toward him and didn't seem wary of him or his quirk. They were just a quieter group, and Izuku hadn't really made the effort to get to know anyone other than Shinso anyway. Shinso himself didn't arrive until 15 minutes before the opening ceremony, which was bordering on being late. Izuku was quick to shove his uniform into his arms. "Whoa, dude," he muttered, slipping out of his hoodie. "You're clearly excited." "Maybe more nervous than excited," Izuku admitted, bouncing on his toes. "I really want to do well today, we all do," Shinso reminded him, not unkindly. "We're gonna show those hero course jerks that they have some real competition to look out for, right?" Right? He didn't tell Shinso that, for him, it was about more than that. He had more to prove and more people to prove it to than just the hero kids. He needed the world to understand that he was not a villain, even if he had his father's quirk. He needed All Might to understand. An alarm rang out over a speaker in the locker room, signaling that it was time for the classes to line up for the opening ceremony. Their class stood behind 1B, waiting impatiently as the hero classes were introduced with the typical fanfare to accompany it. Present Mike did his best to create a similar amount of hype for 1C, declaring them his personal favorite underdogs of the festival, but they didn't quite receive the same kind of audience response as they joined the hero kids out on the field. At least they didn't walk out to only polite applause, like the business kids did. Wow, Izuku murmured, shying closer to Shinso as they joined the students gathered in the middle of the field. That's a lot of people. Shinso hummed. Just imagine the other year's festivals. Izuku shivered. And now, the student with the highest score on the hero entrance exam will recite the athlete's oath. Kaken shoved his way through the group of students, coming to a stop behind the microphone at the front of the stage. The students around Izuku, notably the ones from the support and gened courses, mumbled their discontent that a hero student was chosen as their representative. Shinso nudged Izuku in the shoulder. Hey, that's your friend, right? Izuku sighed, nodding despite his logical impulse to distance himself from whatever Kaken was about to say. Kaken tapped on the microphone aggressively, and feedback pounded through the stadium speakers. Then he ripped the microphone from the stand, holding it in a tight grip as he growled, "Make no mistake. I'm going to win today." There was the Kaken that Izuku knew and loved. However, he continued over the jeers from the audience. He whipped around to face the other students, searching the crowd until he found Izuku's eyes. "I expect a challenge. Give me all you got, extras." Tossing the microphone over his shoulder, Kaken marched back off the stage without breaking eye contact with Izuku. Despite technically addressing everyone at large, it was clear that his challenge was aimed at Izuku specifically. That was fine. Izuku would just have to give him everything he had. "I'd like to reiterate that I am only doing this because it has the best vantage point to watch the events." Hisashi pouted. "You know, you could just say it's because you love me." "No. It's because I love Izuku, and I want to watch him win this dumb competition from the best possible position. It's only logical." Still, Hisashi felt Shoyuta reach beneath the table to tangle their hands together, out of view of the cameras and the large window of the commentary booth, so he decided to not take his words personally. "Aren't you supposed to be announcing something?" Shoyuta reminded him, when Hisashi had stared, dopey and love-struck, for a little too long. Hisashi squeezed his hand, then slipped his present mic persona back on like a well-worn coat. "All right, let's get this party started. Are you ready?" he shouted, reveling in the sound of his own voice reverberating across the stadium as the crowd roared. On the field below, Midnight spun like an rated ballerina. Time for the first event. A large, brightly lit image of a spinning slot wheel was projected behind her. Of course, Hisashi and the other teachers already knew what it would land on. An obstacle race. You kids are going to run all around the circumference of the stadium, about 4 kilometers, and face obstacles along the way, and you have the freedom to do whatever you wish, just as long as you stay on the course. So put on a show, kiddies, would you? Plus Ultra. The students all replied with their own enthusiastic chorus of Plus Ultra before being herded to the starting gate. Hisashi kept a careful eye on Izuku's bushy head of hair, keeping pace with Shinso as they were jostled by the crowd. He was soon joined by Bakugo, shoving through the other students, many of which visibly glared at him, probably for his interesting take on the athlete's oath earlier, until he reached Izuku. Hisashi was glad that Izuku could have friends by his side, supporting him. He knew how stressed his son had been by the pressure of the festival, and the determination to finally make it into the hero course had clearly been crushing him these last few weeks. It hurt Hisashi so badly that he could do nothing for Izuku but offer constant reassurances of his strength and capability, which meant nothing in the face of the actual sports festival. In the end, Izuku's performance today was no one's responsibility but his own. A buzzer rang through the stadium. "You kids ready?" "Start." As Midnight called out, the indicator lights above the doorway dimmed, and the race began. Excitedly, Hisashi cracked his knuckles. "And I'm here to bring the play-by-play. You ready to help me out with it, Eraser?" "If I must." Hisashi laughed gleefully as Izuku stumbled at the sound of Shuta's voice over the speakers. He knew that it'd be a fun idea for Shuta's commentary to be a surprise. What should we be looking at right now, Mr. Eraser? Shoyuta watched the screen critically for a moment, the camera set on the herd of kids attempting to file through the passageway outside the stadium. The size of the doorway is too narrow to easily accommodate all the students, so it should be considered the first real obstacle of the race. Whoever comes out the other end quickly will have an advantage to begin with. As Shoyuta spoke, a layer of ice spread through the hallway, encapsulating the students' feet as Todoroki surged ahead. "Look at this," Hisashi shrieked. Todoroki Shudo from 1A has apparently decided that the hallway isn't enough of an obstacle on its own and has attempted to freeze his competitors to the ground. How devious, but some other clever students have evaded the attack. Bakugo, notably, had used his explosions to launch himself into the air, gunning after Todoroki as others from 1A, and even a few from the other classes, rose from behind him. Hisashi turned his attention briefly to the middle of the pack, finding Izuku thankfully unfrozen but slipping sporadically across the ice. He didn't focus on him for long, though, knowing that his role as announcer meant that he couldn't watch his own kid the whole time and needed to report on wherever the action was. It was already abnormal for present Mike to be commentating for the first years, since he was usually at the third-year festival, so he couldn't let himself focus on Izuku any more than necessary, even if he wanted nothing more than to do just that. Luckily, Shoyuta wasn't under the same restrictions. With the camera on Hisashi, he was able to watch Izuku more attentively. Quietly, so only Hisashi would hear and not the microphone, he said, "He needs to be more willing to use his quirk on others in a non-combative setting. He's too hesitant and concerned with hurting their own chances at success in a competition like this." With so much attention on him, Hisashi couldn't reply to Shoyuta directly, but he could do this. "It sure is spectacular to see these kids use their quirks in crazy and inventive ways, ain't it, folks? Here, there's no reason for them to hold back with their quirks. They can go all out with their quirks." "Subtle," Shoyuta grunted, but his lips lifted into a small grin when Izuku's face visibly furrowed into a more determined expression as he began scanning the faces of the students around him. Hisashi recognized it as his analysis face, meaning he was looking for someone with a good quirk for him to borrow. At last, Izuku reached out to a nearby student, the space between them lighting up green. Unfortunately, it happened at the same time that Todoroki and the others right behind him reached the Robo Inferno, and Hisashi was forced to redirect his attention to introduce this new obstacle. Still, he was pleasantly surprised to see Izuku bursting through the front of the crowd not long after Todoroki iced over a large zero-pointer. He was running over the heads of the other students, seemingly on air that was forcibly expelled from his lungs with every breath. He must have borrowed the quirk of that 1B kid that could turn air solid. Then, with heavy exhales, Izuku created platforms of air to act as stepping stones over the robots in his path, dodging their attacks with a graceful agility that he had to have picked up from Shoyuta. Bakugo blasted beside him, close enough for Izuku to lunge and grab onto his shoulders like a gangly backpack, ignoring Bakugo's snarling as his eyes flashed green to return the borrowed quirk to its owner. When they hit the ground, Izuku released his friend and broke off in a run as Bakugo blasted ahead. A couple 1A kids landed behind him, but he was safely in the front of the pack now, and one of the first to reach the next obstacle of raised, rocky platforms. For a moment, Hisashi saw him stutter. He probably realized that he should have held onto that Wakingan quirk for this one. "What are you fools stopping for?" Shoyuta asked through the microphone, jostling not only Izuku but all of his students into hurried action. "There's no time to waste." Todoroki glided easily over the beams between platforms, passing the obstacle a little too easily for Hisashi's liking, but he announced the development dutifully as he watched his son plan on the opposite side of the ravine from the corner of his eye. Finally, Izuku turned to the bubbly 1A girl, Uraraka, as she jogged up behind him. He gestured sporadically as he seemingly explained something to her with wild hand gestures, a habit he picked up from Hisashi, no doubt, and she nodded along eagerly. At the end of his explanation, she pressed a palm against his forehead, and Izuku's feet lifted from the ground as he grabbed onto Uraraka's arm to anchor him in place. With more gestured direction, Uraraka spun Izuku upside down, the two clasping tightly to each other's hands as she stepped onto the tightrope. These kids are using their quirks in strange and awkward ways. Look at the maneuvers of those two, teaming up to solve this obstacle in such an aesthetically unpleasing way. Show you decide. Interesting strategy, I suppose, he muttered, to use his weightlessness caused by Uraraka Ochako's zero gravity to balance themselves more easily on the ropes, since the force pulling him upward counteracts the gravity pulling her downward. Uraraka can guide him across the ropes while using him as a counterbalance, so it's mutually beneficial for both involved. It might look unnatural, but it's logical. Izuku's plan, while admittedly awkwardly conducted, did get him across the free-fall obstacle with relative ease, with Uraraka releasing him from her quirk once they reached the other side. They both arrived at the minefield behind only Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ida from 1A, although a large group of students wasn't too far behind them. Look at that eraser. Almost all the top contenders today are from 1A. Just what are you teaching these kids? Sho Yuta growled into the mic, I had nothing to do with this. And one of yours is up there too, so take responsibility for that one. Privately Hisashi thought that they should both be taking responsibility for that one, but whatever. It wasn't like he could say that out loud right now, anyway, and Sho Yuta knew that. What a JRK. Bakugo Katsuki of 1A is coming up right behind his classmate and current lead, Todoroki Shudo. This is the kind of tense, sudden development that we love to see in our festivals, so pay close attention, listeners. Suddenly, as Hisashi is focused on the desperate fight between Bakugo and Todoroki, Sho Yuta growled, what the hell is he? An explosion, larger than the mines should be capable of, burst from the start of the minefield, and a cloud of pink smoke obscured Hisashi's vision. What on earth was that? Okay, so Izuku was a little desperate to win the obstacle course. This was his chance. If he did well enough in the sports festival, he could finally join Kaken in the hero course. He could be a hero. But he needed to succeed in this first. He knew, rationally, that he didn't necessarily need to win the festival. His admittance into the hero course could be negotiated so long as he got into the final round, which would definitely be unknown battles as usual. The thing was, though, Izuku didn't just want to do enough. He wanted to do the best he possibly could. He wanted to prove, without a shadow of a doubt, that he could be hero. That he would be a hero. The first step to that was winning the obstacle course. So, when he arrived to the minefield and saw only 3 other students ahead of him, Uraraka beside him, he realized he could do this. He just had to play it smart. And maybe a little risky. The natural path through the mines was to approach it slowly and carefully, avoiding the clearly marked detonation sites with every step. But Kaken was flying over the mines with ease, not needing to even touch the ground, and Todoroki was already so far ahead. Slow and methodical wouldn't be enough. Which was why Izuku crouched to the ground, digging up mines as quickly as he could with just his bare hands. He decided that, even if this plan wasn't enough and he fell short of first place, at least the dramatics he had planned would make a statement. Hisashi would be proud. By the time Izuku had formed a neat, painstakingly angled pile of the mines, Kaken had reached Todoroki, and the two of them were simultaneously trying to trip each other up for the opportunity to surge ahead. They were close to the other end of the minefield, and Izuku was running out of time. Frantic, Izuku looked around for the 2 students whose quirks would assist him in this plan. Luckily, both Tesutetsu and Kirishima Idru were just running up to the minefield, their pace made sporadic by the constant jabs thrown at one another. Izuku turned his back on his cluster of mines to jog toward them, running backwards to keep pace once he reached them to say, "Hi, my name's Ayama Izuku. Could I maybe borrow your quirks for a second, pretty please?" "I promise it's temporary," Kirishima stumbled, briefly, and Tetsu gleefully surged a step ahead of him. "You're the one that the explosion kid said to watch out for, right? Why would I help you?" "Well, I really only asked as a formality. I don't like borrowing quirks without someone's permission, but I technically could do that." "No way in hell am I," present mixed voice washed out Tetsu's. "Todoroki and Bakugo are neck and neck almost to the finish line. How intense aren't we all on the edge of our seats?" Izuku needed to win. He needed to prove himself. "Sorry," he yelled, smacking Tetsu quickly on the arm and watching the steely glint to his skin disappear upon contact. Ideally, Izuku would have borrowed Kirishima's quirk too and used them both at the same time for increased indestructibility, but he was just barely out of his reach, and Izuku didn't want to be in an irate Tetsutetsu's range for longer than necessary, so he darted back to his mines. Izuku had propped them against a small mound of dirt, so that they were angled toward the finish line rather than straight up. He thought that he had situated them correctly and hoped that he had enough in the pile for the power that he needed, but physics had never been his strong suit, the math too lengthy and tedious for him to really enjoy, so he just crossed his fingers, activated Tetsutetsu's steel quirk and jumped onto the pile. What the hell is Heej? The impact was immediate, and the deafening boom drowned out anything else his parents might have said about his plan. He'd appreciated their subtle encouragement earlier, but he didn't want to hear Shuta's undoubtedly critical commentary on what he would, correctly, perceive as an illogical plan formed of desperation. Well, Shoyuta probably saw it that way. Hizashi, on the other hand, must have been ecstatic by the dramatics of it. Oh my god. Well, Present Mike had reverted to English, so maybe his dad wasn't as impressed by Izuku's plan as he'd assumed. In fact, he sounded concerned. Izuku would probably be chewed out for this later. The impact of the explosion, combined by the sudden distance between himself and Tetsutetsu, caused Izuku's grasp on the quirk to slip, and it returned to Tetsutetsu as he soared through the air. The strong, impervious texture of his skin returned to its typical vulnerable state, and Izuku quickly realized that he didn't have a plan to land safely without it. The ground, looming closer with every moment, seemed strong and unforgiving, not to mention the amount of mines that he would inevitably land on. Frantically, Izuku scanned the air for something to slow his fall. In the worst-case scenario, he knew how to tuck and roll on landing to reduce damage, and Recovery Girl would be on standby for any student injuries, but he wouldn't be able to make it to the finish line if he broke too many bones. The mines had given him a significant boost, though, enough to come close to the end of the minefield if he maintained his current trajectory, and he had a few more precious seconds airborne to find a safe way to land. Ayama Izuku from 1C, quirk, borrow. Shuta's voice rose over the amplified sound of Hizashi's frantic sputtering, his tone deceptively even. It didn't fool Izuku. He could hear the veiled exasperation and tense concern beneath his words. Through touch, he is able to temporarily transfer a target's quirk to himself and use it without limitation for a variable amount of time. If my assumption is correct, which it almost definitely is, he combined the blasts of several mines to make himself airborne, causing that massive explosion in the process. Judging by the other contestants in the area, he likely borrowed either Tetsutetsu's or Kirishima's quirk to protect himself from the force of blast. Below him, two figures surged into Izuku's line of sight. Kaken and Todoroki Shuto, no longer squabbling with each other for first place and racing forward as Izuku began to pass them. If Present Mike is done yelling incoherently, maybe he can get back to his job. There are things to announce, idiot. Judging by the speed that Todoroki and Kaken were moving, sorry, I was a little thrown off by the sight of our student purposely blowing himself up. Izuku's own velocity would put him, understandable. I'm sure any parents that were watching were also very concerned. If Izuku angled himself downward, readjusting his trajectory, I'm sure we all had a bit of a heart attack anyway. Back to the action at hand. What a wild turn of events. Ayama Izuku has closed the considerable distance between himself and our leaders in seconds. He was falling now. He needed to keep himself balanced and upright, hands outstretched and ready. If he did this right, then he should. He's falling right between them. Our competitors are too close to call a current leader. How exciting. Perfect. Izuku twisted his body midair and pressed the soles of his feet against Todoroki and Kaken's shoulders, knees bent. He watched Kaken's face contort into desperate rage as Izuku reached for him. Kaken lifted a palm between them, clearly hoping to blast himself out of Izuku's reach, but he was just barely too slow, and Izuku managed to brush his fingers against Kaken's wrist and Todoroki's cheek simultaneously. Several things happened in the next second. First, Izuku grabbed at their quirks, Kaken's coming easier to him than Todoroki's, and tugged them to himself. Then, Izuku pushed off with his feet, putting distance between himself and the two boys, acting as his springboard. The loss of their quirks caused both boys to hit the ground, strong. The impact set off a group of mines, Izuku feeling the low heat of the explosion behind him as Todoroki and Kaken were sent skyward. Just out of range himself, Izuku turned both palms toward the ground and used his borrowed quirks. With an explosion from his right hand and fire blasting from his left, Izuku launched himself over the remaining mines, clearing the field with a single burst and leaving Kaken and Todoroki to crash back into the dirt behind him. Ayama, with the help of some borrowed quirks, has passed through the entire minefield in a matter of seconds. Amazing, he's so far ahead of the others. Now can he maintain his lead and win this thing? It was a logical strategy and well planned. Borrowing Todoroki and Bakugu's quirks not only assisted himself but caused his competitors, who were relying on their quirks to cross the mines, to be caught in an explosion that will set them back further. Izuku hit the ground for the final stretch. Safe to sprint freely, he let go of the two quirks. The entrance of the stadium was in sight. Behind him, he could hear the telltale sound of Kaken using his quirk, but Izuku knew how quickly he could move. They've been training together too long, and Izuku had taken too many notes to not know that, and Izuku was too far ahead. He burst into the stadium with the roaring crowd to greet him. Present Mix, his dad's voice shrieked over the speakers. Ayama Izu from 1C is the first back to the stadium. His creative strategies, while unconventional and frankly concerning, Izuku was definitely going to get a lecture later, were effective and well executed. In this instance, the risk of such strategies paid off. A general education student from my class has won the first competition. I'm so proud. You should be, Shoyuta agreed gruffly, and Izuku's st warmed. Midnight sauntered up to him just as Kaken exploded through the doorway, with Todoroki only half a step behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the first event, she announced, placing her hands on Izuku's shoulders and giving them a subtly affectionate squeeze. Low enough for only him to hear, she whispered, "Good job, kitten. Show All Might just what he missed out on." He looked up at her tearfully. It was just so overwhelming. He won. People were cheering for him. Not even Kaken's furious snarling could alleviate the relief he felt in this moment, especially when his intimidation was partially ruined by the pink glitter from the mines covering him from head to toe. "You wanted a challenge, Kaken?" Izuku reminded him. "Shut up, effer." Todoroki just stared, coolly indifferent. "Hang tight here for a minute, kids, while the others show up. Shouldn't be too much longer." With a final pat to Izuku's shoulder, Midnight left to greet the next student, Shizuki Ibra. "See that? Eraser, my student one. That means I'm a better teacher than you." "Shut up, Mike. I'll beat you next time." "Deku, just wait," Kaken snarled, coming to stand beside Izuku and scan the crowd in the stands. He grinned haughtily. "At least you made that BSTRD mad. Good going." Izuku followed Kaken's gaze to the front row of seats below the commentator's booth. Oh no! All Might was there. He was right there. Sitting in the front row of seats with a grim look on his face, eyes trained on Izuku. Izuku stumbled backwards, sputtering. What is he doing here? At the first-year festival? Kaken cackled. "What do you think, Deku? He's keeping a eye on you." As he should. Frantically, Izuku hushed him, but it was futile. "Oi, All Might, look here, don't you think this kid has what it takes to be a hero? Come on, what do you have to say about that? He's AF winner, Kaken. Stop please." All Might watched them, frowning. He said nothing. Got nothing to say, but Izuku is so glad that the students weren't equipped with mics. With the roar of the crowd and students arriving to the field, the only people that should be able to hear Kaken were the other teachers in All Might section, who actually seemed unreasonably pleased and unwilling to interfere in the situation, if Izuku was reading them right. These pathetic. Finally, Kaken turned away, and a mortified Izuku followed him hurriedly to the middle of the field to wait for the next event's announcement. Still, Izuku couldn't help glancing back at All Might periodically, able to feel that heavy, distrustful gaze even as the distance between them increased. "Ignore him," Kaken growled. "Don't let him win." Izuku tried to take his advice and push the anxiety from his brain as best as he could. He would worry about it later, but he couldn't let himself fall into panic right now. "They're finishing one after another now," Present Mike yelled. "Still so far after our winners though, who were totally cool and amazing, but still, good work." "Oh, Ayaman, turning, Izuku saw Uraraka approaching him. Hi, you made it, I'm glad. You got first place, that's amazing. It was, mostly luck. If Kaken and Todoroki weren't positioned so well for me as I was falling, it could have ended really badly. Oh, and I couldn't have done it without your help. Thank you. Cheeks puffed, Uraraka pumped a fist. Happy to help, especially when you helped me get into the hero course. Now it's my turn for me to help you do the same. Kaken grinned, and Izuku felt a chill roll down his spine. Round Face knows what All Might did, and she was almost as pissed as I was. Yes, we'll get you into the hero course, Ayama, just you wait. Oh no. Was that why Uraraka had been so violent during her battle trial, causing almost as much destruction as Katsuki had with a quirk much less powerful? He hadn't meant to change two other students' opinions against the nation's symbol of peace like that Kaken he could have expected, but why was Uraraka so invested in this? They didn't even have any proof that his rejection was All Might's fault. No wonder the man seemed so upset with him. He probably knew that Izuku was the reason that his students were turning against him. Suddenly, the weight of All Might's gaze felt so much heavier. Before his thoughts could spiral further, though, Midnight interrupted him. 42 students have arrived back into the stadium, and that's where we'll be drawing our cutoff. The results will be displayed on the screen momentarily. Congrats to you kiddos. Izuku watched the results patiently, grinning in relief when he saw Shinsu's name in 27th place. He couldn't find him in the mass of students, even despite his friend's height, but he was glad that he had made it into the second round with him. Maybe if the next event was partners instead of team-based like usual, they could work together. Who's ready for again? A giant wheel appears behind Midnight. It lands on a cavalry battle. You guys will form teams, 2 to 4 people, so find some friends you can trust. Standard rules apply with one small change. Midnight licked her lips, and Izuku immediately tensed. She liked to do that when she was about to say something particularly troublesome. Players will be assigned point values based on their placement in the previous event. Last place will receive 5 points, and the values increase from there. Most importantly, though, is the value assigned to first place. Oh no. 10 million points, oh no. Instantly, Izuku felt the eyes of 41 desperate students turn on him. He just painted a massive target on his back. Who would even want to team up with him? Oi, Deku, you're with me then. I won't take less than the best, you hear me? Kaken sobbed, grabbing tightly onto his friend's gym uniform. You're the best, my best friend, thank you so much. Get off of me, but stop crying before I change my mind. Uraraka lifted a finger to her cheeks contemplatively. Wow, you and Bakugo are really close. Are you guys friends or something? See, nerd, you're making me look soft. Get off. Uraraka, I know you said you'd help me out, but you really don't have to. 10 million is a lot, and will be targeted, so I'd understand if. Nope, I'm here to help if you'll accept it. Besides, it's good to work with people you like, right? Kaken nodded his approval when Izuku glanced at him, which is a glowing endorsement by his standards, and Izuku could feel tears building up in his eyes again. You guys, hey, Bakugo, let's team up, okay? It'll be so manly. Kaken turned, Izuku and Uraraka following his searching gaze into the crowd. Kirishima shuffled through the groups of people, waving a hand for their attention. Come on man, I know you don't have a team. Aoria, he trailed off at the sight of Uraraka and Izuku, obviously surprised. Oh well, never mind I guess. Shut up, shitty hair. You already offered and we need a 4th person if we're gonna win this. Kaken clasped his palms together, releasing a muffled explosion into his hands. Izuku recognized it as a tick when he felt too aggressive, like he needed to blow something up and he needed to do it now. Using his quirk on himself, where the skin of his hands was resistant to the explosions, was a safe way to release that pent-up aggression that he'd started in middle school, when Izuku refused to needlessly lose another All Might figurine to his friend's subconscious violence. Well, Kirishima looked away, like he was searching for an out. Maybe he didn't trust Izuku, since he wasn't in 1A. Or he didn't want the burden of the 10 million points. You scared or something. Too bad, you're either on this team or you're gonna lose. Make up your mind. With another glance at Izuku, Kirishima nodded resolutely. Okay, yeah, alright. He grinned enthusiastically, and Izuku realized that this looked much more natural on his face than his earlier hesitation. Let's win this 10,510 points. 10,510 points. Why did first place have to be worth 10 million? If they had just followed the pattern of increasing each interval by 5, then Izuku would have had 210 points by himself. Still a lot, definitely, but depending on his teammates, he could have avoided such a large target on his back. With 10 million, every competitor's attention would inevitably shift to him. Maybe, though, the 10 million had a silver lining. Now, he didn't need to take his teammates' point values affecting his team's total into account. It didn't matter that he teamed up with Kaken, Kirishima, and Uraraka, who had all done really well in round 1, since his team would have had the highest point value either way. At least this way, he could easily accept the accumulated 510 points from his teammates without making himself a bigger target, because what was 500 points compared to 10 million? Now all he could do was plan. As things stood, most of the teams would be fighting for his headband. Looking into the crowd surrounding them, Izuku tried to deduce which teams he needed to watch out for. Shinso was off to the side with 3 other students, all dead-eyed and oblivious to the world around them. They had both already preemptively agreed that, in order to keep Shinso's quirk as mysterious as possible, he and Izuku wouldn't collaborate in any of the team events with more than 2 people, so Izuku wasn't surprised to see that he had brainwashed a team for himself. When he caught Izuku's eye, Shinso cocked his head and lifted an eyebrow, almost tauntingly, like he was asking how Izuku would deal with the situation at hand. Well, that was exactly what Izuku was trying to figure out. It was safe to assume that Shinso's team wouldn't be a problem. If Izuku was correct, Shinso would keep to himself for most of the event before asking an unfortunate team to hand over the headbands in the final seconds. He wouldn't draw attention to himself by joining the rest of the students in ambushing Izuku. So, Shinso's team could be ignored for now. That just left literally everybody else. From what he could see of the loosely forming groups around him, Todoroki's team would be the most problematic, consisting of Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Monoma from Class 8. Todoroki was a formidable opponent on his own, but the addition of Monoma means that there were essentially 2 users of that amazing, powerful quirk on the same team. Ida would give them a considerable amount of maneuverability that would be difficult to outpace, and Yaoyorozu's quirk is so versatile that it was essentially impossible to prepare for. Monoma probably couldn't copy Ida or Yaoyorozu's quirks, from what Izuku had seen from him in the training footage, but Todoroki's quirk was so strong that it would hardly matter. If they were smart, Todoroki would act as their rider, with Ida being the obvious choice for the frontman, but Monoma seemed arrogant. Izuku wasn't sure if he'd accept anything less than the rider position for himself. He'd just have to plan for the certainties then. If Ida acts as the torse, that would make their team fast enough to reach Izuku's first, meaning they would have to prepare for an immediate attack from Todoroki's group. They'd need some way to evade, or even counteract their inevitable offensive strike. Ayama. Uraraka waved a hand in front of his face, disrupting his vision of their opponents. Are you alright? Oi, don't interrupt him, Cheeks. He's thinking of a plan. Izuku shook his head, cheeks reddening. No, I'm sorry, I was thinking, but that was kind of rude, wasn't it? I should have involved you guys in my thought process. He glanced to Kirishima and attempted a friendly smile. Sorry, I don't think we've actually been introduced. At least not officially. I'm Ayama Izuku. Nice to meet you. Kirishima returned his smile with a flicked wave. Yo, Kirishima Ijuku. You're the kid from the hall the other day, right? The one that knows Bakugo. Yeah, not the best first impression, I know. Nah, dude. It was super manly. Actually, Kirishima twisted a spiked lock of hair between 2 fingers, glancing around at the other teams. So you have a plan for us? Because I'm not much help with things like that. More brawn than brain, you know. I'm still kind of thinking it through, Izuku admitted bashfully. Just tell us what's running through your brain, Deku? Yeah, Ayama, we believe in you. With Uraraka and Kaken watching him intently, Kirishima off to the side, unfamiliar but still encouraging, Izuku took a breath. He could do this. He could win. He wouldn't let them down. I think our best option is for Kaken to be the rider, he started, ignoring Kirishima's confused, Kaken and his friend's snappish response. He's the most naturally offensively based of our team, and he needs his hands free to use his quirk optimally, so it wouldn't be a good idea for him to be a support? Kaken nodded haughtily, palms exploding. For the base, Kirishima should take the front position. Oddly, Kirishima seemed surprised. Are you sure that's a good idea? I can't do much in a situation like this, unless we get up close to the other teams. I'm not exactly long-ranged with a quirk like mine. He hardened the skin of his forearm pointedly, and Izuku couldn't resist leaning forward to inspect it. When he reached out to touch, unthinkingly, Kirishima hastily pulled his arm away. Oh, sorry, I should have asked first. I just wanted to see what kind of texture it was, since I've only seen it on video feeds before, and the quality is nothing like real life. It looks much sharper than I expected. You don't just take quirks with contact. When I was younger, yeah, but it would restrict me a lot as a hero if I borrowed quirks. Anytime I touched someone, like when I'm helping a civilian or even my hero partner, so I've trained a lot to suppress it unless I actually want to use it. Now I only can't control it when I'm really distracted or something. Kaken scoffed, grabbing Izuku by the bare wrist and shaking his limp hand. Deku won't take your quirk unless he needs to, so stop your blabbin'. Do we have a plan or not? Tugging his wrist away, Izuku resettled into strategizing. Right, so Kaken's our rider. Kirishima's up front. If we're attacked by others, I was hoping we could kind of use Kirishima as a shield. I guess that sounds kinda mean, but if you use your quirk, you have a stronger defense against the other teams. Particularly Todoroki's, which is who I'm most worried about. Kirishima lifted a jagged fist. You can count on me, that leaves Uraraka and me on the sides. Uraraka, your quirk is strong enough to use on Kaken, right? So do that and make him light. Here's the bulk of my plan. Uraraka uses her quirk on Kaken, not only making it easier for us to hold him up and maneuver as a group, but so Kaken can make himself airborne more easily. Izuku glanced out at the other teams, and nearly every other competitor on the field met his gaze head-on. It's obvious that everyone is going to be focused on us. The best plan would be to ditch the 10 million band early on, but like F are we ditching the 10 mil? We're winning this thing, and that means first F place. But, Izuku steamrolled, undeterred. I didn't think that idea would be well received. So, most of our strategy has to be defensive if we want to hold on to the lead. Kaken is adept at airborne combat, and especially with the help of Uraraka's quirk, he should be able to evade the other teams, keeping himself and the headband out of reach. If we're cornered, Kaken should separate himself from the group and split up. As long as Kaken doesn't hit the ground, I don't think it'll break any rules. UA's pretty flexible with stuff like that. For short bursts of time, Kaken should be able to get all four of us off the ground so long as we're weightless, but I don't think Explosion can easily maneuver a large group of us aerially like that, so that'll be a last resort only. Kaken should prioritize himself when possible, even if that means going airborne without us. This means that the three of us will still be on the ground and prone to attacks, obviously, which is why we need Kirishima for defense. Our job will be to make sure that Kaken has a place to land safely, since he can't be airborne forever, and push the other teams back. I can borrow the quirks of any teams that get close enough. Ideally, if it's possible, I'd like us to focus on getting in range for me to borrow Monoma's. Based off of his teammates, he'll probably be copying Todoroki's quirk, which would be handy to borrow too, now that I think about it, and it would be best to neutralize him as a threat as soon as possible. Copy as a quirk is extremely versatile too. While similar to mine, having copy would allow me to copy quirks from my allies without leaving them quirkless, which is what borrow would do, meaning that I could borrow Kaken's or any of your guys' quirks without leaving you defenseless. I assume that Todoroki's team will be our biggest threat, so we'll need to stay on our toes around them. If we play this defensively, though, we can totally do this. If that all sounds good to you guys. When Izuku focused back in on his teammates, Uraraka and Kirishima both looked dumbstruck. Kaken, though, appeared very satisfied. Told you the DMN nerd had a plan. Uraraka, still gaping with awestruck eyes, asked, Ayama, that was amazing, how do you know all that stuff about us? And our quirks? Kirishima leaned forward intently. Did your dad tell you all that? My dad. Accusingly, Izuku turned to Kaken, who frowned. Don't look at me, Deku, I didn't say nothin', Uraraka snapped her fingers. Oh, you're Deku, the one that Bakugo talks to Izuwasen-see about, Averting his eyes from Izuku's betrayed look, Kaken crossed his arms. Okay, so maybe I did say something, but whatever. So it's not exactly public knowledge. But, Sho Aizawa is my dad. He didn't tell me anything about you, though I just get private lessons from Nizu, and he has me analyze you guys to help with my own quirk. Demon rat, Kaken hissed. We won't tell anyone if you're keeping it a secret, man, Kirishima promised, Uraraka nodding furiously in agreement. Don't worry, you can trust us, thank you, I appreciate it. So does that mean you guys are alright with my idea? I know everyone else is really strong, and you're the ones with first-hand experience, so if you have anything better, Kaken hit him over the head, firing a muted explosion just as his hand moved safely past Izuku's ear. Shut the hell up, Deku. We're going with your plan. Right, extras. Uraraka and Kirishima both nodded enthusiastically, grinning. And we're gonna win. Right, there are some interesting teams. Shoyuda had expected his students to group into their established cliques, and some did hold true to this assessment. However, it seemed that the addition of Izuku, who Bakugu rationally wouldn't be separated from, threw some of these cliques off balance. Naturally, Kirishima followed Bakugu, intent on befriending the surly blonde for whatever reason. With Kirishima absent, this left Kaminari, Siro, and Mina looking for another member. They surprisingly settled on Tokoyami, who Shoyuda had never really seen them interact with. Todoroki's team was sensibly balanced, chosen from strength rather than personal connections. In some respects, Shoyuda agreed with this line of thinking, but he had also learned, mostly by force, thanks to Hizashi, over the years that it was often more beneficial to surround yourself with people you trust than people that are technically strong. Todoroki will probably learn this for himself, one day, but for now his chosen team was adequate for this event. Shinso, the only student outside of his classes, and aside from Izuku obviously, that he kept an eye on, had simply outright brainwashed 3 random competitors into joining his team. A lazy strategy, maybe, but it was reasonably logical under the circumstances when his quirk provided him an easy way to accumulate points quickly in the final seconds of the round. He'd probably be fine, and his teammates would get a free pass into the finals. The rest of Shuda's students had kept to forming teams with others in their own class, finding people whose quirks and personalities they were familiar with for this challenge, which was reasonable. However, there were a few teams he could already tell wouldn't make it to the final round without some kind of clever plan, lacking the well-rounded prowess of the others. Alright, Hizashi jeered into the mic, pulling Shoyuda from his thoughts. I won't ask if you're ready, let's get going. Predictably, at the sound of the buzzer, several teams darted straight for Izuku. Shoyuda couldn't help the sadistic smile of glee hidden under his scarf at the sight. He and Hizashi had both had a good laugh when Izuku won the obstacle race, knowing that he'd be very unhappy with the planned 10 million points nonsense. Shoyuda and Hizashi both thought that the inevitable trouble of such a large score was deserved for the stunt he pulled in the minefield. Wow, a full frontal attack right off the bat, to a team from 1B, Shoyuda never bothered to really learn their names, led the charge. The ground beneath Team Bakugu's feet became discolored and distorted as they started to sink into it. Grimacing, Bakugu pointed his palms downward and somehow managing to launch all 4 of them out of the floor's sudden quicksand-like grip, the 3 acting as horses clutching desperately to Bakugu's legs. They must have used Urarak's quirk to diminish their weight. As they flew overhead, Hagakure's team saw their apparent opportunity, and Jairu slung her earjacks at them, clearly aiming for Bakugu's headband. Over the ruckus of the crowd, Shoyuda could only barely overhear Izuku's, Kirishima, we got you, as he and Uraraka each unlatched one arm from Bakugu's legs to loop under Kirishima's shoulders, holding him up as he lashed out with jagged arms to swat the jacks away. Jairu yelped and retreated while Team Bakugu clumsily crashed to the ground on the other end of the arena. Evasion tactics, Shoyuda remarked, a little impressed. He was always so proud when Izuku found solutions to problems that didn't require direct confrontation. Since becoming a heroics teacher, Shoyuda had come to understand just how rare it was for a child his age to approach situations with logic rather than brute force. Logical strategy. We've barely begun, and it's already mayhem down there, Hizashi yelled, slamming his hands dramatically into the counter in front of them. Ignoring the 10 million points to focus on other bands and trying for second to fourth place isn't a bad strategy either. Shoyuta could only barely contain his snort. Subtle. Purposely, Hizashi nearly whacked him with a long arm as he fell back into his chair. Shoyuta dodged the attack easily, used to his husband's dramatics. On the field, a hunched Shoji approached Team Bakugo rapidly, obviously concealing smaller teammates under the folds of his arms. A long, prehensile tongue whipped out, so Shoyuta concluded that at least Azui was hidden in there. Bakugo dodged the tongue with ease, ducking as it whipped past and falling back into the support of his teammates. Having missed its original target, the tongue looped back around and latched itself around Uraraka's boot. Team Azui is making clever use of their size difference, protecting their rider while taking the offensive against Team Ayama. It's Team Bakugo, Shoyuta reminded Hizashi drily. Then quieter, don't be playing favorites. Right, I mean Team Bakugo, obviously I'm such a blonde, sometimes. It was a small enough mistake that Shoyuta doubted anyone would conclude anything from it, but you had to be extra careful when it came to a pro hero's private life. Present Mike had frankly done a commendable job in the years since their marriage and adopting Izuku to keep any details about his family vague. The only confirmable information about them were things Hizashi actively chose to share on his radio show, after discussion with both Shoyuta and Izuku if it concerned them. All that anyone knew officially was that Present Mike was married and that they had adopted a son nearly 10 years ago. He often shared anecdotes about the three of them on his show, since he was apparently physically unable to keep stories about how cute his family is to himself, but it was never anything that could definitively identify them. Seeing Hizashi now, though, Shoyuta could tell just how strong it was to keep his love for his family, especially Izuku, to himself and out of the public eye. He was physically vibrating with pride every time he even glanced in Izuku's direction. It was a little endearing, maybe, but if Hizashi couldn't remain unbiased, Izuku could potentially be outed as the son of a pro hero, and that was attention he had already told them that he didn't want. Shoyuta would just have to make sure Hizashi kept himself in check. Back on the field, one of Izuku's hands wrapped around Bakugo's ankle began to glow green as he reached down with his other hand to Azui's tongue. Close enough to feel heat, but not close enough to wound, he popped an explosion, and the tongue hastily retreated back into the tent of Shoji's arms. With a nod from Izuku, Bakugo suddenly launched himself into the air, separating himself from his teammates and only narrowly avoiding another shot from Azui. We're allowing that, right? Hizashi screamed, and Midnight agreed if only by technicality. The three remaining members of Bakugo's team, while being pursued by Azui, banked a strong right and nearly collided head-on with Team Tetsutetsu. From his distant view, Shoyuta could only barely make out Izuku pressing his palm against the cheek of their lead rider before he darted quickly away. As soon as they moved out of range, the floor beneath Tetsutetsu wavered, and the team sunk ankle-deep. Team Azui, moving too quickly to slow their pursuit of Izuku and the others, stepped directly into the same trap of softened ground, effectively trapping the two groups pursuing Team Bakugo. Cackling, Bakugo landed back on the platform of hands formed by his three teammates, just to immediately jump into the air again, exploding himself just over the head of Tetsutetsu to grab their headband before returning back to his own team. That was another 705 points, then. As if their original total of 10,510 wasn't enough. His son's team were certainly aiming to make an impact this round. It was just like Izuku and Bakugo, he supposed, to not be content with enough. Team Bakugo is increasing their lead handily. Just look at the rankings. Maybe no one can stop them and maybe the other teams should focus on some other people. Zashi, Shoyuta scolded, his mic currently off. Favorites? Hizashi waved him off, uncaring of the cameras catching the gesture. Actually, aside from Team Bakugo, our crowd favorites of Class 1A aren't doing that hot and Bakugo's team isn't even entirely composed of 1A. I bet that Jeaned Kid Ayama is putting in a good amount of the work. Mike, back on track. Right, what exactly is going on with 1A? Eraser, are you just a bad teacher? The other teams have been biding their time, Shoyuta observed, watching a group of 2 students from 1B steal the headband from the head of a distracted Zero. Since they were focused entirely on winning, Class A hasn't been paying attention to the underdogs sneaking up from behind. By being overlooked themselves, Class B has an opportunity to secure their own places in the final round. A burst of flame, and then a sudden eruption of ice spiked through half of the arena, rooting every team in that area to the ground. Every team, that is, aside from Team Todoroki and Bakugo, standing only feet apart, watching and assessing each other. Shoyuta knew that this confrontation between the two strongest teams had been inevitable. The second half of the cavalry battle had officially begun. "I told you not to use your left," Todoroki told Monoma. He sounded tired. Or maybe disappointed. "Power like that, how could I resist?" Sighing, Todoroki turned his attention back to Izuku and the others. "Just don't do it again," he murmured. His eyes narrowed on their headbands, and Izuku could feel all of his teammates tense, readying themselves for an altercation. "I'll be taking that." Slowly, Izuku nudged his team to begin backing away from Todoroki, guiding them to his left side. With Ida as their front, pulling them along on their roller skates, they would be impossible for his team to actually outrun. No, with 6 minutes left in the round, they'd eventually be forced to fight. If they wanted to defend their points. "Uraraka," Izuku murmured lowly. "Get ready to move behind Kirishima. Kaken, no matter what happens, focus on dodging, alright? We can't lose the headbands." Pressing his hands together, Kaken released a muffled explosion. "I won't run from these extras. Come on, bro, we're doing this to win, yeah?" "Hey, Bakugo," Monoma sang, peering around Ida's shoulder. "I never got to ask you this. How silly of me, I know, but you're the kid from that sludge villain incident last year, aren't you? Didn't you have to be saved by some other random kid? How embarrassing." Kaken went utterly still, and Izuku could feel the anger rolling off of him in waves. Uraraka, glancing up, squeaked at the infuriated expression on his face. "Bakugo, calm down, don't listen to him." Izuku knew that wouldn't be enough. When he got like this, Kaken was almost impossible to reason with. Suddenly, a tall wall of ice circled around their two groups, effectively trapping them together. With nowhere to run, it was easy for Todoroki's team to lunge forward and close the distance between them. Desperately, Izuku shoved Kaken upward, helped by an equally desperate Uraraka, but he only snarled. "I ain't running from these bastards." "Here we go," Ida said, twisting his ankles into a running stance. Reciproburst, they moved almost too quickly to see. A bridge of ice formed over their heads. Kirishima attempted to chip away at it with a hardened fist, but was knocked away by a surge of flame from Monoma as Team Todoroki skated over him. When they neared Bakugo, instead of dodging like Izuku had begged him to do, he rose to meet them, lifting a hand to release an explosion into the side of their formation. He didn't even aim to melt the bridge and incapacitate them that way, instead attempting a direct shot to Todoroki. Like Izuku would have expected, Kaken's attack didn't do much good. Yaoyorozu created a thick slab of concrete to shield her team from the blast. Simultaneously, Monoma reached to meet Bakugo, snagging the 10 million headband from him. Only Izuku likely saw the subtle brush of fingers against bare skin as he did so, and he wasn't surprised when Monoma used Bakugo's own quirk against him by shooting a blast of fire directly to his face. Just as quickly as they came, Team Todoroki glided off of their icy platform and back onto the ground, Monoma waving back at them daintily as they skated away. Kaken glowered, hissing between his teeth. "We're getting that SHD back." Under her breath, Uraraka murmured, "We wouldn't have lost it in the first place if you just followed Ayama's plan," and Izuku couldn't help shooting her a thankful glance. "Do we really need it though?" Kirishima wondered out loud, preemptively hardening his head when Kaken tried to get a blow on him. "We still have the 710 points, right? And no one's gonna be after us now. What we have should be enough, unless Bakubro managed to lose that one too." Uraraka giggled as Bakugo literally exploded. "I kind of want to get it back too," Izuku admitted. He glanced at Kirishima and Uraraka somewhat apologetically. "I know it might be more trouble than it's worth, but I have something to prove." Right? Uraraka's brows furrowed as she lowered her stance, tracking Todoroki's team across the field. "I already said I'd help you with your goal, Ayama. We'll definitely get it back." Kirishima looked mostly confused, but his smile never dimmed. "I don't know what exactly you got to prove, But if it's important, then I'm here to help. Let's do it. There's not much time left, Izuku conceded. Across the field, a wall of ice had surrounded Team Todoroki, keeping the other teams away. After that powerful attack from Ida, it was possible that they were immobilized. But if we follow the plan, he sent an accusing look to Kaken, who huffed, then we can win this thing. Only 2 minutes left, and our longtime leaders have been usurped by Team Todoroki. How scandalous. I really thought Team Bakugo was gonna go all the way. They still have enough to make it into the finals as things stand, Shoyuta added. Weren't you the one saying that an acceptable strategy was to focus on getting points aside from the 10 million? Yeah, but I was rooting for them, Hisashi pouted. He was lucky that his blatant favoritism could be chalked up to Izuku being one of his gene students. If anyone asked, he could say he was just cheering for the underdog surrounded by hero core students, and it would be fair. Shoyuta only hummed. Well, they don't seem satisfied with their current standing either. What? Pay better attention. You're supposed to be announcing all of this. Refocusing his attention on his son's team, he watched as they ran to the ice wall created by Todoroki. After a quick, hushed conversation between themselves, the three on the ground hugged tightly to Bakugo's legs as he launched them into the air, clearing the wall with ease and falling over the other side. Monoma hurriedly released a wave of flame, but Uraraka and Izuku fell into a line behind Kirishima as they tumbled down the ice, shielding themselves from the blast, and Bakugo separated from the group briefly, falling back into them as soon as the fire cleared. The four of them hit the ground with a shaky stumble, Bakugo only barely managing to stay balanced on his teammates' hands. While for those unfortunate souls that can't see what's happening behind this ice, we'll be sure to project it onto the screen, but there's sure to be action. Will the leaderboard change with only about a minute left? The enclosed space was cramped, definitely, with nowhere to run as Todoroki attempted to form another wall of ice to separate them. Bakugo blasted it away easily, Kirishima slicing at the remaining shards with a jagged hand. Quickly, Team Bakugo veered to stand just on Todoroki's left. Izuku shifted Bakugo's weight toward Ochako and leapfrogged over Kirishima, tapping Bakugo's forehead and visibly borrowing his quirk as he moved. With explosion, he blasted himself past Todoroki, only narrowly avoiding an icy hand jabbing at him from the side. His feet collided with Monoma's shoulder, his fingers brushing against his cheek before he shoved himself backward, attempting to grab at Todoroki's headband and maybe borrow his own quirk on the way back, only for Ida to finally move them just out of reach, having been slow to act after exhausting his quirk earlier. Izuku returned back to his formation without even having touched the ground. The crowd was screaming so loudly, cheering at the excitement, that Hisashi couldn't hear anything from the two teams, but he could see that Monoma was distressed by the sudden loss of his quirk. Meanwhile, Izuku and Bakugo both experimentally popped an explosion, Izuku having traded the borrowed quirk for a copied version. On the desk in the announcer booth, a timer began to tick. Only 30 seconds left, he called, even he only barely audible over the roars of the crowd. A riveting final act, another wall of ice, was that the only move Todoroki knew. This time formed to rise between the two teams and right over their heads, effectively trapping Team Bakugo in one dome while protecting Team Todoroki in their own. The ice coming for Team Bakugo, though, seemed to be aimed directly for Bakugo rather than just over their heads, to trap his torso in the ice. Before it could fully form, he was shoved upward by Uraraka and forcibly separated from their team once again, only just out of reach of the spikes of ice that would have encased him. With Bakugo now separated from his team and Todoroki's with a thick barrier of ice, he was keeping himself above the ground with well-timed explosions that also chipped away at the frozen dome. It would be up to the three on the ground to somehow retrieve the headband if they wanted it so badly. Hisashi, thankful for the cameras on the team's uniforms so he could still watch the action, was unsurprised to see Izuku take the initiative. Ayama moves in for the kill. Could this be the final act of the game? Izuku destroyed the blockade of ice with the copied explosion, creating an opening just large enough for him to lunge through, one hand reaching out for Todoroki's headband while Uraraka and Kirishima steadied him by his legs. Obviously panicked, Todoroki's left arm erupted into flame, finally using the full range of his quirk. Izuku was undeterred though, muttering something under his breath as he brushed the hand not reaching forward against one of Kirishima's arms. At the contact, their skin glowing green as Kirishima's quirk was borrowed, Izuku oddly stuttered for a split second. It reminded Hisashi of when he was younger, so scared and still expecting to be punished for using his quirk. Kirishima yelled something, hopefully encouraging, but whatever it was brought Izuku back to the present. He hardened his reaching arm and, after shoving Todoroki's flames out of the way, snagged the headband from him. As soon as his fist closed around it, Uraraka and Kirishima pulled him away, back into their cavern of ice. According to the timer ticking down, it had taken no more than 5 seconds. Now, there were only 10 remaining. Shocked, Todoroki reached down and was handed a staff by Yayazor. Before he could swing, though, the ceiling of ice above them finally exploded as Bakugo rejoined the commotion. "Stay the F back, you beastie." He knocked the staff out of Todoroki's hand just as Uraraka grabbed him by his uniform and tugged him back to their group. Having fully destroyed the section of ice in front of them, Team Bakugo waited for another assault, knees bent and ready to defend their headbands to the last breath. The buzzers signifying the end of the round rang out before they could have the chance. With the round over, Izuku let his exhaustion, mostly from the emotional suspense of the round, take hold. He collapsed to the ground, Uraraka alongside him. With only Kirishima left to balance him, Bakugo fell too. "Now let's take a look at the top 4 teams," his dad yelled across the stadium. Izuku hoped that his enthusiasm was at least partially due to pride. In first place with their sudden comeback, Team Team Bakugo, "We did it," Izuku murmured, staring reverently at the scoreboard. His team was right there on top, with 10,001,215 points. "They did it. DMN right, we did. I already told you, Deku, I don't settle for anything less than the best." Uraraka squealed, kicking her feet against the ground. "That was amazing, your plan was so amazing, Ayama, you're definitely getting into the hero course now." In second place, even after losing most of their points, is Team Todoroki's Monoma hissed, kicking a chunk of ice at his feet which nearly clipped Kirishima in the side. "We were so close, hey," Yaoyorozu soothed. "Second place isn't bad. I wish I could have done more," Ida admitted. Izuku hadn't seen him use his quirk after his reciproburst earlier, so it must have taken a lot out of him. Still, his persistence after was admirable, Izuku thought. Todoroki remained silent, staring at his left hand as if it had betrayed him. In third place, Team Shiro Kirishima grinned. "Oh, hey, good for them." And to close everything off, Team Hey, what's this? Team Shinso. Oh, good. Izuku was glad that his friend had managed to snag enough points at the end of the round to make it into the finals. He did it, they did it, he was in the finals. He was proving his worth, proving that he could be a hero even with the quirk his father had burdened him with. He just needed to keep going. We'll take a brief intermission before the final rounds, but there will be some fun games in the meantime, so stick around. Izuku sat up, meeting the eyes of his teammates and grinning broadly. Tears gathered along the bottom lids of his eyes. Uraraka returned his smile brightly with an enthusiastic thumbs-up. Kaken only smirked, but Izuku could see the satisfaction in his eyes. Kirishima smiled, all sharp teeth, but it was off-kilter. A little panicked. Izuku knew why. When he had reached for Kirishima's quirk to borrow it, he noticed something strange. Izuku could feel hardening and grip it like any other quirk and pull it to himself. But in his grasping of it, he had brushed up against something else too. Something heavy and pulsing, overflowing with energy. Another quirk. One that Izuku couldn't reach for even if he had tried. He'd never felt anything like that before, but it didn't matter. Izuku knew exactly what it was, and he knew where Kirishima had gotten it. Kirishima disappeared before Izuku, still lethargic, could call out to him, vanishing in the small crowd of students coming to congratulate the winning teams. Izuku tried to keep track of him, eyeing his bright red hair as he stood to follow, but Uraraka threw her arms around him and cheered as she attempted to drag him in the opposite direction. Come meet my friends." "Oh, actually I need to, please," she tugged him on the arm pleadingly. "We have a whole hour for lunch, and you're going to be in 1A soon, so you might as well meet your future classmates, right?" Stretching as he rose from the ground, Kaken snorted. "I guarantee that Deku already knows them better than he knows himself." Nerd's been watching our training this whole time. He hasn't met anyone yet, though Ida over here. Uraraka dragged him through the crowd leading out of the stadium despite Izuku's stammered protests, Kaken following behind like a surly bodyguard and glaring at anyone who gets too close. It at least managed to clear a path through the tightly packed group of students. Briefly, Izuku caught sight of Kirishima again, ducking into a corridor marked for faculty, before Uraraka was spinning him to face Ida Tenya. Ida, I didn't know you had a move like that. She mimicked a running pose and kicked a leg out dramatically, as if reenacting Ida's reciproburst. Yes, I wanted to prove my own prowess as a student, even when surrounded by strong competitors, so I've been working on my reciproburst for a while, although it still was not enough to be victorious, I suppose. His gaze moved past Uraraka, still excitably pumping her arms, and he dipped his head in respectful acknowledgement. Congratulations for your victory, Uraraka, Bakugo. And you as well, although I don't believe I know your name, so that answered the question of whether Ida remembered him. I am Izuku, he introduced politely, hoping that Ida wouldn't notice how his eyes kept flitting to the hallway he saw Kirishima disappear into, lest it be misconstrued as rude. Ida seemed to be a stickler for manners, but Izuku's mind was unfortunately elsewhere at the moment. Kaken shoved past Izuku to crowd into Ida's space. You don't recognize him, for eyes? I'm sorry. I was not aware that we had met before. It's fine, really, Izuku interjected. Kaken could definitely hold a grudge, but Izuku was more than content to pretend that this was their first meeting. After all, their actual first had been when they were nothing more than children, and the second had been awkward at best, with Ida yelling at him from across a crowded auditorium. Besides, he had other priorities than rehashing that right now. And he decided that he couldn't wait another moment to deal with it, even if it required him to make an awkward exit. I'm sorry, but there's something I need to do. It was good to meet you, Ida. I'll, see you guys later. He tried to slip away before anyone could ask any questions, but Kaken managed to grab him by the wrist. What the hell's so important right now, shitty Deku? Oh, it's just, something I need to go find my dad's. They wanted me to eat lunch with them, so I better go. Right now, Kaken, always too perceptive when it came to reading Izuku, glared strong. He knew there was something going on. But Uraraka was apparently oblivious, deflating sadly at Izuku's excuse. Then she perked back up. You'll sit with us during the battle's next round, right? In the 1A section. Then you can really meet everyone. Izuku nodded quickly. If he had the time to consider it, he would be touched by her friendly kindness and willingness to accept him into her class. Okay, sure, sounds fun, but I really have to go. Please let go of me, Kaken. Miraculously, Kaken did only to fist his hand into the front of Izuku's uniform and growl, "You'll tell me later, nerd." Not a request. A demand. One that Izuku is actually willing to adhere to. But later. He needed to talk to Kirishima first. So he nodded, and Kaken begrudgingly shoved him away. With a brief wave to a confused Uraraka and Ida, Izuku rushed through the crowd toward the narrow hallway he'd seen Kirishima duck into. Most of the students and spectators had left the stadium for the lunch hour, so Izuku was unsurprised to see it deserted, even if he'd kind of hoped it wouldn't be. He hadn't really come with the intention to corner Kirishima in a scarily empty hallway that just screamed with creepy, threatening intent. Although if he was honest, maybe it was best that they were alone for this conversation. Actually, Izuku didn't know what was best. He hadn't really come with much of a plan for this at all. He had just recognized that quirk inside of Kirishima, one that didn't naturally belong but was carving a space for itself within him, and immediately knew that he needed to talk to him. Still, it was very likely that Kirishima had hidden away here for the express purpose of avoiding Izuku, and Izuku didn't want to give him the chance to slip away again before he could have a chance to explain that he just wanted to talk, nothing nefarious. He didn't want to do anything more than that, really, but it was important that they talked. Communication was important. So, he slipped down the hallway as quietly as he could, stepping in the way that Shoyuta had taught him to, hoping he could catch Kirishima off guard enough that he wouldn't have the chance to slip away again. When Izuku finally heard a voice, just around a corner further down the hall, he almost sped up. Except it wasn't Kirishima's voice. It was All Might's. Well, it was the hollowed, quieter version of All Might's voice that Izuku recognized from that rooftop so long ago, when the man told him that he shouldn't be a hero. He was in his weakened state then. Here talking to there was Kirishima's voice. Izuku waited a few more moments, but no one else spoke. It didn't seem like anyone else was with them. They were obviously talking about something private, just the two of them hidden in this long, empty hallway. Should Izuku leave? He didn't have any business with both of them, even if All Might is technically related to this new quirk of Kirishima's, but he'd much rather talk to Kirishima alone than have to confront All Might as well. He should leave. He should leave and hope that he could corner Kirishima at some other point before his first fight in the final round, even if that seemed unlikely. Izuku didn't want to snoop on a private discussion between All Might and his apparent successor. Yet, his feet creeped closer to that corner without Izuku's permission, and he could suddenly decipher the words being spoken rather than just tone. Don't think he actually seemed really nice, Kirishima was saying. Maybe he won't be a problem. I envy your optimism, young Kirishima. In many aspects, I hope you're right that the child, Ayama that is, oh, that was him, is not a threat, but I still encourage you to exercise caution. I fear that your possession of One for All will make you target. For one's heir to know that you are the successor, that is a dangerous secret to have exposed to him. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that, but I couldn't find a good reason to say no when he offered me to be on his team, and then in the heat of the moment I wasn't really thinking when he borrowed my quirk, but I think it'll be fine. He doesn't seem like he'd go around sharing secrets, honestly. I mean, he didn't tell anyone about you, right? All Might hummed. I suppose not, although it's possible that he has shared the knowledge and just hasn't acted on it yet. We don't know. Either way, inheriting One for All is a large responsibility, young Kirishima, and it's one that should be protected, so be wary of those that might harm you for it. Even if Ayama seems trustworthy, his lineage should not be forgotten. It's too risky. Izuku flinched. I guess, Kirishima agreed, sounding reluctant. Izuku frowned, forlorn by the supposed loss of a prospective friend. Kirishima had seemed kind and optimistic, enough so that he got along with even Kaken, and Izuku had allowed himself to be hopeful of a possible friendship. But he could be totally cool, Kirishima said, suddenly, and Izuku mentally blue-screened. He hadn't expected the outburst. I mean, he was super nice and smart and cute, and I'd rather judge people for their current actions than their past, you know. It's much more manly to focus on the present. All Might sighed heavily. You very well might be right, but please be careful with who you trust. I do not wish you to be endangered unnecessarily, although, I suppose you debuting One for All as a supposed new aspect of your quirk today will draw attention to you anyway. Which, I've noticed that you haven't yet utilized One for All in the competitions. Has the transfer not yet been completed? Can you tell? No, I can definitely feel it. It's there. It's just a lot. It's awesome, but a lot. I wanted to make sure I saved it for a moment that I needed it. Plus, it'll be so much cooler if I used it during the unknown battle's next round like a secret move coming out of nowhere. It'd be so manly. I'm glad to see you so enthusiastic. All Might chuckled. Using it when everyone's attention is on you, that's the right way to tell the world I am here. When they see your strength and your confident smile, the people will know they can have faith in the next generation of heroes, so do your best, young Kirishima. Stand proud, and don't forget that I have high hopes for you. I won't let you down. Footsteps. Heavy ones. All Might's. For a moment, Izuku panicked as he searched for an escape route or hiding spot. If he had his capture weapons, he could swing to the ceiling. But no. The footsteps are leading in the opposite direction, not toward Izuku. He wouldn't be found by All Might. Kirishima was another story, apparently. As All Might walked away, Kirishima evidently turned in the opposite direction of him, turning the corner and catching an oblivious Izuku off guard as they collided. Both boys yelped and scrambled backwards in shock. Kirishima seemed to take a moment longer to recover, so Izuku quickly gasped, Sorry, I know I shouldn't have been listening, I just get too curious for my own good. I'm sorry. Kirishima, still blinking in stunned shock, asked, Oh no, did you hear all of that? Most of it. I'm really sorry, I know that was probably private, not to mention that eavesdropping didn't much help his case of being trustworthy. But he couldn't do much for it now. Kirishima paled. "Oh man, I'm sorry, dude." He rubbed the back of his head and smiled somewhat apologetically. "It wasn't very cool of us to talk about you like that, and some of the stuff wasn't very nice." Shaking his head, Izuku waved his hands frantically, as if he could physically wipe away Kirishima's apology. No, it's fine. I understand, really, I mean, I don't like being compared to All for One all the time, but wait, how much do you know? This is why I needed to talk to you. It's all so complicated, I don't even know how much All Might has told you, and is it possible that you know more than I do? I mean, I only remember certain things from when I was young, and even that is just bits and pieces, and it's even possible that maybe my memory isn't as good as I thought it was. Oh, and hey, Ayama, chill out for a second, you're too cool to get all worked up like that, geez. Kirishima grinned at him, encouragingly, and Izuku let himself take a breath. One question at a time. Okay, right, you're right. Sorry, so All Might told you who I am? I mean, he told me who you were related to. And that he was a pretty bad guy, oh, and he told me about your quirk, obviously. But he didn't really tell me anything about you, dude. What do you mean? When All Might spoke, he seemed to act as if Izuku and his father were one and the same. But if Kirishima didn't think that then, so, are you not afraid I'm going to steal your quirk? Kirishima cocked his head to the side, eyes wide like a confused Labrador retriever. Will you? No, of course not. I mean, I know I borrowed it during the cavalry battle, but I wouldn't ever steal it. Kirishima grinned again, and Izuku couldn't help but lean into the warmth of it. Like he was metal unable to resist the pull of a magnet. Then no worries, dude, that's all I need, I believe you. What? It was that easy. Kirishima continued, either oblivious to Izuku's floundering or steamrolling over it anyway. Your dad, All for One, right? Kinda seems like he was a PP, I won't lie, but you really don't seem like the villain type. I mean, I could be wrong, I guess. But you're friends with Bakugo, so you have to be either like a saint or crazy patient or something to be able to handle that. I've been trying to get the dude to be my friend for weeks, and I've gotten nowhere. It's about persistence, Izuku told him, even though Kaken was not the reason he came here to talk, and respect too. You have to show him that he can't drive you away, even if he tries. Kirishima nodded, hand pressed to his chin thoughtfully. Got it. I'll keep trying then. He snapped his fingers. That's what I mean though, if you're nice enough to break down Bakugo, then there's no way you're a villain unless you're a secret mastermind, and that was your plan all along. You did seem pretty smart, with your crazy plans and analysis. He looked back to Izuku, red eyes flicking up and down as if studying him. He shook his head. Nah, your way too, I don't know, man. Soft? What? You know, soft, Kirishima repeated, as if that clarified anything. A villain can't look like this. To prove his point, Kirishima reached forward to press his hands into Izuku's, admittedly, soft cheeks. At the contact, Izuku's skin buzzed. Not from the blush fighting to show beneath his freckles, although that may have been part of it. His skin lit up with the activation of Baro, and he could once again feel Kirishima's quirks pulsing beneath the calluses of his hands. One was solid, heavy and smooth like a well-worn stone, its energy flowing slowly like a thick, viscous river. If Izuku wanted to, he could reach out and grasp it. He could pull it into himself. This was hardening. The other was almost hot to the touch, the raging power of it driving Izuku's grip away like a fiery force field. It had carved itself brutally into Kirishima, jagged and painful, not completely settled like the original quirk. To Izuku, it felt like a covered pot of boiling water. It raged furiously against the confines of skin and bone, desperate to be released. If Kirishima freed it, how long have you had One for All? Kirishima, who had been staring enraptured by the glowing rings forming across Izuku's cheeks and his fingertips, pulled away as if he had been shocked. Even without the contact, Izuku could still feel the shadow of that pressurized power. It was still too much. One for All. Did you just get it? Still stunned, Kirishima nodded dumbly. Earlier today, I had to eat a hair. Well, All for One had mentioned before that One for All was inherited through DNA, so Izuku supposed that checked out. But if Kirishima had only had a quirk like that for less than 24 hours, Izuku reached forward, aiming for Kirishima's wrists, but caught himself at the last minute. Even if he had been okay with the contact before, which was unlikely, Izuku wasn't sure that he wanted to feel that intoxicating power of one for all again. Yet, Kirishima looked at Izuku's frozen, outstretched hands, furrowed his brow with realization, and easily reached back, clasping their hands together. So unafraid of Izuku and what his quirk could do, even despite All Might's warnings. He shook himself out of that train of thought. This was important, and he needed to focus. Kirishima, Izuku started over, pretending like his face wasn't stark red. One for all hasn't fully settled yet. I can feel it and it's too much. If you tried to use it now, when it's so unstable, you might not be able to fully control it. Someone could get hurt. Kirishima blinked and tilted his head. You think I'll hurt someone? Or yourself, Izuku amended. Actually, probably yourself. The power of it's really amazing, but without proper training, well, I don't know what exactly will happen, but it'll hurt. This is a new quirk for you. Nobody can fully control their quirk the first day that they have it, right? I mean, it took me ages just to understand mine, although probably part of that was the lack of training and my own denial of its true nature, but I guess that comparison still stands since you haven't trained with never mind. It's like, when you got hardening, was it easy for you to control? When you first got it? Pulling a single hand away from Izuku, Kirishima rubbed at a scar above his right eyebrow almost unconsciously. I guess not. But All Might said. Izuku gripped the hand remaining in his grasp harder. Beneath his fingers, he could feel that strange pulse of one for all, like a second heartbeat. I understand feeling the need to prove yourself, Kirishima. I feel it too. I'm here to prove I can be a hero. But you can't prove your own strength if you lose control of yourself in the process. Is hurting yourself really the best way to debut one for all? Or to debut yourself as a hero? For a moment, Kirishima looked thoughtful as he watched Izuku carefully, bright eyes staring into Izuku's own. Briefly, Izuku wondered if his intention had been misconstrued. Could Izuku's warning of using one for all be mistaken for some kind of manipulation tactic? As if he were trying to convince All Might's successor to grow distrustful of one for all. That wasn't what he intended. He didn't want Kirishima to be afraid of this inherited quirk. He just wanted him to be cautious, to be careful, to prepare before he hurt someone or himself. You there? That was not Kirishima's voice. Izuku turned, following Kirishima's gaze over his shoulder. Todoroki Shudo. You and me. We need to talk. Todoroki said. He was obviously only talking about Izuku, pinning him with cold eyes. Helplessly, Izuku looked back to Kirishima, hopefully emoting that he was in the middle of his own conversation already, and Todoroki would have to wait. But then Kirishima grinned and gently pulled his calloused hand from Izuku's grip to step away. No worries, bro. And Ayama, I'm sure it'll be fine. I've trained really strong, so I can handle it. It's really cool of you to be worried about me, though you really do seem like a good dude. We should hang out sometime. Wait, Kirishima, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go before the cafeteria gets all crowded. I'm starving. But if you're as strong as Bakuga made you sound, then I'm sure we'll face off at the finals, so watch out for me, okay? You too, Todoroki. I'll see you later, Ama. And then he was gone, jogging down the hallway with that powerful quirk surging angrily in his veins, just waiting for its chance to be unleashed. Todoroki stepped in front of Izuku, blocking his path before he could follow. I don't know who you are. Izuku tried to sidestep him, but Todoroki just moved to intercept. No getting out of this, it seemed. Ayama Izuku. I don't really care if I'm honest. Now startled, Izuku grimaced. Then why did you? It doesn't matter who you are. You overwhelmed me earlier and I broke my oath. It won't happen again. Vaguely, Izuku remembered Todoroki's arm briefly sprouting flames at the end of the cavalry battle, as Izuku reached for the 10 million points headband. In all the training he'd analyzed previously, Todoroki had only ever used his ice, even when it wasn't preferable for the situation. Do you mean your hesitance of using your fire? Todoroki scoffed. If that's what you want to call it. I refuse to use that quirk my father has given me. I'll win without it, and if that means that I have to beat you with only my ice, then so be it. You won't catch me off guard again. He looked Izuku up and down, and then frowned as if somewhat disappointed by what he could see. You won't? Before Izuku could even process his words, he turned and walked away. Had he tracked him down just to say that? For some kind of declaration of rivalry? Izuku knew it was more than that. It wasn't just a declaration. It was a promise. An oath, like Todoroki said. The quirk his father had given him. Izuku almost laughed. Didn't that sound familiar? Between the two confrontations in the hallway, one planned but poorly executed and the other unplanned and even more poorly handled, Izuku arrived to the cafeteria with very little time to eat and no time to search for Kirishima. Luckily, lunch rush was his favorite honorary uncle for a reason, even if he would never tell the others that, and he had made sure to save a bowl of katsudon when he noticed Izuku was late to the cafeteria, so he at least got something to eat. Then, just as Izuku finished shoveling the last of his meal into his mouth, Kaken was suddenly in front of him, dragging him back to the stadium by his wrist for the final events. They were eventually joined by Uraraka and Shinso, who nodded at each other suspiciously but must have deemed each other safe enough to keep close to Izuku and call a temporary truce. And then Kirishima appeared to Izuku's right, casually smiling and bouncing on his toes as if they were great friends, and Izuku hadn't just informed him that his new quirk was a bomb impatiently waiting for the wrong wire to be cut. Was Izuku just being paranoid? Maybe Kirishima was right, and he had been training to prepare for this transition into such overwhelmingly raw strength, and that would be enough to control the inevitable backlash of this quirk. Izuku had felt that heat himself, had felt how it burst along Kirishima's seams, searching for an opening to release its pure energy, and he didn't know how anyone could control the beast that was One for All, but honestly, what did he know? Izuku was the son of One for All's natural enemy. Maybe it was just residual instinct to shy away from that power, to fear it and its wielder. But that couldn't be right. Beside him, Kirishima laughed gleefully, and Izuku knew that, even instinctively, there was no way he could fear someone like him. Someone who smiled like that. I knew the final rounds would be a unknown tournament. This will be perfect. I'm going to stand on the stage I've seen on TV every year and show them everything I have. He grinned, all sharp teeth, and Izuku's fingers inexplicably went numb. He hoped he was wrong about One for All. He hoped that Kirishima was right, and that he could control this quirk like he thought. He hoped One for All didn't destroy him or his smile from the inside out. Okay. Midnight called for their attention. Let's pull lots. We did have a couple students pull out from the finals due to, extenuating circumstances, but we found some replacements, so no worries. Glancing around, Izuku realized that two of Shinsu's teammates from the cavalry battle appeared particularly sullen. Perhaps they had withdrawn. Izuku glanced at Shinso, and he shrugged. They were talking a lot of SHT about honor and wanting to get to the finals due to their own merit. I didn't want them to say anything about my quirk, so I took your advice to be friendly and politely asked that they talk to someone about it before they said anything publicly. Knowing Shinso, there was a 50% chance that he had brainwashed them to do that. So, Testu and Shiozaki will be joining the competition. From the corner of Izuku's eye, Kirishima grimaced. His quirk is so similar to mine, he murmured, clenching a jagged fist tightly. I need to stand out. I will stand out. The numb feeling spread from Izuku's fingers into his hands. Midnight cracked her WHP. Everything's decided randomly. Izuku knew this to be false. Nizu had told him this himself, as a secret between them, so cross your fingers. Once we have the bracket, you guys can have some free time to prepare while the recreational games go on. Sound good? Here comes the bracket. Their names appeared on screen behind her, grouped into pairs. The third round battles had been decided. Better look out, cheeks, Kaken cackled, and Uraraka, as if responding to the nickname, puffed her cheeks. It's you and me. Meanwhile, Shinso sighed and slumped further into his poor posture. Are you kidding me? All that effort trying to keep my tricks a secret from all these random people, and it was for nothing. I get the one person who literally has taken notes on my every move. Just my luck. Sure enough, on the screen, Ayama versus Shinso, but Izuku's eyes were stuck on Kirishima's name matched with Tetsu. Kirishima, who grimaced. I'm fighting him in the first round. I can't let myself lose. Seeing that determination in his eyes, Izuku knew that the future had already been set. It was a near certainty that Kirishima would use One for All against Tetsu. Their quirks were too similar, too evenly matched. Without One for All, their battle would end in a draw, and if Kirishima wanted to stand out and make an impact, which he clearly did, then he couldn't let that happen. Would Tetsu's steel be enough to withstand that enormous power, if Izuku's fears came to light and One for All was released without inhibition? Would Kirishima be enough? Izuku didn't know. Now, with Kirishima's face set with sturdy resolution, Izuku could do nothing but watch and wait for the inevitable. The moment that the students broke away for recreational activities, Kaken pulled Izuku away. Right into the same hallway he'd confronted Kirishima in before. Talk. No. Izuku did. Kaken was his oldest friend. His only friend until recently, if he was honest, and he told him everything always. His dads hadn't been particularly supportive of that initially, sharing secrets like All for One and All Might to a civilian, especially one as reckless as Kaken. But when Izuku told them how much lighter he felt afterward, knowing that he had a friend he could trust, who knew the darkest parts of his past and stuck around anyway, they never told Izuku to stop. So, Izuku told Kaken everything. It was a testament to the severity of the information that Kaken was silent throughout, not interrupting Izuku as he rushed and rambled through the events of the day. When he was done, Kaken just stared, and Izuku waited for the inevitable explosion. Sure enough, when Kaken rebooted, his hand sparked. Kirishima? Yet Izuku shuffled, wringing his hands together. Kaken, One for All is dangerous. I can feel it. If Kirishima uses it, he'll hurt himself, I know it, but when I told him, he just brushed me off and I know I'm not very trustworthy, considering, well, but I was really just trying to help, and Kaken cut him off by very rudely placing a sweaty palm over Izuku's mouth. It tasted sweet. Shut the F up for a second, sir. Just nod yes or no. You realize that Kirishima's quirk, which he got from All Might, apparently, is unstable and could hurt him. Izuku nodded. But you tried to warn Kirishima of this? Izuku nodded. And he ignored you? Izuku nodded. Finally, Kaken pulled his hand away. Then you tried. It's their own fault for being arrogant and not heeding your advice, so it's not your responsibility anymore. But, Deku, Kaken growled, and Izuku shut up without the hand covering his mouth this time. You tried. If anything goes wrong, then it's on them. Well, it's mostly on All Might, really, because he's a dumbass and he's obviously aware of the shitty dangers of his own quirk, but the point is that, whatever happens, it's not your fault. You don't need to involve yourself in things that don't already involve you. It just makes things worse for you. Izuku wanted to argue. He wanted to say that it was his responsibility as a hero to prevent danger. But deep down, he knew that that wasn't the real reason he wanted to stop Kirishima from hurting himself with One for All, even if that may have been part of it. And Kaken knew it too. The reality of things was that Izuku was All for One's son, even if he denied his heritage vehemently. If he let Kirishima, the holder of One for All, hurt himself, was that not something his father would have done? Was that not the act of a villain? It's not your responsibility, Deku, Kaken repeated. He was always scarily good at recognizing when Izuku's thoughts strayed to dangerous paths, although Izuku knew that he had some physical tells of it, like pulling on the scarred knuckles of his fingers. And even if it were, you already warned them. If those heirs ignore it, then it's because they're idiots, not because you led them into some nefarious trap or some SHT. Kaken was right. He wasn't the one hurting anyone. He tried to prevent it. It wasn't villainous to just let things play out now. Did you tell your dads? He had not. Seeing the apparently startled look on Izuku's face, Kaken smacked him upside the head. Shitty Deku. Why the F would you not tell your dads? In my defense, Izuku stammered, desperately dodging another swipe. I was very busy having very scary conversations during lunch, and I haven't had the chance to mention it, and they're kind of busy right now anyway, so should I really be bothering them? And Kirishima made it sound like I shouldn't be telling people anyway, so maybe I just shouldn't mention it, You're so stupid. With an ease born of years of friendship, Kaken reached into the front pocket of Izuku's gym uniform to pull out his phone and unlock it. He opened the family group chat and pressed it demandingly into Izuku's hands. Tell them now. Izuku still hesitated, stepping away when Kaken growled irritably. Are you sure? I mean, it's not like we can actually talk about it right now anyway, and they really are busy. I wasn't just, saying that. Kaken glared, so Izuku finally admitted, okay, fine, I'm kind of scared that they'll somehow cancel the festival. Oh, that sounds selfish, but I've worked really strong, and if they cancel the festival then I don't even know if I can get into the hero course, which is all I've ever wanted, and, I mean, you don't want that either, right, Kaken? You've been working really strong. Too, they're supposed to be announcing our debut as hero students. Kaken stared, eyes narrowed, before slowly nodding. Honestly, it's about time you act selfishly for once. Deku, fine. If you're so adamant about it, then don't tell them now. See if I care. But at least tell them you need to talk after the festival, dumbass. Remember the last time you hid SHT from them? They'll be pissed if you do it again. Izuku squeaked, imagining their faces if they found out Izuku had hid something like this again. He had promised them, after all, to actually talk to them about things, even if the conversation seemed difficult. This was unfortunately one of those times. So, he followed Kaken's advice, texting his parents that he'd found out something important and would need to talk to them after the festival. Then, preemptively realizing what Hizashi's first concerns would be, he sent another text saying that he was fine, unhurt, and still mentally okay enough to continue the competition, so they shouldn't worry about him for now. When he was done, he turned off and pocketed his phone before he could receive a response. There, it's done. Happy. Ecstatic, Kaken grunted. His next words though were drowned out by the sound of a loud buzzer, signaling the beginning of the combat rounds. Immediately, Kaken grinned and turned on his heel to stalk back into the main section of the arena, Izuku following close behind. Now come on, nerd. Let's show them what we got. Zashi, put your phone away. Hizashi did, but only after Shoyuta kicked him in the shin and pointedly jerked his head toward the camera lens. He knew the event was starting soon, and his commentary would need to start with it, but he couldn't help the cold anxiety in his ST after reading Izuku's texts. Come on, show, aren't you a little worried? Doesn't matter if it's coming from our kid, the word, we have to talk, never mean anything good. Shoyuta sighed, and if Hizashi hadn't known him for over a decade, he probably wouldn't have noticed the tense line in his shoulders. Just a little tighter in normal. Whatever it was that Izuku needed to discuss with them, he was visibly concerned about it too. Even if his next words tried to soothe both of their anxieties. He said he's fine for now, so whatever it is, it's not urgent enough that it can't wait. We have to trust that he knows what he's doing right now. Hizashi pouted. He hated the trust card. Of course he trusted Izuku, but Hizashi also knew better than most how reckless his son could be, how unconcerned with his own safety. It was usually unintentional, sure, but Izuku had an undeniable tendency to ignore his own well-being, too afraid that asking for help would burden others. Even his own parents. Hizashi and Shoyuta had tried for years to help Izuku recognize his own self-worth, to help him understand that sacrifice and self-destructive tendencies don't automatically equate to heroism when they put his own health and life at risk, but some subconscious habits are impossible to curb. He just wished his son didn't act so selflessly all the time. Still, Hizashi knew Shoyuta was right this time. If Izuku said that the discussion, whatever it might be about, can wait, then it could wait. For now, Present Mike had a job to do, and Hizashi could sit down for an important family conversation later. Although, it did honestly help to keep his attention on the present time, rather than the future, when Hizashi remembered that his son would be participating in the first combat battle. Dramatic music swelled through the arena, and a small green light appeared next to Hizashi's camera, so he momentarily put his paternal worries aside to slip on his Present Mike persona. Hey, guys, are you ready to get rockin'? As expected, the crowd roared, and Hizashi let the familiar rush of stage presence fill him. For now, he could focus on the tournament and the tournament alone. No problem. It's time for some serious battles where the only person you can rely on is yourself. Unfortunately, that's just how the world is sometimes, right? So you need to be strong. You need heart, spirit, skill, and knowledge, and these kids are here to prove that they have all these things and more. The finals that you've all been waiting for are finally starting. Flames erupted from each corner of the arena's platform, and the crowd erupted with it, the energy rising as high as the flames. Izuku deserved the crowd's full attention. Match number 1, here we go. He won the first race with a literal bang and pulled out on top during the cavalry battle. 2 from my very own gened course, Ayama Izuku. Izuku stepped onto the field to a screaming, cheering arena. Hisashi noticed that a few students in the 1A section, Deku, Uraraka, and Kirishima, namely, were particularly loud, and he let his present mic smile briefly slip into something more genuine. The baby was already making friends. How nice. As he entered the arena, Izuku stuttered in his step momentarily, undoubtedly overwhelmed by the very vocal attention, but his face was drawn, focused, and determined. Hisashi had known Izuku said he was fine, and he wanted to believe his son at his word, but it was still relieving to see him physically unharmed after an alarming text like that one. Hisashi totally didn't have to worry about it, then. After letting the crowd cheer for his son for a few seconds, sue him for being a proud father, whatever, he moved on. Versus another student from Gened, hey, what is up with that? It's Shinso Hitoshi. The cheers now were a little duller, most likely because Shinso hadn't quite stolen the show like Izuku had in the first few rounds. Still, he was there, and Hisashi was a little impressed that a Gened student other than Izuku, who by all means absolutely should have been in the hero course, had the fortitude to make it to the finals. It could be done, obviously, but hadn't actually happened since Shoyuda in his second year of high school. Shoyuda, making his first commentary since the end of the cavalry battle, spoke into the mic. This is an unfortunate matchup. You're telling me what are the odds that both Gened kids get paired up right off the bat? No matter what, one of my students is going to be eliminated, and that ain't cool, not what I meant. This is an unfortunate matchup not because they're both in the same course, but because they are friends. By nature, both of their quirks have specific requirements of activation, and both Shinso and Ayama have trained with each other often enough recently to know what these requirements are and how to avoid them. This will end quickly. Hey, Hisashi chided, seeing how Shinso scoffed at Shuta's comment but still slumped in concealed resignation. Izuku smiled at him somewhat apologetically. You don't have a fortune-telling quirk, Eraser, so you can't know what'll happen? Shoyuda hummed. It was very clear that he did know what would happen, but Hisashi wouldn't mention it aloud. It wasn't good for show business. The rules are simple: incapacitate your opponent or knock them out of the ring, and you're the winner. We have Recovery Girl on standby, so don't be afraid to bring the pain, just nothing life-threatening, you dig. That Sierra ain't cool, so you ready? On the platform, Hitoshi sighed and lowered himself into a basic combative stance. Izuku settled his weight on the ball of his feet and stretched his fingers from his palms, rolling his shoulders back. Nearly imperceptibly, they both nodded. Start. Shoyuda was right as usual, he would say. The match did end quickly. At the call of the start, Izuku barreled forward, shoulder lowered, and rammed Hitoshi in the CC, the momentum briefly pushing him airborne before he toppled over Izuku's back. From the cameras projecting the fight, Hisashi could see that he had attempted to say something before contact, probably in a vain attempt to activate his quirk, but Izuku was too familiar with it to fall for his ploy. Somewhat miraculously, Shinso managed to land on his feet, but had no time to settle before Izuku was on top of him again, one arm planted against his CC and another hand pressed into his shoulder, pushing him back to the boundaries. Shinso reared an arm back and packed a strong punch into Izuku's cheek, but despite the BLD now dripping from his nose, Izuku didn't flinch. An immediate brawl, but a quirkless one. Where's the wow factor, kids? Shoyuda sighed. Like I said, they're too familiar with each other's quirks. Ayama won't allow himself to be affected by Shinsu's, and the most he can do himself is copy Shinsu's own quirk, which Shinso also would know not to trigger. This was destined to be a quirkless match from the start. As if sensing his impending loss as the boundary line drew nearer, Shinso visibly panicked. He desperately clawed at Izuku's hands, scarred and gnarled and twisted, but when Izuku only hissed, still pushing, Shinso suddenly titled his back, then snapped it forward, cracking audibly against Izuku's forehead. This caused Izuku's grip to loosen enough that Shinso could grab his elbow and pull him to the side, switching their positions and attempting to push Izuku out of bounds himself. Under his breath, Hisashi could barely hear Shoyuda mutter, "Come on, kid. Flip him." Which was exactly what Izuku did. Planting his feet into the dirt, only centimeters from the boundary, Izuku grasped Shinso's wrist, shifted his body weight, and yanked. Unprepared, Shinso was pulled over Izuku's head and tossed limply out of bounds. Just like that. Dutifully, Midnight threw an arm into the air. Shinso is out of bounds. Ayama advances to round 2. Izuku wasn't sure he'd ever get used to the crowd's cheers. Their cheers for him. It was only Shinso's broken wheeze from the ground that finally snapped Izuku from his stupor, listening in awe to the audience's excitement for what felt like hours but was probably only second. Seeing his friend sprawled on his back, Izuku immediately snapped back to reality and held out a hand for him. "Oh, Shinso, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Do you need to go to recovery, girl?" Once back on his feet, Shinso waved him off. No, just need to catch my breath." He did, and after a moment continued, "That was a good move. Hurt like hell, but good." Izuku frowned. He knew Shinso well enough, even if it had only been a few short weeks, to hear the underlying disappointment in his tone. "I'm sorry." Probably realizing that Izuku wasn't just apologizing for the brute force, Shinso offered a wobbly smile. "Don't apologize. I knew I was gonna lose as soon as we got paired together. I still tried, but I was pretty much doomed." Izuku didn't want to agree, necessarily, but Shinso was right. It was unlikely for him to beat Izuku from the start. Even when they sparred together during their training, Shinso never won. Izuku had just trained for too long before they'd even met, and he knew what to expect from Shinso's quirk. Izuku was clearly the favored winner in this situation. Besides, Shinso continued, at least one gened kid is gonna make it into the hero course. And I'm glad it'll be you. Just win, Ayama, so I can at least say I lost to the winner of the festival, or... Izuku nodded eagerly. That was a promise he could do his best to keep. All right, Shinso turned down his offer to sit with the 1A kids, encouraging Izuku to go bond with his new classmates while he returned to the peasants, where he belonged. Izuku would have been more concerned by the comment if he hadn't seen the genuine, teasing glint alongside the lingering disappointment in Hitoshi's smile, so he followed his friend's orders without fuss, and promised to text him during and after the festival, telling him that they'll definitely hang out again soon. Shinso was his first friend in a long time, and Izuku wouldn't let him forget that, even if they ended up in different courses after this. When he joined 1A in the stands, Izuku was met with several exclamations of congratulations, even from some of the students that he hadn't personally met yet, although they mostly looked confused by his presence. Uraraka paid them no mind though, shouting, "Ayama, you did it so cool, you flipped that kid right over the markers so quick." A little startled, Izuku stumbled backward, only to be stopped and tugged by Uraraka as she spun them to face the rest of the class, minus Todoroki, thankfully, who was about to participate in his own fight this round. "Everyone, this is Ayama Izuku. He's going to join our class after the festival." "Oh, that's not official yet. But it's still really nice to meet you all." A few of the more enthusiastic students welcomed him, all talking at once to introduce themselves. It was a good thing Izuku already had most of the school's names memorized, otherwise he wouldn't have processed a single one of their introductions. Unsure how to respond, he just smiled and waved. Luckily, Izuku was saved from further social interaction with near strangers when Uraraka eagerly tugged him to the front row of 1A's section, which also happened to be the front row of the entire arena. Kirishima and Kaken were there too, as well, with 2 open seats next to Kirishima and Kaken slouched against the wall bordering the edge of the section. "Oi, shitty hair, shove over," Kaken demanded. Kirishima balked. "What? Why do I need to move? Can't Ayama just sit here?" He indicated to the space between himself and a now seated Uraraka. Kaken leaned forward, pushing his snarling face close to Kirishima's as he growled, "Move. I know your secret, shitty hair, so you better listen up." Kaken immediately, Kirishima paled and looked to Izuku with a look bordering betrayal. Izuku winced. So, telling Kaken probably wasn't the best idea if he was trying to appear trustworthy with a secret like One for All. "He won't tell anyone," Izuku promised, then glaring at Kaken he repeated, "He won't tell anyone." "Fine," Kaken reluctantly assented. "And don't look so much like a kicked puppy, but..." Deku only told me because he's not allowed to keep secrets from me if I have anything to say about it. Which I do. Kirishima just stared at Izuku, who decided to slip into the empty seat next to him so he could be closer to their quiet, secretive huddle. I'm sorry, but I haven't told anyone else, I promise, Kaken snickered. Not yet? Kirishima repeated, panicked. Quickly, and wishing he could tape Kaken's mouth shut, Izuku clarified, well, I sorta have to tell my dads. He ignored Kirishima's appalled Izuku-sensei. I promised I wouldn't keep secrets from them, especially when it's something big like this, but I promise you can trust them, and Kaken too. They're pretty much the only people who know about All for One and everything about that, so I trust them. Even with something like this. Kirishima still looked doubtful, pouting, so Izuku hurriedly added, also, I think Shoyuta, Aizawa, should know anyway. I mean, he's your teacher, right? And he's super observant, so there's no way he wouldn't notice a sudden evolution in your quirk, and he already knows about One for All and everything, 'cause like I said, I've already told him all of that, so it would be a logical conclusion for him to draw that you've inherited One for All from All Might, so he'd figure it out anyway. And then, he'd somehow realize that I knew this whole time, and he and Zashidad would get upset that I didn't tell them, and then it's a whole mess. So, anyway, he could definitely help you too. He helped me get a grasp on my quirk when I was younger, so I'm sure he could train you too. Please let me tell them, I promise it'll be fine. Kirishima gaped, and Izuku suddenly realized that his explanation might not have been as coherent as he'd intended. Finally, though, Kirishima rubbed at the back of his neck and ducked his head, like he was embarrassed. You're totally right that Izuku-sensei will realize something's up. He'll definitely kick my butt about it, though. He does it because he cares. Izuku tried to be helpful. It wouldn't be very cool of me to tell you to keep a secret from your parents. I'll talk to All Might about letting Aizawa know, but your logic made a lot of sense to me, so it'll probably be fine. And it'd be cool to get some more training with a quirk like this. I need to be the best I can possibly be after all, right? Right? Izuku nodded, and Kirishima matched his grin easily with his own. Now, maybe Izuku could turn the conversation back to his other concerns about One for All. Speaking of wanting more training with your new quirk, though, remember how I was saying that maybe you should train with One for All before using it so seriously? Because I still really think that's sorry, dude. Kirishima's smile dripped into something more apologetic, and Izuku's heart fell. The numb feeling in his fingers returned. Like I said before, this is my chance to make an impact, right? You said you wanted to do the same thing, so you gotta understand. Izuku must have clearly looked ready to argue, because Kirishima cut him off before he could. You're asking me to trust you? I can totally do that, man. But now I'm asking you to trust me when I say I got this handled. All Might believes in me, and I can't let him down. I got this. Izuku sighed. He wished Kirishima's assurances were enough to soothe the tension in his muscles, the quivering ache he could feel in his fingertips. But it was strong to believe him when Izuku had felt the angry energy of One for All himself. He didn't know how anyone could handle a quirk like that. From the other side of Kirishima, Kaken caught Izuku's eye and shrugged his shoulders, somewhat carelessly. Izuku had done what he could for now, short of tattling on Kirishima to his dad's, which felt dirty and deceitful after the conversation they just had. The thing was, Izuku did understand. Kirishima had the same goal as Izuku, to prove that he can be a great hero with the quirk in his possession. In the end, Izuku didn't have the right to interfere with that. He just had to let things happen as they would. Izuku was very thankful for the front row seats for the unknown fight. He only wished he had his notebooks with him for his analysis, because his hands were spastically clenching with the instinctive need to put his thoughts to paper. Instead, his stream of consciousness materialized as quiet murmurs from his lips, as Kirishima and Uraraka watched him with odd fascination, and Kaken only snorted under his breath. Forget your notebook, nerd. No, it didn't fit in the uniform's pockets. Izuku sighed, breaking his train of thought on the upcoming match as Shirohanta was introduced to the stage. Against Todoroki, Shiro was the underdog. Especially on flat ground like this, with no vertical protrusions for him to use his quirk to get the upper hand. Todoroki's quirk, meanwhile, was perfect for an empty stadium like this one, bare of any obstacles to impede his ice or fire. It was maybe possible, if Zero were quick enough, to incapacitate Todoroki in his tape before he could make an offensive move, but Izuku was pretty sure Todoroki's quirk wasn't restricted by ease of movement. Even trapped by Zero, it was probable that Todoroki could still use half-cold half-hot, which Zero still wouldn't be able to counter easily from what Izuku could tell. "Oi, Deku!" Calloused fingers snapped in his face. "You're doing it again." Blinking, Izuku blushed and brought himself back to the present moment. Just as present mic called for the match to start. Izuku understood what was about to happen the second before it did. He had seen Todoroki shift his right foot forward like that, twisting it to point outward just a bit. He had seen him do exactly that during All Might's first heroics lesson, when Todoroki on the match by freezing the entire building in large, jagged spikes of ice. "Move back." Izuku rushed to command his friends, throwing his arms over their seats to pull them away from the edge of the railing, where they'd all been hanging over the side to watch the match attentively. As he yanked all four of them into their seats, the stadium erupted into a glacial surge and the wall of ice skewered almost exactly where their heads had been just before. "Oh my," Uraraka murmured, her breath puffing into a cloud of mist as it brushed against the ice. "Bro, how did you do that? You got a psychic quirk somewhere in there." Show off," Kakin growled. Izuku wasn't sure if he was talking about him or Todoroki. "I recognized his movements from training exercises. Analysis is, just kinda what I do," Izuku explained, somewhat sheepishly as Todoroki began to thaw Zero from the ice and the crowd chanted an uplifting, "Don't mind," that probably wasn't as effective as they'd hoped. Losing was strong, especially when it was as excessively as that. Using only his ice, in a brutal show of force like that was Todoroki seemed to be compensating for something, Izuku thought. Or he let emotions get the better of him. He hadn't wanted to use his fire at all, apparently, so was this just a materialization of his over-dependency on his ice? Throwing everything he had in a move that would surely win him the battle, rather than hold back and risk failure when he had something to prove. Dude, that was so manly. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts, again, thankful that he apparently hadn't been accidentally speaking out loud this time. Kirishima was staring at him, eyes wide in wonder, and Izuku flushed under the attention. It really wasn't that impressive. Anyone could do it with enough practice, and I've been doing it since I was really young, so Kirishima cocked his head. How young? Really young, Izuku admitted, remembering bright TV screens in dark rooms as he dutifully reported every noticeable detail about the hero playing on screen. That was back when he was too young to know the true weight of his analysis. When he was too young to know what exactly he was being groomed for. His tone must have conveyed the true pain behind the statement because Kirishima just nodded and asked, "So, do you have notes like that on all of us?" Tensing, Izuku nodded. This felt like a trap. Was it a trap? Would his notebooks be used as evidence of villainy, that he was writing the secrets of young heroes to be exploited for evil deeds? He knew they could be used that way, if someone was nefarious and smart enough to decipher Izuku's code, but that wasn't their intent. They were meant to help the heroes, help them fix their weakness and improve their strengths. But that would be near impossible for Izuku to prove, probably, so if Kirishima didn't believe him for his word, then he'd have nothing. But Kirishima only grinned excitedly. "Man, that's so rad, you'll have to show me the notes you have on me." Me too, Uraraka cheered. "That would be so fun and helpful," Toots Kakin huffed, nodding. "Deku is the only analyst I trust to give me any advice on anything. Everyone else doesn't know SHT. They all turned to look at him, expectantly, and Izuku finally nodded. "Yeah, I can do my best." He was honestly a little dumbfounded, caught off guard. He was always expecting the worst and surprised when his anxieties didn't turn into reality. During the next matches, Kirishima and Uraraka listened fascinatedly to Izuku's predictions and analysis. Some of the fights were nearly as short-lived as Todoroki's had been, which was mostly due to unfortunate pairings between the competitors rather than any errors on their part, although Kaminari Denki certainly could have done better if he hadn't immediately used enough electricity to short-circuit himself and lose by default. He'd be much more effective as a close-ranged fighter, Izuku thought, than a single-use high-voltage generator. After all, The human body could only take a certain amount of electrical current before it was incapacitated, so anything above that point was largely unnecessary in a combat exercise like that one. If Kaminari trained in some kind of martial arts, he could become a sort of human taser and pack an electrical jolt with each touch for extra impact and wouldn't risk shorting out that way. Kakin eventually had to cut off that rant before it could get any farther. Monoma and Ida were the most interesting match so far, both being strong opponents in different ways that managed to complement each other. Ida's quirk favored speed and evasion, which was an effective offset to the quirks Monoma had copied, which seemed to focus on offensive power. Monoma couldn't quite manage to land a solid hit on Ida, but Ida also couldn't get close enough to attack Monoma without putting himself at risk. Finally, Ida took the risk, the engines of fight calf firing as he drew near Monoma and swiveled on his left heel to kick him upside the head. Monoma staggered but didn't fall, and then suddenly another explosion of impact erupted from Monoma, right where Ida had kicked him just before. Izuku recognized it as Shota Nirenjiki's quirk Twin Impact. Monoma must have copied it right before the round and just hadn't had a good opportunity to use it yet. Twin Impact absorbed concussive force and multiplied it to rebound at the user's discretion. When Monoma released it, it originated from the same point that Ida had just impacted him, and the foot, still inches from Monoma's neck, was impacted directly, knocking Ida away. With him off balance, Monoma lithely darted toward him and easily, almost carelessly, pushed on Ida's ichi, tipping him over the boundary and winning his match. Aoyama and Ishido's battle went almost similarly, with Aoyama attempting to hit Ishido while she dodged him deftly. Ishido was more patient for an opening than Ida had been previously, though, and waited until Aoyama had exhausted himself before attacking and knocking him out. Tokoyama and Yaoyorozu was almost frustrating for Izuku to watch, since Yaoyorozu would have been the clear victor if she weren't so hesitant in her decisions. Instead of making some sort of light source to weaken Dark Shadow, she started with a shield and was then unable to make anything else while Tokoyami attacked her relentlessly. Eventually, she was pushed out of bounds, having made the mistake on focusing solely on defensive strategies than anything offensive. And then, before Izuku knew it, Kirishima was slipping away for his own match with Tetsu, grinning eagerly while Izuku's heart thrummed with apprehension. From Class 1A, we have Kirishima Ijiru. Izuku watched, fists tightly clenched, as Kirishima walked to what felt like his inevitable doom, beaming the entire time. Yet, even with his eyes tracking each of his steps, all Izuku could see was that seething power brewing just under the surface of his skin. I should have stopped this, he realized. Kakin rolled his eyes. Deku, if you really wanted to stop it, you would have already. Izuku flinched. He was so selfish, putting his own longing to win the festival over someone else's safety, but Kakin must have seen the horror dawning in eyes because he scoffed and whacked Izuku's shoulder. Idiot. What I meant was that if you thought it was going to be so bad, you would have stopped it. So obviously you don't think anyone's going to get killed. Chill out. Ponderingly, Izuku paused. He tried to remember how One for All felt surging through Kirishima's veins and the fear that consumed him. If he put that fear, that anxiety, aside for a moment, he supposed that Kakin was right. One for All was powerful, yes, but Kirishima's body had managed to at least contain it without issue. Even with a power surge, it was unlikely that the quirk would kill him now. However, that didn't mean it wouldn't hurt him. Stop fidgeting, Kakin commanded, yanking Izuku's hands apart from where he was picking at the raised lines of his scars. Listen, recovery girl's here, right? So as long as the quirk doesn't kill him, then he'll be fine. Sides, if he does get a little beat up, he'll deserve it, and he'll learn his lesson about not listening to you. You know you're right? Right, Izuku murmured. It would be fine. And for the first time since the combat round started, Izuku was completely silent. He wasn't analyzing this fight, just watching in panicked apprehension as Tetsu and Kirishima matched each other blow for blow. If he hadn't known that Kirishima now possessed One for All, Izuku would have expected this match to end in a draw. Both opponents were near mirror images of each other's quirks and seemed equal in both offensive and defensive prowess. Each powerful hit was met with impenetrable skin, neither of them making any real headway. Izuku visibly saw the exact moment that Kirishima decided to use One for All. By this point, their punches were becoming weary as their expressions grew more frustrated. They knew that neither of them would emerge victorious if things continued as they were. So this time, when Kirishima reared his hand back for another futile blow, something changed. The edges of his hardened skin appeared to almost crack at the seams, revealing a glow of red light crawling like veins across his skin. It reminded Izuku of molten lava writhing just beneath layers of cracked rock. This was one for all. But just as suddenly as the energy appeared, it dissipated, and Kirishima's face simultaneously morphed from eager determination to something more along the lines of pale horror. His fist, already in the middle of its downswing to collide with Tetsutetsu's cheek, veered suddenly to the left to miss its target entirely. Maybe it was just in his head, but Izuku heard Kirishima shatter. The look on Kirishima's face, it was more than just pain, although that was certainly there too. It was pain, mixed with confusion and, above all, utter horror. Despite not connecting with Tetsutetsu, the force of Kirishima's punch halting suddenly caused a resounding crack of air pressure. The knockback sent Kirishima stumbling, and Tetsutetsu easily shoved at his shoulder, taking advantage of his opponent's confusion. Kirishima landed outside of the ring. There was a moment of silence before Midnight shook herself out of it, speaking over the awkward hush with an easy confidence only she could muster. Kirishima was knocked out of bounds. Tetsutetsu advances to the next round. The crowd finally released its stunned tension, erupting into its normal caterwaul of cheers. Only 1A, who had probably previously thought themselves familiar with Kirishima's quirk and its attributes, remained in shocked silence. Even for Izuku, who had seen the power of one for all for himself and had expected something like this, it still chilled him. Beside Izuku, Kaken hissed, "Holy F." Izuku only nodded, a little stupidly. Kirishima hadn't gotten up from where he lay on the stadium floor, eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, and his arm was utterly mangled, the skin cracked with dark, bloodied lines, and his wrist and elbow each twisted at an unnatural angle. Izuku's own hands ached in sympathy at the sight. Shakily, Izuku stood, watching as Yue's medic bots scooped Kirishima up to cart him to Recovery Girl. "I should Kaken shoved him. Go ahead, nerd. I'll see you in the finals." It said a lot about the severity of the situation that Kaken didn't complain about Izuku potentially missing his fight. Quickly, Izuku left the spectator section to slip down the hallways that he knew would lead him to Recovery Girl's office, thankful that his dads had taken the initiative to tell him exactly where it was in the stadium. They probably thought that Izuku would be the one to end up there, but he was glad for the information now. In his pocket, he could feel his phone buzzing incessantly, almost definitely Shoyuta drawing his own conclusions and assuming that Izuku had something to do with this all. Which he kind of did, but Izuku left his phone unanswered, deciding that he'd deal with that later. After navigating the maze of hallways leading from the stands to the lower levels of the stadium, Izuku reached Recovery Girl's office just as he heard Hisashi's voice distantly over the speakers, introducing Kaken and Uraraka's fight. He was a little disappointed that he would miss it, even if he was pretty certain Kaken would win, only because Kaken refused to lose. However, from what Izuku had seen of Uraraka, she was decently clever, with a quirk that could give her a lot of versatility for potential strategies. She would almost definitely serve as a strong opponent for Kaken, and the both of them would undoubtedly result in a good fight that Izuku would normally hate to miss. But Izuku had Kirishima and one for all to worry about right now. He knocked shyly on the door before entering. The room was separated with curtains between 4 beds. 3 of the beds were clearly empty, sheets undisturbed and tucked neatly into their corners. The final bed, the one in the far corner, had its curtains drawn around it, hiding its occupant from view. Recovery Girl, sitting at her desk on the opposite side of the room, turned her head at Izuku's entry. "Oh, hello, dear. Were you injured in your fight? You know, your father and I had a bet as to how long before you came to my office, but I didn't expect it to be so soon." Izuku blushed. Hisashi or Shoyuta? Hisashi, of course. "I've learned long ago not to bet against Shoyuta, dear. Now, what needs fixing?" "Oh, I'm actually not injured. I'm just here to check on Kirishima." He cast his eyes to the concealed bed in the corner. He, seemed pretty hurt. A groan came from behind the curtains. No, Ayama, you can't see me like this. So uncool, sighing, Recovery Girl rolled her eyes. You kids are all so reckless, she muttered, and gestured for Izuku toward Kirishima's bed. And that fool Yagi too, giving him a quirk like that. Go on ahead, dear. Ignoring Kirishima's weak attempts at protest, Izuku shifted the curtain open just enough to slip inside and immediately winced at the sight of Kirishima before him. In all honesty, most of him looked fine and unmarred from the battle. But his right arm, at least now it was straightened out into a more natural position, no longer bent brokenly at the joints, although it did still lay limply on the bed like he had no control over it. However, the skin of his arm was what gave Izuku horrified pause. Where there had previously been lines of molten energy, running like pulsing veins from shoulder to fingertips, were now raw, open wounds. They weren't bleeding, thankfully, but Kirishima's tan skin was cracked, exposing the soft, pink flesh beneath. To Izuku, it looked like someone had carved a fractal pattern of tiger stripes into the arm. Izuku's own scarred hand cramped in sympathy, and he hissed. Kirishima merely groaned and tossed his uninjured arm over his blushing face. So embarrassing, I'm sorry. You were right, Ayama. You totally told me so. Izuku shook his head. He had told him so, but it wouldn't exactly be helpful to boast about that fact now. Not when Kirishima had already paid the painful consequences for his mistake. Besides, Izuku was the one who let this happen. I'm sorry. I knew it would be bad and that it would hurt, and I didn't do anything to stop you, I just watched. No. Kirishima looked like he was about to sit up, but fell back against the pillow wearily when he couldn't support his weight. You did try to stop me, but I was way too determined to prove myself. Guess that kind of backfired on me. If anything, I proved the opposite. Izuku frowned. Despite Kirishima's encouragement, he still felt guilty. He looked back at his arm, shattered like a porcelain plate glued back together. Are you okay? How bad was it? He managed to completely shatter his ulna and radius, and his humerus had sustained numerous green stick fractures. Recovery Girl chimed in helpfully on the other side of the curtain, obviously not caring to hide her eavesdropping on their conversation. There's more torn ligaments than there are intact ones, and I'm sure you've noticed the external damage. And the fool has asked me to wait before healing anything, so I've only given him some painkillers for now. What? Izuku cocked his head to the side. He was familiar with the pain that came with broken bones and torn muscles, and it wasn't pleasant. He still felt it in his knuckles on cold days. But, judging by the pale, almost nauseous, look on Kirishima's face, he was more than aware of the pain. Why would you wait? All Might's probably going to come by, Kirishima admitted, shifting his gaze to the side. I don't want to be asleep when he does. Man, he's probably already so disappointed in me, you know. I couldn't control one for all at all. I tried to use it and I thought I was good enough, but it just broke. Grimacing, Izuku sat in the chair at the head of Kirishima's bed. I think it would have been bad for anyone. One for all, it felt angry. I mean, I don't think that really makes a lot of sense, but it felt uncontrollable. Like there would have been consequences no matter how it was released. I don't really think it had anything to do with you specifically, if that makes you feel a little better. Kirishima's lips quirked in a weak approximation of his typical boisterous grin. Only a little, but I appreciate you trying to cheer me up, dude. Izuku shifted tentatively in his seat. I was wondering if I could maybe, he raised one of his hands, slowly so Kirishima would hopefully not feel threatened by the movement. I just want to see if it feels, well, less angry. Kirishima offered, a little teasingly, and Izuku nodded through his own blush. Without any further hesitancy, which would probably never fail to surprise Izuku, Kirishima plopped his own uninjured hand into Izuku's outstretched one. The difference was subtle, but it was present. Earlier, when Izuku had reached for one for all, it was a roaring flame begging to consume anything it encountered. It burnt on the outskirts of Kirishima, wild and untamed. Now, it had settled itself in the spaces along Kirishima's ribcage, having carved a place in the natural crevices of his body. The flames still licked hungrily and blistered at the edges, eager for release and still incredibly powerful, but at least they were no longer the blazing inferno that they had been previously. Izuku couldn't help the sigh of relief. He'd been afraid One for All would always pose a risk to Kirishima if he attempted to use it, its power threatening to burst no matter the cost to its user. But it seemed that its first use, while severely explosive, was necessary to expel some of its excess energy, allowing the remnants of its core to fit more willingly into its new host. It still felt dangerous, especially in comparison to the calm weight of a natural quirk like hardening, but at least now Izuku knew that Kirishima could control One for All. Eventually. Probably. It would definitely require practice, but he was sure it was doable. So long as he had the right help. What's the verdict? Kirishima asked, his hesitancy belying his attempt at humor. Much better. Still a little angry. Both boys smiled, and Izuku internally preened at the easy camaraderie, but better. You really are amazing, Kirishima. For a moment, Izuku let himself revel in that wild, burning heat of One for All, staring at the contact between their hands and marveling at how Kirishima could contain such raw energy. This quirk is so strong. If it had been anyone else that had it, I'm almost certain that it would have ended much, much worse. I mean, you broke a few bones, I guess, and I'm sure that definitely hurt, but if you hadn't reined it in at the last moment, if you hadn't recognized just how much power you were using, then Tetsu could have been really, really hurt. The fact that you were able to control it, even if it was just for a moment, amazing. I really wouldn't worry about disappointing anyone anymore, Kirishima. I don't really know how to describe it, but I can tell how, acclimated might be the right word. It's starting to acclimate. Like it's starting to recognize you as its new user. I mean, it's not entirely calm yet, and it'll still be strong to control the power output for now probably, but I think it'll get there. One for All is so powerful. Only someone amazing can control an amazing quirk like that, and I can just tell that, well, you'll need a lot of practice, definitely, which Dad and I can help with, of course, but you'll eventually be able to use One for All like you were born with it, I think. Like it's natural for you. You're gonna be really great. Realizing that he'd been staring at Kirishima's hand in his, Izuku looked up and almost startled at the wide-eyed look on Kirishima's face. Had he said something wrong? That had probably been weird, right? To compliment him so excessively like that. But Izuku was just being honest. He'd expected One for All to eat Kirishima from the inside out. But now that he'd felt its change in demeanor, however slight it might have been, he really did think Kirishima would be a phenomenal bearer of the quirk. Still, maybe he should have kept those thoughts to himself. Before Izuku could apologize for being so socially incompetent, he heard the door being pushed open behind him. All Might's voice spoke through the curtain. Shuzenji, I just wished to check on young Kirishima. That last fight seemed to have done quite a number on him. Kirishima winced, and the motion drew Izuku back to their current situation. More importantly, their current position, with Izuku's palm pressed against Kirishima's and his quirk visibly active at the contact. At first glance, it would probably look like he was trying to take One for All. Realizing this, Izuku pulled his hand away like he had been scorched, too busy trying to formulate a way out of the room without drawing All Might's attention to really process that look on Kirishima's face when he did so. The curtain was suddenly drawn open, and Izuku stood hastily, nearly tripping over the leg of his chair. For a moment, he and All Might simply stared at each other, Izuku obviously panicked and All Might seemingly confused by his presence. This had to look bad. Izuku appearing at the side of the bedridden holder of One for All, vulnerable to attack. It definitely looked bad. Justifiably, All Might's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What are you? Somehow, Recovery Girl shoved him to the side, despite her small frame against All Might's large size. Izuku dear, she said, ignoring All Might's shocked sputtering, I believe that you have a match to be getting to. It was very kind of you to come check on your friend, but he's in good hands here, I assure you. Off you go now. Yes, right, Izuku didn't really want to leave Kirishima here right now. Not when the issue of One for All still felt so open-ended. But with All Might there, Izuku knew that his offers to help Kirishima train his new quirk would probably not be very well received. So, he ducked his head as he passed All Might and scurried to the door. Ayama, wait, Kirishima called before Izuku could exit. He turned curiously, and Kirishima grinned. Somehow, the obvious pain he was in didn't strain it. Todoroki's really strong, But I'm sure you've got this handled, so beat him and win this whole thing, alright? You can do it. Oh no. Todoroki. Izuku managed to return his smile, even as his heart palpated weakly in his tea. I'll do my best. He had completely forgotten about Todoroki. How could he not have, though, when he was so suddenly presented this new information that All Might had chosen his successor, a student in his dad's class, and now apparently possessed a quirk that could easily kill someone if not properly controlled. That should have obviously been prioritized over Izuku's role in some sports festival. Even if this sports festival was more than just some silly school event to him, it was his opportunity to make the next step in realizing his dream. It would allow him to become a hero, which is all Izuku had ever wanted. But now, with everything else going on, how could he focus on that? From the arena, he could hear Hisashi commenting that Cementos was preparing the stage before the next round of battles. Oh, Izuku was next, wasn't he? So that meant Kaken must have been finished with his own fight. Izuku should track him down, or at least text him. There was just too much going on, and he really just needed someone to talk to right now. Izuku pulled out his phone, ready to text Kaken, only to become distracted by the messages already waiting for him. Shout ad to problem child, why do I get the feeling that you had something to do with that? I doubt you disappearing from the stands was just coincidence after that debacle. Did that have anything to do with the important conversation you wanted to have with us later? Because I have a potential theory as to how Kirishima managed to do something like that when he's never displayed any kind of strength augmentation before today. Anything you'd care to share, problem child? Izuku grimaced. He really should have told his parents about Kirishima before he hurt himself with One for All. Now, Shoyuta had almost certainly figured out what had happened himself, which Izuku had expected would happen eventually, but if he had told him earlier, then maybe they could have prevented Kirishima injuring himself. But instead, Izuku had acted selfishly and worried only about himself, and someone had ended up hurt because of it. In fact, he was lucky that Kirishima's arm was the only injury. Tetsu could have easily become collateral damage in that fight, or Kirishima could have done much more than just break a few bones and tear a few muscles. Kirishima could have been killed, and it would have been Izuku's fault. Hands shaking, he nearly dropped his phone when it buzzed with another message. Oh, Kaken. Kaken to F Deku, your dumb nerd brain is going to be mad that you missed that fight. I won, of course. But Cheeks was a good opponent, I guess. Where the F are you? Don't tell me you forgot about your own fight, Dus. Stop worrying about those other F-airs and worry about yourself. Izuku breathed heavily. Right, he needed to fight Todoroki. He needed to fight Todoroki, and he needed to win the sports festival. He needed to win the sports festival so he could prove to everyone that he deserved to be in the hero course. He needed to prove to All Might that he deserved to be in the hero course, that he deserved to be a hero. But how could he deserve that when Kirishima was injured? How could he deserve that when All Might's successor, the current holder of One for All, was injured, and it was Izuku's fault? His phone went off again. Kaken to F Deku, I can see that you read these. Where the F are you? You should be at the gate right now. That's it. I'm coming to find you, but... F Deku to Kaken, I just leafy nurse, Kirishima ID really hurt, I Don Kain he collided with something hot and solid, accidentally sending his message prematurely. Shocked by the sudden obstacle, Izuku looked up from his phone and yelped in panic. Endeavor. Todoroki Enji. Number 2 hero, right behind All Might. Excuse me, Izuku squeaked, clutching his phone to his ear and attempting to dance around the large, on-fire man in front of him. However, just as his son had earlier that day, Endeavor easily sidestepped to block Izuku's escape. Your present mix boy, he commented, voice stern even with a simple statement of fact, and Izuku nodded clumsily, although the tone didn't make it sound like much of a question. While Izuku's identity as present mix and Eraserheads, although he wasn't as well known by most, Son was kept secret from the general population, it wasn't uncommon for him to recognized by some other heroes. After all, he'd spent much of his childhood begging his parents to meet his favorite heroes, the ones he'd dreamt of before his rescue and the ones he idolized after, and Hisashi had been more than happy to comply if it made Izuku happy. So, he'd accompanied Hisashi to some of the more low-key hero get-togethers, clutching his notebooks even if he was too shy to actually share any of the information within them. He didn't go to anything too public, of course, to keep his anonymity, but it gave him the opportunity to meet some heroes that present Mike had worked with or knew more personally. It was at one of these events that Izuku had first encountered Endeavor, standing in a corner while the rest of the heroes socialized. Hisashi, expecting Izuku to fawn over the rising hero like he had everyone else, had tried to tug Izuku in his direction to introduce them. But Izuku had dug his feet into the ground, shaking his head and refusing to budge while his body quaked in panic. There had just been something in Endeavor's eyes, something calculated and cold despite the raging fire framing his face, that had Izuku desperate to leave. In part, it reminded him too much of his father's eyes. Now, years later, Izuku froze beneath that gaze as it looked him up and down. It felt like some kind of an assessment, like Endeavor was trying to decide how he could use Izuku for his own benefit. It still reminded Izuku too much of All for One. You don't look like much, Endeavor decided, but apparently Shudo sees something in you that I do not. You made him use his fire earlier. It was fast and not his full potential, but it was more than I've seen from him in a while. When you face him, you will make him do it again. I what? Izuku squeaked. Endeavor sighed and rolled his eyes to the ceiling, as if exhausted by Izuku's confusion. Shudo has been rebelling recently, refusing to use his potential to its fullest. However, for whatever reason, he has decided that you are worthy enough to merit finally using the quirk I've given him. Izuku tensed. The quirk he's given him. Wasn't that what Todoroki had said earlier, that he refused to use the quirk his father had given him? He obviously had no qualms about using ice, but when it came to his fire, Izuku hadn't given it much thought before, because he had other things to worry about. But why was it that Todoroki refused to use the flame aspect of his quirk? He doubted it was simply rebellion like Endeavor claimed. Someone's denial to use their quirk, Izuku whispered, hands shaking as he felt the temperature of Endeavor's flames rise to heat his face. Something like that can't just be rebellion. After all, it hadn't been that way for Izuku. Not when he was small and still afraid of a quirk he associated too strongly with his own father. As if unaware, or perhaps just ignoring Izuku's trembling, Endeavor merely scoffed. No matter the case, the boy is ignoring his destiny. He'll be the one to usurp all might, and he can't do that if he continues to deny his true power. Prove yourself worthy to draw the full extent of his power, because he won't use it otherwise. Izuku clenched his fists, uncaring for the tight grip on his phone buzzing sporadically in his grasp. He could feel himself shaking, trembling, completely overwhelmed. People like you, he whispered, feeling the familiar chill of tears creeping along his eyelashes. I can't stand you. Thinking you can create a child to fulfill your own legacy. That's not how it works. He looked up and refused to let his tears fall in the face of Endeavor's impassive expression. We aren't our father's creations. And Endeavor only hummed, still so indifferent, and Izuku gritted his teeth to keep them from chattering. Even in the space of Endeavor's immense heat, he felt so cold, his fingers numb and cramping. Oi, Deku. Izuku didn't dare move. He kept his eyes locked on Endeavor, refusing to back down even as his vision began to blur. Whether it was from tears or something else, he wasn't sure, but he couldn't bring himself to look away. Deku. Teeth clenched tight and body still frozen, Izuku hissed, Katsuki. Immediately, Kaken was beside him. The bare skin of their wrists touched, and Izuku reveled in the pinpoint of familiar heat from Kaken's quirk. His hands began to relax, if only slightly. Did you need anything else, you flaming piece of... Kaken growled, sizing up the number 2 pro hero alongside Izuku as if they were more than measly first-year students. Or did you just come around to F with your son's competitor right before their fight? Through the haze of Izuku's vision, he saw Endeavor raise a flaming eyebrow. I've said all I needed to say. And then he turned and just walked away. Izuku's breath left him in a shuddering rush, like his lungs couldn't expel air quickly enough, and when it was released, he struggled to breathe any air back in. Deku. When Izuku failed to respond, Kaken grumbled and took his hands into each of his, not flinching when Izuku clutched them desperately with his nails digging into flesh. Deku, take my quirk? Izuku nodded shakily, and reached for that sharp warmth of explosion, grasping and pulling it to rest in his own. As he did so, his lungs finally drew in a flimsy breath. "Hold it," Kaken commanded, and Izuku did, letting the heat of Kaken's quirk warm him from the inside out. Slowly, as the warmth began to trickle into his trembling fingers, Kaken said, "Release it." As he returned the quirk, his lungs emptied of air. "Good," Kaken grunted. Now again. They follow this pattern for what felt like hours, trading explosion back and forth as Izuku breathed in time with Baro. When his breaths were finally steady, and he could once again feel BLD circulating in his hands, Kaken dropped his hands. The F was that, it hasn't been that bad since I don't even know. Truth was, Izuku probably hadn't ever had a panic attack quite like that since he's met Kaken. At least not when he was around Kaken himself. He had moments, sure, but he hadn't felt that cold in a very long time. "There's just too much," he admitted, hating how his tongue felt heavy in his mouth. Kaken groaned. "Is this about Kirishima?" Izuku shook his head, then hesitated. Finally, he shrugged, noticing that his shoulders felt heavy too. Maybe it was his body in general that felt like a burden right now. "Yes, but more than that," he said. He remembered Kirishima's arm, mangled and cracked in the hospital bed. All Might's eyes, watching him critically as he stood near his ward. Endeavor. What exactly did that BSTRD want? Beneath the words, Izuku could interpret Kaken's real question. What did that BSTRD do to you? He's just like all for one. Izuku whimpered, and Kaken hissed as Izuku began to scratch at the scars of his hands. He and Todoroki, oh no. All he cares about is being better than All Might. It's always All Might, and since he can't do it, he's going I don't know what he does, but Todoroki he expects him to make up for what he couldn't do, said that he created Todoroki just for that purpose, which is what All for One had done to Izuku. Kaken let him ramble, listening stilly as he separated Izuku's hands with calloused fingers. The forced change in position caused Izuku to taper off, and Kaken asked, "Is he hurting Todoroki?" Izuku thought back to that scar over Todoroki's eye. Old and faded, but it was definitely caused by a burn of some kind. But, if Endeavor really wished for Todoroki to be at his best potential, would he risk causing him injury? I don't know. I don't think so. Okay. Then, Kaken flicked him on the forehead, causing Izuku to yank his hands away to instinctively press them to the sore spot. "Okay, now that I've knocked some sense into you, listen up, dumbass. For just an hour, until the end of this F festival, stop worrying about other people, Deku, and worry about yourself. You have enough problems without adding more to the F pile." Izuku frowned. "But you aren't responsible for solving their F problems," Kaken pressed, and when Izuku didn't respond, he took him by his shoulders, warm hands grounding him even in the remnants of his confused panic. "Are not responsible for them," he repeated. "Understand?" Izuku took a breath. And another. "Yais," he admitted. "You're right. DMN right I am. Stop worrying about everyone else and their shitty problems. That includes Todoroki and even F. Kirishima and All Might too while we're at it. If you really want to, you can play quirk counselor or therapist or mom later. Whatever, I don't give a SHT. Right now, you have your own SHT to worry about. Unless you've already given up on winning the sports festival and becoming a hero." Izuku froze. "Of course not, then focus on that, Deku. And only that. And kick half-and-halves, but for me, got it? Right, yeah, he could do that. He could push all his concerns and anxieties and worries and well, he could try to push them aside, if only for now. This festival was his only chance, wasn't it? His one chance to finally earn his place in the hero course and prove that he deserved to be there, despite others, and sometimes his own, misgivings. He had to do this. There was no other way. If he wanted to be a hero, which he did, then he needed to win. And that meant that he needed to beat Todoroki right now. Kaken was right. He could help Todoroki later. He could help Kirishima later. But only after Izuku had helped himself. From the arena, Hisashi's voice burst over the speakers. "Sorry about the wait, everyone, but now we're ready to get crackin', aren't we?" Izuku breathed, focusing on the feeling of his lungs filling with air and holding it there. He breathed out. He was ready. He shook out his hands, looking down the hallway leading to the center of the arena. Behind him, Kaken scoffed. There you go. You back now, Death. Izuku nodded. The first match of our second round is a doozy, Hisashi yelled, and Izuku stalked down the hallway, fists clenched and brow drawn. He could do this. He needed to do this. The boy with the huge victory in his battle that left the audience literally frozen. Todoroki Shudo. Izuku paused at the arch opening into the field and waited for his own introduction, Kaken stopping just beside him. Hey, Deku. Izuku turned his head, and Kaken smirked at him devilishly. The same smirk he wore whenever he and Izuku sparred, confident of his imminent victory and a promise that he wouldn't lose. Give him hell? His opponent, the student who was victorious in both the obstacle course and the cavalry battles, the one who beat his first opponent without even using his quirk. Don't worry, Kaken. Izuku reached out to knock his knuckles against Kaken's hand, watching the concentric rings of his quirk appear at the contact. Kaken noticed them too, and his smirk only grew at the implication. A student from my very own Gen Ed class, Ayama Izuku. Izuku smiled. It was never as intimidating as Kaken's, but it held a promise in its own right. As the crowd outside cheered, for him, and wasn't that amazing? He stepped away, with a familiarly foreign quirk settled at the base of his throat, right beside his heart. I'm gonna win. Has he replied yet? No, Shoyuta sighed, trying not to let Hisashi's blatant worry infect him. There was no logical reason to be concerned, but Hisashi's jittering leg and tapping fingers were trying strong to convince him otherwise. After checking that their camera feed wasn't being broadcasted, Shoyuta reached over to place a hand on Hisashi's knee and pressed down firmly so it couldn't continue jostling. If he maybe rubbed his thumb over the bend of the knee, so the touch was more reassuring than reprimanding, then the cameras weren't recording to prove it. Relax. When Hisashi's leg finally relaxed under Shuta's touch, he continued, You know that Nizu has cameras all over the place and somehow manages to oversee them at all times. Nothing noteworthy goes on here without him knowing. And if something had happened, he would have told us. Izuku's fine. We have no rational reason to believe otherwise. Even if Shoyuta never did receive a reply to his messages, which would normally be concerning. But he could see the indicator that Izuku had at least read his texts. Shoyuta was probably just too blunt in his quest for answers. He's learned over the years that he often came off as insensitive when it came to worrisome things concerning his son, and Izuku probably just wasn't sure how to reply. But Hisashi, whose knee had resumed its anxious bouncing, was willing to voice the thoughts that Shoyuta wouldn't. If that really was one for all, and Izuku did somehow know about it, what if All Might threatened him? Or told him to keep quiet about it, like last time? And then that caused some kind of, Hisashi waved his hands, issue or something? Shoyuta grimaced. It was reasonable to assume that Kirishima had inherited one for all from All Might. Shoyuta had expected, from Izuku and Tsukachi, that All Might would inevitably transfer his quirk to a worthy successor, although he hadn't imagined that successor to be one of his own students, a literal child. And it was also reasonable that Izuku, at some point during the other rounds of the competition, had learned of Kirishima's new quirk, which led to him messaging Hisashi and Shoyuta about something important that he wanted to tell them about. And, admittedly, his hesitation to tell them this important information immediately and subsequent longing to wait until after the festival was a little odd and suspicious, and All Might threatening Izuku to keep additional secrets from his parents was a reasonable possibility. But that didn't necessarily mean that they had anything to worry about. Izuku's fine, he repeated, if only to see Hisashi nod and force himself to relax. Like I said, we can trust that Nizu will inform us if anything's amiss. Besides, we'll see for ourselves in a minute, since his fight's up once Cementos finishes fixing the stage. Bakugu and Uraraka had certainly done a number on it, which was fine for the festival, of course, but Shoyuta would definitely need to teach his students how to minimize collateral damage sometime soon. Although, it is taking Cementos longer than expected, Hisashi laughed, a little guiltily. I may have told Namuri to tell him to go slow. Just to give Izuku a little bit more time. If he needs it. Well, we can only put it off for so long. Izuku's either ready or he's not. We shouldn't coddle him. Shoyuta quickly sent a text to Namuri, watching as she waved to Cementos, who rebuilt the stage with renewed vigor. "It's not coddling," Hisashi argued. Shoyuta glared at him, eyebrow raised, and Hisashi pouted. "This is why Izuku loves me more." Shoyuta knew this wasn't true. Izuku loved them equally, he was sure. "Don't lie about things like that. It's not coddling to be concerned." "I am concerned. But there's no indication that the concern is logical, and there's not much we can help with if Izuku won't even answer our messages. We simply have to wait until he's ready to talk." Shoyuta knew, of course, that Hisashi was not a patient man. So, he was prepared for the groan of misery. "I just want to know what's up with the baby. Sho, aren't you just a teensy bit worried?" "I'm always worried," he admitted, resolutely avoiding Hisashi's gaze. He was just ensuring Cementos was fixing the stage correctly, which required his full visual attention. Especially when it comes to Izuku. But if I let that supersede logic, then I'd never get anything done, and I'd never let Izuku figure some things out for himself. If he needs help, then he can ask for it. Otherwise, I have to trust that he's okay and that my worry is an illogical side effect to being a parent. From the corner of Shuta's eye, Hisashi frowned. Then, he sighed and dropped his head onto Shuta's shoulder, sighing when Shoyuta lifted a hand to rub gently at the nape of his neck. "You're right. Why are you always right?" "Because I'm smarter than you." It was only due to years of practice that Shoyuta dodged the lazy swipe at his forehead. Luckily for him, Nemuri gestured that they were ready before Hisashi could retaliate any further. Shoyuta pushed Hisashi's head from his shoulder. "Time to go, Mike." The use of his hero name acted as sufficient signal for Hisashi to pull away and slip seamlessly into his Mike persona. For Shoyuta, who had spent half of his life studying Hisashi, the difference was not only stark but also impressive. Present Mike took up so much more space than Yamada Hisashi. As a civilian, Hisashi was undeniably loud, energetic, and confident, but as present Mike, this enthusiasm seemed to increase tenfold. His relaxed posture became ramrod straight, and his habit of talking with his hands translated into grandiose gestures that Shoyuta often had to duck away from. But Shoyuta could still see Hisashi beneath the Altucher jacket and gelled hair. He knew that, even if present Mike's tone would never convey them, Hisashi's worries and anxieties still lurked at the edge of his subconscious. He was still alert to his surroundings, wary of any possibility of trouble. This awareness was just better hidden behind the present Mike facade. The camera blinked on, projecting Hisashi's face across the stadium screens, and Hisashi seemed to expand under the attention. "Sorry about the wait, everyone, but now we're ready to get crackin', aren't we?" Only Shoyuta would catch how he crossed his fingers behind his back, like he was hoping everyone really was ready. That Izuku was ready. "The first match of our second round is a doozy. First up, we have the boy with the huge victory in his battle that left the audience literally frozen. Todoroki Shudo." Introducing Todoroki first was an obvious ploy to buy Izuku even just a few more seconds. Hisashi waved away Shuda's knowing look. After giving the crowd plenty of time to fawn over Todoroki's entrance, Hisashi took a deep breath and crossed his fingers tighter. Even Shoyuta leaned forward in his seat to peer down to the field, eyeing the entrance that Izuku should come through, if he was even there. His opponent, the student who was victorious in both the obstacle course and the cavalry battles, the one who beat his first opponent without even using his quirk. Another breath, another pause, and Shoyuta gently kicked his foot against Hisashi's calf. They couldn't prolong this any longer. They needed to have faith that Izuku would show up for something as important as this. A student from my very own gened class, Ayama Izuku, and there he was. Even from here, Shoyuta could tell that his pallor was wider than normal, and his fists were clenching and unclenching spastically. All signs of a recent panic attack. But Shoyuta could also see how his son's brows were furrowed and lips pursed, and Shoyuta allowed his shoulders to fall in subtle relief. Izuku was determined to win this. Whatever had happened, whether it be Kirishima or All Might or something else entirely, it hadn't set his son back completely. Izuku was okay. Even Hisashi was unable to contain a quiet breath of relief, although it was thankfully unlikely that the mics would pick it up. However, they both knew that determination alone wouldn't win this battle, especially if Izuku's nerves were worn. Had he had the time to strategize? Izuku would at least need something to avoid the cataclysmic glacier that had overpowered Zero earlier. If not, this match could be over very quickly. Just as Shoyuta had expected, when Nemuri threw up her arm to start the match, the stadium once again exploded with shards of ice. Except, instead of being caught in the glacier, Izuku exploded up and over the destruction. Ayama dodged the same attack that worked so efficiently for Todoroki earlier, and he did it with a literal bang. It's a good thing there's no vertical boundary markers. But where'd he get a quirk like that from? Bakugo, Shoyuta sighed wearily. Of course, Shoyuta had spent enough time training both Izuku and Bakugo to recognize the quirk exploding from Izuku's palms, sending him airborne, well above Todoroki's ice. It was a smart strategy to borrow Bakugo's quirk for this match. Not only would it be useful against the ice aspects of Todoroki's quirk, but Izuku was very familiar with explosion. After years of practice, he was able to use it almost as expertly as Bakugo himself. His dexterous maneuverability to land atop the icy mountain proved this, and Izuku could hold onto the quirk for a decent enough amount of time, even despite Bakugo's distance from the field. Hidden from the cameras beneath the fabric of his capture weapon, Shoyuta smirked. His kid knew what he was doing. If Izuku was honest, he was lucky to have dodged that explosion of ice. He only managed because he'd seen Todoroki do this before, and just like he had when he was spectating, he recognized Todoroki's posture right before the attack. If he hadn't have had that advantage, Izuku would have been entirely caught off guard and ended up just like Zero had in the previous round. If he hadn't had the opportunity to spend weeks analyzing the hero students, Shudo included, to memorize their posture, their attacks, their weaknesses, then he would have lost, just like that. But Izuku saw how Shudo's right foot twisted, preparing to shoot a slope of ice from the floor, and he reacted purely on instinct. He popped Kaken's quirk in his palms, firing just enough power to shoot him off the ground without burning his own legs in the process. That was another thing too. Izuku was lucky that he had borrowed explosion, and that he was familiar enough with it that avoiding the brunt of the ice spires was simple for him. Without Kaken's quirk, he would have been trapped on the ground as that cold ice surged towards him. He would have been surrounded, unable to move, and he would have lost, just like that. But with Kaken's quirk, Izuku shot into the air, clearing the tallest point of Todoroki's ice easily. When its growth ceded, he landed on the tallest point still within bounds. Far below, Izuku could just make out Todoroki's frustrated frown, frost creeping up the side of his right cheek. Shuda's voice droned over the speaks. To clarify, Ayama has evidently borrowed the quirk of another contestant in this tournament, Bakugo Katsuki, and is now implementing it to dodge Todoroki's full frontal attack. This was an extremely strategic move on Ayama's part, requiring planning even before the beginning of his battle, and his strategy seems to be sound. After all, Bakugo's quirk, Explosion, is well suited to counter ice attacks like what Todoroki had employed so far, and Ayama is apparently adept at handling this quirk already. If it weren't for this logical strategy, Ayama would not have had many options, and it is likely that Todoroki would have won this match just as easily as he had won his first. So maybe it wasn't luck that gave Izuku this advantage. It was knowledge. It was planning. He should be safe up here for a moment, crouched atop the jagged ice. Todoroki hadn't ever shown any indication that he had the ability to control his ice aside from emitting it outward from his own location, and he certainly couldn't do anything with the ice already formed. So, the high ground of the glacier was preferable than being on the same level as Todoroki for now. Todoroki exhaled, and ice erupted from beneath his feet, lofting him into the sky. When the pillar halted in its vertical ascent, the momentum continued to carry him upwards as he lunged toward Izuku, right arm outstretched. Aiming one hand against Todoroki's flank and the other off to the side, Izuku popped a small explosion to knock Todoroki aside while firing another, larger one to move away from Todoroki's trajectory himself. However, Todoroki recovered quickly, forming a small barrier of ice to block his trajectory and prevent the explosion from knocking him too far away. Izuku knew, of course, that Todoroki was a formidable opponent, stronger than some pro heroes. To Izuku's trained eye, Todoroki's years of intensive training was obvious. He used his quirk almost instinctively, and he acted with it like another limb. His pure physical power was impressive too, and his mind was sharpened so every one of his moves were based in strategy. But Izuku worried more for Todoroki's one glaring weakness than any of his strengths. Ice glimmered across Todoroki's entire right side. Looking closely enough, Izuku could see that he was shivering. If Izuku were correct, then Todoroki was already nearing the full extent that the ice aspect of his quirk had to offer. Too much more of this, without counteracting it with his fire, would result in severe enough hypothermia to send him into shock. I refuse to use that quirk my father has given me, he had told Izuku. I'll win without it. If Izuku wanted to, he could take advantage of this. He could simply allow the inevitable hypothermia incapacitate him. He could use Todoroki's trauma, his fear of his own quirk, against him, just like Izuku had already used so many terrible things against him and the other students in this festival. His obsessive note-taking. All for one's lessons in analysis. His awful, awful quirk. They were all being used to defeat future heroes. All Might would probably call it villainous. A hero wasn't meant to hurt. They were meant to help. And Todoroki, with frost clouding every puff of breath and fingers turning blue with frostbite, desperately needed help. Stop dodging, Todoroki demanded. Izuku wondered if he imagined the desperation hidden behind the monotone voice. Both he and Izuku had come to the festival with the same goal. They were desperate to win. They were desperate to prove that they were not their fathers. But Todoroki was going to hurt himself in the process. Let's finish this. Despite the frost already crawling along his skin, Todoroki summoned another wave of ice, throwing it at Izuku with as much power as he seemed to be able to muster. With his quirk already exhausted, it wasn't powerful enough. This time, Izuku didn't dodge. He spread his feet apart and lowered his center of gravity to stabilize himself. He held his arms in front of him, palms facing outward as the ice surged toward him. You're shivering, Todoroki. Izuku's palms burst with incredible heat and fire, destroying the wave of ice just as it was about to overtake him. The concussive force, stronger than what Izuku usually attempted with explosion, sent a staggering shockwave down the glacier and shattered it into glittering chunks. When the chaos subsided, Todoroki and Izuku stood on opposite ends of a now cleared arena, only sparsely dotted with bowling ball-sized pieces of melting ice. You're shivering, Todoroki, Izuku repeated, ignoring the roar of the crowd and Hisashi's excitable commentary running over the speakers. There's a limit, isn't there? You're getting cold. But isn't that something you can solve by using your left side? Todoroki tensed, but Izuku wasn't done. Not yet. We're all fighting with everything we have. I'm fighting with everything I have. But you think you'll win without accepting that quirk as your own. When you haven't even put a scratch on me yet. Because you won't, Todoroki glowered. Did my demon old man put you up to this? Then he was moving, running, but his movements were so much slower. He was hurting, Izuku knew. He had already reached his limit, and that was why he wasn't attacking long range anymore. Now, he could only manage close contact hits with smaller pops of ice. Izuku was faster. When Todoroki lunged, Izuku fired an explosion right into his gut, only powerful enough to knock him away. A solid hit, Hisashi crowed. Izuku think he sounded proud, but he was too busy watching Todoroki to really notice. Todoroki, whose entire left side was encased in ice. Todoroki, who breathed so heavily that frigid crystals fell from the puffs of air. Todoroki, who again tried to rush Izuku despite the ice slowing him down and turning him blue. For a few hits, their fight was more like a dance. They were close enough together that Izuku's face grew cold from the frost in Todoroki's breath, but Izuku still easily dodged every spike of ice that grew between them, slow enough to step away from and thin enough to destroy with small explosions. Somehow, Todoroki managed to sidestep every explosive blow so that they only glanced off of him, singing his uniform and melting some of the ice on his skin but never doing any significant harm. Izuku had a firm enough grip on explosion that he was confident that he could hold it for at least a couple minutes longer, so he didn't rush. He didn't need to, not when Todoroki slowed down more and more with every attack of ice he attempted and with every explosion he dodged. Izuku easily exploded another spike of ice. Come on, Todoroki, he urged. Use your fire. Todoroki shook his head. It's not mine. The next spire of ice was larger than the others had recently been, like he was scraping deep within himself just to prove that he could. Izuku still knocked it away without issue. Unfortunately, the desperate display of strength caused Todoroki to stumble, and Izuku's fingers clawed into the front of his uniform to hoist him by the collar. Even through the fabric, Izuku could feel the chill of Todoroki's body. You're freezing this refusal to use your quirk, it's hurting you weakly. Todoroki pawed at Izuku's arm with his right hand to cover it with a heavy layer of ice, but Izuku only gritted his teeth and gripped the uniform tighter. His hold on Explosion was finally beginning to slip, with Kakin so far away from a fight that bordered on too long. Izuku would probably lose hold of it entirely after his next good shot. He adjusted his grip to hold Todoroki tighter. I also inherited a quirk I wanted nothing to do with. From a father that I hate, Izuku spit. He suddenly felt like he was unable to meet Todoroki's eyes and diverted his attention down to watch his free hand knock lightly against the knuckles of Todoroki's left side, only the barest of touches. It would be enough. But I've already come to terms with that I share a similar, awful quirk with someone like that. And that's where we're different, Todoroki. You reject your father by refusing that quirk. You don't care that it'll only hurt you and your aspirations in the process. But me, I'll reject my father by using the quirk he burdened me with. I'll use it to be a greater person than he ever was. I'll be a hero with my quirk, even if it means I have to surpass you to do that. The hand fisted in Todoroki's unform exploded, and Todoroki exploded backward with it. The force hit so strong that the ice flaked from his body in a shower of crystals, and he crashed into the floor. He sat up slowly, eyes blown wide to stare at Izuku, but Izuku still wasn't done. We are not our fathers and our quirks aren't their quirks. This power is my own, and your fire it's your power, Todoroki. Todoroki's breath hitched. Izuku hoped that would get through to him, that he would learn to use his quirk to further his own goals despite its history with Endeavor. Izuku had to learn that for himself too, so many years ago, and it was only thanks to his dads that he was able to accept his quirk and its history. Maybe Izuku could offer that same support for Todoroki too, one day. Today it would have to wait. Because right now, Izuku had people who believed in him. People who thought that he could win this fight and win the whole festival. People who he couldn't afford to let down. Today, Izuku had something to prove. Shaking out his right arm, the one encased with ice, Izuku held his other hand below his elbow, palm up. From the tips of his fingers, he produced a small, flickering flame. Todoroki's aborted gasp was eaten by the sudden, anticipated shrieks of the crowd. It's your power, Izuku repeated. From the sole of his right foot, a fractal of icy spires grew, as the flame in his hand left crawled from Izuku's fingers to his shoulder, pouring behind him in waves like a matador's cape. The light of it reflected in Todoroki's eyes, blown wide to watch his quirk held in Izuku's hands. But right now it's mine. Izuku let the power loose, and the stadium erupted. Hizashi may have admittedly activated his quirk when Izuku blew up. And it may have only been Shura's quick, instinctive reflexes to cancel his quirk that saved the audience from being deafened. But Hizashi was also admittedly very surprised when his son literally exploded the stage, after somehow borrowing Todoroki's quirk which Hizashi didn't even notice, so he thought he deserved a pass as a concerned parent. What was that? He shrieked, not even insulted that Shoyuda kept his Irajir-activated gaze fixed on Hizashi. What is up with these kids? Holy smokes, Shoyuda, so smart with his appealing brain full of logic, easily explained. The air had been cooled to a low temperature by Todoroki earlier in the round. Ayama, after apparently borrowing Todoroki's quirk, heated the air up too quickly and caused it to expand. So that's what caused that big-ass explosion that must have been some crazy heat? Squinting in a futile event to find Izuku through all the debris, Hizashi glowered. Where was his kid in this mess? Oi, Midnight, I can't see a thing. Who won? Midnight's figure, tossed aside and only barely visible on the outer edge of the dust cloud, shrugged. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, Todoroki was slumped against the far wall of the arena. Izuku, his son with a wall of ice still holding sturdy behind himself, remained in the center of the platform. Todoroki is out of bounds, Hisashi gasped. Ayama advances to the next round, which means no matter the outcome now, Izuku was on the podium. He had placed in the festival. He had proven that he was at least strong enough to fight alongside the hero students and that he deserved a spot beside them. His microphone and camera turned off, Hisashi laughed. It was too soft to be anything but happily relieved. He did it, he's gonna be in the hero course. No matter what, we can at least argue his place there now. I'll go feral to make sure he gets in there, I swear. And he might just win this whole thing. Shuda's smile was small, but it was present. Hisashi slumped against his side, and Shoyuta gently pressed an embrace into his forehead. I'm proud, he admitted softly against Hisashi's hairline. Even if he doesn't make it farther, or even if he hadn't made it this far at all, I'm so proud of him. Still chuckling, Hisashi shoved against Shuda's shoulder. I'm not the one you should be telling that to. Shoyuta looked at him, considering. Then he nodded and pulled out his phone. With Hisashi leaning to read over his shoulder, he typed out a message. Shout out to problem child, come here. That's it. He's gonna think he's in trouble, Shoyuta frowned. You think so? Shaking his head, Hisashi sighed. Despite often being able to relate to Izuku's mindset better than Hisashi could, Shoyuta sometimes managed to exacerbate his anxiety rather than soothe it. It was just too easy to misinterpret his tone, which was usually blunted by worry and stress, for anger or distaste, which tended to put poor Izuku further on edge. Hisashi could visually tell that Izuku had some kind of panic attack recently, maybe even right before the Todoroki match, and he didn't think Shuda's vague text would quell his nerves. Still, Hisashi didn't really expect additional texts to solve this problem, so he only patted Shuda's shoulder placatingly. Don't worry too much. We can explain in person. Shoyuta rose from his seat, and Hisashi, who had been using him as a very comfortable armrest, tipped onto the floor. Hey, wait, where are you going? To go tell our demon kid that we're proud of him, he answered simply and disappeared into the hallway. Ayama advances to the next round. The underlying screams of the crowd felt muted to Izuku's ears. He wondered if it was a side effect of extending his quirk to its highest potential, having held Kaken's until it had been forcibly ripped from his grip and then using Todoroki's so explosively almost immediately after borrowing it. Izuku had never experienced backlash from his quirk like this before, though. Maybe it was actually a consequence of that burst of air pressure, and his eardrums had ruptured when he set the stadium alight. Izuku inhaled, and when he heard the stuttering of his lungs, he realized he hadn't deafened himself after all. His heart just thrummed forcefully in his ear, and every beat of it popped so loudly in his ears that it was all he could focus on. The external caterwauls of the crowd was nothing compared to the BLD. Rushing through his head. He had won. No matter what happened now, Izuku had reached the podium. The audience would know his name, or at least recognize his face after this. A general education student making it this far in the UA Sports Festival hadn't happened since Shoyuta won in his first year, and Izuku doing so now was bound to be big news across Japan. If he weren't to be placed in the heroics department after this, it would cause at least somewhat of a public stir. Nobody could reasonably deny Izuku of his dream any longer. Somewhat vindicatively, pridefully, Izuku's eyes scanned through the crowd. Up in the announcer's booth, he could barely make out the figures of his dads, two bodies leaning against each other and watching over him. In the student sections, Shinsu's smirk and slow applause appeared more subdued than the rest of the crowd's reaction, but Izuku could read the genuine satisfaction in the gesture. A few rows away, the students of 1A were particularly uproarious. Kaken looked close to tipping over the railing, screaming loudly enough that Izuku could hear him distinctly in the crowd and leaning so far over the edge that Uraraka's hand was outstretched to grab the back of his uniform. The blatant pride from his friends and family had his sisti bubbling with warmth even as the adrenaline coursing through his body began to drain. Still, they weren't who Izuku was looking for. All Might, rather than sitting with the teachers, stood near the hall leading from the stands into the infirmary. When he and Izuku made eye contact, All Might's grimace deepened, and he nodded slowly. A reluctant acknowledgement. Maybe one day, All Might wouldn't look at Izuku with pale dread, but for now, this acceptance was enough. Izuku released the breath he had been holding, and all of his tension released with it. Across the arena, Todoroki lay with his back pressed against the wall. His face was entirely slack, aside from his dilated eyes trained attentively on Izuku. He didn't look hurt, only a little stunned, but as Izuku's pulse calmed and his thoughts reorganized themselves more coherently through the distraction of the crowd, he wondered if the fire had damaged Todoroki after all, even if it wasn't physically. Izuku slid from the platform, now singed and blackened by that destructive fire, and jogged to Todoroki. Even though he'd lost his grip on Todoroki's quirk from the shock of the explosion, he took care to keep his hands positioned visibly at his sides, held low and unthreatening. Izuku stopped just close enough to hold a hand out to Todoroki. "Are you okay? I'm sorry for using your own quirk against you like that. Especially when it's so." Izuku debated for a moment on the right word. "Touchy." Todoroki eyed Izuku's outstretched palm but finally accepted the help up, wrapping his left hand around Izuku. "I'm fine." The way that Todoroki leaned heavily against Izuku's for support said differently. His eyes seemed unable to focus, and Izuku wondered if he had a concussion. Through the speakers, Hisashi shrieked, "What sportsmanship! Ayama really exemplifies what it means to be a hero. I wonder why he's not in the hero course. Maybe we should fix that." Izuku blushed. Hisashi's words were a very blatant jab at All Might, and by extension, the Hero Commission, as if he were daring them to impede Izuku's entrance into the hero course again. Now that the public was informed of Izuku's longing to transfer, and his previous rejection, it would be very difficult for them to keep him from the hero course now. Izuku's gaze flitted to where All Might had stood earlier. He was gone. Returning his attention to Todoroki, Izuku murmured, "I know, you said that you're fine, but I think you should go to Recovery Girl. Just in case I can help, you understand?" Slowly, hesitantly, Todoroki lifted his left hand from where Izuku had shifted his arm over his shoulder. A small flame grew from his palm. "Oh," Izuku whispered. Biting his lip, he moved his face from the flame to begin dragging Todoroki to the arena's exit. He waved off the medic robots rushing over to help. "I do. Understand? That is. I meant everything I said earlier." Todoroki tilted his head to look at Izuku curiously. He stood a little straighter now, no longer relying on Izuku for support as heavily, and his gaze seemed to have regained its focus. Maybe Todoroki had just been stunned by the blast and was finally regaining his coherency. "Are you Aizawa-sensei's secret love child or something?" "What?" Shocked, Izuku wrenched himself from Todoroki, who must have sufficiently recovered after all, because he stayed balanced on his feet without Izuku holding him up. "Your father? Were you talking about Aizawa-sensei?" They were hidden from the crowd by now, tucked into one of the hallways, but Todoroki glanced pointedly back into the arena where Shoyuda was presumably in the announcer's booth. His brow was furrowed, and his frown was deeper set than his typical resting expression. He was concerned. No, of course not." Izuku shook his head, hoping to immediately dissuade his assumption that Shoyuda, of all people, was anything like Endeavor or All for One. Shoyuda, who stayed up with him at night when Izuku had nightmares. Shoyuda, who still kept Izuku's first drawings of Eraserhead and Present Mic, from when he was 6, pinned to the fridge. Shoyuda, who never shied from Izuku's touch, even when he struggled to control Baro and would accidentally render Shoyuda effectively quirkless. Shoyuda loved him. He was nothing like All for One. Why would you think Aizawa was my father? Your quirks are similar enough that it's not far-fetched," Todoroki said, and before Izuku could object that their quirks weren't that similar, he continued, "And I saw you outside the locker rooms before the festival. You both seemed familiar with each other. That was at least more understandable." Still, Izuku shook his head again, more vehemently this time. "Shout is my adopted dad, but I wasn't talking about him. My father was an awful person," he admitted, "and I've spent a lot of time worrying that I would end up like him, because I had a similar quirk. But he's been, gone for a long time now and can't ever bother me again. So please, don't worry about me." Todoroki scanned him, sessing. He must have accepted the honesty in Izuku's tone, because he nodded once in satisfaction. "Good. Thank you for your assistance, Ayama, but I'm fine from here. I wish you luck in your next match and in the rest of the tournament. Then, Todoroki turned and strode away, leaving Izuku dumbfounded behind him for the second time that day. Ichin, you finished gossiping, Jin? Izuku yelped and spun around. Minoma Nito leaned against a nearby corner of an adjacent hallway, head cocked and grinning patronizingly. For the apparent son of my teacher, you don't have very good situational awareness, do you? You'll have to do better than that if you want to make it into 1A with the rest of us. Flushing, Izuku stuttered, I didn't, don't worry. I can keep my mouth shut when it comes to secrets. Especially when we have such a clear camaraderie, Ayama. Heroes that rely on the quirks of others have to stick together, right? No one else understand. Minoma shrugged and pushed off the wall, stalking past Izuku so their shoulders collided on his way to the arena. I'll see you next round, he called over his shoulder. And I don't care enough about your tragic backstory to just let you win, so make sure you take some good quirks, alright? Otherwise I'll beat you easy. See ya. Waving, he left Izuku behind just like Todoroki had a minute ago, and Izuku experienced a sensation similar to whiplash. At this rate, everyone in 1A would know of his relation to Eraserhead before the festival was over. Izuku wasn't used to meeting and interacting with so many unfamiliar people in quick succession, and it was beginning to take its toll. His hands shook at his sides, and the back of his neck felt abnormally cold. Now that the adrenaline of the match had been drained from his system, he just felt tired and overwhelmed. Izuku knew that he was making just as many enemies, or at least rivals, as he was friends today. That hadn't been his intention. It hadn't even been any kind of expectation. Through middle school, most people had just ignored him. Some even outright avoided him, afraid of losing their quirks to borrow. When he was younger, he'd been homeschooled by his parents and hadn't attempted to make a friend since his disastrous, experimental playdate with Ida Tenya. Only Kaken did anything more than tolerate Izuku's presence, and Izuku had latched onto that friendship with both hands. Before Kaken, Izuku had only ever had Hizashi and Shoyuda. So, while Izuku knew that he could return to the student section of 1A, where Kaken and Uraraka would greet him eagerly, or even to 1C, where Shinso would offer a quieter welcome, he didn't go to either of them. Instead, Izuku craved familiarity. He didn't want to be surrounded by the raucous crowd of strangers. He just wanted his dad's. Without a thought, Izuku pulled out his phone. He knew Hizashi had told him that the announcer booth was technically off-limits to students, but Izuku had always had special privileges when it came to areas in UA he wasn't supposed to access. If he asked nicely, he was pretty sure Hizashi, or even Nizu, would find a way to sneak him in. Except his most recent notification told him that he didn't need to go through the trouble. Shout out to problem child, come here. Izuku smiled and happily complied. Deep in the stadium was a door marked staff only. It led to the offices where media technicians controlled the broadcast of the festival, both internally and across public television, and the control room where security monitored camera feeds and could throw the stadium into emergency lockdown at the first sign of danger. This area acted as the heart of the stadium, incredibly important but also incredibly vulnerable. Over the years, it's grown to be easily defendable from villains attempting to infiltrate the festival. There were only two entrances to this wing of the stadium. One was located in the stands, a heavy door sitting just behind the rows of seats reserved for UA's teaching staff, most of which were pro-heroes, so it was well protected. The other, the one that Izuku faced now, stood in the basement. It could only be reached after walking through several other hallways lined with cameras and other quirk-sensitive sensors monitored vigilantly by security. Both doors not only required a code to unlock, but a fingerprint was subtly recorded by the keypad upon entry, and any unfamiliar user would be subjected to the series of booby traps laying across the threshold. Izuku wasn't sure what exactly these traps entailed, but he knew that Nizu had designed them, which meant he really didn't want to experience them for himself. Of course, even if a villain managed to get through the entrance to this wing, everything really important, like security's control center and the announcer booth, was located in the upper levels of the stadium as far as possible from either entrance. Without any kind of speed quirk, it would take at least 5 minutes to traverse the stairs from the bottom floor to the top, which was more than enough time for the stadium, and every room in it, to be locked down with near-indestructible gates and for the two very capable pro-heroes in the announcer booth to respond to the threat. It would be inconceivable for a villain to successfully reach the stadium's controls without being savagely incapacitated in some way. Without the necessary access, this area of the stadium was essentially impenetrable. Thankfully, Nizu had already sent Izuku a message containing only a long series of numbers, followed by another simply reading, "Good job." When Izuku input the code, the keypad flashed green, and the lock grinded as the door swung open. Shoyuda was waiting for him on the other side. Izuku was sure that Shoyuda wasn't upset with him. There hadn't been any indication in his text that that was the case. It was only a simple command, after all. Still, Izuku couldn't help anxiously flitting his eyes over Shoyuda and searching for any sign of anger in his body language. But Shoyuda looked relaxed, leaning casually against the wall just a little down the hallway. His hands were tucked in the pockets of his jumpsuit, where they couldn't pose a threat, and his capture weapon lay inactive around his neck. Above all else, Shoyuda was smiling. Stilted and creepy and awkward, but it was the grin that Izuku recognized as his dad's, and the last bit of tension finally seeped from Izuku's bones at the sight of it. The heavy door slammed shut, and Shoyuda stepped forward. Lifting an arm, he settled a hand firmly on Izuku's shoulder and dragged him into a hug. Shoyuda didn't crave physical contact like Hisashi and Izuku did. He usually limited his displays of affection to a brief squeeze of the arm or playful ruffle of hair rather than the big, exaggerated hugs Izuku received often from Hisashi. Izuku always appreciated these smaller touches just the same, since he knew that they didn't come naturally to Shoyuda but were rather learned behaviors to meet his family's longing for physical affection. What truly mattered was that Shoyuda never was afraid to touch Izuku, like almost everyone else in his life had been. He was just awkward. So, when Shoyuda initiated this embrace, Izuku met him halfway and tucked his head under Shuda's chin to press his face against his sternum. An arm wrapped around Izuku's shoulders, holding him tightly against his iti, and the other dangled limply at their sides. Shoyuda always hugged Izuku with only one arm. He said once that he never wanted Izuku to feel restrained by the embrace and would always leave one side open for Izuku to escape if he wished to. Izuku never did. When Shoyuda spoke, Izuku could feel the vibration rumbling through his iti and pushed himself into the comfort. "You did it, kid. We're gonna get you into the hero course." Izuku laughed, the sound muffled by the capture. "I haven't won yet, Dad." "You will," Shoyuda told him, and Izuku preened at the easy confidence that he said it with. Shoyuda didn't lie, and he didn't speak in sureties without reason. He really thought Izuku would win this whole thing. "I'm proud of you. So proud. Even if your presence will just make my hell class more chaotic, I'm glad that you'll be there. You deserve to be." Tears built along the bottom lid of Izuku's eyes, and he buried his face further into his dad's iti before they could fall to his cheeks. Despite the dampness definitely spreading through his jumpsuit, Shoyuda chuckled at Izuku's tears and patted him on the top of his head with his free hand. There, problem child. Hisashi will talk my ears off if you cry too much. Puffy eyes don't look good on camera, apparently." Izuku nodded, rubbing his face against the comfortingly familiar fabric of Shuda's capture weapon one last time before slowly separating himself. Shoyuda let him go without hindrance and squeezed Izuku's shoulder one final time before his arm fell away. "Come on, kid. We can watch the next few fights upstairs. And I think there's a few things you should tell me on the way." Izuku cringed and ducked his head from Shuda's side-eye as he guided him toward the stairs. "I'm sorry," he said meekly. "I should have told you." "Told me what, exactly?" All Might gave Kirishima one for all. Izuku figured that Shoyuda had already suspected this, after seeing Kirishima's sudden display of power in the first round of fights, and Shuda's carefully indifferent nod confirmed this to be true. He gestured for Izuku to continue. "I noticed it during the cavalry battle when I borrowed his quirk. I could sense one for all there too. And that's when you texted Zashi and I that you had something important to tell us?" "Well, not quite." Shoyuda lifted an eyebrow, and Izuku squeaked, "I kind of talked to Kirishima first. But only because I could tell that one for all, it's like a pressurized can of air or something. Like one for all is the air, and Kirishima's body is the can, but the pressure is too much so the can won't be able to handle it for long, and if it gets jostled too much it'll burst. Izuku had finally come up with a good analogy to describe how One for All had felt, packed so tightly in Kirishima's body. Maybe if he'd been able to explain it so clearly earlier, Kirishima could have understood the severity of that power and would have avoided using it during his fight. Maybe he wouldn't be lying in the infirmary right now with his bones shattered. Or maybe he still would have ignored Izuku's warning, and the outcome would have been the same. Izuku deflated. Shoyuda had stopped a couple steps above him, peering back patiently as Izuku gathered his thoughts. I knew that One for All would hurt him, and I didn't say anything. I should have told you. Or anyone would. And because I didn't, Kirishima got hurt. Shoyuda stepped down and reached to take Izuku's hands. Oh, he must have been scratching at them without realizing again. You should have told me when you knew Kirishima was in danger of hurting himself, yes. But that responsibility did not lie solely on your shoulders. Don't carry this guilt, problem child. Kirishima might bear the consequences of this mistake in a long-lasting injury, but he is alive, and the both of you know to avoid a mistake like this in the future. We can move forward from here. Shoyuda tucked Izuku's hands against his sides, separating them so he could no longer tug on his scarred fingers. You were going to tell us eventually, right? Or did All Might tell you not to? Wondering if he imagined the animosity in Shuda's tone at the mention of All Might, Izuku shook his head. I haven't talked to All Might. I've run into him a few times, I guess, but I haven't actually, talked to him since Since he left you on a rooftop after calling you a villain. Shoyuda growled. Izuku decided that he wasn't imagining the animosity in his tone after all, and shrugged helplessly. Sighing, Shoyuda jerked his head, and they continued up the stairs. If it wasn't All Might, what caused your panic attack before the Todoroki mash? And don't try to deny it, problem child, he added, before Izuku could, admittedly, try to deny it. I know your tells. Izuku physically resisted the urge to claw at his fingers again. Well, the thing with Kirishima was upsetting. I visited him, after his fight, and he was really hurt. His arm, Izuku gestured to his own hands, scarred from his own traumatic injuries. He didn't doubt that, even with the help of Recovery Girl's quirk, Kirishima would have lingering pain like Izuku did. With how severe his injuries were, he could even need physical therapy to regain full function. It hurt to see others suffer from the same pain that Izuku had. And then after, I ran into Endeavor. I don't like the way he treats Todoroki, or even how he talks about him. He reminds me of All for One. Shoyuda grimaced. Noted. How are you feeling now? Izuku considered this. He appreciated that Shoyuda didn't ask if he was okay, because the honest answer would have been no. I feel present. I don't think I'm gonna another panic attack or anything right now, even though I still feel fuzzy, and anxious, and overwhelmed, and maybe a little exhausted too, but not physically. Just mentally. Izuku turned big eyes to Shoyuda, knowing he would understand. I've just met so many people today. Horrible. Shoyuda nodded sympathetically. You need more friends though, so consider this a good thing in the long term. Izuku perked up. Well, yeah, some of them have been nice, like Uraraka Kirishima, too, which was a little surprising because of, but he's actually really cool and it'll be good to know people in 1A if I get transferred. Shoyuda cut Izuku a scathing look, so he corrected himself. When I get transferred. Then, Izuku remembered his interactions with some of the other Hero Corps students. He cast his gaze aside and bit his lip. But I think I scared Todoroki away. I don't know. He's strong to read, so maybe not. Ida doesn't even remember me and was honestly kind of rude. Monoma, well, I don't even know what Monoma did, exactly. Declare rivalry. Friendship. It was something about both of us relying on the quirks of others. It was weird. Realizing he was starting to twist his fingers together painfully, he forcefully shoved his hands in his pockets. Shuda's lip lifted into a smirk. Kid, that's just how they are. You're gonna fit right in. Hizashi wondered if Shoyuda leaving to collect Izuku was just a ploy to take a break from announcing the fights. Not that Shoyuda even talked much in the first place, but at least he was good at explaining the technical aspects of the battle. Now, Instead of exclaiming incoherently at the explosions bursting from Monoma's palms, Hizashi had the responsibility of explaining that he apparently copied Bakugu's quirk to effectively ward off Shiozaki's vines. It was much less fun than shouting about how cool those crazy explosions were like Hizashi wanted to. Shoyuta returned just as Shiozaki, her quirk exhausted, was exploded out of bounds by a performatively nonchalant Monoma. Hizashi called the match and watched from the corner of his eye as Shoyuta guided Izuku to a seat in the far corner of the booth, strategically placed to be outside of the camera's view so Izuku's presence wouldn't be broadcasted. Izuku looked fine for the most part, although the slump of his shoulders told Hizashi that he felt drained and probably needed some respite from the day's chaos. Still, he smiled and waved shyly when he noticed Hizashi's attention. Hizashi threw the ASL sign for "I love you" behind his back, hidden from the cameras and for his son's eyes only. His present mic grin became something a little more sincere when Izuku immediately responded in kind. Man, he loved his kid. He wished he could shut off the cameras, just for a second, to give his kid a big hug and tell him just how proud he is, but he couldn't. Hizashi rarely resented his present mic persona and performing for an audience. In fact, he loved it, but he probably wouldn't get another break from the camera until the transition into the semifinals, and by that point, Izuku would have left to prepare for his own fight. So, conceivably, Hizashi wouldn't have the chance to really talk to Izuku until after the festival, which absolutely sucked, because Hizashi knew something was up. Something, whether it was All Might or other students or the festival itself, was bothering Izuku enough that he obviously had some kind of panic attack earlier, and right now, Hizashi could offer nothing more than a relatively private place for Izuku to decompress until he needed to be in the public eye again. It killed Hizashi to grin and wear present mix aura of enthusiasm for a crowd when his son sat just behind him, quietly working through the breathing techniques that Hizashi had taught him just to calm his nerves. But present Mike was very good at multitasking and continuing his charade while Hizashi's mind was elsewhere. So, while present Mike seamlessly recapped Monoma's victory and began to introduce Tokoyami Fumikage in the next round, Hizashi subtly casted an inquiring glance in Shuta's direction. With his hands hidden from the camera, Shoyuta signed, "Later." "He's okay." If Hizashi could grimace beneath the present Mike's smile, he would. He wanted to know what was wrong with Izuku now, but he understood that it just wasn't the time. Patience was not Hizashi's strongest natural virtue, but he could wait. Izuku was safe, watching Tokoyami fight Ishido and murmuring quiet analysis to himself. As long as Izuku was okay, Hizashi supposed that they could deal with any issue that arose later. So Hizashi and his worries shifted to the back of his mind to wait as patiently as they were able, and present Mike wholeheartedly took over to focus on announcing the matches. Tokoyami beat Ishido without much fuss at all, which according to Izuku's barely audible muttering, wasn't much of a surprise. Tokoyami was too adept at controlling Dark Shadow for Ishido to successfully hit them with any kind of acid attack, and when Dark Shadow attacked, she just wasn't quick enough to dodge and was easily swept out of bounds. Present Mike commended Tokoyami on his swift victory, paused for Shoyuta to provide brief commentary on the importance of quickly ending a battle, and then moved into introducing the next match between Tetsu and Bakugu. When present Mike called Bakugu's name, Izuku excitedly leaned so close to the booth's window to watch that Hizashi had to subtly nudge him with his foot, afraid that he'd accidentally fall into the camera's, or audience's, view. Bakugu, never one to be patient, made the first blow and grimaced when Tetsu's steel significantly dampened the knockback of the explosion. Tetsu managed a punch, leaving a gnarly mark on Bakugu's jaw, and when he went for another, Bakugu was forced to back off. Quiet enough that Hizashi's hearing aids barely picked it up, Izuku whispered, "Kaken's drawing this out. Tetsu can't hold his quirk for long." Sure enough, Izuku was right. As present Mike narrated each of Tetsu's strikes, Hizashi noticed that his skin was progressively losing its metallic sheen. Finally, Bakugu went for the killing blow, and the explosion knocked Tetsu back and out of bounds. Victorious, Bakugu yelled loudly enough to be heard over the crowd's cheers. "Bakugu Katsuki advances to the semifinals," Hizashi announced dutifully, rushing because Izuku already had a hand on the doorknob to leave for his fight next. Quickly, he cut the cameras and spun in his seat so forcefully that the back of it whacked Shoyuda in the side. Hizashi just ignored Shuda's grunt of surprise to rise from his seat and snatch Izuku into a bone-crushing hug. He didn't have time to say everything he wanted to say, not when Izuku needed to be on the field in 2 minutes and had a 5-minute walk ahead of him just to get down the stairs, and Hizashi had so much that he wanted to say. Instead, he settled on, "Kick his butt, kiddo. Love you," and pushed Izuku out the door with a lingering pat on the head. As soon as he was gone, Hizashi turned his gaze to Shoyuda. Just because he didn't have time to interrogate Izuku didn't mean that Shoyuda wasn't fair game. Details show. No. Shoyuda breathed heavily through his nose, which was one of his gestures Hizashi couldn't ever get a good read on. Sometimes, he did it of genuine exasperation. Others, he did it merely to fake genuine exasperation. We were right to assume that Kirishima received one for all. The sigh was of genuine exasperation then, Hizashi decided. And Izuku knew about it. He also knew that it would likely cause injury if Kirishima tried to use it and neglected to inform us of this. Hizashi frowned. Did All Might? He said he hasn't talked to All Might since the incident in middle school. Shoyuda smirked, satisfied, and Hizashi felt that relief reflected in the beat of his own heart. Kirishima, though, requested that he not tell anyone, although Izuku didn't make it seem that he threatened him necessarily. Still, he planned to tell us, but after the festival, which was foolish but understandable. He also, apparently, offered our assistance in quirk training. Hizashi snorted at the weary frown on Shuda's face. He's your student, Sho. You should probably help him out anyway. Yes, Shoyuda admitted reluctantly, but All Might will undoubtedly be involved. Which means that I don't want Izuku to be involved. Oh. A notification pinged on the screen in front of them. Midnight and Cementos were both ready down below. Hizashi responded and asked that they give him another minute. Hizashi sighed, thinking. He hated to say it, but Izuku would involve himself anyway, even if All Might's there. It's unavoidable. He just cares too damn much. I think the best we can do is be there too, right? We can make sure nothing happens. Shoyuda grunted. Hizashi took it as a sign of acquiescence. Was that it? He asked as another notification appeared, this one depicting an hourglass emoji. Nemuri loved to rush him, but Hizashi just replied with the angry devil face. Shuda's sigh could almost be misconstrued as a laugh. Of course that wasn't it. But our son is about to fight for at least second place in this festival, and I don't want to delay it any longer. Having noticed Hizashi's fingers agitatedly tapping the desk, Shoyuda reached a hand over to press them flat. Hizashi allowed himself be grounded by the comfort. Everything else can be dealt with later. One thing at a time for now, so let's focus on our kid winning his first sports festival. Just like his dad did. Hizashi rolled his shoulders back and twisted his neck, forcing his posture and mind to relax. Right? Izuku is about to pummel Monoma into dirt. Smiling, Shoyuda squeezed Hizashi's hand before drawing away to a respectable distance between coworkers. Monoma needs to be knocked down a peg anyway. This'll be good for him. Finally, Hizashi sent Nemuri a thumbs-up emoji. Present Mike was ready to do his thing. Hey, we're ready to rock and roll with the quarterfinals, aren't we? Of course, the audience screamed their approval. Sick, we're getting near the end of the line, so we're pulling out all the heavy hitters now, and these two have some similar quirks, which is pretty fitting for a couple copycats like them. From Class 1A, Monoma Nito, watching Monoma stroll onto the field with his hands tucked into his pockets, Hizashi understood Shuda's sentiment that he needed to be knocked down a peg. He was sure they would both enjoy watching Izuku knock the cocky smirk from that face. His opponent, making it farther than any Gene student has in over a decade. Ayama Izuku's appearance now, compared to his jittery pallor before his last fight, was unwavering, determined. The time spent in the announcing booth with only the company of his parents and without any unfamiliar stimuli to overwhelm him had obviously helped to alleviate his anxiety. With Izuku's eyes narrowed like this and his hands steady at his sides, it wouldn't matter what quirks Monoma had copied. It wouldn't even matter what quirks Izuku had borrowed. This fight would be over quickly. judging by the scary smile hidden behind Shuta's capture weapon. He knew this too. Down below, Midnight lifted her flogger. "Ready, boys," she purred. Monoma nodded, not even bothering to resituate his leisurely posture into a proper fighting stance. Izuku, though, shifted his feet and tensed his shoulders, ready to move at a moment's notice. It was Monoma's first mistake to not be concerned by this. Midnight cracked her WHP. Begin. Izuku lunged like a viper, too quick and too sudden for anyone to process until after he had moved. Hizashi didn't even have the chance to commentate before Izuku's fist connected with Monoma's nose. Monoma collapsed limply to the ground. It was unprofessional, definitely, but Hizashi cackled. "What was that?" Monoma Nido was taken out by a single punch. "That's crazy." "Hubris can lead to a hero's downfall," Shoyuta explained calmly. Only Hizashi could recognize the blatant amusement in his eyes. When you get comfortable, you get cocky, and that gives your enemy the perfect opportunity to strike. Midnight, holding a hand over her mouth to hide her own smile, gestured broadly to Izuku with her free hand. "Monoma can no longer battle. Ayama advances to the finals." Her words were only slightly muffled from laughter. Despite the victory, Izuku looked a little guilty, staring at Monoma's unconscious form with a furrowed brow. Nemuri settled her hand on his shoulder and guided him away while Yue's medic bots collected Monoma from the ground. Shoyuta leaned over to shut off he and Hizashi's mics. Safe from the audience's ears, he chuckled. "I taught him to throw a punch like that." Hizashi grinned, and his laughter grew to the point that Shoyuta had to erase his quirk, even while laughing under his breath himself. Hizashi was just so proud. In the hallway leading out to the field, Izuku found Kaken. He was cackling so loudly that he clutched his stomach with his arms, and each breath escaped his lungs in a shuddering wheeze. Kaken. Izuku whined and shoved at his friend's shoulders in a futile attempt to quiet him. Kaken staggered and laughed harder. You just punched him one hit, Deku, one hit. I'm never gonna let that BS dude forget this." Izuku's cheeks flushed. Admittedly, his semi-finals match had been a little lackluster, and Izuku hadn't expected for Monoma to be taken out with a single hit, but Kaken still shouldn't laugh. "You should be getting ready for your own fight. Kaken, you need to take this seriously." "I'm taking it more seriously than the copy machine did." "God, he didn't even see you coming." Kaken wiped a tear from his eye, and his laughter finally petered out. "Thanks for the blackmail, Deku. This'll hang over his head forever." Izuku pouted. "Don't be mean, Kaken. Please don't tell me what to do. Dimon, now I gotta beat Bird Beak in one hit too. Can't let you beat me." "It's not that kind of competition. You think Ima let you upstage me like that, but I'll take down the bird even faster than you beat that country club reject. Just watch me." Kaken scoffed and dropped into a deep toe touch, starting his warm-up stretches. "Where the F were you before?" Round Face was all upset, 'cause she wanted to watch the fights with you. That translated to, "I wanted to watch the fights with you." "Sorry, Kaken." Izuku apologized, knowing full well that his soft smile didn't make him look all that sorry. "I can watch your fight with 1/8 though. Would that make you feel better?" Izuku could do that. His interlude in the announcer's booth with his dads had been nice, necessary even, but he felt collected enough now to return to the chaos of the other UA students. He liked Uraraka and the rest of them, and if he was going to join 1A after the festival, it would be better to grow accustomed to them, anyway. Kaken narrowed his eyes but nodded. "Good. I want you to have a good vantage point so you can watch me pummel Beak Face into the ground." "Hey, Kaken, if you beat Tokoyami, then we get to face off in the finals?" Kaken froze mid-stretch, turned a steady glare on Izuku. "Did you just say? Are you doubting me? But I'm going to destroy you in the finals. Just wait." Shitty Deku's giggling. Izuku escaped quickly down the hallway to the spectator seats. Izuku was tempted to take a small detour to check on Kirishima, just to see how he was. Even with Recovery Girl's quirk, the lacerations crossing across his arms seemed serious enough that the pain would linger, possibly for a long while. It was likely, though, that Kirishima would be resting, and even likelier that All Might was there with him, so Izuku decided to check in on him later. If the injury caused long-term problems like Izuku thought it would, then there wasn't much Izuku could do for Kirishima right now anyway. He would have plenty of time to offer advice and support in the future, if Kirishima wanted it. So, Izuku went straight to 1's spectator section. When Uraraka saw Izuku approaching, she cheered loudly. A dozen pairs of eyes turned on Izuku. Feeling just as much like an outsider as he had earlier, Izuku raised a hand and offered an awkward hi. Several of the friendlier-looking students responded with enthusiastic hellos and some congratulations. In the back row of the section, Todoroki smiled a little half-smile and nodded respectfully. Hurriedly, Uraraka grabbed Izuku by the wrist and tugged him down her row. Sarita, excuse us. She shoved Izuku into an empty seat next to Ida and dropped down next to him. Deku, congratulations, are you excited for the finals? Looking closer, Izuku thought he recognized the familiar redness ringing her irises, like she'd been crying. Her loss against Kaken must have been disappointing, but Izuku decided that he wouldn't bring it up. Thank you. I don't know that I'll win, but I'm really glad that I've made it this far. I believe in you. Deku, just do your best. Kaminari Denki leaned in from the row behind them. Hey, are they really gonna transfer you to the hero course? I hope so. They've done it before when Jean's students do well enough in the festival, so they totally have to move you into our class, Ashido Mina squealed. We have an open seat too, 'cause Sensei expelled that weird guy on the first day. Yayorozu paled. I really thought he had been bluffing about the expulsion. Izuku chose not to mention that, usually, Shoyuda would have expelled at least half of his class this far in the school year, and it's much more surprising that he only expelled the one. Hisashi had teased Shoyuda several times in the last few weeks for going soft in his old age. Uraraka elbowed Izuku gently in his side. It'll be lots of fun to have you in our class. I'm so excited. Various sounds of agreement rose from the rest of the class, and Izuku found it surprisingly easy to return their smiles. I wish you luck in your endeavors, Ayama, Ida said diplomatically. Although, if you are truly determined to become a hero student, then I must insist that you adhere to our code of conduct. That includes our dress code. Izuku blinked and looked down at himself. He was dressed in the same UA uniform that the rest of them were wearing, and his shoes, while brighter colored than most of his peers, were still regulation athletic gear. A hero must be aware of how their appearance can affect not only their image, but their performance. Even simple jewelry like your ring can cause injury in the field, and is therefore prohibited. Izuku slipped his ring from his finger and dropped it in his palm. This is actually up to the regulatory standards of equipment that pro heroes wear in the field. It's made of this really neat metal alloy that constricts slightly when exposed to warm heat, around normal body temperature, so it lays flat on my skin and won't get caught on anything, and I can twist it to take it off pretty easily if I need to, but I'm really supposed to keep it on at all times. Oh, right? He replaced the ring, watching it shrunk to its familiar grip on his finger. A small green light flashed as it settled. It acts more like a piece of support equipment than an accessory, so I'm allowed to wear it with my uniform and during school events that would normally prohibit jewelry. Well, it's not support equipment, exactly, since it doesn't help with my quirk or anything. It's just a tracker, so that if I need help, someone can find me. Feeling the weight of several curious gazes, he explained, my parents say I have a tendency to attract problems. Ida squints at the ring and nods. Yes. I've heard about technology like this. I don't have one myself, but they appear to be very common among families of pro heroes who might be targeted by villains. It's wise of civilians to also be taking preemptive measures in case of emergency. I apologize for the misunderstanding, Ayama. It's okay. Chizashi's voice burst through the speakers. All right, that last round was a little short-lived. Kaminari and Uraraka each grabbed Izuku by an arm and jostled him excitedly. Izuku tried not to flinch under the sudden touch and was mildly successful. But we're back, folks, with a fight between two hero hopefuls from 1A. First, we have a student that has managed to ruffle his opponent's feathers. Tokoyami Fumikage. Izuku snorted quietly, hearing Shuda's quietly suffering sigh slip through the speakers. He didn't care much for puns. And the kid with a quirk so popular that it's been used not once, but twice from his fellow competitors. Bakugu Katsuki. Bakugu stomped onto the field with his teeth bared in a snarl, and Uraraka sighed. He wasn't very happy when he saw Monoma using his quirk. If you hadn't won so quickly, Deku, he probably would have jumped onto the field to knock him out himself. Kaminari leaned over the back of Izuku's chair once again. Hey, Ayama, why wasn't Blasty mad when you used his quirk? Azuitu, in the seat on the other side of Uraraka, tapped her finger to her cheek contemplatively and cocked her head. That's a good point, Kaminari. Bakugu also seemed to know Ayama before to. Are you guys friends? Yeah, since middle school we train a lot together, so he's probably just used to me borrowing his quirk all the time. He doesn't mind. If I recall correctly, you attempted the entrance exam for UA's heroics department. Izuku gritted his teeth. Apparently Ida remembered him after all, if only somewhat. It seems odd that, despite your performance today and your previous training, that you didn't pass the exam. Uraraka perked up. Actually, Ida. It's maneuvering his body to block Uraraka from Ida's sight. Izuku waved his hands frantically. Yeah, really odd, so odd. Just, odd. Izuku appreciated that Uraraka seemed to care enough about Izuku to be indignant about the entrance exam results on his behalf. But the situation was complicated. Izuku's rejection from the heroics department wasn't an issue of quirk discrimination or bigotry like Uraraka probably thought. She didn't know who Izuku's father was or what he had done. She didn't know that All Might had every right to be wary of Izuku and hesitant to teach the son of his greatest enemy. Thankfully, everyone averted their attention from Izuku back to the field. Wasting no time, Kaken rushed Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, his palms already crackling with light. Bakugu's rush is unstoppable, Hizashi shrieked, and Izuku silently agreed. Kaken was a force to be reckoned with under normal circumstances, certainly, but this was also an unfortunate matchup for Tokoyami, whose quirk weakened under bright lights like Kaken's explosion. For the first time today, Tokoyami is forced on the defensive. Dark Shadow lashed out, but Kaken dodged the attack easily, using a well-aimed explosion to glide over Dark Shadow and fall behind Tokoyami. Kaken jutted his arms out so his palms faced Tokoyami and pressed the heels of his hands together. Izuku winced. It's over. He covered his eyes just before light shattered over the stadium, saving himself from temporary blindness. When the smoke settled, Kaken had one hand pressed over Tokoyami's beak to shove him against the ground. Midnight cracked her flogger. Tokoyami surrenders. Bakugu wins. That'll bring us to the finals. Folks, our two powerhouses, Ayama Izuku and Bakugu Katsuki, are gonna duke it out for the crown. There's no crown, Shoyuta clarified helpfully. The metaphorical crown. A symbolic one. The point is, one of these kids is gonna get bragging rights for the rest of the year. It's gonna be a good fight, so make sure you stick around, K. We gotta let our sponsors take the broadcast for 20 minutes, but we'll be back with the fight of the century, so stay tuned till then. Izuku had 20 minutes to prepare. That was enough time. He pulled out his phone and quickly typed out a message. The response, as expected, was near instantaneous. Deku, it'll be you and Bakugu in the finals. Oh man, that's gonna be a tough fight, buddy. He just needs to take Bakugu's quirk, though, and then it's game over, right? What quirks are you gonna use? Uraraka squeaked. You can use my quirk if you want, or I'm sure any of us would be willing to loan our quirks out. Several others nodded along eagerly. Izuku felt his face heat. He'd never had people offer their quirks to him before. At least, no one aside from his dad's or Kaken had ever been willing to. The thought of quirklessness, however temporary, had always seemed to terrify the other kids he'd met, but here were a dozen of his peers, freely holding out their hands for Izuku to borrow their quirks. He wished he could accept their kindness. I'm sorry, but I actually already have a plan. Sorry, you guys have great quirks, though I just can't hold on to new quirks for very long, so they wouldn't be very helpful, for me in this situation. That's okay, Uraraka reassured. You're really smart, so I'm sure whatever you have planned will be great, thanks. I better get going. I know 20 minutes seems like a long time, but Uraraka shoved Izuku from his seat. Go do your best, you can win. As he left the student section, a cheerful chorus of good luck, Ayama, sounded behind him, and Izuku smiled. I hope everybody enjoyed their break and is ready for our last brawl of the day. Where did you go? You weren't supposed to leave the sound booth. Hizashi's awkward, stilted laugh sounded through the stadium speakers. Wow, you're just gonna throw me under the bus, eraser? He asked, followed by a moment of painful, impatient silence. Fine, if you really must know, I had to use the little announcer's room. Pappy. It shouldn't take you 20 minutes to use the restroom, Mike. I got held up by something, and you should stop announcing my personal business to the stadium like this. Show anyway, we're back, it's the fight that we've all been waiting for, right? Izuku rolled his shoulders and took a couple final sips of water. The stadium's large video screen switched from the feed of present Mike to show Izuku's starting gate, and he stepped out onto the field. In today's final round, we have our crowd favorite, the Gene student, determined to make an impact, and so far he's succeeding. Ayama Izuku. Midnight wiggled her fingers at him cheerily. Izuku blushed and fought the instinct to duck his head. Crowd favorite. His opponent, the opposite of a crowd favorite. Mike, you're supposed to be a neutral party. Bakugo Katsuki. For the first time that day, Kaken didn't enter the arena with explosions popping from his palms. His hands hung at his sides, fingers curled into his familiar claws. The cocky smirk he wore for the previous matches had been replaced with a tight-lipped frown. His eyes roved over Izuku intently, obviously searching for any physical indication of what quirks he might have. Izuku grinned. Kaken wasn't doing any posturing for the crowd. He was taking this fight, and Izuku, seriously. At the sight of Izuku's smile, Kaken snarled. This fight will be interesting, no doubt, Shoyuta said. Bakugo and Ayama are very familiar with one another and have trained together for years. It's likely that they know each other's fighting styles just as well as they know their own. I wonder how they plan to counteract an opponent that knows them so well. If anything, Shoyuta had understated how deeply Izuku and Kaken's friendship ran, and how much it would inevitably affect this fight. It was more than being familiar with each other's fighting style. It was that they knew each other. Their strange habits and tics, their desires and ultimate goals. It's how Izuku knew that Kaken didn't want to win this fight. At least, not entirely. Kaken wanted a good fight. A long, drawn-out brawl that would put every other fight in the festival, the first and second year arenas included, to shame. He wanted to show off his power to an attentive, national audience. He wanted respect and awe and glory. He needed an opponent that could match him blow for blow, and he and Kaken both knew that Izuku could deliver. An outsider would probably look at this matchup and decide that Izuku was the favored winner. It would take only a single touch, and Izuku would be equipped with an explosion quirk while Kaken would be defenseless. However, this assumption severely underestimated Kaken and his vehement refusal to let Izuku make any kind of skin contact with him. Even if Izuku miraculously managed to borrow explosion, Kaken knew the limits and weaknesses of his own quirk. Years training with Izuku and Eraserhead meant that he could defend himself quirklessly without issue. Izuku approached this fight with another strategy and another quirk tucked away. Midnight lifted her WHP, and both Izuku and Kaken dropped into mirrored fighting stances. A small explosion popped from Kaken's hand. Izuku took a deep, steadying breath and didn't release it. The WHP cracked. Neither of them moved. A familiar bark of laughter sounded over the speakers. You kids know the match started, right? Get a move on. Kaken grit his teeth and still didn't move. A good hero knows when to exercise patience. Mike, Bakugo may have seemed brash in his earlier matches, but it would be foolhardy to charge Ayama without knowing what quirks he may have at his disposal. His caution here is rational. Izuku should have known Kaken would try to wait him out. He had hoped that the excitement of a national audience would make him impatient, but clearly Kaken wouldn't move until he knew what quirk Izuku had. Hey, Kaken, Izuku shouted. Kaken locked gazes with him, eyes narrowed. Why won't you fight me? Slowly, realization dawned over Kaken's face, and he murmured to himself, eyebags? Not technically a response. Then, grinning, he reached up and made a show of flicking his hearing aids off. Admittedly, that was kind of irritating, but Izuku could work around it. Of course, Kaken was familiar with the nature of Shinsu's quirk. Izuku had spent many of their hangouts rambling about his new friend nonsensically, and that naturally devolved into a long-winded verbal analysis of brainwashing and all its applications and stipulations. He also knew that Izuku had been training for weeks with Shinso, which meant that Izuku could probably hold brainwashing for a few minutes, even from this distance, so long as it was the only quirk he had borrowed. Thinking he had figured out Izuku's strategy and countered it effectively, Kaken finally lunged. With his explosions boosting him, Kaken cleared the space between them quickly, so when he was in range, Izuku opened his mouth and screamed. Everyone in the arena stifled gasps and startled shrieks at the sudden volume. In the first row, Izuku saw a couple audience members cover their ears, but Izuku knew that, at this distance, the sound wouldn't cause any real damage. Kaken, though, was forced backwards by the force of the yell, and he threw his arms to the side to knock him out of the sound wave's path before he could be pushed out of the arena. Over the speakers, Present Mike cackled. "Nice quirk, Ama, where'd you get it?" Slowly, Kaken lowered his hands and looked at Izuku critically. "You didn't take Ibags' quirk, did you?" he asked. Izuku shook his head. Right now, he only had voice. It was the first quirk he had ever borrowed as a kid and actually used. Without repercussion. For most of his childhood it was the only quirk he truly felt comfortable enough to borrow, still convinced that what he was doing was wrong. But Hisashi encouraged Izuku to borrow it, train with it, and use it for himself. Hisashi always smiled when Izuku used voice like he was happy he had taken it, and slowly Izuku learned to trust that he could have this. He could use his quirk and still be good. Hisashi used to do everything he could to entice Izuku to laugh at the quirk's full volume. Shoyuta would join, and they'd make a competition of it. Whenever he giggled, even if it was nothing more than a puff of air, they'd argue dramatically about who can take credit. A whiteboard in the kitchen covered in tally marks kept track. Over the years, Izuku laughed a little easier, a little louder, and when he laughed, his parents laughed with him. Voice was the closest Izuku came to calling a quirk his own. Kaken scanned Izuku critically. Then slowly he grinned. "Oh yeah." Still smiling, Kaken charged, and Izuku laughed. Hisashi loved this. He loved his quirk. He loved when his son borrowed his quirk and used it like he was born with it. He also just loved his son in general. "This is the fight you paid to siege," he yelled ecstatically, and the cheers of the crowd matched his enthusiasm. Izuku didn't have the same lung capacity as Hisashi and couldn't use voice over such long distances, and the close-ranged attacks of the two boys on the field mimicked something of a loud, aggressive dance. Tango, maybe. Every quirk-powered shout of Izuku's was met by a carefully distanced blow from Deku. They were each other's perfect opponents, and Hisashi could see their manic glee even from the announcer booth. Watching Izuku land a roundhouse kick to Bakugu's stomach, Shoyuta heaved a sigh of pure exhaustion. "You let him borrow your quirk?" Hisashi knew Shoyuta wouldn't exactly be a big fan of that decision. He'd call it reckless and foolhardy, or more likely, illogical, and think it would pose a risk of exposing Izuku's connection to them. But Hisashi had no regrets. Everything would be fine, he knew. Yep, Bakugu threw his arms over his face, bracing himself against a short burst of voice. When Izuku took a breath, he exploded forward to elbow him in the cheek. "I gotta support my gened listeners, right? Plus, I thought this would be more fun this way. I enjoy chaos." Another shout from Izuku was met hidden by an explosion from Bakugu. The opposing concussive force exploded outward and sent both boys teetering to stay inbounds. The hair of most of the audience was blown back, and Hisashi thought he saw a couple stray toupees and wigs flutter to the ground. Yes, Hisashi was absolutely enjoying this. Shoyuta, though, sighed again. Ignoring the blatant favoritism of a teacher, Hisashi pouted. Shoyuta always liked to cramp his style. It was smart of Ayama to borrow a quirk that doesn't require physical contact. Bakugu is well aware of the touch-based requirement of borrow, and undoubtedly is doing everything in his power to avoid any skin contact with Ayama, since his own quirk allows for him to do so. If Ayama had borrowed any kind of touch-activated quirk, it would have been incredibly difficult to find an opening. Bakuga's palm moved dangerously close to Izuku's face and sparked. Izuku yelped, knocking Bakuga back just before the explosion and only barely dodging a blast that probably would have KO'd him. "So what you're saying is voice is the best quirk?" "I admit that it is effective in this situation," Shoyuta hedged reluctantly, and Hisashi cheered in victorious glee. The sound was drowned out by his son's shout on the field below. "I do appreciate that you can't use your quirk when Ayama has it, though." Rude, pushed back by another yell, Bakugu let the momentum carry him to the ground. He hooked his foot around Izuku's ankle and sent him tumbling onto his back, pouncing on Izuku to pin him. The two of them wrestled for a moment, grabbing and pulling and shoving like children on a playground. Finally, Bakugo sat atop Izuku's back and pressed his face into the concrete, where voice couldn't hurt him. His hands pinned Izuku's wrists, careful to only hold him over the gym uniform. "Oh no," Hisashi shrieked. He let his genuine disappointment as Izuku's father and personal cheerleader leak into the exaggerated dismay of present Mike. He had really hoped Izuku would win this whole festival, if only to really shove it in All Might's face. Bakugo has Ayama pinned. If he can't break out of the hold, then it's all over, Shoyuta hummed, and from the corner of his eye, Hisashi saw that familiar, creepy smirk on his husband's face. If Ayama can't break out? That's what I just said. The camera feed of the stadium's monitors zoomed in on Izuku. His face was smushed, probably painfully, into the concrete, but Hisashi could see the beginnings of a smile creeping over his lips. Sometimes, Hisashi thought that Izuku learned too many mannerisms and facial expressions from Shoyuta. Midnight leaned closer to the boys. "Ayama, can you move?" Tap the ground twice for no. The concrete beneath Izuku erupted. Both boys were flung away amid a cloud of dust and debris. They hit the ground just outside the boundary marker. "What the?" Shoyuta rolled his eyes. "You should know how your own quirk works, Mike. Covering your mouth with something, even concrete, doesn't stop voice from actually working." Izuku sat up, grinning despite the BLD and cuts decorating his face. Bakugo laid on his back and stared blankly at the sky, apparently dumbstruck. "Wait," Hisashi yelled, smacking his hands into the desk. "Who won?" Immediately, the screen switched to a replay of the last 20 seconds, slowed as the boys were thrown airborne. If it weren't for his rapt attention on who was knocked over the boundary marker first, Hisashi probably would have laughed at the odd expressions on the kids' faces in slow-mo. The replay paused as the boys passed over the boundary. On the screen, Izuku's eyes were grit shut as a small pebble of concrete clipped him in the forehead, and his mouth hung open in what Hisashi imagined to be a girly shriek. Bakugo, eyes blown wide, gripped Izuku's shoulder desperately. He kind of reminded Hisashi of a prickly koala bear. But what was more important than the embarrassing picture of the kids was that Bakugo had gone over the boundary first. The realization must have struck the crowd simultaneously, because a deafening roar surged through the stadium. Hisashi took great, wonderful, joyful pride in announcing, "Ayama Izuku wins the first-year festival." Izuku had done it. He was on the podium. He won. First place. A step below him, Kaken stood with his arms crossed and tapped his foot impatiently. Occasionally, he would glance at Izuku from the corner of his eye and scoff dramatically, but Izuku could see the pleased tilt of his lips. Kaken didn't like to lose, but their fight was one he could take pride in, even as the loser. Another step lower, Tokoyami and Minoma shared a podium. When Izuku passed them to climb to his spot, Tokoyami had nodded politely and introduced himself. Minoma, whose nose was swollen and bruised purple, refused to meet Izuku's eyes. The podiums trembled beneath their feet, and they ascended to the open air of the stadium. Midnight waited for them above, peering down at them with a teasing smile. "Don't look so stunned, Izuku, darling," she crooned. Izuku thought he saw her quickly pull out her cell phone, snap a photo, and slip it somewhere into her bodysuit. "You're adorable as always, but gaping like a fish doesn't translate very well for the camera." Izuku blushed and tried to calm his stuttered breathing. Both Tokoyami and Minoma were staring at him, probably wondering why Midnight acted so familiar with Izuku, but he steadily avoided their gazes. Lightly enough that it could have been mistaken for an accident, Kaken knocked his shoulder into Izuku's hip as they rose fully into the stadium. Now presenting our winners, the applause was thunderous. Growing up with present Mike as his dad meant that Izuku was accustomed to ear-bursting volume, but the knowledge that all these people were cheering, at least in part, for him caused him to shy away timidly. Midnight winked and flicked her hands, palms up, encouraging Izuku. He steeled his resolve and offered the crowd a meager wave. "It's time to award the medals, and of course, that honor goes to no other than..." A booming laugh echoed through the arena. On the top wall of the stadium stood All Might. Kaken howled, somehow laughing louder than the roaring crowd and All Might's voice. This is so good that but is awarding the medals. He's giving you a medal? Kaken, Izuku hissed, debating whether to steady Kaken before he fell from the podium or to push him off himself. Quiet, All Might crashed into the ground and opened his arms to the raucous cheers of the crowd. Behind his back, Midnight shot Izuku a sympathetic look before she approached All Might with the medals. Thankfully, Kaken's laughter dissolved into quieter, breathless chuckles when All Might approached the podium. Climbed the stairs to the third-place winners. He cast a wary look in Izuku's direction and tightened his jaw. Izuku ducked his head away. All Might praised Tokoyami and Monoma for their performance, and they visibly preened when he hugged them. Moving on to Kaken, All Might hesitated at Kaken's feral grin, and Izuku poorly hid his shocked laugh behind a cough. All Might kept his distance as he placed the medal over Kaken's head. Snickering, Kaken snapped his teeth together. Try to hug me. See what happens. All Might didn't take Kaken up on that offer. Finally, he approached Izuku. Under the weight of his gaze, Izuku forced himself to straighten. He wouldn't cower. All Might didn't smile as the medal settled around Izuku's neck. He met Izuku's gaze, neither of them refusing to break, and quietly murmured, I must say that I admire your determination. I can only hope that you prove my earlier assumptions wrong. For everyone's sake, not just my own. Izuku nodded, brow furrowed, and All Might pulled away. As the cheers of the crowd rose, his fingers fumbled with the heavy weight of the medal over his heart. He did it. He would be a hero. Ladies and gentlemen, All Might beamed and swept his arm toward the podium. Your first-year winners of this year's UA Sports Festival Plink. Beneath the fireworks, confetti cannons, and the crowd, the noise was almost imperceptible, a gentle tap originating beneath the podium. Plink, 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 plink. Izuku looked down, and Kaken followed his gaze. Several marbles rolled through the grass, glittering a bright sapphire blue as they bumped into the base of the podium. Izuku could barely see them through the bright, distracting bursts of flame and confetti flashing across his vision. Izuku frowned. Maybe there were some kind of new, pyrotechnic device he'd never seen before. If he squinted, he could barely make out swirling shapes of pink and purple inside each small sphere. With a sparkling flash, the marbles popped. Thick, putrid fumes rose from the ruptured marbles and obscured Izuku's vision of the rest of the stadium. Only the hazy silhouettes of All Might and his peers beside him remained. Unthinkingly, Izuku yelped. He clamped his hands over his mouth, but the damage had been done, and that acrid gas burned his throat as it entered his lungs. Izuku immediately began to feel woozy. Sudden heat on his forearm broke him out of the daze. Kaken removed his hand from Izuku's burnt arm, his other hand pressed firmly over his own mouth and nose, and Izuku nodded appreciatively. The gas was obviously some kind of sedative, and it must need to be inhaled in relatively large quantities if Kaken could bring Izuku back to awareness with mild pain after just one breath. A high concentration of it must have been contained in those strange marbles, if it hadn't yet dissipated in the open air of the arena, but All Might should be able to diffuse it by. All Might vanished, appearing to sink into the solid ground of the arena, and a writhing, dark swirl of mist expanded at the base of the podium, just below Izuku. Izuku squawked, only just managing to prevent himself from inhaling after the involuntary sound. He fumbled for Kaken and grasped him by the shoulder. Distantly, Izuku heard Monoma shriek in surprise. Dread dripped down his spine. He recognized this portal. Izuku couldn't move. His body felt too heavy and burdensome for him to control. If it weren't for his tight grip on Kaken's shoulder, he would have collapsed. A wrinkled hand reached from the yawning mass of darkness and clasped 4 fingers around Izuku's ankle. The pinky finger held itself delicately away from the rest of him, still close enough to press into him if Izuku struggled. Hello, Deku, a voice croaked from the recesses of the mist, and Izuku's breath hitched pathetically. Only Kaken was supposed to call him Deku. This wasn't Kaken. It's been a long time. The grip on Izuku's ankle tightened, and the hand yanked. Izuku fell helplessly into darkness. Tamura called him Deku. Before he was Ayama Izuku, he was only Izuku, and Tamura called him Deku. Deku wasn't his name. His name was Izuku. He knew that. Father called him Izuku, And the doctors did too. When Kurogiri spoke to him, he was Izuku. So his name had to be Izuku. But Tamura called him Deku. Before his quirk presented, though, he wasn't yet Deku. On the days that he and Tamura were allowed to play, Tamura called him Izuku, because that was his name. He called him Izuku, and they played with their wooden figures, because it was the only toy that Izuku was ever given. Izuku always wanted to play heroes, would make his doll cheer, "I am here," and Tamura would grab the doll with all 5 of his fingers and watch it crumble to dust. While Izuku cried, Tamura would suggest a different game after, and Izuku would be distracted from his tears. They weren't brothers, they weren't allowed to be, but Izuku liked to think they were friends. Back then, Tamura called him Izuku. And then, when Izuku was 4, their pattern broke. Like usual, Izuku pleaded to play All Might, and Tamura tried to grab Izuku's doll. Izuku desperately grabbed at his wrist, and instead of disappearing into ash, the doll remained perfectly intact. Glowing rings of brilliant green expanded from where Izuku's index finger pressed into bare skin, and Tamura's quirk didn't activate, because Izuku had stolen it from him. Immediately, Izuku ripped himself away. He had taken Tamura's quirk. He had felt decay like ice in his veins, awful and cold and dangerous. If Izuku's other 3 fingers hadn't been obstructed by the sleeve of Tamura's shirt, then Izuku would have disintegrated his wrist in an instant. Tamura excitedly shouted for Kurogiri to get father, and Izuku watched the wooden doll finally fall apart in Tamura's hand. Izuku had stolen a quirk. Like father had, when he showed Izuku to the cold cells in the far corner of their base for the first time. When he lifted a young, terrified woman with jagged teeth like serrated razor blades by her throat. When he pulled, and the woman shuddered, screamed, and her teeth receded to dull squares. When he dropped her to the ground, turned to Izuku, smiled a wide grin, and his own teeth sharpened bestially while the woman heaved on the floor. That had been only the first time of many that Izuku saw the fear that All for One brought. Father brought Izuku to the cells regularly. Sometimes, it was to watch him strip away another quirk from another terrified victim. Sometimes, he left Izuku down there, alone in the cold, with nothing more than pencil, paper, and the simple command of "figure them out," and Izuku would sit and draw his first attempts of analyses. Still, that woman with the quirk that sharpened her teeth was the only one of his father's victims that Izuku ever remembered the face of. Father clearly expected for Izuku to inherit All for One. He trained Izuku for it. What else could that have been, aside from practice analyzing others' quirks, so Izuku could use them for himself? He exposed Izuku to this horrific torture early, so Izuku could learn the tools of the trade and do it for himself one day, ripping quirks from innocent, quivering people. All for One groomed Izuku to become his successor, and for the first 4 years of his life, Izuku blindly followed the path set before him. He didn't want to. Izuku had father's quirk, but he didn't want to be like father. He didn't want to hurt people or make them cry. He didn't want to take their quirks. He didn't want to be evil. So, Izuku lied. When his quirk first manifested, father came and lifted Izuku away from Tamura. He smiled for the first time that Izuku could remember in his young life, and he told Izuku he was proud. He'd never said that before. Father brought Izuku to the White Room for the first time. A trembling elderly man was already there, arms and legs strapped tightly to the chair he sat in. Father set Izuku down in front of the man and gestured broadly. "Go ahead. Take his quirk." Father watched, eagerly waiting. Behind the window of the SW and Jinji doors, Izuku could barely see the top of Tamura's head, so only his critical, red eyes were visible. Izuku hesitated under their heavy, expectant gazes, and he made his decision. Izuku didn't know this man, and he didn't know his quirk, but he knew that he couldn't do it. He couldn't be like father. He couldn't hurt someone like father did. He pressed his palm against the old man's arm, ignoring his preemptive wince of terror, and he lied. Izuku pretended his quirk only negated the old man's quirk. He pretended that he couldn't feel this foreign quirk unintentionally stolen from the old man, sitting in his easy like hot coals, burning him from the inside out as he refused to use them. He pretended that he wasn't like father. Even when father narrowed his eyes in disappointment, in anger, Izuku pretended. When he was presented new, trembling victims, he pretended. Through the eventual tests, and the experiments, and the pain, he pretended. Eventually, Father gave up. Not truly, maybe, but Izuku spent less time in the white room with the needles, and the machines, and the doctors, and more time in the dark room. Father spent less effort with him, and Izuku's destiny to be his successor diminished every day. Instead, Father's attention shifted to Tamura, his new prodigy, and Izuku was left alone. Until, one day a few months after Izuku's quirk manifested, there was a knock on the door of the dark room. Izuku looked up from his mindless fiddling. His hands hadn't been broken yet, although they would be soon, and the only solace he had in the dark was fidgeting with the broken things thrown in here with him. The slot of the door opened, and Tamura's ugly grimace peeked through. "You failed," Tamura rasped and then chuckled over the sound of Izuku's helpless whimper. "All this time, you were his son, but you couldn't live up to the hype, so he deleted your save and loaded a new file. You're not a final boss anymore, you're just one of the minion underlings. The pawns, the puppets." Laughing, Tamura crammed his hand through the slot, and one of their worn wooden dolls hung by its neck in a two-fingered grip. "You're just one of the Dekunabu. Nothing more than a worthless, pathetic doll." There. Tamura closed his hand around the doll's head, and Izuku watched as ash drifted to the cold floor of the room. Tamura called him Deku, because he was just like those old, flimsy dolls. They weren't allowed to play like they used to. They weren't even allowed to interact. Izuku only sometimes saw Tamura in passing when he was being carted to and from the dark room, and Kurogiri quickly ushered him away before Tamura could do anything more than smirk. Occasionally, though, after Izuku's nightly meal, an awful hand would reach through the narrow opening of the door with a wooden doll held limply in its grip. Izuku knew, after just the first time, what this ritual entailed, but he still paused his senseless fiddling to watch as the doll, the Dekunabu, fell apart in Tamura's grip. Each time, as the metal slot swung shut, Tamura sang, "Goodbye, Deku." Kaken called him Deku. By the time they met, he'd been Izuku for years. He lived with his dads, who loved him, and they called him Izuku. He had another name now too, derived from his dad's names, and he was registered at his new school as Ayama Izuku. His name was Izuku. No one called him Deku. Not anymore and not yet. The morning of his first day of school, Izuku watched Hisashi write his name over and over again. On his notebooks, his backpack, his bento box, even a small name tag that he stuck to the lapel of Izuku's uniform. Izuku, Izuku, Izuku. Because that was his name. Hisashi wrote the name in kanji, but Izuku only read it as Izuku now. He learned of its alternate pronunciation a long time ago, but he refused to read it that way. Both of his dads accompanied him to his school that day. It wouldn't be their usual routine, since their classes at UA started before the ones at the middle school, but Izuku was glad that they had made the effort to see him off on his first day. He was admittedly nervous. He hadn't interacted much with kids his own age, not since that disastrous playdate Hisashi set up with a family friend's brother turned sour when the other boy's stoic demeanor sent Izuku into an anxious fit, and he felt unprepared for his first day in a public school, surrounded by other children that he didn't know. He hoped he could make a friend, but he wasn't sure if the other kids would even like him very much. Outside the school, Hisashi crouched in front of Izuku and cupped his face with his hands. By now, Izuku knew how to control his quirk, knew how to resist the magnetic pull of Baro, but he tilted his head into the touch anyway, and let voice expand in his Hisashi grinned and pinched Izuku's cheeks together. "My little boy's all grown up," he wailed, and Izuku ducked his head a little in embarrassment. They were right in front of the school. He didn't want unnecessary attention. "Hush, Zashi," Shoyuta scolded, settling his hand on Izuku's head and ruffling his hair. "Don't humiliate the kid before he even gets into the school." He leaned over and picked critically at Izuku's name tag. "Don't you think this is unnecessary? You're being obsessive." "I am not, I'm just trying to help our son make friends. Most of these kids probably already know each other besides. Izuku doesn't mind it, right, kiddo?" Izuku shook his head. He really didn't mind it, especially if it made it easier to introduce himself and make new friends. He knew he needed all the help he could get. Triumphant, Hisashi stuck his tongue out at Shoyuta, who sighed and buried a hand in Hisashi's shirt collar to heft him up. Come on, let's go. We have our own classes to get to. Shoyuta tugged on Izuku's hair as he pulled his hand away. Have a good day, kid. If you need a breather, then take a breather. Even if the teachers say you can't, ignore them. Call us if anything happens. Straining against Shuta's grip pulling him away, Hisashi blew exaggerated kisses. Bye-bye, make lots of friends, and tell me everything will pick you up as soon as school is over. Bye. Izuku blushed, glad that most of his potential classmates were already trickling into the building, and waved off his parents. Then he turned around, took a breath, and trekked into the school. Luckily, he had woken up early this morning and, in an anxiety-ridden state, went online to look for a map of the school's layout, so he already knew where to find his classroom. With shaking hands, he pushed open the door. A couple of students were already inside, despite the early hour, and their attention immediately snapped to Izuku, the new kid encroaching on their territory. He averted his eyes from their curious gazes and found his name on the seating chart written on the chalkboard. Third row, second desk from the right, just behind another student named Bakugo Katsuki, who, apparently, was here early as well. When their eyes made contact, Izuku smiled bashfully, but he dimmed in the face of Bakugo's glower. He tried to shuffle past, hoping that he could avoid an altercation if he moved quickly enough. A leg thrown out to block his path ruined his hope, though. The F are you? Bakugo sneered. I've known every DM in Extra working as my competition in this district for years, so you better explain yourself, but? Izuku flinched away, struggling to find his voice. When nothing more than an incomprehensible stutter broke through, he pointed meekly to his name tag. Bakugo squinted. I am a Deku. F kinda name is that? That. Bakugo called him Deku. He hadn't been Deku for years, but Bakugo called him Deku. He wasn't Deku. He was Izuku. Izuku stepped over Bakugo's leg and sat in his seat, robotically pulling out his notebooks and arranging them on his desk. Bakugo watched with narrowed eyes. You still haven't explained yourself, Deku? Izuku shook his head. That wasn't his name. Still, he couldn't find his voice to respond. Bakugo's sneer deepened. Well, what's your quirk? I bet it's weak as SHT. I shouldn't even be wasting my time with you. My quirk is F great. I'm gonna be the first hero to make it out of this hellhole of a school, so I can't be weighed down by useless extras like you. Useless? That. Izuku still didn't answer Bakugo and tucked himself into one of his notebooks. Eventually the blonde scoffed, muttering something under his breath, and Izuku relaxed. The teacher came and introduced Ayama Izuku as the new student in the district. Aldra Middle School took mostly students from Aldra Elementary, so even at the start of a new school year, Izuku stood out as a new student. When he was asked to share a little about himself, Izuku only said that he really admired heroes and that he'd been homeschooled before this. To apparently the whole class's surprise, he didn't mention his quirk. During lunch that day, Bakugo swiveled in his seat to face Izuku, but Izuku was already dashing out of the classroom with his bento clutched in his hands. He picked the lock to the door leading to the roof and ate alone. The rest of the school day, Izuku felt eyes weighing on him. Some, he knew, were nothing more than his curious peers, wondering about the new kid who didn't bring up his quirk. In the few hours Izuku had spent at Aldra, it was already apparent how the other kids were obsessed with their quirks, and how the teachers seemed to encourage the casual quirk use. Izuku didn't know if this was normal for other kids his age or for teachers in non-hero schools, but the students used their quirks for mundane tasks regularly. It was Bakugo, though, whose gaze felt the coldest. He sat with his head slightly turned, visible eyes straining to stare at Izuku behind him as he ignored the teacher's lectures. Izuku tried not to acknowledge it, but that steady gaze lingered. Finally, classes ended, and Izuku launched out of his seat, desperate to avoid the inevitable confrontation with Bakugo. Whatever it was that had riled him up, Izuku hoped it would smooth over by the next morning, and they can put this apparent disagreement behind them. Bakugo was no longer on Izuku's list of potential friends, a list which was, admittedly, empty at the moment, but he'd prefer to have not made an enemy with one of his peers so soon. He just needed to get as far away from Bakugo as possible today, ask his dads for advice tonight, and then deal with whatever may come tomorrow. Except Izuku arrived at the school gates, and his dads weren't waiting for him there like they had promised. Pulling out his phone, he saw they had sent him a text explaining that Nizu had called an emergency staff meeting after class. They were running late, and they asked Izuku to wait for them at the school. So, Izuku pulled his backpack straps tighter to his iti, shuffled in place, and waited. Bakugo Katsuki burst through the school doors. Another kid that Izuku vaguely recognized from his class followed behind, chattering mindlessly to Bakugo's back. Bakugo seemed to ignore him, though, and scanned his furious gaze around the schoolyard. Izuku tucked himself further against the wall he leaned against. The other kid stepped in front of Bakugo, gesturing wildly as he spoke, and then reached to his face. Still talking rapidly, he pulled his eyes from their sockets. Izuku tried not to GG. Bakugo snarled and suddenly shoved the other boy to the ground. His eyes snapped back into place with a wet pop. Bakugo loomed over him and curled his hands into strange claw shapes at his sides. Izuku only saw a couple bright sparks pop from Bakugo's palms before he was moving to intercept. Even think you're on the same level as me, eyeballs? I'll show you a real quirk. Bakugo pulled his palm back. Just as a large explosion began to form, Izuku threw himself in front of the strike and pressed his fingertips into Bakugo's forehead. The explosion pressed painfully against his shoulder, and Izuku tugged the quirk from Bakugo before he could set another one off. The new quirk settled in Izuku's iti. The largest area of change seemed to be centered in his palms, but he could strangely sense the quirk's effects across his entire body. Obviously an emitter type. It was possible that, while the activation of the explosions was restricted to only the hands, there was some kind of secondary mutation affecting the body as a whole. Izuku stared Bakugo down and triggered the quirk. Nothing more than a matching pair of brief, flashing heat occurred. The quirk definitely required some kind of biological factor to catalyze the explosion, but it was enough for Bakugo's jaw to drop in shock. Behind him, Izuku heard the other kids stand and scramble away, but Izuku didn't turn around. It's Izuku, he finally corrected. It's not nice to pick on people. I thought you wanted to be a hero. Brow furrowing, Bakugo snarled. I'm gonna be a hero. And that means I can't have weak like eyeballs bothering me all the time. Izuku shook his head and clasped Bakugo's quirk tighter. He didn't want to give it back quite yet. Heroes don't bully people. Shut the up. What the hell did you do to my quirk? Izuku stepped back, clutching his hands over his st defensively. I borrowed it. Bakugo blinked. Then he blinked again. Give it back. No, Izuku decided petulantly. Somewhat experimentally, he held one hand in front of his face. This time, when he activated the quirk, a larger explosion appeared. You were being mean with it, so you get a timeout? A timeout? Bakugo sputtered, staring at Izuku's smoking palm with wide eyes. Izuku nodded. For some reason, the motion caused his head to spin, and he inhaled sharply to steady himself. Strange. Bakugo was talking, still, but the noise sounded far away, muffled by the sudden pounding in Izuku's skull. Do you get dizzy spells? Izuku asked, cutting Bakugo off. Izuku opened his mouth to explain, fighting the nausea to get the words out, but a shout of Izuku cut him off. He turned and waved to Hisashi, so he knew Izuku had seen him, then moved back to Bakugo. You can have it back, but don't hurt people with it. Heroes don't hurt people. Izuku released the quirk and ran to Hisashi, who swept him into his arms with a tight hug. Shoyuta, further down the sidewalk, nodded his head as an affectionate greeting. You make any friends, kiddo? Not yet, he admitted. But tomorrow's a new day. Looking over his shoulder, Izuku waved to Bakugo. Bye, Bakugo. I'll see you tomorrow. Bakugo, still staring in dumbstruck confusion, silently waved back. Bakugo called him Deku. Bakugo called him Deku, even though he's been Izuku for years now. Bakugo called him Deku, because he misread the kanji on Izuku's name tag. Bakugo called him Deku, Izuku thought, possibly because of an entirely different reason altogether. Izuku spent all night after his first day of middle school researching and filling out his notebooks. When he walked into class the next day, bouncing excitedly on the ball of his feet, he tossed his notes down on Bakugo's desk. Bakugo squinted at them skeptically. The hell are you? Your quirk causes you to emit nitroglycerin, doesn't it? I noticed that when I got home yesterday, after borrowing your quirk, my clothes smelt weirdly sweet, like sugar or caramel or something. It's highly reactive too, so it would be easy to explode. At first, I thought it was just some kind of glycerol substance, but that's really more flammable than outright explosive. Your palms must have some kind of ignition element to them, since I couldn't sense any other part of the body that changed when I borrowed your quirk. Maybe you can create some kind of microscopic friction, which causes the nitroglycerin to combust. I wouldn't know without additional tests and research, although I suppose your quirk counselor might have already figured it out for you. Bakugo slammed his palm down on the desk, and Izuku jumped. He was suddenly very aware that they were the only two people in the classroom this early. Just shut up for a second. Izuku dutifully clamped his mouth shut, and Bakugo sighed heavily through his nose. Keeping an eye on Izuku, he reached out and tugged the notebook closer. As he read, the furrow of his brow deepened, and when he finally reached the section heading labeled Side Effects, he threw the notebook to the floor. You saying there's something wrong with my quirk? Izuku sighed and knelt to pick up his notebook. He had expected this to be difficult, but Hisashi said that the best friendships were forged with persistence, so he brushed off the fresh scorch marks on the cover and flipped back to the offending page. Actually, it's quite common for quirks to cause secondary effects in the user. Like my dad, he has chronic dry eye from overusing his quirk. From what I felt while borrowing your quirk, it's likely that the nitroglycerin is in your bloodstream, too, which can cause symptoms like dizziness, migraines, arrhythmia. This can contribute to your behavioral issues if you... I said, shut up. Izuku waited patiently as Bakugo took several deep breaths. His jaw was clenched tight, seemingly painfully so, and he refused to look Izuku in the eye. Smoke rose from where his palms pressed tightly into the desk. Finally, Bakugo released the desk, leaving 2 black marks behind. You know all that because of your quirk. Because you took my quirk. Izuku shook his head. Not exactly. Borrow? That's my quirk. I can usually sense basic information about whatever quirk I borrow, like how to activate it or what it does, but I don't get much detail. Most of this, he gestured to his notebook, is just research and analysis I did last night. It's just kind of, what I do. Analyze quirks, Bakugo continued to glare, but his jaw worked back and forth, so Izuku thought he might just be thinking. Finally, some of your ideas weren't awful, he admitted sourly. I didn't hate the gauntlets. Nodding, Izuku grinned and flipped to the previous page, pointing to a design he'd doodled in the corner. Yeah, I thought, if you could find a way to store the accumulated nitroglycerin, you might be able to boost your power. Bakugo looked over the design hungrily. Be my support engineer. Be my support engineer. Or personal analyst. Manager, whatever, I don't care. The point is, I'm gonna be a hero, and you're gonna help me. Izuku frowned. No, I'm going to be a hero too. I'm the only one that'll... No. Izuku reiterated. I'm going to be a hero. It has nothing to do with you. Growling, Bakugo slammed his hand into his desk again. The following explosion rattled its legs against the floor, but Izuku refused to stand down. He needed to be stubborn. Hisashi told him that was the best way to make friends. Fine, Bakugo hissed, and Izuku grinned. But we're gonna be partners, you hear me? I'm the best, which means I need actually half-decent people behind me. Beside you, Izuku corrected absently. If you want to be hero partners, that means we're friends, right? Whatever, Deku. You're at least better than the other extras in this shit show. Izuku didn't like Deku. He didn't like wooden dolls falling to ash and a dangerous hand reaching into a dark room. He didn't like what's Deku meant. My name is Izuku. It's a nickname, Deku. It's supposed to be friendly, like what friends or something do. Friends. Izuku did it. He made a friend. He could be Deku, if it meant friend. Oh okay, but then you need a nickname too. Hey wait. Kaken glowered, but a faint blush reddened his cheeks, and he glances away like he was embarrassed. Izuku wondered if, maybe, he wasn't the only one who had gone a while without a friend. Whatever, Kaken grumbled. Doesn't matter. Not very subtly he eyed Izuku's notebook. You really think my quirk is doing all that? He finally asked, painfully quiet, reluctant to admit to his own weakness. Izuku nodded timidly. He sat in his seat behind Kaken and flipped back to the side effects page. It's likely. But that's okay because now that you know there's a problem, Bakugo huffed, but Izuku continued over him, then we can figure out how to solve it together. You're not alone. Bakugo's embarrassed flush darkened. And we will figure it out. Briefly, Izuku's finger hovered over the bullet point reading anger issues and poor self-control right below it. He remembered Tamura and his tantrums. He remembered him turning those wooden dolls to ash. Izuku shook off the thought. You can't be a hero if you hurt people. Otherwise, you're just like the villains. He had been Izuku for so many years, now. He was Izuku. Kaken called him Deku, but he was the Deku that meant friend. Deku didn't hurt anymore. It wasn't supposed to hurt. But it hurt now. All these years later, Izuku was pulled through a dark portal, thrown to the floor with a knee on his back, and he was still Deku. Not the Deku that meant friend. Right now he was once again the Deku that meant useless. Because Tamura was here. Izuku had thought he was safe, from Tamura, from Kurogiri, from father, but he had been found and brought down by the same hand he'd seen turn those wooden dolls to dust. All these years later, and Tamura still called him Deku. Hisashi had looked forward to this moment. Since Izuku received his acceptance into general education rather than the hero course he deserved. Since Hisashi was informed that All Might, every child's ideal of a hero, had looked at perfect, wonderful, brave Izuku and told him he shouldn't become a hero. Since Nizu promised that Izuku could still achieve his dreams, could still be transferred into the hero course, as long as he proved his capability on a national level. That way, no one could dispute his right to become a hero. And Izuku did it. He won the sports festival. He reached the top of the podium. He stood across from All Might as that gleaming gold medal gleamed around his neck, and he smiled in the face of the hero that had previously turned him down. Hisashi had a front row seat to his son finally getting everything he had ever wanted. So how did everything go so wrong so suddenly? In one moment, he was announcing Ayama Izuku, his son, as the winner of the UA first year's sports festival. In the next, Izuku and the entire podium disappeared from sight, vanishing beneath a sudden gaseous cloud that should not have been there. Hisashi's voice halted in his throat before he could even finish saying Izuku's full name. Quicker to react, Shoyuta slammed his palm on the desk to activate the staff's private audio line and hissed, "Nizu!" The reply crackled through the speaker, "Oh. Security breach," and they both surged from their seats. Hisashi's first instinct, as foolhardy and reckless as it would have been, was to break through the window of the recording booth and jump to the field below. He'd suffer whatever injuries came from a fall like that without hesitation. If it meant he would reach his son before, he didn't know what would come after this before. He didn't know what this cloud of dense smoke meant for Izuku and the other students lost from their sight. But he'd rather get those kids out of there before he'd have to find out. Nobody would infiltrate the first-year sport festival's medal ceremony of Japan's most notable hero school for good intentions. Unfortunately, the transparent paneling of the booth was constructed from quirk-resistant material built to withstand a hit from anything less than All Might himself, so Hisashi had no way through it. The only other way out of the staff wing were the secured exits. One in the basement, which was way too far, or the one leading to the teachers' seating in the bleachers. The second wasn't necessarily meant as an exit, per se, but it was the quickest way to get to Izuku with so few options. Hisashi startled. His eyes caught Shoyuta as his hair settled back around his shoulders. Whatever is causing the gas, I can't erase it. With no better option, Hisashi bolted through the door with Shoyuta just a half step behind. He counted each footfall as he ran. Each one brought him closer to his son caught in the chaos. Each one meant another second he wasn't with Izuku. Each one was another opportunity for the unimaginable to happen. Hisashi's stride grew longer, quicker. He couldn't let anything happen to Izuku. When they reached the door to the teacher's seating and threw it open, the other heroes had already descended down to the field. Hisashi faltered, momentarily, realizing that he had no way to safely clear the drop from the stands to the field below. He contemplated just jumping, hoping he could distribute his weight upon landing to possibly avoid serious injury and truthfully willing to accept his painful fate even if he couldn't, but Shoyuta shoved past him. Using his capture weapon, he belayed himself down and threw his capture weapon back to loop around the railing, and Hizashi climbed down to join him. Cementos had already thrown up walls of concrete to separate the civilian audience from the field. The staff and other volunteers, Hizashi had seen Endeavor and even better, Joke in the audience, among other heroes, would already be leading the evacuation on the other side. The civilians would be safe. It was Izuku and the students directly involved in this chaos that Hizashi was worried about. The gaseous cloud, originally condensed tightly around the podium, was already beginning to dissipate in the open air of the arena. Midnight stood on the outskirts of it with one arm thrown over her mouth. Don't inhale it. I think it has a similar effect as somnambulist. Through the thinning mist, two vaguely humanoid figures appeared. 5 people had been caught in the cloud. One of them All Might, 4 of them students. One of them Hizashi's own son. Now, in the aftermath, only 2 remained. Stay here, Shoyuta hissed and vanished into the smoke. Hizashi gaped, appalled, then rushed in right behind him. Shoyuta was an idiot if he thought Hizashi would remain on the sidelines in any situation involving Izuku, especially a dangerous one. Over the years of practicing his quirk, Hizashi's lung capacity was far above average, so holding his breath to avoid inhaling the gas was simple. Still, the fumes stung painfully at his eyes, and for the first time in his life, Hizashi found himself vaguely jealous of his husband's ugly goggles, but he forced himself to keep them open despite the pain. He needed to find Izuku. Beside him, Shoyuta threw out his scarf to wrap tightly around the 2 visible figures, standing beside each other on the podium. He tugged them closer, so their features could be made out more clearly in the fog, and Hizashi choked on a desperate sound. Monoma and Tokoyami. Where was Izuku? Frantically, Hizashi searched the podium for any sign of Izuku. Or Bakugu. Or All Might. Or the perpetrators who somehow stole his son right out from under him. He searched until his lungs finally began to scream. Still, nothing. Something wrapped tightly around Hizashi, yanking him from his 100th lap around the podiums to face Shuta's bloodshot eyes. Zashi, breathe. Hizashi did. He inhaled sharply, and as his breath left in a rush, he gasped, Izuku isn't here. No sign of Bakugu or even All Might. Who could do this? Where would they have gone? How did they get All Might? How could they have taken Izuku and Katsuki and All Might when we were right there? We were right there. Hizashi, Shoyuta hissed. I said breathe. Hizashi narrowed his eyes, and frustration bubbled in his cheek. He knew that of the 2 of them, anyone would consider him the dramatic one. Shoyuta, meanwhile, was rational, calm, and stoic. Usually this was a good thing. They balanced each other. When Shoyuta retreated into himself, Hizashi tugged him from reclusiveness. When Hizashi teetered the edge of mental collapse, Shoyuta helped him separate his personal life from the horrors of the job. It was why they worked. As friends, as partners, as parents, their relationship had always been a balanced flow of silence and noise. But right now, seeing Shoyuta act so unaffected when their son had just been kidnapped by unknown assailants, Shuta's grip tightened minutely, threatening to strangle Hizashi's fingers for a brief millisecond, and Hizashi saw it. The skin tightening at the corner of Shuta's lips. The faint constriction of his pupils. Shoyuta was scared. Probably just as much as Hizashi. He had watched his son disappear under his watch, and now his composure hung by a thinning thread, only visible to the people who have known him and his tells for decades. It was this acknowledgement that brought Hizashi's gaze back to Shoyuta. As that flickering light of understanding passed between them, and Hizashi finally regained his breath and composure, Shoyuta held up his phone. On the screen, a tiny dot blinked over a map of UA. We know where they are. It's been a long time, Deku, Tamura rasped in Izuku's ear. Even after a decade, the dry creak of his voice tore cracks through Izuku's heart. Izuku squirmed, but Tamura shifted his weight to restrain him further and clasped cold metal over his hands. We know you learned a new cheat code, so we'll nerf you for this. Somewhere behind him, where Izuku couldn't turn to see, another voice shouted, Get off of me, BT Kaken. Kaken was here. Kurogyri, restrain the NPC. Shigaraki Tamura. Kurogyri was briefly interrupted by a shattering explosion, but he continued unfazed. Would it not be wise to dispose of this tagalong? No, he can be a reward if little Deku plays along with our side quest. Izuku shivered. A moment later, Kaken thudded to the ground beside him, pinned by something Izuku couldn't see and his hands clamped by the same restraint presumably over Izuku's. Kaken normally would resist, but he caught Izuku's eyes, blown wide in terror, and he went pliant. Tamura lifted Izuku by the back of his uniform collar, careful to not brush his knuckles against the bare skin of his neck, and leaned close to Izuku. When he spoke, Izuku could smell the sour note of his breath. All this time we thought you were just a waste of resources, but you must have leveled up while you were gone. Unless you've had that ability the whole time, and we just didn't know how to unlock it yet. Tell me, Deku, how long have you had All for One? As much as he could in Tamura's careful grasp, Izuku flinched. Don't call him that, HNDJB, Kaken spit. Kurogyri grabbed him by the back of his head and slammed his face into the ground, and Kaken's protests abruptly stopped. He blinked at Izuku woozily, conscious but probably concussed. BLD dripped steadily from a cut beneath his eye. Turning away, Izuku gritted his teeth and clamped his mouth shut. Tamura sighed. There's no need to pretend. We've seen you steal those quirks, Izuku, caught on tape for the world to see. We didn't know where you had ended up, you know, and we didn't care until we saw you take some side quest kid's quirk on the news. On the news? When Izuku saved Kaken from that villain a year ago. He had borrowed Kaken's quirk on live TV, and apparently Shigaraki and whatever else remained of the League was watching. They'd known about him all this time, for over a year, while Izuku carried on, oblivious. The realization sank like a heavy stone in Izuku's. Sensei wasn't very happy to see that. No, his own son with his quirk, out of his reach. And then we find out he's enrolled in UA. No, Sensei wasn't happy at all. All for One. Father. Tell me, Death. How many quirks do you have tucked away right now? Maybe you're a villain after all. Boiling horror rolled through Izuku's, and he swallowed his reflexive sob to keep his tears at bay. All for One was alive. He was alive, and he knew how to find Izuku, and he sent Shigaraki to retrieve him, and now Izuku dangled helplessly in Shigaraki's grasp, just like one of those pathetic wooden dolls disintegrating in the fragile light of the dark room. All for One was alive, and he wanted Izuku back. Shigaraki shook his limp body by the scruff of his uniform, and Izuku felt cold sweat roll down his spine. So much wasted time with our greatest weapon in the hands of heroes. At least they've been training you to be somewhat competent. We need to put all the EXP into another class, but Sensei will fix that. Tamura leaned in until his breath brushed disgustingly against Izuku's ear. We'll turn you into a real villain, little Deku. We'll start right now. Level 1 is watching the fall of your greatest hero. 3 fingers grabbed Izuku by the chin. No underlying quirk buzzed beneath his skin at the contact, probably due to technology in the cuff, and free from the threat of Izuku taking decay, Tamura twisted Izuku's head to face straight ahead. Only now did he begin to recognize the carefully dilapidated buildings, sinking ship, and dome of seething fire as structures he's seen before in the videos of hero training exercises. This was the unforeseen simulation joint, used to train UA students in rescue heroics. They were still on campus. His dads and the other heroes were nearby. Albeit on the far side of UA's grounds, but nearby. They would be okay. Izuku wouldn't go back to All for One. His dads wouldn't let that happen. They'd get here in time. If only because they had to. He just needed to hold out a little longer. Tamura's grip led Izuku to 2 large figures in the center of the USJ, staring each other down from either side of the plaza fountain. A hulking beast, probably over 3 meters tall, hunched so the knuckles of his large forelimbs scraped against the ground. Freakish muscles flexed beneath its cartoonishly tight cargo shorts. Its face sharpened into a yellow beak below glassy human eyes, and its scalp had been pulled away to expose its grotesque, misshapen brain. Whatever this was, it was more monster than man. And across from it was All Might. Even from way up in the landslide zone, Looking down at the scene below, Izuku could recognize the gaudy patterned colors of All Might's hero costume and the pointed tails of his bangs. He could also see that, for the first time that Izuku had ever known, All Might wasn't smiling. He had abandoned all pretense of appearances. Izuku remembered the gaunt man he met on the rooftop and wondered how much time All Might's quirk had left. "This is the boss that will counter All Might," Tamura laughed. "The newest prototype of Sensei's Nomu. Remember those, Death?" He did. Of course he did. The first ones were constructed before he was born, servants like Kurogyri built to fulfill specific roles in All for One's plans. But despite his added mutations, Kurogyri still appeared relatively human. He still retained higher-order functioning and decision-making capabilities, even if his ultimate purpose and motivations had been altered to align with All for One's goals. This Nomu, staring at All Might with a vacant expression, was something else entirely. This monster was nothing like Kurogyri, reduced to a mindless existence with no semblance of humanity. The new Nomu have some upgrades. They'll listen to every command I give them. Cackling, Tamura shouted, "Nomu destroy All Might!" In its haste to reach All Might, the Nomu shattered the fountain sitting between them, pulling its head back and cracking it into All Might's eye before All Might could even process the movement. It drove the number 1 hero into the stone floor of the plaza with a single, brutal hit. The dust brought up by the impact disguised the steam rolling off of All Might, but Izuku still knew that whatever time he had left, it clearly wasn't much. Izuku hoped it would be enough. Miraculously, when the haze of destruction cleared, All Might still stood tall. Despite the heavy hit and his quirk weakening progressively, his eyes narrowed in cold determination, and he charged at the beast. Izuku released a subtle sigh of relief. All Might would be able to handle himself, hopefully. At least long enough for help to arrive. With Tamura leering over him, Izuku was in much more pressing danger, and if All Might was occupied, he needed to get out of this by himself. Otherwise, Izuku didn't want to find out what Tamura planned for him, what All for One planned for him, if he didn't escape now. He couldn't fall back into the hands of the League. He couldn't go back to the dark room and the doctors and the experiments and his father. He couldn't do that. They were still on campus. He had his ring with its tracker around his finger. His parents could track him and be here in almost no time. Izuku just needed to ensure that he wasn't dragged away through one of those awful portals before that. If Kurogyri and Tamura brought him to a secondary location, somewhere on the League's territory, his odds of a clean escape, whether by his own accord or aided by heroes, drastically diminished. He couldn't go back to the League. Couldn't go back to All for One. He would rather die than go back. From the center plaza, All Might glanced over his shoulder, searching until his eyes met Izuku's. He forced his frown into a pained mockery of a smile. "Don't worry, young students, I am here, everything will be all right." Izuku wondered if his facial expression slipped like that when he failed to kill All for One. Not if Sensei's creation does its job. This is the perfect stage for their brawl. "Nomu, I said kill All Might," the Nomu howled and slammed forward, the stone floor cracking underfoot. Still grinning painfully, All Might rolled his shoulders and drove his hands into the monster's torso. The single hit shattered the air into a surging explosion of wind. The Nomu stumbled but didn't fall. Every subsequent hit to its face, its exposed brain, none of it had any lasting effect, and the Nomu retaliated each attack with a swipe of its own meaty claws. The awful, plastic smile on All Might's face was beginning to slip. "Pure force can't hurt it due to its shock absorption upgrade," Tamura sneered. Kaken's voice, hoarse and broken and painfully defeated, came from Izuku's side. All Might's, his eyes wearily tracked each movement of the fight below, his chin held still by Kurogyri's steady hand. Izuku had never heard Kaken so quiet, so subdued. Blood oozed sluggishly from a wound on his temple, and he definitely had some kind of head trauma, but Izuku knew that his reticence wasn't entirely due to injury. Obviously, Kaken recognized the danger they were in just as well as Izuku. He'd stayed up at enough sleepovers to hear Izuku sob over a man made of smoke and the wrinkled hands of a boy he once called a friend that turned toys to dust. He knew how the word sensei sometimes sent a debilitating chill down Izuku's spine if it were murmured in a raspy tone of voice. He understood that the only villain capable of creating a monster that could withstand a hit from All Might was Izuku's own father. Kaken's gaze briefly broke from the battle. He looked to Izuku, searching for something, a sign or indication of their next step. As much as he must have hated it, Kaken knew he couldn't act brashly, not in the face of Izuku's past, and he would wait for Izuku's go-ahead. Whatever move Izuku made, he knew Kaken would follow like a soldier to war. He just needed to do something. An explosion of dust bloomed from the center plaza, and for a moment, Izuku wondered if the tides had turned, and All Might had finally landed a lasting blow on the Nomu. When it cleared though, All Might was twisted in an uncomfortable backbend. His arms wrapped tightly around the Nomu's waist as he dunked its head into a swirling pool of smoke. Its upper arms reached through the portal to grab All Might from behind, and it sunk its claws into All Might's flesh until BLD seeped through his hero costume, right over the mark All for One had left on him. All Might released the Nomu, turning to yank on the hand digging into his scar, but the Nomu's grip didn't give. All Might was weakening. He wouldn't be able to get out of this himself. Izuku and Kaken locked eyes once more. This time, Izuku tilted his head back, almost imperceptibly to not draw Shigaraki's attention. Kaken blinked slowly in acknowledgement. Kurogyri, distracted with the formation of his warp gates in the plaza, leaned over Kaken. When his face, which Izuku knew was still solid human flesh beneath the mist, hovered right above Kaken, Izuku blinked twice. And Kaken rammed his skull backward, straight into Kurogyri's nose buried in the mist. With his reduced range of motion, the hit wasn't strong enough to really damage Kurogyri, but it at least caused him to stumble off of Kaken's back. Tamura hissed something indistinct, and Izuku used his distraction to wrench himself from Tamura's weak grip. In the plaza below, the portals abruptly tightened around the Nomu still trapped in their grip. Izuku couldn't use Borrow, couldn't repurpose Tamura's quirk for his own uses, so Izuku did the next best thing. He looped his restrained wrists around Tamura's arm and forced his hand against Kaken's cuffs before he could resist. The metal disintegrated quickly, and Izuku tried to restrain his flinch at the sight of ash falling to the concrete floor. Floundering, Tamura yanked himself away and reached for Izuku, but Kaken immediately slammed his palm against Izuku's cuffs. A single, controlled explosion, and a second later, the metal broke away to free his hands, and with them, his quirk. The Nomu reluctantly released All Might in order to pull itself free from the portals ensnaring it, before they could close violently and gruesomely through it. Kaken, seething, lunged recklessly at Kurogyri with a sparking fist outstretched, despite Izuku's futile shout of caution. Kurogyri, Tamura shrieked, high and whining. In the face of Kaken's assault, Kurogyri summoned a small, dark circle directly in Kaken's path, and a hand, fingers splayed threateningly, reached through. Izuku, struck again with the image of wooden dolls turning to dust in the grasp of that same hand, lunged forward desperately. Even in the air, Kaken's maneuverability was impressive, but Kurogyri could throw out another portal in any other direction and physically force them where he wanted them. Izuku wrapped his hand around Kaken's ankle just an instant too late. The tips of Shigaraki's fingers brushed painfully against his turned cheekbone, leaving cracked lines of decay in their wake. Kaken howled, angry and indistinct, as Izuku yanked him from the touch, and the two toppled to the ground, unsettling close to a cliff dropping from the landslide zone. Behind them, All Might stumbled to his feet and threw his fist into the Nomu's. The single blow sent the Nomu rocketing through the domed ceiling of the USJ, and glittering stars of shattered glass rained over them. Shigaraki froze, one arm still held through the warp gate. Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogyri warned, stepping back hesitantly when All Might turned his narrowed gaze toward them. It would be wise to leave now. Sighing, Shigaraki turned from them and slowly began to pull his arm back through the portal. Fine. Get us out of here. Don't forget the brat. Cold air condensed below Izuku, who still clung to Kaken pathetically. The sensation was recognizable, familiarity born from games played with Tamura as children and impossible to forget. In a moment, he would fall through the portal, assumedly into the grasp of his father. Izuku couldn't go back there. A sonic boom resounded through the facility as All Might leapt into the air. He wouldn't reach them in time. By the time he hit the ground, Izuku would have fallen back into darkness. He, Kaken, and the villains would have already disappeared, far away from anyone that could help them. Izuku couldn't let that happen. Panic tearing violently at his throat, Izuku clenched his eyes shut tight. He couldn't run. Anywhere he went, Kurogiri could meet him with another portal, and the end result would be the same. Desperately, futilely, Izuku reached for something, anything, he could grab onto it. Kaken's quirk thrummed, boiling hot, beneath the fingers clutched in his uniform, but that wouldn't help him now. He needed the. Instinctively, Izuku knew this quirk was too far from him, but he reached for it anyway, desperate, until his grasp brushed once, twice, against it. He clenched his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and strained, ignoring the tight burn. Coiling in his teeth. Finally, he closed around the cold void, fumbling as it tried to slip away like sand falling through his fingers. He grabbed it tight as he was able, and wrenched it away. The thick fog around Kurogiri thinned, revealing the outline of a pale human face. The portal forming beneath Izuku and Kaken shuddered and reformed under new orders. The airborne swirl of mist, still holding Shigaraki's departing fingers, snapped closed with a sickening squelch, and Shigaraki screeched as his severed fingertips fell to the ground. Izuku had taken Kurogiri's quirk. He hadn't even touched him. He floundered with warp gait as it slipped disobediently from his grip. Most quirks, even when unfamiliar, were instinctive to use, but some minor details tended to escape Izuku without analyzing them beforehand. All for one used to dangle Kurogiri's quirk and its details as a reward for young Izuku, promising to answer his endless questions about his greatest creation if Izuku succeeded in his studies, his experiments, his training. Izuku never earned his reward. When he tried to repurpose the gate opening below himself, Izuku found that the destinations he tried to substitute failed. They were inexplicably incompatible, like he was trying to fit an oval block into a circular hole. He knew that Kurogiri could theoretically warp anywhere, but there was apparently more criteria to the teleportation than just imagining the location. Whatever it was, Izuku didn't have the time to dissect it, not now, so he aborted his plans of warping back to the stadium, to the UA courtyard, or his apartment. Instead, his eyes honed in on a spot across the USJ, right in front of the massive exit doors, and the destination finally slotted neatly into place. Somewhere in his line of sight was viable, then, and didn't need the missing component. With Shigaraki shrieking in pain and Kurogiri heaving a shuddering gasp behind them, Izuku and Kaken fell softly through the new portal and collapsed in front of the exit. Kurogiri's quirk, already liquid in Izuku's grasp, fully slipped away with the distance. Deku, Kaken gasped. That was right. Izuku was Kaken's Deku, not Tamura's. He hadn't been Tamura's Deku in a long, long time. He would be okay. How? Izuku shook his head and cut Kaken off. Meters across from them, deceptively far but still not far enough, Kurogiri stared in stunned confusion as Shigaraki howled in pain, clutching his bleeding hand to his teeth. In the next moment, all might plummeted to the ground between them, intercepting Izuku's clear line of sight. Then, the doors behind Izuku crashed open. He rolled his head back and slumped in relief to see the UA teachers, his family, standing in the entry. His dad's, pupils blown wide in frenzy, caught his gaze and surged forward, and the other heroes rose like a furious tide behind them. Hizashi positioned himself in front of Izuku and Kaken, throwing his arms out to the side protectively as everyone else rushed toward the villains. Shoyuta collapsed to his knees behind him and ran his hands over Izuku's face, smearing the trail of BLD leaking from his nose. Izuku hadn't even realized he was bleeding. "You're okay?" Shoyuta asked, tone just tight enough for Izuku to process it as a question. From his spot shielding them, Hizashi glanced over his shoulder to rake his eyes over Izuku and Kaken and wait for Izuku's response. Izuku's throat felt too tight to speak, so he nodded slowly, hesitantly, because physically he was fine. At least, he thought he was, except BLD poured from his nose in a steady stream, and his head pounded furiously behind his eyes, and the tightness of his throat might be something more than just a mental block, but he was fine. He turned his head from Shoyuta, who was running a visual check of Izuku's state, and looked back at Shigaraki. Shigaraki, hunched in on himself, cursing and clutching the bloody ends of his missing fingers, did not look back. Kurogyari must have said something to cause Tamura to hiss an unintelligible response, and tea was swirling pits of darkness opened beneath Kurogyari and Shigaraki. They vanished from sight before anyone else could take another step. But just before dropping into that dark abyss, Shigaraki frantically twisted his head, searching until his eyes made contact with Izuku. He glared, spiteful and furious, and the heat flaring behind his pupils stole any remaining warmth in Izuku. Without a doubt, this would not be the last time that they meet. One way or another, All for One will get his hands on him again. It was only a matter of when. I thought that Effer was dead. Izuku was very glad he had wrangled Kaken into the meeting room with them. His dads were obviously loath to deny him anything after all of that, and it was admittedly relieving to have someone abrasive enough to ask the important questions that Izuku's static-filled brain couldn't manage to articulate yet. And to have someone ask them so pointedly, too. On the couch next to Izuku, Hisashi pulled his son's fretting hands apart, and Izuku tangled their fingers together instead. Shoyuta paced a dent in the floor behind them, glancing up every few minutes as if to conduct a mental headcount and confirm that everyone was truly here and safe. Izuku could only tell when he'd glance in All Might's direction, because the man would tellingly flinch every minute or so. Like now. I truly thought he had perished in our last battle, Yagi admitted once no longer petrified by Shuta's glare. That last hit alone left me close to death myself, and with long-lasting organ failure and chronic disability all these years later. To think that All for One could have survived a blow such as that was inconceivable. But he did, Shoyuta snapped. And now he's still alive, and he knows everything about Izuku, because we've assumed he was too dead to do anything to us after all this time, but he's not this whole time. We've been endangering Izuku without even knowing. We're lucky that this didn't end up worse than it already did. Izuku flinched into Hisashi's side. He didn't want to imagine a worse scenario than what had happened. What if Shigaraki had managed to take him back to his father? Or, even more petrifying, what if All for One had come to retrieve Izuku himself rather than send his less capable protege? Even with Izuku's newly discovered capability, he didn't think that he and Kaken would have been able to get out of that. All for One would have only wanted Izuku alive, and Izuku doubted that he would have just let Kaken go free. Vaguely, Izuku wondered why All for One would have relied on Shigaraki in the first place, rather than do the job himself. Had he thought it unnecessary? That Shigaraki could handle weak, useless Izuku and bring him in without trouble? Or was there another reason entirely? Over Izuku's head, Shoyuta was still shouting, only occasionally interrupted by an ashamed, half-spun explanation from All Might or gruff comment from Kaken. Hisashi stayed silent but flicked his head back and forth to watch the argument between each party, periodically squeezing at Izuku's hands. It was unclear whether it was meant to be an act of comfort or simply a reaction of his own anxiety, to repeatedly and tangibly check that Izuku was there with him. When Izuku finally spoke, only Kaken and Hisashi heard him, and the both of them looked to him in confusion. To be heard over Shuta's furious snarling, Izuku cleared his throat and tried again, louder this time. It doesn't matter. This time, Shoyuta clearly heard him, because his yelling stopped abruptly. What? Inhaling a breath of courage, Izuku lifted his head and twisted to meet Shuta's stare. I said that it doesn't matter, Izuku repeated, wishing that his voice was steadier than it was. Hisashi immediately gripped Izuku's hands tighter, squeezing until Izuku shifted to look him in the eyes. Of course it matters, Izuku. Your safety is important. But Izuku shook his head quickly. That's not what I meant, he reassured when Hisashi frowned, troubled. I meant that it doesn't matter now that he's been, alive this whole time. It would have been good to know, I guess, and if we had known we probably could have done something about it earlier, but we know now. And if he's only now coming after me, then it must be because he couldn't have before, anyway, right? I think he couldn't find me. Or even maybe he didn't really care. Shigaraki said that they saw me on the TV back in middle school, and that was when they realized I do actually have All for One and not an erasure quirk like I tried to pretend. Kaken huffed and shoved his shoulder against Izuku's side. It's not All for One. Obviously, it's better than that shitty quirk. Across the room, All Might grimaced, and Izuku shrunk further into the cushions. He could remember so vividly the feeling of tugging Kurogiri's quirk from him despite the distance, so familiarly similar as when he borrows a quirk through touch, even though he had never done that before or even tried to. If it meant what he thought it did, that his quirk really was engineered to be the improved successor to All for One, then he didn't know if he could cope with considering the implications of that right now. This whole time, he'd been trying to escape the notion that he was just a copy of his father. To know that he evidently wasn't just a copy, but an upgrade. Izuku only knew that he didn't like it. I, for one, agree with Izuku's sentiment, Nizu chimed. While the information of All for One's survival certainly would have been helpful to know earlier, we cannot work retroactively and must look toward how to keep Izuku secure in the future. We need to consider the possibility that Izuku's placement with us is compromised. We might not be safe to go home. Hisashi blanched, subconsciously tugging Izuku closer against him. You think they know where we live? Shoyuta sighed and scrubbed a hand across the scruff on his chin. It's unlikely. If they did, I doubt they would risk attacking us at UA where security is much tighter if ambushing us at our apartment were an option. But we don't know their motives, and we shouldn't discount the possibility. Izuku shivered. They've lived in the same small apartment since he was brought into the family, and it's been home since that very first night. To Izuku, his home has always been safety and security and love and peace. To imagine that it might be tainted by All for One, we can't go back there, Hisashi decided, and as much as Izuku wanted to argue for the security of his home, the taste of bile in the back of his throat kept his words down. I can request Cementos to construct a domicile for you on campus. We have already received permission from the Commission to implement a dormitory system, even if it was merely a hypothetical at the time. I know UA hasn't proven itself to be secure against the likes of the League, but now that we are no longer unaware, no, UA is definitely more secure than anything we could manage on our own, Hisashi assured. How quickly could that be done for us? Nizu turned to his computer, pecking quickly at the keys with his paws. I'll notify Cementos immediately. I expect a rudimentary shelter can at least be constructed by the end of the day, although the amenities will likely take an additional day or two. It'll have to work, Shoyuta grumbled. He finally halted his pacing and collapsed into the couch on the other side of Hisashi, hanging his head against his tea. We can survive a couple days without hot water. He didn't sound like he believed it. Nizu waved him off. Of course the UA facilities will be made available to you and your family, Aizawazen. No need for dramatics. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered, shifting guiltily. He didn't like the idea that everyone was being so put out because of him, even if he knew it was silly to think that. Of course, everyone rushed to reassure him that this wasn't his fault, but not even Kaken's sharp flick to his head couldn't stop the guilt rolling in Izuku's stomach for being such an inconvenience. Nizu clapped his paws together. I think for now this is the best course of action. We can adjust any further security measures as we see fit, but Izuku's safety is our greatest concern at the moment. Aizawaken, I would appreciate if you would stay behind for a few minutes, so we can discuss some technicalities as to what we might expect in the next coming weeks regarding the media and the rest of our students. Yagi stays too. Even despite everything else going on, I still need to talk to him about my student's sudden manifestation of a quirk strong enough to break his bones on national television. The rest of you are dismissed. Izuku let Hisashi guide him from his seat and shepherd him into the hallway. On his way out, All Might's sunken eyes briefly caught his, but Izuku just ducked his head and hurried away. Cementos finished their temporary housing before sunset. In any other circumstance, Izuku would have been impressed by how quickly he could form a structure meeting residential building codes, however simple it may have been. But instead of his usual rampant curiosity demanding he bombard the hero with excessive questions, Izuku only quietly thanked the hero once as he followed his parents to their new home. From the outside, the structure was an unassuming concrete block nestled only a few hundred yards from the gyms in the middle of campus. There was no porch or welcome mat outside the front door, and from the side Izuku could see, there was only a solitary window overlooking the entry, the glass blocked by a grid of dense metal bars. On the inside, Izuku immediately realized that the layout was an exact replica of their apartment's floor plan. A narrow hallway leading from the entry directly into the living room, and the kitchen nestled to the side. And past the living room, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Izuku thought it would be comfortingly familiar if the rooms weren't empty of furniture, the kitchen missing its appliances, and walls bare of the cluttered family portraits that filled the hallways at home. And, aside from the barred one by the front door, the house was completely devoid of windows. It made Izuku sick, to some extent, to walk into such a bastardized version of the home he grew up in. Home was meant to be warm and lively and cluttered and loved. That was what it had been for nearly a decade, since Hisashi and Shoyuta had welcomed Izuku into their family. This was not home. Gently, Hisashi smoothed his hand over Izuku's hair. It'll be nicer once we get some things in here, yeah. Besides, it's only until we get everything sorted. Just temporary. Izuku nodded numbly. He thought temporary was a much better word than indefinite, but it didn't do much to ease the turmoil in his CST. Will we be able to get our stuff? What about the cats? Namuri will go by the apartment tomorrow, Shoyuta grunted, simultaneously tugging his heavy boots off and tossing them haphazardly so that they hit the opposite wall with an echoing thud. She'll grab the cats and anything else essential, but that's it. Our hero equipment, important documentation, things that we absolutely need and won't be able to replace. We can't risk bringing anything here that might be bugged in the case that the League has been keeping tabs on us. Oh. Izuku supposed that made sense, even if it would have been nice to sleep in his own bed with its soft, warm sheets. Or curl up on their old, worn couch that they've had since before he was even adopted. Or sift through his collection of hero DVDs to try and distract himself from, well, everything. He knew, though, rationally that those are just things. Things that he and his dads could survive without, despite their sentimental value and the comfort they would provide. What about my notebooks? Shoyuta sighed, and Izuku knew, without any doubt, what he would tell him. That Izuku didn't need his notebooks, not really. Even though they were the biggest constant in his life, since before he was taken in by his dads. In some ways, he'd woven analysis into every aspect of himself, his personality and his hobbies and his hopes and dreams. They were more than just strategic analysis. Those notebooks had worked Izuku through panic attacks and solitude and the abuse that smothered him as a child. At this point, there were dozens of them, crammed with quirk theories and doodles and journal entries amounting to nothing more than the inane stream of consciousness of a child who had been through too much. Those journals held Izuku's entire life between their pages, and Shoyuta would tell him to abandon it with the rest of their home. But something shifted. Hisashi's hands tightened their comforting grip on Izuku's shoulders, and Shuta's gaze flickered briefly. He nodded, relenting, and Hisashi chirped, "We'll have Namuri grab them." Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Hisashi squeezed his shoulders again, once, twice, and then released him to follow Shoyuta to the empty living room. "Speaking of," Shoyuta said, slinging his school bag onto the floor to rifle through it, "I have a project for you." Izuku perked up when Shoyuta tossed a composition notebook to him. It wasn't one of his own, not even his preferred brand with the durable binding that kept his well-used notebooks held together for over a decade of use. The cover was a pristine white and the pages completely blank. Probably just one of the generic notebooks kept in the supplies closets of Yua. Then, "I know it's not the kind you like, but I figured you might want to get started on this sooner rather than later, and it should tide you over before Namuri gets here tomorrow. Now, UA has canceled classes for the rest of the week, so we have a long weekend ahead of us, but you might as well start preparing for your transfer into the hero course, which will still be happening." Shoyuta leaned toward Izuku and tapped the cover of the notebook. "I want a comprehensive, in-depth analysis on each of your peers in 1A. Cover everything. Strengths, weaknesses, attitude, quirk applications, anything that pops in that head of yours that you think is of value. When Namuri brings your books tomorrow, cross-reference with those. I don't want a single detail left out, understand?" Izuku nodded, brain already whirring with fragmented ideas. It felt somewhat redundant, maybe, considering that he'd spent several lessons with Nizu analyzing the hero students, but he supposed that those sessions were specifically geared toward whatever hero exercise they had completed rather than the extensive overview that Shoyuta was asking for now. Besides, starting the analyses from scratch would keep Izuku very busy these next few days. He was glad for something to keep himself occupied rather than spiraling in his own anxious thoughts about One for All and Tamura. Got it, he agreed. Shoyuta smiled softly and ran his hand over Izuku's head. Good kid. One more thing, but once you feel you've taken a thorough look at each student, I want you to rank them. Rank them? By what metric? Everything. Based on what you've seen and what you know, who would make the best hero? Make a list, 1 through 19, not including yourself. You obviously have the most potential of the bunch. Izuku frowned. Of course, he'd assigned a sort of points system to the people he analyzed in the past, a sort of stat block to associate a rating with each skill, but it was always an arbitrary system that attempted to assign a quantitative number to what was often a very abstract concept. Sure, it was easy to say that Ingenium was faster than Present Mike, or that Eraserhead had better battle strategy than Mount Lady, but every hero had a defined skill set that was advantageous in certain situations. How could he value one over another, when they were each well-suited for individual situations? And that didn't even consider particularly subjective traits like attitude or compassion or determination, which were undeniably what truly made a good hero. Based solely off statistics, heroes like Endeavor might surpass others, but Izuku would argue that he was much less of a hero than many others that ranked well below him based solely on statistics. And while Izuku thought himself capable enough to identify anyone as disagreeable as Endeavor in 1A, he doubted he knew the students well enough to have seen the true nuances of their personalities, which could make a substantial difference in this kind of ranking. Gently, Shoyuta rubbed his knuckle into Izuku's forehead like an affectionate noogie. Don't overthink it too much, alright? Trust your own judgment. I trust it. Izuku nodded, once, and then again when he felt the determination settle in his right. Great. There's no real time limit for this, so don't overwork yourself, but the sooner you get it done, the sooner I can look it over, K. So don't take too long with it. Do you have a pen? Izuku asked, feeling eager to begin. He'd been tired a bit ago, probably more so emotionally drained even though the sports festival had taken a lot out of him physically, but now that he had a new analysis to play with, he wanted to dive in right away. So, when Shoyuta tossed him a pen, Izuku didn't even bother finding somewhere more comfortable than the living room floor. He just laid right where he had been standing, and pressed his pen to paper. He refused to let his mind stray from anything other than the pages in front of him. Analysis was always safe, even when nothing else was. Shoyuta left Izuku on the floor of the living room, absorbed in his work. He thought, perhaps, he should lead Izuku to bed, but he knew that, right now, that empty darkness in the bedroom would not be helpful. Instead, he pulled a soft blanket from the pile left for them in the corner and draped it over his shoulders, patting his son's head softly and murmuring that, when he grew tired, there was a sleeping bag waiting for him too. Part of him hoped, though, that Izuku would fall asleep over his notebook, with his mind still distracted by theoretical hypotheses rather than the threats of reality. Hizashi had already long disappeared into their bedroom, and Shoyuta found him standing over the two sleeping bags on the concrete floor, staring at them with his brow furrowed and arms crossed. You know, Shoyuta said, coming up so his shoulders brushed against Hizashi's. He seemed too tense for any other contact. We can zip them together to make one large sleeping bag that we could share. Hizashi sighed. This sucks. Shoyuta reeled, thrown off by the exhaustion in Hizashi's voice. Usually, of the two of them, Hizashi was quicker to bounce back to aggressive optimism. Even when it was admittedly forced, it was always deeply rooted in a firm determination that things would turn out okay, even if they had to make it that way. Even for Shoyuta, who thought he had seen Hizashi at all of his lowest points, this tone of tired uncertainty felt vastly unfamiliar and left him floundering for a grip on any meager semblance of comfort. It's only temporary, he tried, squeezing Hizashi's shoulder. It'll be nicer once we get some actual furniture. Yeah, well, it won't be our furniture, would it? All new things, right? Shoyuta didn't really know what was wrong with that. Newer things were generally nicer, he thought. Well, like I said, it's only temporary. Think of it like a safe house. It's been a few years, but we've done safe houses before. Granted, that was over a decade ago, when a drag bust they were involved in right out of graduation had gone poorly. It wasn't quite to the same extent as hiding out from a massive supervillain and their network of henchmen intent on kidnapping your son, but Shoyuta thought the point still stood. More or less. Hisashi, apparently, did not agree as he huffed bitterly. Well, I don't want a safe house. At least not for Izuku. He needs a home, Not this. This whatever this is. Shoyuta waited a breath, then two, gently massaging Hisashi's shoulder until he finally felt him untense and deflate. It's only temporary, he repeated. He didn't know what else to say, how to make this better, when this was what they needed to do. This was their best, safest, and only option. Izuku's safety comes first. Of course it does. Shoyuta nodded quickly. I know. This is how we keep him safe. It's temporary. Just until we figure out how to actually deal with All for One. Which was something even All Might hadn't been able to do, apparently. This time around, though, they'll find a way to make everything right. And then we can go back home. Hisashi sighed and murmured his tired agreement, but Shoyuta could still see the tense line of his jaw revealing his displeasure. He glanced at Shoyuta, wearily, and eyed the capture weapon still wrapped around his neck. You're patrolling tonight? Shoyuta nodded. It was a Friday, one of his typical patrol nights. Besides, he didn't think he could rest tonight, after everything. And while he wasn't so optimistic as to believe he could find All for One hiding in the underground tonight, that wouldn't stop him from poking around and trying his usual contacts for information. At this point, anything would help, he thought. Hisashi's jaw ticked tighter, and he stepped away to crouch to the floor, gathering one of the sleeping bags and letting Shuta's hands slip from his shoulder. Izuku's in the living room, and Shoyuta followed him into the hallway dumbly. Thankfully, Izuku was already asleep on the floor where Shoyuta left him. Hisashi settled the sleeping bag beside him, rearranging their son into a more comfortable position onto it rather than curled over the cold concrete floor. I'll stay out here with him tonight, Hisashi decided, dragging over the extra sleeping bag to lay next to Izuku. He didn't look at Shoyuta. Be safe on your patrol, Shoyuta. Wake me when you get back. Please. Feeling suddenly dismissed, Shoyuta hesitated, but leaned over to press an embrace to the crown of Hisashi's head. As he drew away, Hisashi reached for his hand and squeezed it once, then went back to tucking Izuku into his sleeping bag. Love you, Shoyuta said, like always. Then he left. He had been in the dark room for a long time. It wasn't the first time he'd been put in the dark room, but he thought it might have been the longest. His dad was really mad when he saw him last, when he had disappointed him again. Sometimes, there would be the sliver of